This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Prologue. There is a thick dusk outside the window. In the narrow room, the spider web in the corner of the ceiling is hung with shriveled insect corpses, and there are stains on the yellowed wallpaper. In this residence that can barely be regarded as a standard room, the only thing that can be called an electrical appliance is the dim table lamp on the bedside table. At this moment, a person wearing a vermilion top is sitting on the edge of the bed next to the table lamp. Her hands are pressing on her face specifically. She is pressing on the position of her right eye. There is no strong light source in the room, nor is there flying dust. But Chung Tingyu once again felt a strange stinging pain in her right eye. The flying insects hovered in the air, making a buzzing sound of flapping wings, and the fragmented light sound lingered in her ears. Dong, dong, dong. 3 knocks suddenly came from outside the door. After a moment, as if realizing that the occupant inside the door had no intention of responding, the person outside the door chose to leave with a slow pace. The footsteps faded away. Chung Tingyu put down the hand that was pressing her eyes and tried to open them. According to her experience, when she felt a strange pain in her right eye, it would be better to open it than to close it. In front of the bed, there was a plastic framed mirror hanging on the wall, and Chung Tingyu's current appearance was reflected in the mirror. In the dim place where no one was peeping, the image in the mirror swayed gently. Name, Chung Tingyu. Ability, unstable parsing error unable to display. Status, unstable. Cooling period, 0. The surface of the mirror flickered like a snow screen without any warning, and lines of what seemed to be text descriptions were rapidly refreshed and disappeared in Chung Tingyu's mirror reflection, so fast that people had no time to capture the details. Of course, Chung Tingyu couldn't see clearly, because at the same time, the pain in her eyes suddenly intensified, and after about 10 seconds, it gradually became mild. She clenched her fist tightly. Veins popped out on the back of her hand, and when the stinging subsided, a layer of cold sweat had seeped out of her back. Chung Tingyu felt that she seemed to have some kind of hallucination just now. From the time she crossed over to now, she has been surrounded by hallucinations. A white moth suddenly hit the light bulb and produced a ball of electric sparks, then fell down, and the smell of burning filled the air. Chung Tingyu slowly put down her hand, stood up from the edge of the bed, opened the door, and then shrugged helplessly and picked up the items placed outside the door. The person just now was the waiter of the hotel, and the other party brought today's newspapers and food. Chung Tingyu brought the tray into the room and found an extra note next to the newspaper. The required materials and tickets to F0631 City have been successfully purchased, and the relevant currencies have been exchanged and recharged. Please go to the counter to collect them in time. Also, you have been in the room for more than 192 hours. If you need to change your residence, please go to the front desk to register. Chung Tingyu didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, which was normal. After all, it was less than 2 days since she traveled to this world, as a fresh graduate who was busy looking for a job before traveling. Chung Tingyu never expected that she would get rid of her fresh graduate status in such a mysterious way and step into society. When Chung Tingyu first came through, she looked in the mirror and found that her appearance was not much different from before she came through, except that she was 2 years older. She found something similar to an ID card in the items in the room. The name on it was also Chung Tingyu, and her date of birth was 3771. The newspaper sent by the hotel accurately marked the current date, which was August 16th, 3796. After confirming her own information, Chung Tingyu realized one thing with a little sadness, at least in terms of the fact that the same name is easy to cause time travel. The online novel did not fool her. There were not many luggage in the room. In addition to the ID card, Chung Tingyu only found a few sets of clothes, a wallet and a book. The name of the book is Modern Historical Development. The pages of this book are slightly frizzy and have obvious signs of reading, but the whole is well preserved, without any signs of damage or any additional markings. There is only a bookmark with 3 lines of words in front of the chapter 100 Years of Silence. Chung Tingyu silently recited the 4 words 100 Years of Silence in his heart, and a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. She patiently flipped through the pages, and soon found what she needed to know. More than 600 years ago, around 3155 AD, a large-scale bizarre natural phenomenon occurred on this planet. At first, the natural solar terms were in chaos. Then the sun stopped rising. And then the behavior of animals became sluggish and slow, and plants stopped growing and developing. What dealt a fatal blow to people at the time was the failure of electronic equipment. So the scope of human activities was forced to shrink significantly. The abnormal phenomenon lasted for a century before it eased. Later generations called it the 100-Year Silence. From the content mentioned in modern historical records, 100 years of silence caused irreparable damage to human civilization. Most of the high-tech items in Chung Tingyu's impression have disappeared, including smartphones. The survivors, who lacked means of communication, were very panicked. Fortunately, human history has left enough reference cases not long after it was determined that electronic devices could not be used. The smoke signals were put to use again. Although electronic devices could not be used, humans 600 years ago still carefully preserved various books. When the Great Silence period passed, the remaining people rebuilt cities based on various safety zones and ignited the fire of civilization on the earth again. Many of these cities still used the safety zones at that time. The number of the whole area, F0631 city, is one of them. However, there are not many large cities with stable order, and there are more informal markets. Many people call large cities urban areas, while markets and various wider areas are called wastelands. The hotel where Chung Tingyu is currently staying is located in a market. Fortunately, this market is not far from F0631 city, so the safety is relatively guaranteed. The bookmark between the pages of the book has 3 sentences printed on it that Chung Tingyu can't understand very well now. Rules of the first strategy for the dungeon. Give up logic. Rules 2. Humans may not be trustworthy, and dungeons are even less trustworthy than humans. Rules 3. Players need to know their own names. After reading for a while, Chung Tingyu sighed, closed the book, and began to eat without much interest. It was lunchtime when she came here, and now she had a full understanding of the hotel's food standards. The dinner delivered to her door had both meat and vegetables, and the dishes were exactly the same as before, with only 3 items in total, namely, a rough steamed bun, a small dish of green vegetables, and a piece of bacon that should be a meat dish. The hotel service hours were posted on the wall of the room. Breakfast at 6 o'clock, lunch at 11 o'clock, and dinner at 18 o'clock. If passengers need to have food delivered to their door, they can make an appointment. The hotel does not provide any service between 21 o'clock at night and 3 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Now that there is still plenty of time, Chung Tingyu decided to go to the first floor and get the ticket written on the note first. The decoration of the hotel is full of nostalgia. Chung Tingyu walked down the creaking stairs to the first floor. The lobby was so empty that people couldn't help but worry about the hotel's revenue. At this moment, there was even only a young waiter about 17 or 18 years old sitting lazily behind the counter flipping through newspapers. She had rough hair and a slightly darker complexion. When the guest walked to the counter, she opened the drawer and skillfully took out a metal card. This is your ticket. You need to sign after receiving it. Don't abandon the ticket after getting off the bus. In F0631 city, it can be used as a temporary identity certificate and bank card. The front desk clerk glanced at Chung Tingyu and asked casually, I remember your cooling off period is about to end. Don't you really plan to change your place of residence? When she heard the word cooling off period, Chung Tingyu's expression moved slightly. This is also a word she doesn't quite understand. Chung Tingyu frowned deliberately and said with a distressed look, I'm also thinking about this. The hotel attendant thought for a while and said, how about changing your room to another branch? Although we are not players, ordinary people staying in one place for a long time can easily trigger a dungeon. Chung Tingyu turned the ticket in her hand, glanced at the departure date on it, and found that it was August 18th. So she smiled and said, but in 2 days, I will be able to get on the bus. As an ordinary graduate who has just graduated and has not had time to step into the big divat of society, her social skills are very average. Fortunately, as a waiter at the front desk of the hotel, she has enough talkative attributes. A few words helped Chung Tingyu complete the worldview that was not written in the book. That's right. The station is more than 5,000 meters away from the hotel. As long as you get on the bus, it is equivalent to changing the location. But you are not a native. You can only go to the outer city. To be safe, it is better to find a safe dungeon to refresh the cooling period on your body. The hotel attendant chattered on, giving Chung Tingyu a basic understanding of his current living environment. Since the 100 years of silence, some alien spaces called dungeons have often appeared in human settlements, and people with special abilities have also appeared. These people are called players. Dungeons are likely to appear in places where humans gather. The more chaotic the place, the higher the probability of dungeons appearing. The longer you stay in the current area, the higher the probability of triggering dungeons. Players have a higher probability of triggering dungeons than ordinary people. However, people have gradually discovered that as long as you successfully break through a dungeon, it will be difficult to trigger a new dungeon for at least a period of time. This period of time is also called the cooling period. The tone of the hotel receptionist was full of yearning that could not be ignored. F0631 City is a good place. Life there is very stable. Many people will never enter the dungeon in their lifetime. She paused, looked up at Chung Tingyu, and said sincerely, "It's not easy to buy a ticket. I hope you can settle down there and become a formal resident as soon as possible." Chung Tingyu looked at the ticket in her hand and smiled. "I wish you good luck." The other party's words changed some of her ideas. According to Chung Tingyu's habit, when she first arrived, she would rather stay in the same place for a while and get familiar with the situation than running around. According to the words of the hotel receptionist, it can be judged that the ticket to F0631 is not something that can be obtained casually. Chung Tingyu does not know whether she will have the possibility of traveling back in the future. If she wastes the ticket and then gets a second time to travel, it will be a bit sorry for the original owner's accumulation. After talking, she also understood the meaning of the reminder on the note. The hotel was worried that she would trigger the dungeon if she stayed in her room for too long. "Chung Tingyu, are there any safe dungeons around?" The hotel receptionist smiled. "You can find any dungeons in the deserted areas where people live. And there are of course safe dungeons. But they are all monopolized by people. Outsiders have to pay a lot of money to go there." Chung Tingyu thought for a moment and said deliberately, "In fact, I think safe dungeons are not that safe." The hotel receptionist nodded in agreement. "After all, there is no completely harmless dungeon." He then said, "Why don't we change places tonight? We are a chain hotel, and it won't be too expensive to change rooms." Chung Tingyu nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the wallet she found in the room being so dry, she actually wanted to go to the safe dungeon to feel the atmosphere. There was more than one staff member at the front desk of the hotel. Seeing that the guest agreed to change rooms, she called a junior high school student over, threw the key on her waist to the other party, and drove the car to the back to take Chung Tingyu to another branch. "Wait in the lobby first." The receptionist ran to drive the car neatly, although in Chung Tingyu's impression, the other party was not yet old enough to get a driver's license. But it was obvious that the residents of this world after crossing over were much more free to do whatever they wanted in various details of life. While the other party went to drive the car, Chung Tingyu also went back to the room to get her luggage. She didn't have much stuff, so she stuffed it all into a backpack within 5 minutes, and then walked downstairs with the bag on her back. It was almost 7 o'clock, and a misty drizzle had been floating outside. Chung Tingyu looked up at the sky, and then walked out of the lobby. The worker who was called to cover the shift poked his head out. "Guest, do you want an umbrella?" Chung Tingyu shook her head slightly. The visibility outside the hotel was not high, and the wind was permeated with the refreshing coolness of autumn. She walked slightly forward about 100 meters, and casually observed the surrounding environment. The market in the deserted area had an unconcealable sense of backwardness. The road surface was not smooth enough, and stubborn weeds drilled out from the cracks in the stones, and various graffiti were drawn. The light around was dim, but it did not weaken the grotesque feeling of the graffiti. Chung Tingyu lowered his head, and his eyes swept across a white circle. The graffiti looked like they were drawn with chalk, but even though it was drizzling, the colors of the graffiti were still very bright. Chung Tingyu blinked gently. For some reason, the dry and stinging feeling she had felt before reappeared for a moment. Chung Tingyu stood still, and suddenly, she felt as if the light was swallowed by something, and it was pitch black all around. At the same time, the solid ground under her feet also turned into a mud-like touch, and the mud quickly swallowed Chung Tingyu, and she began to fall rapidly. After a gap of 12 heartbeats, Chung Tingyu staggered and stood firm. She was first surprised that she could fall on the spot while standing well, and secondly, she was surprised that her body could maintain balance during the fall. As an ordinary college student who had just graduated and was still looking for a job, Chung Tingyu was sure that this was not her original ability, but a conditioned reflex. What was the origin of her body? After she stood firm, the darkness in front of her eyes did not dissipate immediately. The stinging sensation in her right eye became more and more severe. Many shadowy and distorted outlines appeared in front of her eyes, and she even had auditory hallucinations. A thin and sharp voice shouted angrily, "If you are as useless as those people before, you don't have to come back." This sentence was like a sharp needle, deeply piercing Chung Tingyu's mind. She stretched out her hand and pressed hard against her temple, forcibly suppressing the pain. At the same time, the visibility around her began to slowly improve. Chung Tingyu suddenly realized something and looked down. She found that her clothes had changed from the previous scarlet top and black pants to gray work clothes. And she was carrying a bag on her back. She was standing at the end of a road at the moment, surrounded by a simple fairy tale style scenery similar to a kindergarten drama performance. Behind her was a forest, and in front of her was a village. The colors of these scenery were too grotesque, showing an indescribable weirdness. F0631 Outer District. Inspection Team Archives Room. The archive room contains a large number of records related to the dungeon. As long as the inspector's level meets the requirements, he must come here to read and study, and ensure that no information is taken out of the archive room during the reading period. An inspector who was about to go to the deserted area for field work stretched his waist tiredly, and put down the file in his hand. The information displayed on the page of the file was as follows. Number, F0631C0019. Danger level, deleted common corrected to menace. Status, fixed place exists. Portable. Unrealistic. Description, usually appears in the form of graffiti on rainy days. Players stand within 2 meters of the graffiti, and remain silent for at least 3 seconds. Ordinary people stand within 1 meter, and remain silent for 10 seconds to enter the dungeon. Chapter 2 Closed Pupils. Chung Tingyu rubbed his brows and sighed in distress. This is unreasonable. She just came out for a walk, and the distance from the hotel was not more than 100 meters. Could standing still trigger the dungeon? Chung Tingyu raised her head, and did not find a hole to escape from above. So she had to shift her attention to the surrounding environment. She had no experience in entering the dungeon. She had played some games before crossing over, but the science and engineering courses were heavy, so Chung Tingyu could not spend too much time on leisure and entertainment. If she had known this would happen, she would have made good use of her campus network. Chung Tingyu looked around. The trees in the forest were all disguised as wooden boards, but there were too many of them, and there was a sense of darkness that could not see the end. The area of the village in front was not small, at least from Chung Tingyu's position. She could not see the whole picture, except for the sentence she heard when she first came in. There were no more prompts around. According to Chung Tingyu's gaming experience before graduation, under normal circumstances, when a novice logs into the game for the first time, a conscientious designer will give some prompts. However, she had not seen any reliable news since she entered the dungeon. This dungeon world obviously did not pay much attention to the user's gaming experience. At this moment, Chung Tingyu suddenly caught a little movement from the corner of her eye. A person in a puppet costume walked out from behind a house in the distance. The other party waved to her lively, and then hopped all the way. Not jogging, but hopping. The puppet costume bounced on the ground, and in a posture that was basically impossible to belong to humans. It quickly approached Chung Tingyu's direction, and it took only 5 heartbeats to arrive in front of her. Chung Tingyu subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the other party ran to the entrance of the village and stopped abruptly. New postman. You are too late. Hearing the words of the puppet costume, Chung Tingyu raised her eyebrows slightly. So she is a postman now? The puppet costume was still nagging. Grandma Red has been waiting for you. If you haven't delivered the things to her by the evening. At this point, the puppet costume suddenly looked at the intruder in front of him and grinned a narrow smile that didn't quite match Chung Tingyu's perception of the headgear. Then you are an unqualified postman. The puppet costume's mouth grinned to an exaggerated degree, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. From Chung Tingyu's position, he could clearly see the bloody filaments on the other party's teeth, as if he had just eaten some fresh meat. Chung Tingyu stared at the puppet costume for a while, and repeated the key information in the other party's words. Grandma Red? Puppet costume. Grandma Red is Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. She is the kindest elder in our village. If you go back along this road, you will see Grandma Red's red house. Chung Tingyu looked in the direction of the village. The scenery in front of and behind her was very simple. Whether it was the forest or the village, they only had the most basic components, especially the latter, which was only composed of some houses and farmland. Between those houses and farmland was the only road in the village. Grandma Red's red house was at the end of that road. Chung Tingyu could clearly see the outline of the red house. She noticed the sky and found that the brightness around seemed a little dimmer than when she first came in. This change was actually very subtle, but Chung Tingyu was inexplicably confident in the information she found. The stinging in her eyes had not completely disappeared, and Chung Tingyu vaguely realized that when her right eye was uncomfortable, her observation ability would be improved. Time was passing quickly. The puppet suit stood in front of Chung Tingyu, staring at her with a smile. The other party's headgear seemed to be completely integrated with the body, making the outer L of the fabric texture also had the characteristics that only flesh and blood can have. And the eyes made of plastic buckles appeared abnormally bright red. Chung Ting-yu asked, "Send the things to the Red Grandma. What's the next step?" The puppet suit smiled and said, "Then you can finish your job as a postman. This is a safe copy. If you want to use money to buy a way to enter the copy, it is worth at least 1,000 city coins." Chung Ting-yu raised his eyebrows. The other party's words revealed another key piece of information. The method of entering the dungeon. This means that people in the current era have conducted very in-depth research on the dungeon and mastered certain rules. While thinking, Chung Ting-yu always stood in front of the road without moving. The color of her pupils was extremely rich, as if she was a deep sea without sunlight. She still remembered the sentence she heard when she first entered the dungeon: "If you are as useless as those people before, you don't have to come back." The puppet suit also said that she was a new postman. Chung Ting-yu thought that it seemed that she was not the first person to accept this job. The roads in the village were not complicated. As long as you walk all the way, you will definitely reach Red Grandma's house. So why did those people fail in their missions before? The sun on the sky was sinking like an oil painting background. If the official entry into the night is regarded as the deadline for clearing the dungeon, then Chung Ting-yu has little time left. She must find the trap in the rules before nightfall. Chung Ting-yu stared at the puppet suit and said slowly, "Let me confirm. Where is Red Grandma now? Is she really in that red house now? Since it can be inferred from the known conditions that there have been many postmen before her, but none of them have been able to deliver the goods to Grandma Red. How difficult can a road without forks be?" When the puppet costume walked out along the road just now, Chung Ting-yu did not see anything like a trap. She was very confident in her observation at the moment. The puppet costume sight stopped at Chung Ting-yu. After a moment, it grinned with a larger arc and said slowly, "Grandma Red is a respected elder in the village. At this time, she is making evening candies for the children in the village." Chung Ting-yu nodded slightly. Before, the puppet costume only said the location of the red house, but did not guarantee that Grandma Red must be in the red house. Chung Ting-yu, then who is staying in the red house now? If there is no one in the house, it is easy for the postman to find out that something is wrong. The sun should not have set at that time. They have time to correct the previous mistakes and find the target again. Only if there is a person who can be mistaken for Grandma Red in the red house can the postman hand over the items and mess up the whole mission. The puppet costume kept a bright smile, and his dark eyes were full of malice. Of course, the one staying in the red house is the red granddaughter. Like her grandmother, she likes to wear a red cloak. Chung Ting-yu looked at the puppet costume, rubbed his eyebrows, and sighed softly. "So where is Grandma Red now?" The puppet costume did not answer immediately, but chose to ask back, "Is this your last question? From entering the dungeon to now, the puppet costume has always answered questions. Until just now it finally violated the character setting when it appeared. This is also normal. Conditional questions will make people participating in the game feel a sense of urgency and treat their own questions more carefully." Chung Ting-yu stared at the other party for a moment and smiled. "You didn't say before that there is a limit on the number of questions." Without waiting for the puppet costume to answer, she shook her head slowly. "If you really want to choose a question as the end of the conversation, then I want to ask, I'm curious, how many players have you deceived with this set of rhetoric?" As soon as the words fell, the puppet's eyes and smile suddenly froze. At the same time, Chung Ting-yu had already prepared to open the package that appeared after entering the copy. She fumbled around and found a box inside. The box was not locked and could be opened easily. Inside the box was a water gun with powerful heretic remover written on the SHL. When Chung Ting-yu saw the shape and description of this weapon, her expression twitched slightly. She felt that the copy in front of her was a bit too lazy in the prop design. Perhaps because Chung Ting-yu's eyes stayed on the surface of the weapon for too long. A line of translucent text appeared on the water gun. "Stage play water gun, specially used to clear the village. It is a prop for heretics and has a strong attraction to heretics. Note, this water gun can wash away the disguise on the surface." The handwriting was not clear, and there was a slight flickering feeling of an old TV. Chung Ting-yu felt that the pain in her eyes was getting stronger, as if something pierced her flesh and blood, and as if something was about to grow out. The physical discomfort did not affect Chung Ting-yu's movements. She calmly raised the muzzle of the gun and pulled the trigger. A clear stream of water that seemed to have no lethality hit the puppet costume in front of her. Puff. Chung Ting-yu. I hope this thing can really work. Otherwise she doubts that her end will not be particularly wonderful. Chung Tingyu's inner expectation soon received positive feedback. The body of the puppet suit began to slowly melt from the part stained with water, and then collapsed into a piece of mud. The fight at the entrance of the village attracted the attention of the creatures in the village. After the stage play water gun was removed from the box, one puppet after another emerged from behind the houses that looked like scenery, one of which was wearing a red cloak. The puppet suit slowly approached Chung Tingyu, pausing every step, as if fighting with their subconscious. Chung Tingyu slowly exhaled and picked up the water gun. Her previous guess was not wrong. The so-called postman identity was just a misleading. Chung Tingyu did not believe in the puppet suits, but from the conversation with the other party, she confirmed the fact. That is, the NPC in this copy can lie. She is not sure whether the puppet suit is credible, but even if the information given by the puppet suit is true, and the person living in the red house is the red granddaughter, then the postman will have an identity confirmation before delivering the items according to the normal process, such as asking, "Are you the red grandma?" and then handing over the items after getting a confirmed reply. In this plot, the reason why the postman failed is because the red granddaughter deceived them. If the puppet suit did not tell the truth, then the player has been deceived when he just entered the copy. There is a commonality between the above two assumptions. That is, the NPC in the village may lie to the player. Chung Tingyu curved the corners of his lips towards the puppet suit wearing a red cloak opposite, with a smile between his eyebrows. "I'm sorry. I am naturally curious. Since it has been confirmed that the NPC will lie, Chung Tingyu needs to re-examine the conversation with the puppet suit." She got two messages from the voice she heard when entering the copy. First, she had a specific mission to go to the village. Second, everyone who came here to complete the mission before had failed. Since so many people failed, it proves that the way to leave the dungeon is not as simple as it seems. Chung Tingyu immediately ruled out the idea of going to the red house along the road and handing the items to a specific person, and then took the initiative to guide the conversation and made a reasonable hypothesis about why the red house failed. The puppet suit catered to all her assumptions and tried her best to encourage Chung Tingyu to enter the village, find the red grandmother, and hand over the things in the bag to her. Chung Tingyu closed her eyes. So this is really a safe dungeon, as long as the stage play water gun is in her hand, and she is not fooled into handing it out. The heretics in the village will line up to send heads. On the contrary, after losing the props, she may stay in the dungeon and join the puppet suit team. The real task of the participants is to use the water gun that has been placed in the package to wash away the fake puppets entrenched in the village. As for the postman, that is just a lie made up by the puppet, in order to increase the possibility of participants being deceived. The puppet suits also designed multiple levels for their lies. The clear water line fell on a tall puppet in a red cape. The other party's eyes suddenly glowed red and opened his mouth. "So, you are a secret pupil. Your name is what?" Chung Tingyu was slightly stunned. Before she could ask for the specific information of secret pupil, the tall puppet in front of her, like countless of its peers, melted and collapsed like heated wax, turning into a thick red liquid. The sunset fell, and two crooked big characters closing appeared on the dim sky. Chapter 3 F0631 City. All the surrounding scenes quickly lost their colors, like a night light without power. In the darkness, Chung Tingyu saw a line of text flashing before his eyes. "Congratulations to the player for clearing the dungeon and obtaining the prop stage play water gun ×1. You are the postman ×1. Chung Tingyu slowly blinked. She was still standing in the open space in front of the hotel, stepping on the circle-shaped graffiti that seemed to be drawn with chalk, and surrounded by cartoon houses that were also drawn with chalk. The original bright colors seemed to be covered with a layer of dust, which looked dull. The dome was almost completely dark, and only a hint of the rich and deep orange color belonging to the dusk could be vaguely seen in the distant sky. It seemed that not much time had passed. The sound of a car horn came from not far away, and the hotel receptionist waved to the guests waiting at the door from the window, indicating that the other party should get in the car quickly. Chung Tingyu smiled and walked over with the luggage on his back. The hotel receptionist had good driving skills and quickly sent the guests to another branch closer to the station. The popularity of the branch is obviously more vigorous than the place where she lived before. Chung Tingyu received something called no-wash cleaner from the new front desk. As long as the guest sprays the no-wash cleaner on their body, it can play a certain cleaning role and can replace bathing to a certain extent. After returning to the room, Chung Tingyu lay on the bed for a while, then stretched out her hand to grab something in the air. A water gun and a rectangular card appeared in her hand. "Stage play water gun, and you are the postman." After clearing the dungeon, Chung Ting-yu could feel that there was something more around her. But she chose to be patient for the time being and wait until she was alone to verify it. She had already used the stage play water gun in the dungeon. As for you are the postman, Chung Ting-yu patiently observed for a while before interpreting some information. After clearing the dungeon, she clearly felt that the power in her right eye was gradually becoming stable. You are the postman is a blank work card for the postman. Chung Ting-yu can fill in the name and purpose of the wearer on it in advance, as long as the person whose name is written voluntarily picks up the work card within 24 hours. He will enter the role of the postman and perform related duties. Although the use restrictions are large, as long as it is used well, it may have some good effects. Chung Ting-yu put away the two props properly, and then turned off the table lamp beside the bed. Wait 2 more days. It will be the day for her to go to the new area. The farmland and roadside trees outside the window quickly retreated, far behind the high-speed train. Chung Ting-yu supported her chin with one hand and looked at the scenery outside casually. The day to enter the city finally arrived. The service at the hotel was very good. On the day of departure, a car was sent directly to take her to the platform. For the survivors after 100 years of silence, the means of transportation that can travel long distances are very valuable resources. And the ticket inspection process is also very strict. After confirming the authenticity of the ticket, Chung Ting-yu was taken to the third-class carriage by the crew. There were not many passengers on the bus, and there was no one in front, behind, or around Chung Ting-yu. During the time he was waiting for the bus, Chung Ting-yu learned from the hotel staff what closed pupils meant. After 100 years of silence, various copies began to appear in the world. At the same time, some humans began to awaken special powers. These powers were varied. It took researchers a long time to make a basic distinction. As for dense pupils, it is a title for those who can always see things that others cannot see clearly. Chung Ting-yu moved her eyes to the paper cup. 5 seconds later, a line of text that only she could see emerged. An ordinary paper cup. It is recommended not to hold liquids above 70 degrees Celsius. Dense pupils can easily obtain information that other types of players cannot obtain. This ability can sometimes help them pass the copy faster. And sometimes they will die suddenly because they see something they shouldn't see. From the statistical data, the probability of sudden death is higher than seeing effective information. And dense pupils will mostly fall into terrible madness when they die, affecting the people around them. For this reason, many cities prohibit such players from entering. The train has arrived. Passengers in the third-class carriages are requested to get off the train in an orderly manner and enter the outer city in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the station staff. The electronic announcement sounded, and when Chung Ting-yu heard the word outer city, her eyes moved slightly, and then she got off the train with her luggage. 2 days ago, when she was asking about the player's abilities, she also asked about the situation of F0631 city. This city covers an extremely large area and is divided into the inner city, the middle city, and the outer city. The closer to the city center, the better the living environment. When Chung Ting-yu first learned about the above situation, she felt that F0631 city had a cyber future style in its structural division. The gray stone floor tiles, the not-so-high dome, and 2 rows of waiting seats with no one sitting and more form than substance made up the entire station. There was not even a place to sell melon seeds and drinks. It was so empty that it was perfunctory. There were only a few station staff who were dazed at their posts. However, Chung Ting-yu had a feeling that she was being watched. She raised her head, and her eyes swept across the surveillance camera in the corner of the ceiling. It was clearly a simple mechanical creation, but Chung Ting-yu had the illusion that it was a living person's eyes. She reached out and pressed down the brim of her hat, and walked out at a moderate pace, as if she was unaware of it. The few sets of clothes she brought with her were all of the passerby in the crowd style. Even if there were only a few passengers getting off with Chung Ting-yu, she was the one who was most easily ignored. After the passengers left, in the duty room, a young man wearing a black coat, who was out of tune with the surrounding environment, said with a smile, "There are a total of 76 passengers getting off the bus, and no players have entered the outer city." Looking at a lady next to him wearing similar clothes, "Captain Zhua?" The person called Captain Zhua looked calm, wearing a coat, sitting very upright on a chair, with a slightly serious expression. After hearing the young man's question, she nodded slightly. "I didn't feel it either. But it is not ruled out that there are players who have just sprouted abilities among them." At this moment, it was already late, and Chung Ting-yu planned to find a hotel to stay in first, and then consider the issue of future livelihood the next day. She had already exchanged her belongings for the currency of F0631 city before she came. The money was not too much or too little, and it should allow her to support herself in the new environment for a while. As Chung Ting-yu thought about this, she walked to the door of an ordinary hotel, intending to stay there for a night. 5 minutes later, Chung Ting-yu, with a slightly confused expression on her face, walked out again. She had just asked about the price of accommodation, and the reply she got was 1,200 yuan per day. All the money she had added up was only over 3,000 yuan at most. Chung Ting-yu went to other hotels again, and finally determined that she had a huge misunderstanding of the purchasing power of the currency in F0631 city. 10 yuan here is roughly equivalent to 1 yuan before crossing. Before crossing, she had to find a job. And after crossing, she had to find a job. Chung Ting-yu didn't really have to live her life so faithfully, but she was short of money and had to be pushed forward by life. Just when Chung Ting-yu was going to break the jar and find a bench in the park to make do for one night, she saw an old-fashioned self-service capsule hotel opposite the park. Without thinking about the deep-seated reasons why the builders arranged the capsule hotel opposite the park, Chung Ting-yu, who had had the experience once, immediately looked at the price. With the previous room rate as a comparison, this capsule hotel seemed to be extremely friendly in terms of price. 100 yuan a day, 200 yuan for 3 days, 700 yuan for 10 days, and only 1,500 yuan for a monthly package. In addition, for guests who paid 500 yuan for accommodation at one time, the hotel can provide a luggage storage box and a simple breakfast for free. The public activity area of the capsule hotel is not large, but it has all the necessary facilities. If converted into the amount before the crossing, it is incredibly cheap. After taking a rough look at the internal situation, Chung Ting-yu, who has accumulated some experience in crossing, quickly understood the reason for this price. The high population density of the capsule hotel makes it easier to trigger the copy, because it is a self-service capsule hotel. As long as you pay the fee, you will get a gray room card with the living area written on it. Chung Ting-yu scanned it and confirmed that the hotel environment was quite commensurate with the accommodation price. The internal area was full of a sense of disorderliness and lack of cleanliness. There was a faint smell of smoke in the air. The light was dim, and the atmosphere was depressing. A man in a gray coat walked into the hotel from outside, looked at the newly arrived Chung Ting-yu indifferently, and got into his bed. After him, there were 2 middle-aged women walking together, a young man in his 20s, and a middle school girl. In just 5 minutes, more than 20 people came in and out. Some people seemed to have lived in the capsule hotel for quite a while, and their expressions revealed a sense of mental fatigue. Some people talked, but in this depressing space, their voices seemed dull and ambiguous. Normally, Chung Ting-yu should not be able to hear the content of the conversation of people who are too far away from her, but as a close pupil, as long as the distance is no more than 10 meters, she can judge the content of their conversation by observing the population type of those people. Where should I go to make money tomorrow? There are more and more new players, and the peak season will soon arrive. The development zone is not that dangerous. You can go there and try. Perhaps because she has just become a player for a short time, Chung Ting-yu cannot keep using the secret pupil for a long time. Otherwise her eyes will feel strongly uncomfortable every time she uses it to exhaustion. She has to rest for at least an hour before using it again. She retracted her gaze, stuffed the luggage other than the backpack into the locker, and then found her own bed, ready to shake off the dust on the bed before lying down. While making the bed, Chung Ting-yu found a corner of paper exposed under the quilt. She pulled the paper out and found that it was a rental advertisement. House for rent, apartment number 6, number 704 Wudong Street, is looking for tenants. The monthly rent is -10,000-1,000 yuan. It is dangerous. Those with outstanding performance can apply for a residence permit. Chung Ting-yu raised her eyebrows. She had rented a house before she crossed over. Generally speaking, the tenant must write down the house situation, contact information, and other details to increase the attractiveness of the house to strangers. As a result, there was only the house address and monthly rent on this advertisement, especially the negative sign before the monthly rent, which showed a kind of thoughtfulness that the tenant was willing to pay as long as someone was willing to come. If it was a scam, it was too careless. Do you want to rent the house in apartment number 6? Just as Chung Ting-yu was looking at the advertisement, a voice came from her right. The man in the gray coat who spoke. His bed was next to Chung Ting-yu. The man in the gray coat sneered. The things on that piece of paper are not deceptive, But a person can only live in apartment number 6 for a month at most. If this good thing can continue, will anyone be willing to live in this age? Lol? Chung Ting-yu glanced at the other party and smiled slightly. Do people often come to the capsule hotel to hand out flyers? The man in the gray coat shrugged. Who knows? Anyway, the people living here are all poor. As long as nothing serious happens, no one will come to care. Chung Ting-yu stared at the advertisement for a while, and used his power again. In the dim light, no one noticed that a circle of barely detectable red light briefly appeared on the edge of Chung Ting-yu's pupils. She saw thick and illusory blood flowing out of the advertisement. But in that blood, there was a strange glow. Rental flyer. This is a rental advertisement for apartment number 6. Number 704 Wudong Street. The current number of tenants in the apartment, 38. The total number of tenants, 4,211. The number of surviving tenants, 3,418. 3 seconds later, the bloodstains and handwriting between reality and illusion completely disappeared. Chung Ting-yu simply calculated the situation of apartment number 6 based on the known information. According to the gray code just now, a person can only live in apartment number 6 for a maximum of 1 month. Assuming that the current number of tenants is the average number of tenants, there should be about 456 tenants per year. Combined with the total number of tenants, it can be seen that this apartment has existed for more than 9 years. In the past 9 years, there were 4,211 tenants and 3,418 surviving tenants, which means that 793 people died during this period. The death rate of nearly 1/5, if spread to each month, is about 7 people. As for the survivors, it does not mean that they have not experienced danger. Chung Ting-yu put his palms together and gently pressed against his chin, revealing a thoughtful look. It seems that this F0631 city is not as safe as she thought. Chapter 4 Waiting for Rescue. The capsule hotel where Chung Ting-yu lives is located on the edge of the outer city. On the surface, the level of technology is even inferior to that before the time travel. In order to make a living, Chung Ting-yu originally planned to rely on her current good physical fitness to find a physical job, and then slowly plan the future direction after stabilizing. But after living in the capsule hotel, her thoughts changed again. Many people have stayed here for a long time. Judging from the occupancy rate of the hotel, a physical job with no threshold may not be so easy to find. Chung Ting-yu quickly confirmed her guess. She went to all the fast food restaurants, milk tea shops, and convenience stores around to ask around. But she couldn't even apply for the intern with the lowest requirements. Chung Ting-yu shrugged helplessly. Why didn't she bring a copy of her education and identity certificate with her when she traveled through time? The clerk in charge of recruiting workers said in a serious tone, if you want to get a job, you must provide a residence permit for F0631 city. Chung Ting-yu asked without much hope, can the ticket be used? For outsiders, the ticket to enter F0631 city in their hands is their temporary ID card. The clerk shook his head without changing his attitude. No. This is the rule of the Public Security Bureau and the inspection team. Chung Ting-yu asked a few more stores and got the same answer. Employment is really a difficult problem that spans the journey through time. Chung Ting-yu calculated how long her savings could support her. For a moment, she even thought that if there was a copy that provided food and accommodation, she might as well just move there. It is October now, and the weather is neither cold nor hot. Chung Ting-yu, who has been running around all morning but has been in vain, sits on a bench by the roadside and drinks a sip of free mineral water given by the capsule hotel. Her guess was correct. People who entered the city from outside could not get access to those low-threshold ordinary jobs. However, F0631 city gathered a large number of foreign populations, and specially provided capsule hotels to accommodate these people. Even if it was to eliminate safety hazards, there must be some arrangements. Chung Ting-yu guessed that this city might have some special work that needed to be completed by manpower. Development zone. Chung Ting-yu repeated the term he learned in the capsule hotel yesterday in a low voice. From yesterday's conversation, it can be judged that going to the development zone to work is unlikely to require a residence permit. But the opposite is the danger that cannot be ignored. She put the remaining half bottle of water in her bag and asked passers-by about the location of the development zone. A young woman dressed as a clerk looked at Chung Ting-yu with a little surprise and pointed to the bus station. Take bus number 33 to go directly to the development zone. After a pause, she added, if you just go to the development zone, you can get a free ride every day. Chung Ting-yu had already guessed the degree of danger in the development zone. When he knew that the bus to the development zone could be taken for free, he became more certain of his thoughts. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Only traps. Chung Ting-yu got on the bus. And after about 3/4 of an hour, the bus arrived at the destination. The surrounding scene was even more remote than the market in the deserted area. There was a simple iron barrier wall between the development zone and the urban area, and a piece of printed paper was posted on the wall. C008 Development Zone Recruitment Notice. The development zone recruitment time is from 6 to 9 o'clock in the morning. If you need to know more details, please go to the duty area to ask the staff. The outer city area is circular, and the development zone is located at the junction of the outer city area and the outside world. It is in a fragmented distribution as a whole. It is under the responsibility of the Development Association of F0631 City. The development zones in different places have different numbers. This area in front of us is the C008 area. It was already afternoon when Chung Ting-yu decided to set off. Of course, the recruitment time has long passed. She decided to go to the duty room according to the introduction on the paper to learn about the work details. Crossing the iron wall used to separate the outer city area, there is an open area with no end in sight. Compared with other places in the outer city area, the development zone has a very poor greening level. Chung Ting-yu can even feel the gravel mixed in the wind. There are several buildings standing on the land of the development zone, which are kept at a certain safe distance from each other. After asking a middle-aged man who was smoking and wearing a supervisor badge about the location of the duty room, Chung Ting-yu put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards it. When he was about 5 meters away from the duty room, Chung Ting-yu keenly felt the situation in the house. The windows of the duty room were frosted. In theory, people inside and outside should not be able to see each other. But for Chung Ting-yu, who had initially mastered the power of closed pupils, this degree of obstruction would not make her completely unable to observe. Her right eye told her that there were 6 people in the house, 2 of whom were working, 3 were slacking off, and 1 was sleeping. It can be said to be a very pleasant workplace atmosphere. There was a clock hanging on the wall, and the time displayed was 3:30. A young woman with a work badge stood up, rolled up the paper form in her hand into a tube, and knocked on the head of her sleeping colleague. It's almost time for the supervision inspection. Hurry up and get up. Chung Ting-yu walked forward steadily. There were many gravels in the development zone, and when she stepped on them, it would make a light crackling sound. Although it was a bit painful, it did not affect her balance. However, when Chung Ting-yu was 1 meter away from the duty room, the stones under her feet suddenly became extremely slippery and began to collapse. A familiar sense of weightlessness enveloped Chung Ting-yu. The moment before the vision changed, Chung Ting-yu had a thought that had nothing to do with the current situation in her mind. She suspected that her ability was not closed pupils, but walking on the road carefully will definitely step into the dungeon. The wind was whistling, and something cold was pouring into her lungs with her breathing. The desolate mountain road was covered with snow-covered trees on both sides. Chung Ting-yu slowly stood up with the help of branches, and the thick snow then covered her knees. She was actually wearing a thick coat that matched the season of the dungeon, but the surrounding temperature was too low, which completely broke through the defense value of this outfit, allowing Chung Ting-yu to fully feel the coldness of being wrapped in ice and snow. It protected her from the cold, but not completely. The cold wind blew one after another, raising snowflakes mixed with broken ice. Chung Ting-yu looked around, and her eyes suddenly condensed slightly. Less than 5 meters away from her, Chung Ting-yu saw 6 people who were dressed similarly to her. Although they were so close, she failed to notice the presence of those people at the first time. A man with his head and face covered by a hat ran to the side in panic, then stopped dejectedly and said hesitantly, "Have we entered the dungeon? How could we enter the dungeon? We are not even in the development zone. This is a serious dereliction of duty by the inspection team. They have not guaranteed the safety of residents at all. I should have bought an emergency insurance. In fact, even in the central city, there is a chance that the dungeon will be triggered. Not to mention that we work in the development zone." Just when people couldn't help but shiver and complain, someone looked up at the face of his companion and suddenly screamed, "Who are you?" Chung Ting-yu completely understood the man's question. Unlike the last time he entered the dungeon with just 1 change of clothes, his appearance had also changed. In a situation where there is no mirror and most of the head and face are covered by clothes, this is not information that is easy to detect. But Chung Ting-yu is a dense pupil player, good at capturing details. She stood up and moved a little and realized that she had become about 3 centimeters shorter. If the snow wasn't too thick, affecting Chung Ting-yu's observation, she could have made a quicker judgment. The 6 people who entered the dungeon with Chung Ting-yu were all locals of F0631 City, And they were the development zone employees who were in the duty room before. And they had basic knowledge of dungeons. It is not uncommon to suddenly change your appearance after entering the dungeon. A female voice said, I am Unraveling. For easy identification. Other colleagues should also sign up. Influenced by Unraveling. The panicked duty officers also calmed down and began to state their identities. Li Junhui, Yin Jiayu, Lu Xiaong, Sun Xiaolin, Zheng Runan. A passerby who came to inquire about the recruitment situation in the development zone. A strange voice sounded beside him. And Yuanran's heart jumped. He turned around subconsciously and immediately saw a person in a snowsuit standing there, smiling at himself and others. And he didn't know how long he had been standing there. The surrounding snow and the panic of entering the dungeon for the first time will affect people's judgment. It was not until the other party took the initiative to speak that the staff in the duty room, which had changed its SHL, realized that an unknown outsider had mixed into their team. Yuan, I don't know what to call you. Chung Tingyu put his hands in his pockets and curved his eyebrows. Just call me Shilu. Yuan was silent for a moment, and then slowed down his tone. You don't have to be too nervous. The turnover rate of employees in the development zone is relatively high. Although we are colleagues, we haven't known each other for a long time. She noticed that the other party deliberately concealed his identity, and then spoke to smooth things over. These duty officers have worked in the development zone for different lengths of time. Those who have just arrived don't know why Yuan is particularly kind to Chung Tingyu. And several senior employees have already guessed. Most of the people who come to the duty room of the development zone to inquire about the recruitment situation are wanderers from the wasteland. It is difficult for them to apply for a formal residence permit, so they have to try their luck in the dangerous area. F0631 city residents, if lucky, may not trigger the dungeon in their lifetime. But most people who grew up in the wasteland have experience in clearing the dungeon. In their eyes, Chung Tingyu is now a senior person with experience in clearing dungeons. Chung Tingyu smiled. I thought it would not be so easy to encounter unexpected situations after entering the city. Implicit truth-telling sometimes leads to consequences beyond the literal meaning. Chung Tingyu's words fell on the ears of the staff on duty. That is, she used to enter the dungeon often under unexpected circumstances. Yuan, once the development zone's formal employees are found to have triggered the dungeon at work, the leader will contact the inspection team to come to the rescue. So we have to hold on until then. She kept looking at Chung Tingyu while speaking, wanting to see what the other party thought. Chung Tingyu did not answer, but said, Your voice is shaking. Yuan was startled. Reminded by Chung Tingyu, she realized belatedly that the temperature around her had dropped to an unbearable level. The surrounding cold seemed to penetrate the clothes and condense directly on her torso. Her hands and feet had already felt the stinging pain brought by the severe cold. The temperature of the snow did not allow them to stay here for a long time. With the experience of the last dungeon as a foundation, Chung Tingyu roughly had some rules for dealing with the dungeon, and decisively checked her belongings first. In addition to the winter clothes, she also carried a mountaineering bag with spare clothes. In addition, Chung Tingyu had a badge in her pocket that said Fitness Hiking Group. Everyone had a similar badge in their pocket. The dungeon really tried its best to create a reasonable background for the fact that Chung Tingyu and others suddenly appeared in a snowy and desolate mountain. Chapter 5. Chung Tingyu stuffed the badge back into her pocket and began to analyze the current situation. I didn't find any tools to guide the direction in the bag. Judging from the footprints on the ground, we are walking from the bottom to the top, pointing to the snow-covered mountain road. There is only one mountain road around. My opinion is to continue walking along this road. Her voice was very steady, with a reassuring power. When Yuan was just wondering whether people from the deserted area were particularly resistant to cold, he caught a glimpse of Chung Tingyu's eyelashes covered with broken snow and her lips that were faintly blue under her hat. Yuan couldn't help but, do you want to pull your hat down a little? At least it can block the wind. Chung Tingyu smiled and reached out to press the brim of the hat. That's right. The surrounding temperature was so low that she felt that her lungs were filled with ice and snow. She subconsciously wrapped her clothes tightly, but she didn't think about adjusting her hat. Chung Tingyu wondered, did she really ignore the cold-proof clothing on her head? Or was her vision resisting all possible shielding without leaving a trace? The 7 people who fell into the dungeon walked on the snow-covered mountain road with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. During this time, Chung Tingyu also broke a branch to use as a walking stick. When she wanted to follow suit, she found that breaking branches was not as easy as it seemed. The diameter of branches that were enough to be used as walking sticks would not be too short. If they had to break them down, It would consume their remaining little physical strength. Chung Tingyu noticed this and smiled as she broke off a few branches and threw them to the people walking with her. Her behavior also verified Yuanran's guess. This person from the wasteland, who came to the development zone to inquire about work, has rich dungeon experience and excellent physical fitness. Although their appearance has changed, their physical strength is still the same. The reason why Chung Tingyu did this was that on the one hand, her physical fitness had improved significantly after crossing, and on the other hand, she seemed to be able to see that the branch was more suitable for breaking. This was not a direct activation of the dense pupil ability, but more of an influence brought by the ability. After walking on the mountain trail for half an hour, when Yin Jiayu and Sun Xiaolin, who were traveling with him, were almost frozen and unable to move their legs, Chung Tingyu raised her head and looked into the distance through the wind and snow. Across the snow and wind, she saw the outline of a house. Chung Tingyu actually couldn't understand the logic of building a house in a barren mountain. Just like she couldn't understand why her character in the dungeon went out to climb the mountain with her companions on a snowy day. Sun Xiaolin, Lu Xiahong and Zheng Runan, who were traveling with him, were all newcomers who had just arrived in the development zone for 2 days. Especially Sun Xiaolin, as a newcomer who had not yet completed his induction training. His ability to respond was quite poor. When he saw a place to shelter from the wind and snow, he almost cried out in pain. Yuan was also a little excited. Out of caution, she turned her head to see the reaction of the path from the barren area before making a decision. The young man in a thick snow suit raised his head slightly and observed the 3-story red brick house in front of him. From the time she met Yuan and others until now, she has always had a smile on her face, and seems to be a very gentle and cheerful person. Chung Tingyu, this should be the place provided by the copy for us to rest. In such a cold day, without sufficient equipment, camping outdoors can be directly equated with freezing to death. It seems very reasonable to provide a place for travelers who are struggling to climb the mountain in the wind and snow to live. There is a notice posted in front of the red brick house. Guide to Winter House. Passers-by who are lost can live in the Winter House. Rescue workers arrive every 5 days to provide supplies for the Winter House. Please respect the house rules and regulations and keep the indoor environment clean. Note, the house key is stored in the mailbox. Please put it back in time after use. This notice was attacked by wind and snow, and the handwriting has become a little blurred. Li Junhui murmured, "Is this a survival copy?" Yuan took the key to open the door, and everyone couldn't wait to enter the first floor. Chung Tingyu first took a quick look at the layout of the first floor. The kitchen and dining room are on the left side of the hall. The living room is on the right. The stairs are in the middle, and the bathroom is behind the stairs. The entrance to the basement is next to the bathroom. It is only large enough for one person to pass through. The interior is pitch black, and even a flashlight cannot dispel the abnormal darkness below. A yellowed paper is also very obviously pressed on the coffee table in the hall. Tips for the Winter House. To resist the severe cold, there are stoves available on the first and third floors. Guests can communicate on the first floor and on the third floor. The bedroom is on the third floor. The bedroom is a place to rest. Please go to the third floor when you go to bed. You can eat when you are hungry. Excessive hunger will kill you. You can choose to eat in any area of the Winter House. Please be moderate when eating. There are no double rooms, triple rooms, or quadruple rooms in the Winter House. There are only single rooms in the Winter House. If you find that the bedroom structure does not meet the description in the tips, leave the room and do not enter the room again for at least 3 hours. Note, the bedroom keys and fuel required are stored on the first floor below. The basement structure is shown in the figure below. When entering the basement, please keep as quiet as possible until you successfully get the key or fuel, and do not go back. Just at the moment when she saw the beginning of the notice, Chung Tingyu felt that she was wrapped in a coldness that could freeze her blood vessels, as if she was still in the ice and snow. Crack, crack. The sound of teeth chattering came from the crowd. Lu Xiahong exhaled a breath of white air and shivered. The temperature in the room has dropped. After entering the cold-proof house, it is impossible for participants not to read the prompt. But the prompt itself also hides a trap. As long as you choose to read the words above, the temperature in the room will begin to drop. Chung Tingyu stared at the paper on the coffee table. In her field of vision, the shape of the paper gradually became weird, showing a posture of collapse and melting. The edge part has become liquid and is dripping down. After about 5 or 6 seconds, a line of words that only Chung Tingyu can see slowly emerged. The notice left in the hall of the cold-proof house has the power of Chung Tingyu. Looking at this line of text, Chung Tingyu felt quite complicated. She now knows that dense pupil type players are prone to sudden death due to seeing things they shouldn't see. She didn't expect that her ability is so considerate, automatically coding the key parts, adding a new possibility of GG due to incomplete information on the basis of the monotonous and value 0 death of dense pupil type players. Lu Xiaohong began to shiver from the cold. He whispered, "I feel my limbs have become stiff. If this continues, we will probably freeze into ice sculptures." Chung Tingyu couldn't help but smile. Although the cold-proof house copy did not give participants clear task prompts, it has been using the environment to guide their actions. Because it is cold, you have to enter the cold-proof house. And because the temperature in the cold-proof house is not high enough, you have to go to the basement to find fuel. It seems to be a free choice, but every step is clearly arranged. Chung Tingyu smiled. It has come to this point. Why not draw lots to decide who will go to the basement first? As the only outsider in the team, Chung Tingyu is easily pushed out by others to make some dangerous attempts. But perhaps because she has a background bonus from the wasteland, no one has revealed similar intentions. Yu and Ran and others exchanged glances with each other and finally nodded. Lu Xiaohong hesitated and said, "Although there is no obvious danger, I always feel a little uneasy. In this case, it is best not to separate from your companions." Chung Tingyu glanced at him and said, "My opinion is that 4 people line up in order to enter the basement, and 3 people stay outside, connected by ropes to avoid accidents." Lu Xiaohong found paper and pen in his mountaineering bag, cut out 7 pieces of paper of similar size, and then wrote numbers from 1 to 7 on each, folded them, and asked everyone to draw lots. Chung Tingyu drew the number 2. The people who went down with her were number 1 Li Junhui, number 3 Sun Xiaolin, and number 4 Lu Xiaohong. When Li Junhui saw his number, his lips turned slightly pale. "You and Ran, or should I switch with Xiaoli?" Li Junhui was a girl wearing glasses. She was a little scared, but she still shook her head at her colleague. "No. Thank you, Sister Ran. The dangers in the copy are definitely more than what is in front of us. Going to the basement to get fuel is relatively not too scary." Chung Tingyu and the other 4 tied the clothes and their luggage into ropes, tied them to each other's wrists, and walked into the basement one by one. There were flashlights in the luggage, but it was not known whether the system had a hidden setting that allowed participants to go to the underground floor in the dark as much as possible, or whether the production quality of these flashlights was not satisfactory, and they could only illuminate a small area in front of them. The stairs were very narrow, only about 50 centimeters. Chung Tingyu, wearing thick winter clothes, walked down diagonally. Every time she went down a step, the darkness became thicker. When she walked down the 13th step, the darkness was like a cocoon, covering Chung Tingyu tightly in it. The flashlight belonging to Li Junhui in front of her flickered, appearing weak and blurred, and the distance between her and Chung Tingyu was constantly widening. Chung Tingyu took a few more steps forward, then reached out and pulled the rope on her arm, trying to feel the position of her companions. But with just a slight pull, the rope seemed to break free of something and was easily taken back into her hand. Chung Tingyu looked at the obvious cut marks of the sharp blade at the end of the rope and raised her eyebrows slightly. Normally, when she found that the rope connecting her and her companions was cut by an external force, she must have made some reaction. Running to the place with light ahead and joining Li Junhui is one way, but the existence of the cut proves that there is an unknown danger ahead. Chung Tingyu lowered her eyes and thought if she panicked a little more. Li Junhui is a resident of F0631 city. She grew up in this city and originally lived in the middle city. She moved to the outer city when she became an adult. If it weren't for the increasingly pessimistic family economic situation, she would never come out to work in the dangerous development zone. The darkness was like sticky seawater, wrapping Li Junhui and her flashlight together. She grasped the rope tied to her arm and walked down carefully step by step, following the reminder paper on the coffee table. The key to the upstairs bedroom was hung on the wall in front, and the fuel needed by the residents was hidden in the cabinet below. Because the notes emphasized the need to keep quiet, Li Junhui didn't even dare to make too much noise when walking, so as not to disturb the dense darkness around. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Li Junhui walked forward slowly. She kept the words in the notes in mind, and each step was very light. The steps of others were also light. The surroundings were so quiet that there was no sound, except for the rope in her hand. There was no trace of other people's existence. When people are afraid, they will want to seek help from their companions. Li Junhui, who was walking in the front, pulled the rope in his hand, hoping that the other party would come over and stand with him quickly. She waited for a moment, and when she was a little flustered, the other end of the rope finally responded to being pulled. Li Junhui breathed a sigh of relief. After going down the stairs, the space in the basement was not so narrow. She planned to wait for a while and get the fuel she needed after meeting up with her companions. The prompt said that she couldn't go back, but it didn't say that she couldn't turn back. She couldn't help but turn her head slightly behind her, wanting to see how far the others were from her. Behind her, there were balls of light swaying in the dark, perhaps because of the special environment of the dungeon. Li Junhui couldn't see the figures holding flashlights around her at all, but just this faint light made Li Junhui feel comfortable enough. She waited for a while, but the distance between the ball of light and herself did not shorten. Li Junhui's figure suddenly stiffened. She clearly saw that there were not 3, but 4 balls of light swaying behind her. Something had infiltrated their team without them noticing. Chapter 6. When Cheng Tingyu and the other 4 entered the basement, the 3 people who stayed on the first floor held a rope and waited obediently for the others to bring back the things. Among the staff in the duty room, Yu Ren had the most experience and behaved the most steadily. She held the rope tightly with both hands, and at the same time stared at the entrance of the basement, trying to see the situation below. If it were in the outside world, no matter how dark the room was, one could see a little with the help of light. But in the copy, the people above could not catch any traces of other people's activities below. Why did it take so long? As she spoke, Yu Ren exhaled white water vapor from her mouth. It was so cold, and there was nothing to keep warm. They should be freezing. But since a companion entered the basement, the unstoppable chill in the cold-proof house actually eased a little. Yu Ren calculated the time in his mind. It had been 20 minutes, judging from the layout diagram on the prompt. The basement was not large. At most 1 or 2 minutes, the people who went down could get the things. Is there an accident down there? At this moment, a sharp scream came from the basement. Yu Ren immediately reacted. That's Xiao Sun's voice. Cheng Tingyu heard an almost inhuman scream coming from behind her. According to the order, Lu Xiahong and Sun Xiaolin should be following behind her. Everything around was originally wrapped in a deep black curtain, and the light from the participants' flashlights could only illuminate themselves. But when the scream sounded, the invisible restrictions suddenly disappeared. And Cheng Tingyu, Li Junhui and Lu Xiahong all saw the body of Sun Xiaolin lying on the stairs clearly. He was facing down, with one hand stretched towards the exit. There was a hole in his chest that went through the front and back, so deep that one could even see the internal organs inside. But strangely, there was almost no blood flowing from the wound. Li Junhui subconsciously wanted to check on Sun Xiaolin's condition. Cheng Tingyu, who was 1 step behind her, took a few quick steps, pressed Li Junhui's shoulder, and forcibly stopped her steps. After being stopped by Cheng Tingyu, Li Junhui suddenly recalled the last sentence of the reminder note: don't go back until you successfully get the key or fuel. Looking at Sun Xiaolin, who had obviously returned to the exit and turned his back to the others, Li Junhui felt a chill on his back. Li Junhui almost walked to the wooden cabinet with his body stiff. The 3 of them took down the keys hanging on the wall without saying a word, and took away the iron cans marked fuel inside stored there. Cheng Tingyu held the key in his hand and touched the fuel can. Both things were obviously made of metal, but they felt unusually warm. Holding them in his hands gave people a strange sense of peace. After he really got the heating supplies, Cheng Tingyu turned around slowly and walked out of the basement step by step. When he passed Sun Xiaolin, he freed up one hand and carried him out of the basement. When he saw Cheng Tingyu's actions, his eyes were more awed. Yu Ren couldn't help thinking that if the danger level was not taken into consideration, this Xiaolu was quite suitable for the job in the development zone. She was obviously someone who could get a raise and promotion by her physical strength. Yin Jiayu trembled and said, You brought Xiao Sun up. He had very contradictory feelings about Cheng Tingyu's behavior. Yin Jiayu certainly didn't want his colleague's body to be left alone in the basement, but he was a little afraid of placing the body on the first floor. Cheng Tingyu, the situation in the basement is a bit strange. We don't know how long the fuel can be used. If we go down again during this period. She didn't finish her words, but everyone else understood what Cheng Tingyu meant. Thinking from another perspective, the basement is already scary enough. If there is still a body left there, they may not have the courage to enter the second round. Yin Jiayu, then shall we put Xiao Sun on the first floor? Cheng Tingyu, after adding fuel to the stove, the temperature on the first floor will rise, and the corpse will decay faster. My opinion is that we can put him in the snow pile outside the door first. Lu Xiahong hesitated. Will it be dangerous? Cheng Tingyu said slowly, since it is not written that things are not allowed to be placed outside, At least it is not an instant death option. And the reminder outside the door also said that the environment of the cold-proof house should be kept clean. Her orderly style of doing things made others more and more convinced that they had met a big man who was very experienced in clearing the dungeon this time. With physical strength and experience. Even if there is no special ability. It is very worth hugging the thigh. You ran in this case. Then come and help. Let's. She closed her eyes. And then said, put Xiao Sun outside the door together. When moving Sun Xiaolin's body, everyone noticed the cut rope on his wrist. Zheng Tingyu also raised the rope in his hand that was also cut. And smiled. Maybe there is something else in this winterproof house besides us. Zheng Runan, who had always had no sense of existence, shrank and whispered, are you saying there are other people in the house? Zheng Tingyu shook his head. I guess it is most likely not a person. But something that wants the life of the resident. It may be a monster. Or it may just be some abstract power. No one objected to her conclusion. If when they were outside, some people still felt that they might have entered a simple snow survival copy. After the incident in the basement, they all clearly felt the supernatural factors in the copy. Zheng Tingyu smiled. And together with others, he carried Sun Xiaolin's body to the snow, buried it simply, and then returned to the winterproof house together and began to distribute the bedroom keys and fuel. Each of the 3 people who went to the basement took out as much fuel as possible. A total of 26 cans. All those who went down to the underground floor took 5 cans. And the rest took 3 cans each. And the extra 2 cans were stored on the first floor first. Yuan Ran took the initiative to add fuel to the stove on the first floor. She wanted to save fuel. But with just one pouring action, the fuel tank was 1/3 empty. Zheng Tingyu had reason to believe that a tank of fuel could only be used 3 times at most, which should be a hidden limit of the copy. The limit on the number of uses did not make Zheng Tingyu feel harsh. After all, they actually took out a lot of fuel tanks. If they really didn't have enough later, they could squeeze together to keep warm and save consumption. Overall, it was enough. However, the looseness of supplies may not be a good thing for the participants of the dungeon. They have to survive in the cold-proof house for 5 days. If the dungeon does not restrict the participants in terms of fuel, it means that there may be other killer moves later. Yu Ran asked Lu Xiaohong for paper and pen, and carefully recorded the clues he obtained. They don't know much at present. They only know that if they violate the information on the notice, they will be in danger. Li Junhui still remembers the feeling of fear. After coming out, the trembling invisible horror lingering in the air not only did not disappear, but intensified. The ropes of others were cut. That is, it was not her companions who responded to her in the basement. She said with some trembling, when I looked back, I saw 4 balls of light. There were only 3 participants who came to the basement besides her, which means that the other ball of light must come from some unknown existence. Zheng Runan, does that thing need lighting when it is in the basement? Zheng Tingyu blinked, not necessarily. I guess that kind of power can create illusions in the basement. After entering the basement, she felt her eyes were aching, as if she was suppressed to a certain extent. Li Junhui had a certain degree of trust in Zheng Tingyu, because he had been helped in the basement. Thinking of the abnormal darkness in the basement, he nodded vigorously. Zheng Tingyu said slowly, the basement is an area familiar to that power. In addition, it can create illusions and cut the ropes in our hands when no one can detect it. She smiled and said, if that power does not want others to discover its existence, it is likely to do so. The extra light balls, the broken ropes, and the goals that can never be reached are just adding to our psychological pressure. Li Junhui also suddenly came to his senses. At this point, she naturally understood the process of Sun Xiaolin's death. He should have seen the 4 balls of light shaking, realized the danger of the basement, and found that the rope connecting him and his companions was broken, and then ran to the exit in a panic. Li Junhui murmured, violating the rules of the winter room will lead to death. Zheng Tingyu smiled, it will be dark soon. Let's divide the keys first. Being in such a dangerous environment, everyone didn't want to separate. But they didn't forget that there was a sentence in the reminder on the coffee table. The bedroom is on the 3rd floor. The bedroom is a place to rest. Please go to the 3rd floor when you go to bed. The rescue team comes once every 5 days. It is impossible for them to not sleep from beginning to end. If they don't sleep in the bedroom, will it be considered a violation of the rules? Yu Ran hesitated, but the bedrooms in the winter house are all single rooms. Lu Xiaohong was silent for a moment. As long as we abide by the rules, nothing should happen. Although everyone didn't want to separate from their companions, there was no better solution for a while, and they were afraid of the rules. In the end, They followed Chung Tingyu's opinion and divided the keys. Each key was marked with a serial number. Chung Tingyu's key was number 2. She saw 10 keys in the basement at that time. But there were only 7 people who came together. Now one of them died. So she only took 6 keys up. Others didn't want to spend too much time on choosing keys. So they assigned them according to the numbers they had drawn before. Since Sun Xiaolin no longer needed a room, the person who took key number 3 became Lu Xiahong. And room number 4 was assigned to Yuan Ran. Number 5 to Zheng Runan. And number 6 to Yin Jiayu. The coldness in the body was dispelled by the stove. And through the window, it could be seen that the sky outside was already dark. Zheng Runan and Yin Jiayu went to the kitchen to find food. The food storage structure was very simple, mainly compressed biscuits, supplemented by canned food, which was very friendly to residents who were not good at cooking. After finishing dinner, Chung Tingyu felt a sudden fatigue, and Yin Jiayu, who was sitting opposite her, yawned loudly. At this moment, she heard a painful groan from the side. Lu Xiahong covered his shoulder and fell to the ground. Yuan Ran was shocked. What's wrong with you? There was no one around, and he was attacked inexplicably. Lu Xiahong's face was covered with cold sweat. I almost fell asleep just now. There was silence all around. Yin Jiayu said absent-mindedly. I was also suddenly very sleepy just now. Chung Tingyu stood up and made a decision. In this case, let's go back to the room and rest. As a quasi-social animal honed in contemporary university life, she was originally confident in her ability to stay up late. But from the current situation, going back to the room to sleep at a certain time may be an inherent attribute of the current copy. Chung Tingyu thought that if the danger of the game was not considered, this cold-proof house had some educational significance in helping people to have a regular work and rest schedule. Chapter 7. The hint on the coffee table only included descriptions of the first and third floors, and the second floor was blank. Everyone didn't quite understand why the hint paper skipped the second floor, but soon understood the reason from the actual exploration. There are 10 locked doors on the second floor, each with a corresponding serial number. Apart from that, there is no area worth exploring. Chung Tingyu, except where we came up, there are no other stairs. The way to the third floor should be behind the door. Zheng Runan plucked up the courage to say, then shall we separate from here? Should we open a door and go in to see the situation first? As soon as she finished speaking, someone raised an objection. Lu Xiahong, the hint emphasizes single rooms. Is it a violation of the rules to go to a bedroom that does not belong to you? The participants looked at each other, and for a moment, they were a little undecided. Yuan Ran asked Xiaolu, what do you think? Chung Tingyu, who had not forgotten her current identity, got her new name in a good state. Her attitude naturally made others think that her surname was really Lu. She smiled and said, my name is fine. Others were still hesitant. And Chung Tingyu, who was already a little sleepy, directly opened the door with the key. Yin Jiayu was surprised. Aren't you afraid of something happening? Chung Tingyu's smile did not change at all. And she said slowly, in a place like this, if you are afraid, it will also happen. Yin Jiayu, it is well reasoned and irrefutable. Chung Tingyu opened the door, and there was indeed a staircase behind the door. Chung Tingyu paused, turned to look at others, and said slowly, when I was studying before, I learned the truth. Of course, there are schools in the wasteland, but they are not as formal as those in the city. In order to avoid revealing the details, Chung Tingyu used a more ambiguous description here. Yuan Ran and others felt nervous when they heard her words. Chung Tingyu looked around and became a little solemn. He said word by word, there is no linear term of speed and energy. The rotation of the reference system causes an additional term in energy that depends only on the coordinates and is proportional to the square of the speed. If everyone was serious at the beginning, now they are confused about what you are talking about. Chung Tingyu did not explain any more. He just smiled and waved to others, and walked to the third floor through the stairs in the door. The rest of the people hesitated for a moment. But even if they kept standing, the sleepiness would continue to grow stronger. Yuan Ran, who felt that his eyelids were a little bit difficult to open, made a decision. Let's go and have a look. As a copy with life written in the design idea, the design of the cold-proof house obviously does not need to consider the living experience of the residents at all. The stairs on the second floor lead directly to the corridor on the third floor. But the entrances of these stairs are completely separated. But on the third floor, the exit positions are connected again. Chung Tingyu was standing at the exit of gate number 2. On her left was the entrance of stair number 1. On her right was the entrance of stair number 3. In front of her was the corridor window, and behind her was the bedroom door. There were numbers on the different bedroom doors. And Chung Tingyu did not wait for others, and opened the door directly. The temperature in the bedroom was as cold as the hall without fire. Chung Tingyu found a stove and poured fuel into it. The orange-red flame lit up, dispelling the strange cold in the house. After simply tidying up the temporary residence in the dungeon, her body was already a little shaky, and her eyelids felt as heavy as if they were weighed down by lead. Before she really fell asleep, she barely concentrated and simply observed the environment of the bedroom. In the bedside table with a table lamp, there was a silver dagger engraved with the words exorcism. Chung Tingyu glanced at it, put the dagger in her sleeve, laid down with her clothes on, and fell asleep. Second floor. Zheng Runan asked a colleague for help. Sister Wenwen, you ran, go and rest first. Since the waiting time is 5 days, the first day should be relatively safe. After a long while, Zheng Runan finally nodded. I don't know if he was persuaded by his colleagues, or he couldn't resist the drowsiness of wanting to fall asleep. Lu Xiaohong yawned. We live next door. If something happens, we can help each other. Although his opinion may not be feasible, it can at least make people feel more at ease. Zheng Runan walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. When she found that the corridors on the 3rd floor were connected, she breathed a sigh of relief and opened her own door. The space in the room was not large, but it was decorated very beautifully. The only thing that destroyed the warmth of the bedroom was a heavy wooden stick with a metal SHL on the surface. The wooden stick was placed on the bedside by someone. Zheng Runan picked up the weapon in a trance, held the stick in his arms, fell on the bed, and fell asleep in a second. They walked in the snow for more than half an hour, and tossed around on the 1st floor and the basement for so long. Zheng Runan originally thought that she would be tired and sleep until dawn. However, at midnight, she was startled by a trivial and strange sound and sat up directly from the bed. The stove had been extinguished at some point, and the bedroom was as cold as if it was filled with wind and snow. She hastily relit the stove, and the orange-red flames jumped up very high, burning the wallpaper. The wallpaper with delicate patterns began to melt due to the high temperature and burning, and the original pattern began to melt like a candle. There was an oil painting on the wall, depicting the scenery of the forest, under the reflection of the fire. The forest in the painting became distorted, as if it had fallen from the land into the deep sea, and the black branches were wriggling and stretching, extending outward little by little, almost rushing out of the painting. Zheng Runan gritted his teeth and cursed hack, and then rushed out of the door. However, the branches spread faster than she thought, and in a moment they had reached her feet. Zheng Runan picked up the stick and smashed it hard at the strange branches. There was only a crisp sound, and the branches were smashed in the middle, and on the broken cross-section, black and green sticky juice was flowing out. She stumbled and almost rolled out of the bedroom. Just as she reached the corridor, Zheng Runan saw a black shadow flashing from the corner of her eye. The black shadow had no human form, but rather looked like a ball of asphalt that had become a spirit. The black shadow approached Zheng Runan at high speed. She was horrified and raised the wooden stick in her hand and smashed it hard at the monster. A dull sound came from the long corridor. Chung Tingyu did not sleep well that night. Countless bizarre scenes emerged in her mind, and the shadows that seemed like illusions appeared and disappeared around her. Everything seemed to be wrapped in the water, making it difficult to see clearly. Chung Tingyu seemed to sink into the water, but strangely, she did not feel suffocated. She did not open her eyes, but she could feel the ancient and deep feeling of the deep sea around her. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Chung Tingyu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. She turned over and sat up. Her eyes were clear, and she could not see any sleepiness. The light of the day came out from the crack of the door. It was already the next morning. Darkness is dangerous. Daytime is safe. It seemed to be a subconscious engraved in people's hearts, even if they were in a copy. As long as there was enough light around, the participants would feel more at ease. Chung Tingyu gently opened the door. The expected door opening kill did not appear. Chung Tingyu found that compared with others, she was the one who got up later. When she came out, Yuan and others had gathered in the corridor. Among them, there were 4 living people and 1 corpse. Yin Jiayu, who could barely hold on the day before, was already trembling with fear. Yesterday, it was Xiao Sun and Xiao Zheng. Is it my turn today? Chung Tingyu's eyes swept across the middle area, and then he sighed softly. The corpse surrounded by the crowd was Zheng Runan. Her expression was horrified, and her body was covered with scars, as if she was injured by a sharp blade. However, strangely, there was no blood flowing out of those wounds. When Chung Tingyu came over, Yin Jiayu saw her, and then took a small step back in fear. A kind of unsettling dead silence lay in the crowd. After a long time, Yu Ren spoke, "We can't just leave it like this. Let's clean up Xiao Zheng first." Cheng Tingyu said, "I'll do it." Then he squatted down, stretched out his hand to comb Zheng Runen's hair, and closed her eyes at the same time. As an ordinary college student, Cheng Tingyu had never done anything like this. But at this moment, he strangely didn't feel much fear. Humans are indeed a very adaptable creature. At this moment, Yin Jiayu could no longer hold back what he had hidden in his heart. The development zone was fine. But when you came, we triggered the dungeon. What on earth did you come here for? Cheng Tingyu couldn't help but laugh. The development zone was fine? Are you sure? Yin Jiayu was speechless as a senior local employee. He certainly knew the dangers of this place. But they were not those hired workers from the wasteland. And in most cases, there was still a certain degree of safety. Yin Jiayu closed his mouth, his body trembling slightly, and his walking posture was a little awkward, as if he couldn't control his limbs freely. Cheng Tingyu's eyes fell on him. "What's wrong with you again?" Yin Jiayu vaguely, "I was attacked last night," suddenly reacted. "You don't know either?" Cheng Tingyu immediately understood the meaning of Yin Jiayu's words last night. Not only Zheng Runen was attacked, Yin Jiayu also had a similar experience. But relatively speaking, there were also some people who slept until dawn like her. Yu Ren took a deep breath and said, "Last night at midnight, things were not going well in my room and Xiao Yan's room. We had to hide in the corridor. And then we were attacked by monsters." Li Junwei said, "But Brother Lu and I have never encountered these things." After exchanging information, everyone was a little surprised. Cheng Tingyu, Li Junwei, Lu Xiaong, and the dead Sun Xiaolin were the 4 people who went down to the basement on the first day. Perhaps because they had encountered danger before. The monsters at night did not find them. By now, everyone in the team has encountered danger at least once. Yu Ren was a little overwhelmed. She was quiet for a moment and suggested, "What should we do next?" Cheng Tingyu, "Just like yesterday. Send the people outside first." Yu Ren looked at Zheng Runen on the ground. In addition to being reluctant, she also had some numbness that she had slowly gotten used to. Life in the city is so safe that she gradually forgot about the vast wasteland outside. New dungeons are born every day in the world. And people are involved in dungeons every day. But they rarely meet them. After the group took Zheng Runen out, they discovered another strange thing. Li Junhui's face was paler than the snow on the ground. Have any of you seen Xiaolin's body? There was only a piece of white snow left where the body was placed yesterday. Cheng Tingyu checked it and then shook his head. No trace left. The snow outside has been falling, covering all possible clues, and it is difficult to judge the time when the body disappeared. Cheng Tingyu gently picked up Zheng Runen's body and walked away from the winterization house. "Lu Xiaong, where are you going?" "Cheng Tingyu, stay away, so that if the missing Mr. Sun plans to come back, he won't be scared." Noticing the almost frozen expressions of others, Cheng Tingyu smiled again. "Just kidding. Don't mind. Yu Ren and others. You really don't look like you were joking." Chapter 8. Cheng Tingyu found a soft snow pile and gently placed Zheng Runen there, and then found a snow suit to wrap him up. The dead girl's eyes were closed, lying in the snow, and she looked calm. After settling her colleagues, Lu Xiaong and Yu Ren went to the kitchen to find some food and shared it with others. When Yin Jiayu sat down, he was still shivering. I'm not hungry." Lu Xiaong persuaded, "It's so cold. Eat a little." Cheng Tingyu also said, "I'll forget it for now." Looking at the others, the reminder said, "You can eat when you are hungry, and please be moderate when eating. Since you are not hungry, you don't need to eat more." Lu Xiaong sighed and said no more. Cheng Tingyu stretched out his hand and pressed his temple, closed his eyes, and then stood up. "I'll go back to the room to rest first." Yu Ren was surprised. "Are you alone?" Cheng Tingyu smiled. "I didn't rest well before, and I'm a little tired." It would be a lie to say that there was no suspicion of this person who suddenly appeared. But when the other party was there, they would feel unusually at ease. Cheng Tingyu took the can and said to Yin Jiayu, "It's not clear whether it is a violation to leave food in the living room. If you don't eat it, put it back first." Yin Jiayu thought what Cheng Tingyu said made sense, and stood up as well. The kitchen is just behind the restaurant. Perhaps considering that the room can accommodate up to 10 guests. Most of the activity areas are spacious enough, and there are partitions between them. That is to say, after entering the kitchen, Yu Ran and others can't see the situation on Cheng Tingyu's side. Yin Jiayu was honestly putting the can back, and suddenly felt his shoulders sink. He shivered, turned his head, and found that it was that Xiaolu. Patted himself. Cheng Tingyu made a gesture to keep quiet and lowered his voice. Actually, I have something. Yin Jiayu is very timid and is more easily shaken than others. He is prone to doubt others and is easily influenced by others, and unconsciously acts according to the other party's intentions. For example, now, Yin Jiayu stood on the second floor, looking at Cheng Tingyu with a pale face. Cheng Tingyu, open your door, and we will go to the third floor by the same staircase. Yin Jiayu continued to shiver. Why? Why? Cheng Tingyu replied, I have some ideas. Yin Jiayu took a step back and then mustered up the courage. I disagree. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a little silver-white luster slipping out of the other party's sleeve. That was the glimmer reflected from the blade of the dagger. Cheng Tingyu smiled. Why not reconsider it? Restaurant on the first floor. Lu Xiahong stretched his body. Anyway, there is nothing else to do. We were attacked again last night and didn't sleep well. How about we take a rest first? Li Junhui and others also agreed. Although everyone except Yu Ran and Yin Jiayu was in good spirits, Cheng Tingyu returned to the third floor, and they didn't want to stay on the first floor. Yu Ran didn't know whether Cheng Tingyu really had some plans or just wanted to rest. But imitating experienced people was an instinct. Cheng Tingyu followed Yin Jiayu and walked to the third floor leisurely, then watched the other party return to his bedroom in a panic. He did not choose to stop him, but returned to his room and lay on the bed with his eyes closed. She rested for a while, and then she heard a knock on the door from outside. I'm Yu Ran. There's something I think I should tell you. The snow outside was getting heavier, and the clouds covered the sky. The scenery outside the window was particularly gloomy, more like night than day. Cheng Tingyu opened the door, leaned against the door frame, and made a gesture of listening attentively. The person at the door. There's something wrong with this corridor. You have to be careful of the shadows. There are monsters hiding there. This sentence seemed to reveal a secret, and the shadows in the corridor became more and more restless. Cheng Tingyu smiled slightly. Do you remember what I said yesterday? The person at the door recalled. The one about energy? Cheng Tingyu nodded encouragingly and continued to ask. What did I say specifically? The person at the door replied. You said there is no linear term of speed in energy, and the rotation of the reference system causes an additional term in energy that depends only on the coordinates and is proportional to the square of the speed. Cheng Tingyu was silent for a while, then smiled. You have a good memory. Then he said, I also have something that I think I should tell you. The person standing at the door showed a look of confusion and expectation. What is it? Cheng Tingyu moved closer to the other party. When she spoke, there was a kind of slow and gentleness, which reminded people of the broken ice melting on the river in early spring. I am actually a player. Yes, as a player. What do I see in my eyes? The expression of the person at the door suddenly froze. He looked at Cheng Tingyu in disbelief, looking at the other party's unusually deep pupils. Eyes and seeing are easily reminiscent of closed pupils. This type of player has a pair of special eyes that can see things that ordinary people cannot see, accompanied by a roar similar to that of a wild beast. The limbs of the person at the door became twisted, as if they were a group of entangled water snakes. One part wanted to escape, and the other part wanted to attack the existence in front of them. Cheng Tingyu decisively pulled out the dagger and stabbed forward. Yu Ran subconsciously dodged to the side, but Cheng Tingyu's move was just a trick. After diverting the other party's attention, she took a few quick steps to the side and suddenly crashed into bedroom number 3. Yu Ran's face became more and more distorted, waving his limbs that could no longer be seen in human form, and followed closely. The structures of the bedrooms on the third floor are similar, except for the main door. There is no other way to leave. Cheng Tingyu's behavior of entering other people's bedrooms can be said to be actively stepping into death. However, the look of Yu Ran at the door became more cautious. It stretched its forelimbs into the room, but did not dare to launch an attack immediately. Yu Ran did not dare to attack, but Cheng Tingyu did not hesitate. After crossing, Cheng Tingyu's physical fitness was actually quite good, and she had very good combat skills. During the fight, the opponent did not hit her once, but was left with many wounds on her body. Yu Ran raised his head and roared with anger. This monster, which was like a tangled venomous snake, became more and more crazy and pierced the bed board with its forelimbs as thick as a bucket. The enemy's strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Cheng Tingyu did not panic. She felt that her mind was unusually calm. as if she had long been accustomed to dangerous scenes. After dodging, she still had the energy to smile at the monster in front of her. This is bedroom number 3. As soon as the voice fell, the monster blocking the door became infinitely panicked, as if it had heard something extremely terrifying. Then, the opponent's huge body twisted together in a grotesque posture, twisting tighter and tighter, and finally exploded into a ball of blood mist. Chung Tingyu calmly watched the scene where the monster was wiped out by the copy. This was different from dense pupils, and came from another power of rules. Daggers have the effect of exorcising evil spirits, and residents need to keep the house clean. The moment it was pointed out that he had violated the house rules, the punishment for the violation immediately came to the monster in front of him. The blood mist dissipated, and the body of the terrifying monster shrank and turned into a human that Chung Tingyu was very familiar with. Lu Xiaohong, one of the 3 newcomers in the duty room of the development zone. Chung Tingyu glanced at the other party, bypassed his body, and walked out of the door. The corridor at this time was very different from before. The snow outside the house had stopped, and the light was much brighter, showing a rare warmth. In the corridor, besides Chung Tingyu, there were Yuan and others. They stared at each other in a daze, as if they could not understand where they were for a moment. Li Junhui shuddered. Unbelievable, you are Sister Ran. You are not. A second ago, what she saw was a black monster that could only roar like asphalt. But a second later, the terrible monster became familiar to her colleagues. As for Yin Jiayu, his reaction was different from others. Whether before or now, Yin Jiayu did not see the asphalt-like monster. He only saw colleagues with crazy faces waving weapons at each other. Chung Tingyu looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. The illusion in the corridor should be lifted, just like the situation of going to the basement to get fuel yesterday. As long as there is a death, the illusion in a certain area will be temporarily lifted. At this moment, Yuan finally recovered a little from his confusion. Do you know what's going on? Chung Tingyu smiled. Not really. Just some guesses. The corridor still had the terrifying weirdness just now, especially in bedroom number 3. Yin Jiayu and others almost vomited after just one look inside Lu Xiaohong's body had only partially recovered its human form. But the other part that was distorted had obviously transcended the scope of humans. More like a monster that ordinary people could not understand. Chung Tingyu seemed not to realize how horrible Lu Xiaohong's body was. She picked up the limbs, took them to the first floor, and placed them on the snow outside the door. She carried the pile of half-human, half-monster corpses out, and walked to the place where Zheng Runan was originally placed. The little girl's body was still lying there. No change from the morning. A thoughtful look flashed in Chung Tingyu's eyes. She walked out for a while before solemnly putting Lu Xiaohong's body down. Yuan is the most experienced employee in the duty room. Although she has never participated in cracking a dungeon, she has entered several safe dungeons under the leadership of the inspection team. She has some experience. At this moment, she put forward her own guess. When we are on the 3rd floor, we will regard our companions as enemies. Then he said, Xiao Lu is. Chung Tingyu smiled. Do you know werewolf? Seeing Yuan nod, he said, this game can only be played with civilians and werewolves at the same time if I guess correctly. Lu Xiaohong is the werewolf hiding among the civilians. Yuan, will there be any danger after that? Chung Tingyu thought about it and said, as long as we don't violate the rules of the winterization house, we should be able to get through the remaining 3 days smoothly. Although Chung Tingyu did not give more direct evidence. As long as she said so, Yuan and others felt much more at ease. After returning to the winterization house, everyone stayed on the 1st floor and chatted casually. During this time, Yuan quietly asked Chung Tingyu, Sister Lu, do you think there will be ghosts in the bedroom tonight? Chung Tingyu, who upgraded from Xiao Lu to Sister Lu in just 1 day, heard the words, looked up at the reminder paper on the coffee table in the living room, and smiled and said, I don't think so. In this house, hallucinations are not something you can see casually. Chung Tingyu summarized the similarities between the basement and the corridor on the 3rd floor and confirmed that her guess was correct. I think that the premise of being able to see illusions is that you have stepped on the stairs where you can't see your companions. Participants successfully cracked the hidden rules of the winter room. When walking on the stairs, please try to make sure that your companions are always in sight. Chung Tingyu always felt that the prompts on the 1st floor were concealed. After all, there was no content related to the 2nd floor. There are stairs behind each door on the 2nd floor. The residents go to the 3rd floor through the stairs, and then meet again in the corridor. Is it to separate the residents? Chung Tingyu quickly rejected her guess. The bedrooms on the 3rd floor are all single rooms. If you only want to meet the condition of separation, you just need to wait until the residents go to rest at night. This is why she asked Yin Jiayu to walk up the stairs to the 3rd floor with her. The prompt paper does not strictly stipulate that this cannot be done. Chung Tingyu boldly guessed that it should not be a dead option. Therefore, the werewolf's disguise failed to deceive Chung Tingyu from the beginning. In the latter's eyes, the man who called himself Yuan Ran was wearing Lu Xiaohong's face from beginning to end. Chapter 9. It took the others a while to fully understand the mechanism of the winter room. As long as there are companions in sight when walking up the stairs, you will not be affected by the illusion. Yuan Ran couldn't help but admire the other party. When others were thinking about how to survive, the Xiaolu had skipped the pursuit of survival and started to think about how to crack the dungeon mechanism, and was brave enough to try. Chung Tingyu, but I can't guarantee that this is really effective. So I set up a question verification in advance. Yuan Ran quickly reacted. Is it the energy speed or something? Chung Tingyu nodded. Yuan Ran was stunned. You are because he didn't answer it just now. Chung Tingyu smiled. No. He answered it. Shrug. It's strange that he answered it. Why would a normal person remember that thing? Li Junhui held back for a while, but couldn't help it, and still said, but don't you remember it yourself? Chung Tingyu blinked. My situation is a little different. Yuan Ran and others suddenly realized that the other party was a big man with rich experience in clearing dungeons, and it was normal to have more knowledge reserves. Chung Tingyu nodded slightly as a fresh graduate. She must not forget what she learned in college before finding a job. The two sides looked at each other and felt that they had reached an understanding with each other. The werewolves in the team had been eliminated, and the fuel was basically enough. The survivors stayed on the 1st floor and spent time chatting until dark. It was time to go to bed. Yuan Ran returned to his room with some relief and some trepidation. Driven by sleepiness, he lay on the bed, then closed his eyes and slept until dawn. Although the rescue would arrive in 2 days, Yuan Ran inexplicably felt that the matter had actually ended in advance. Early morning of the 5th day, Chung Tingyu went back home early yesterday afternoon to sleep and rest up. At 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, he packed his luggage in advance, took a flashlight, and stood outside the door in the wind and snow, waiting for the rescue team to arrive. Li Junhui didn't understand. There's no need to go out so early. Chung Tingyu explained. The reminder only said that the rescue team would come on the 5th day, but didn't mention when on the 5th day. Anyway, I'm not sleepy, so I'll wait for a while. Li Junhui was a little worried. Even if you have to wait, you don't have to be so far away from the winterization house. Across the wind and snow, Li Junhui couldn't really see Chung Tingyu's expression clearly. He just felt that the other party seemed to smile, and then said slowly, it is because we are far away that we can see the rescue team earlier. Others don't know that the reason why Chung Tingyu behaves so calmly is not entirely because of her calm personality. A larger part of the reason is that as a time traveler, she can accept suddenly running to a place full of dangers and unfamiliar with the place. When encountering other dangers, she can treat it with a normal heart. The flashlight found in the luggage is of ordinary quality. Even if there is no illusion, it can only illuminate a small distance in front of her. Chung Tingyu stood calmly in the wind and snow, and white snowflakes fell on her hat and shoulders, making her look like a statue in the snow. At about 3 o'clock, some orange lights were seen in the distance. They were getting closer and closer. Chung Tingyu could clearly see a group of people with the slogan Rescue Team. The people with the flags were approaching the cold-proof house. She turned back. The rescue team is here. Go and notify the others. Li Junhui looked blank. Who? Is anyone here? In Li Junhui's vision, the surroundings were still pitch black, and even Chung Tingyu's figure in front of him seemed particularly blurry. Chung Tingyu smiled. They are really here. With trust in the mysterious master of the desolate area, Li Junhui called the others. Just when they were less than 5 meters away from Chung Tingyu, they suddenly felt something was wrong. Their vision suddenly became wider, as if an invisible barrier had been broken. And the rescue team, which was originally invisible, also appeared clearly in everyone's eyes. The people of the rescue team waved at them and shouted, "Come here quickly. We are about to set off." Li Junhui couldn't help it. Don't you need to go to the cold-proof house to check? What if you miss someone else? The leader of the rescue team was very puzzled. If you miss someone, you miss someone. This kind of thing is always inevitable. Li Junhui was silent for a moment and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. At this point, even people like Yin Jiayu, who were only shivering the whole time, have understood the real mechanism of leaving the dungeon. It is true that the rescue team comes every 5 days, but these NPCs will not check the cold-proof house when they come. and the residents in the cold-proof house cannot see them. Only when the distance between the two sides is short enough can they interact. Li Junhui gritted his teeth. If we can't find the rescue team in time, Chung Tingyu, then we can only wait for the next 5 days. Comfort. I checked the food reserves in the kitchen, and it should be able to support the next cycle. Li Junhui was silent. This is not a problem of food reserves, but a problem of mentality. If they fail to find the rescue team, they will definitely doubt whether the content on the prompt paper is correct. Maybe from a certain moment, they will no longer take those rules to heart. Yuan looked at Chung Tingyu. Although there is no evidence, she always feels that this visitor from the desolate area, who calls himself Xiaolu, has long expected that the dungeon will come to this hand at the end. Chung Tingyu smiled slightly. She did have some guesses about how the copy would end. The fourth line of the reminder paper on the coffee table in the lobby on the first floor wrote the dining rules: you can eat when you are hungry, but you will die if you are too hungry. You can choose any area in the cold-proof house to eat, and please be moderate when eating. This rule puzzled Chung Tingyu. The food reserves in the cold-proof house are sufficient, and they are placed in the kitchen, making them very easy to obtain. So who is this rule restricting? Chung Tingyu thought that the unknown power lurking in the house might also be restricted by the rules. She was not particularly sure of her guess until she found that Sun Xiaolin's body disappeared from the first notice indicating the location of the key. It can be judged that the power of the cold-proof house can affect the outdoors. As for the reason why the body disappeared, Chung Tingyu had a bold inference. The residents are prey, and the residents' bodies are processed and edible ingredients. The essence of the disappearance of the bodies is that the hungry monsters are eating. The monster was also subject to the restriction of please be moderate when eating. So every time it killed a guest, it would choose to stop temporarily. After making the above assumptions, when placing Zheng Runen's body, Chung Tingyu deliberately walked a little further away. She hoped to measure the radiation range of the power of the cold-proof house. It is impossible that the whole mountain can be considered an area where food can be eaten. Otherwise, the copy would not have to guide them to the cold-proof house. The situation later was the same as she guessed. As long as they were a certain distance away from the cold-proof house, the body would not disappear. Monsters cannot eat in areas other than the cold-proof house. At the same time, Chung Tingyu also vaguely understood the possible reasons for the accident on the first night. If the small area outside the door is also considered within the scope of the cold-proof house in the determination of the rules, then their behavior of placing Sun Xiaolin in the snow violated the requirement of keeping the indoor environment clean. It is not only the area inside the door that is considered indoors. The entire area that can be affected by the power of the cold-proof house belongs to indoors. Because of this, the guests affected by the power of the indoors could not see the rescue team passing by. If they can't guess the hidden meaning of the rules, they will never know that there is actually an invisible wall between them and the real outside world. On the snow-covered mountain road, Chung Tingyu and others who successfully joined the rescue team carried their luggage and walked forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. They climbed over a hillside and turned from the small road to the main road. Just when Yuan and others couldn't help but doubt whether leaving the cold-proof house was the real way to get out of the copy, they felt someone patting their backs, followed by a heart-pounding feeling of weightlessness. After the copy is over, there will be a slow process of getting out. Chung Tingyu felt that her vision first dimmed, and the whole person seemed to be suspended in the sea. In the chaos that seemed to exist but not exist, she received a string of information. Congratulations to the player for clearing the copy and obtaining the remains of the stranger ×1. The old fountain pen in the cold-proof house ×1. And the cheap and beautiful mountaineering bag ×1. Congratulations to the player for clearing the copy and obtaining the residual free inspection pass ×1. It seemed like a long time had passed, and it seemed like just a short moment. Chung Tingyu, who had regained control of her limbs, slowly opened her eyes. She was still standing outside the duty room, and the light around her had hardly changed compared to before entering the dungeon. A cry came from the duty room, and then the door of the duty room was hastily opened from the inside. Yuan was slightly relieved when he saw Chung Tingyu outside, and signaled her to come over and take a look. There were 3 living people in the duty room, and 3 pools of blood that seemed to have dried for a long time. Yuan, we have been missing for about 30 minutes. He reminded her again. There are monitoring equipment in the duty room, and the inspection team should have been alerted at this moment. This is not a surprising news. There must be an effective maintenance method to ensure the stability of the urban area. Chung Tingyu certainly wanted to keep a low profile, but at this moment, choosing to sneak away and avoid the eyes and ears of the inspection team was obviously a more noticeable behavior. Yuan coughed again and said, Do you have an account at F0631 City? As a senior staff member in the duty area, Yuan asked this question to express his desire to transfer money to Chengtingyu. Although it is difficult to make money, it is obviously a better thing to survive the copy. Yuan is quite self-aware and knows very well that in such a strange and dangerous copy, if Chengtingyu does not exist, even if the staff of the development zone are lucky and stay in the cold-proof house for 5 days, they will eventually die in the link with the rescue team. Chapter 10 Inspection Team. Chengtingyu's original body had done a lot of preparation. The ticket she bought could not only serve as a temporary identity certificate for the outer city, but she had also opened a private bank account in advance, and seemed to be quite confident in her ability to make money. Yuan and the other two transferred a total of 100,000 yuan even if measured by the purchasing power before the time travel. This was a huge sum of 10,000 yuan. Chengtingyu felt the fullness of her account, and felt that she finally saw hope of moving out of the capsule hotel. After expressing her gratitude, Yuan's eyes swept across the dried blood in the office, and his face showed an uncontrollable sadness. Although they didn't spend much time together, the death of a colleague in the same department was not a happy thing after all. Yuan forced his eyes away and said to Chengtingyu, "There is one more thing." Because the dungeon suddenly appeared. The people from the inspection team will come to confirm the clearance. They will ask all participants about the details of the dungeon separately. After a pause, he comforted, "It's just a normal inquiry. As long as it's not a dense pupil type player, nothing will happen." Chengtingyu. This is really comforting news. Yuan. It is said that dense pupils are prone to madness and must be arrested immediately. In addition, boundaries regularly report their whereabouts to the Public Security Bureau or the inspection team. Chengtingyu's expression was slightly subtle, the same type of player who was under great vigilance. The treatment of boundaries seemed to be much better than that of dense pupils. Yuan's reminder was soon verified. As a security maintenance department with a high sense of presence, although the inspection team failed to pull the participants out of the dungeon in time, it would not miss the link of post-verification. Chengtingyu, Yuan and others were waiting to be questioned in the duty room. 30 minutes later, a black SUV stopped at the gate of the development zone, and several people wearing uniforms of the same color as the vehicle got out of the car. The young man in the lead had 3 leaves embroidered with silver thread on the left side of his clothes near his shoulder. Seeing this, a person in charge of the development zone immediately greeted him with a smile on his face and bowed to him. "Dear Inspector." The person in charge welcomed the visitor in while communicating with him about the situation just now. Although the development zone belongs to the dangerous area in the outer city, the interior of this dangerous area also has the difference between not very safe and very safe. The location of the duty room is one of the safest areas that are identified and almost never trigger dungeons. The young inspector nodded to the visitor and said straight to the point, "It shouldn't be your problem." As soon as she finished speaking, the person in charge was obviously relieved. As a legitimate organization, the official employees of the development zone will of course have a good employee protection. If it is finally found out that the dungeon was triggered by the development zone's mistaken arrangement, they must bear the main responsibility and pay high compensation. The person in charge bent his waist even lower. "Thank you for making this trip. The development zone will be more careful in the future." The inspector smiled, and his expression could even be called pleasant. The outer city area is a high incidence area for dungeons. The inspection team is under great pressure. We really hope to avoid similar things from happening as much as possible. The person in charge's heart trembled. As long as you join the inspection team, even if you are just an ordinary member, you can be politely called inspector. In this organization, the higher ranking than ordinary members are guards, among which the highest level is the first-class inspector. And above that, there are inspectors who really enter the power center area. He has heard the identity of the visitor lower inspector Bu Wusheng, who just turned 24 this year. With her current age, she can officially join the inspector's team, which is definitely considered young and promising. In the process of going to the development zone, Bu Wusheng has learned that the reason why the copy did not appear in the tragic situation of group annihilation this time is because an outsider from the wasteland area was involved in the incident. The other party has rich survival experience and played a very key role in the clearance process. Bu Wusheng, please invite her over and conduct a round of investigation first. Chengtingyu sat in an empty room without windows. She kept her eyes closed and rested until she heard footsteps coming from outside the door. The light in the empty house was not bright. When the inspector in charge of the questioning opened the door, he glanced at the person sitting in the room. The other party also happened to look at the door. When they looked at each other, the person at the door had a brief illusion for a moment, as if the person sitting on the chair to be questioned had thick blood flowing slowly in his eyes. The inspector calmed down and did not rush to start working. Instead, he took out a decoration from a pure black box he carried with him, and then carefully placed the decoration on the table. Then took out a pen and paper, and officially started the routine questioning work. Chung Ting-yu thought with interest that from the other party's behavior of directly starting without choosing a laptop, it can be seen that the level of technology in the city is not very good. She can understand that there is no game platform like ST**** now. But she still hopes that F0631 City can increase its investment in the development of the entertainment industry. The inspector needs to confirm the danger of the person to be interrogated, especially to confirm whether the other party is a player. And if so, what is the specific ability type? The other party got straight to the point and asked, "Before you arrived at the triggering location, did you know that there was a copy?" Chung Ting-yu's eyes stayed on the ornaments on the table for a moment. It was a hanging crystal pendant, with the lower end just touching the sand table. It looked light and beautiful, as if it would sway slightly as long as it was blown by the wind. However, from the time the ornament was taken out of the box to the time it was placed on the table, the pendant remained motionless, showing a kind of solidified beauty. It was not until the inspector asked questions that a slight change occurred. That change is difficult to describe in words. If I have to describe it, it is probably that the temperament suddenly became lively. Chung Ting-yu didn't know what the function of this item was, but since she chose to use it at this moment, it proved that it could help with the next questioning, allowing the members of the inspection team to better control the truth of the copy. A thought flashed through her mind in the current situation. Telling the truth should be the safest way. Chung Ting-yu guessed that the function of the crystal pendant was most likely to judge the reliability of the answer given by the person being questioned. Since the inspection team chose this issue as the entry point, it proves that it is possible to know the existence of the copy in advance. As a person who had just left the desolate area and entered F0631 City, her identity was naturally suspicious. However, Chung Ting-yu knew that the triggering of the dungeon had nothing to do with her. Combined with the situation in the cold-proof house, where the participants were divided into two camps, the answer was obvious that there was really one person among the 7 participants who knew about the dungeon in advance. That person was Lu Xiaong. Similar things must have happened many times before the inspector asked the corresponding questions at the first time. Chung Ting-yu pondered while saying slowly, "I just arrived in the outer city yesterday. Today I plan to come to the development zone to inquire about the recruitment situation. As for encountering the dungeon, it was a complete accident. I didn't know there was a dungeon before." She gave more information than the inspection team asked. When Chung Ting-yu said the previous paragraph, the ornaments on the table did not move at all. It was not until she answered that she didn't know there was a dungeon before that she began to shake very lightly to the left of Chung Ting-yu. If she was not a close pupil, she would probably not feel the change of the crystal pendant. The inspector was also observing the situation of the ornament. His expression relaxed a little at this moment, and he nodded. "Please show your ticket first. We will investigate further later. Then, confirm. You came to the development zone today to find a job?" Chung Ting-yu smiled and said in a brisk tone, "Actually not." The inspector was slightly surprised. At this moment, the ornament on the table changed again. From Chung Ting-yu's perspective, the crystal pendant began to shake to the right. This time, the amplitude of the shake was even slighter than the last time. Even if Chung Ting-yu had the ability of closed pupils, he had to concentrate to correctly distinguish. The first time was true, and the second time was false. Both honesty and lies were correctly reflected. Of course, what Chung Ting-yu should pay most attention to is not the test function of the pendant, but the way it works. The pendant's judgment ability is very mechanical. It can only distinguish between true and false. Some euphemistic social terms are not within its judgment range. Without waiting for the inspector to ask further questions, Chung Ting-yu shrugged. "I plan to take a look at the situation first, measure the degree of danger, and then consider whether to find a job here." She added to her lie in a way that was very consistent with the mentality of a worker, and then said, "It turns out that it is necessary to scout the place in advance. The situation of triggering the copy before walking into the duty room is very inconsistent with my safety requirements for the workplace." The inspector was silent for a moment. Chapter 11 Tips from the Dungeon. After confirming how to use the props, Chung Ting-yu didn't want to hand the rhythm of the conversation to the other party, and continued to ask a question that the inspector must confirm. Among the 7 people who entered the dungeon, Lu Xiaong's situation is obviously not right. The inspector had already asked Yuan Ran and the other 2, and knew something about Lu Xiaong's transformation into a monster. But since Chung Ting-yu mentioned it, He also planned to listen to her description. We have heard that Lu Xiaohong was bewitched and became a monster during the process of cracking the dungeon. Chung Tingyu interrupted the inspector and shook his head. It was not during the process. Lu Xiaohong stood on the side of the monster at the beginning. A trace of doubt appeared in the inspector's eyes. Can you be sure? Chung Tingyu told the truth, not very sure. As soon as the voice fell, the pendant swung gently in the direction of the lie. Chung Tingyu added, it's only about 70% or 80%. The pendant returned to stillness. The props could not give an accurate judgment on ambiguous statements. Inspector, Chung Tingyu explained, Lu Xiaohong is a staff member in the duty room, and is not likely to be suspected by colleagues. In addition, I was present at the time, so the suspicion can be said to be reduced to the lowest, assuming that he still knows the rules and knows how to get out of the cold-proof house. Then this copy is too safe for him. If I were a copy monster, I would also want to do something to Lu Xiaohong. She still clearly remembered the note on the note when she first came here. Humans may not be trustworthy, and copies are even less trustworthy than humans. Even if Lu Xiaohong stood on the side of the copy, to a certain extent, the copy would not have much goodwill towards him. Inspector, for example, he didn't quite understand what the person in front of him said. According to the confessions obtained from others, Lu Xiaohong had been hiding himself very well until Chung Tingyu, who had boldly experimented with the rules of creating illusions in the dungeon, saw his true form and was finally exposed. However, according to the other party's current statement, she had already had doubts before Lu Xiaohong was actually exposed. Chung Tingyu, for example, the dungeon sets the participants' refresh location on the mountain road. The inspector seemed to realize something when he heard it, but he couldn't think it through immediately. He could only review the key information according to the work requirements. Are you sure that your refresh location is on the mountain road? The inspection team had actually learned about the general situation of the dungeon from Yuan Ran and the other two, and knew the participants' experiences in the dungeon. However, at that time, they didn't know that the refresh point also had special value, and didn't think about confirming the authenticity of this information. Chung Tingyu confirmed. As she spoke, the pendant slightly shifted in the direction of the correct answer. Chung Tingyu, according to the process, we need to enter the winter house for at least 5 days. If we violate the rules during this period, our lives will be in danger. Why didn't the copy put all participants in the winter house at the beginning, but threw them on the mountain road? She smiled. Adding a mountain climbing process will not consume too much physical strength of the players. Even if we appear directly in the winter house and plan to go out to explore, when we realize that the surroundings are covered with heavy snow, we still have to return to the original place and follow the process of finding fuel, eating, and resting. When Chung Tingyu felt the flow of the game in the cold-proof house, she couldn't help but have doubts. The following links helped her confirm her initial guess step by step. Chung Tingyu, the cold-proof house is a residence for climbers waiting for rescue. But no matter how amateur the fitness travel group is, it is impossible for them to set lost in the blizzard and can only stay in a safe place to wait for passers-by to rescue as their activity goal. At this point, the inspector finally understood what Chung Tingyu meant. For most members of the fitness travel group, they were just climbing normally, unfortunately encountered heavy snow on the way, and had to find a way to save themselves. Chung Tingyu, when the participants just refreshed in the dungeon, they were heading towards the cold-proof house with a clear goal. This is the game hinting to us that at least one person in the fitness hikers group has long known about the situation in the cold-proof house. Being trapped by the wind and snow and having to spend 5 days in a place where life is in danger is already a standard background of horror stories. If there is another person in the team who has anticipated everything, it is simply a suspected boss written on his face. The dungeon has strong malice towards all participants and hopes to kill everyone. So there is an obvious hint that there is an insider in the team. Chung Tingyu. Then it's the basement search for fuel. Generally speaking, the first day is the weakest time for the dungeon monsters. If the person behind the scenes wants to help the cold-proof house kill the residents, he is more likely to go to the negative first floor in person than to stay outside the basement to ensure that at least one victim, who can be used as food for the monster, appears. We decided the candidates by drawing lots at the time, and the paper signs used were all written by Lu Xiaohong. The inspector then confirmed the message that the paper signature was written by Lu Xiaohong, and then said, "Do you confirm that Lu Xiaohong is the mastermind?" Chung Tingyu admitted, "This is part of the reason. The other part is the result of the elimination method. 4 people went down to the basement. And I know very well that I am not the mastermind." Sun Xiaolin died very clearly. If Li Junwei, who drew number 1, had not been stopped, he would have almost followed the footsteps of the violator. Obviously, there are not many candidates left who are worthy of suspicion. After almost confirming the identity of the person behind the scenes, Chung Ting-yu began to think about how to get rid of the other party cleanly. On the first night, Chung Ting-yu was not attacked and could only obtain the copy information from others. Chung Ting-yu, normally speaking, Lu Xiahong would not attack me too early, so as not to lose a suitable person to blame. After all, she is a visitor to the desolate area. For the staff of the duty room, colleagues who work together every day are obviously more trustworthy than strangers. The inspector mourned for the mastermind of the dungeon for 3 seconds in his heart. The other party's plan was actually very correct. And the only flaw was Chung Ting-yu's personality traits. Chung Ting-yu, so I planned to lure him to take the initiative to attack. I had some guesses about the range of the winter house at that time. I thought that the area around the building was the activity range of monsters. Only by placing the corpse farther away could the possibility of monsters eating it be eliminated. When Lu Xiahong noticed my actions, he really chose to act directly. Lu Xiahong chose not to attack Chung Ting-yu twice in a row because he wanted to leave her to take the blame. However, when he realized that Chung Ting-yu began to pay attention to the situation of the corpse and did something that seriously affected his plan, he had to take action immediately to get rid of him. She was very considerate and helped to create an opportunity for herself to be alone, inducing Lu Xiahong to destroy the environment of bedroom number 3, and was finally killed for violating the rules. The inspector sighed. If the copy can restrain its malice towards Lu Xiahong, it may not be so easy to crack. Chung Ting-yu smiled. It's not the copy's fault. Lu Xiahong knows the rules of the cold-proof house too well, and even knows how to kill monsters, so the copy would rather let other participants go and attack him. When Chung Ting-yu realized that the inspector did not react to the method of killing monsters, he slowly repeated the content on the reminder paper on the first floor of the cold-proof house. Rule 4. You can eat when you are hungry, but you will die if you are too hungry. You can eat in any area of the cold-proof house, but please be moderate when eating. The inspector suddenly realized that this rule was related to eating, and it clearly mentioned the possibility of death. Since monsters are also subject to the restrictions of the rules, they can naturally be killed by the rule of excessive hunger will lead to death. Chung Ting-yu, so for the mastermind behind the scenes, the cold-proof house copy has the possibility of a complete victory. Lu Xiahong can use the copy to kill other participants first, and then starve the monsters in the house to death. The copy provides hints to others, which is also for self-protection to a certain extent. Of course, judging from the result that the survivors were successfully taken away by the rescue team, the self-protection should not be very successful. The inspector listened to Chung Ting-yu's narration and did not forget to confirm the accuracy of the key information with her. While Chung Ting-yu answered, she never forgot to secretly observe the decorations on the table. As the inspector confirmed more and more times, the swing amplitude of the crystal pendant became weaker and weaker. This prop cannot be used infinitely, according to Chung Ting-yu's visual observation. Judging from the swinging of the pendant, the inspector could only ask 1 or 2 more questions at most. The more power the props used to confirm the copy situation, the less power it could use to confirm her personal situation. The inspector hurriedly recorded, and just when he was about to ask something, he suddenly stopped and changed the topic very forcefully. The last question. Are you a player? This is a question he must confirm today. Chung Ting-yu blinked lightly and sighed in his heart. The inspectors in the city are not so easy to be led by her. Chung Ting-yu leaned back in the chair and smiled. I think it should be. The inspector was not particularly surprised by this. After getting the answer, he casually glanced at the ornaments that theoretically still had some testing opportunities. The crystal pendant did not move at all. Although it gave a positive answer, the ornaments failed to measure the authenticity of the answer. The same situation also fell into Chung Ting-yu's eyes. At this moment, the smile in her eyes seemed to become a little deeper. When Chung Ting-yu first crossed over, he found a piece of paper in the book with the rules for the dungeon. One of the rules was players need to know their own names. Chung Ting-yu has only heard that her ability is dense pupil, but she doesn't know what the so-called name is. So far, she is not a real player. For questions that Chung Ting-yu herself doesn't know, the pendant can't judge whether her answer is correct or not. Chung Ting-yu added slowly, but I recently found that my combat effectiveness has been significantly improved. From her perspective, this is also a true answer. However, in the ears of others, Chung Ting-yu has just awakened the ability related to force. The inspector confirmed the news with Chung Ting-yu, and after the other party gave a positive answer, the crystal pendant shifted slightly to the correct side. The inspector who finished recording was relieved. No problem. You probably awakened the ability of flesh and blood or disaster insects. After you stabilize for a while, You should be able to know your name. As he spoke, the inspector covered the pen cap and slowly stood up from the chair. Chapter 12, Clearing Suspicion. Chung Ting-yu keenly felt that the atmosphere around her became tense. Her judgment was correct. The inspector, who had been speaking nicely, rolled up his sleeves neatly and then punched the person being questioned. Ding. In a flash of lightning, 2 consecutive collisions overlapped and turned into a long and clear sound. The afterimages of fists and arms flashed in the air. Chung Ting-yu was knocked by the force and couldn't stand still. She fell backwards. The remaining muscle memory allowed her to adjust her body in time. She stretched out her hand to support herself on the ground, jumped up with the force, and carefully distanced herself from the inspector. 5 seconds ago, the inspector attacked her. The inspector did not pursue, but nodded and put down his sleeves again. The test is over. Your suspicion has been lifted. Just then, he used the pen that recorded the information before to attack Chung Ting-yu 3 times in a row. She avoided the first 2 by moving, until the last one was accurately blocked by the metal button on her sleeve. The metal button was split in half from the middle, and the cut surface was extremely smooth, as if it was cut by a sharp blade. The inspector reminded, "You are not proficient in your ability yet. You need to practice more in the future." Chung Ting-yu did not comment, and asked back, "Is your ability also flesh and blood?" Although they only fought briefly, Chung Ting-yu clearly realized that her current combat power and combat literacy were not enough to defeat the person in front of her. The person who was sent to question her, an ordinary visitor to the wasteland, must not be the top master of the inspection team. The power of this organization cannot be underestimated. The inspector shook his head. "My ability is not flesh and blood. But as long as the ability is awakened, the player's physical fitness will be improved. The stronger the ability, the higher the degree of improvement. But flesh and blood is undoubtedly the strongest among them." There was an ordinary member of the inspection team who could easily break the steel plate with his strength. Chung Ting-yu. No wonder the other party thought she might be a flesh and blood type player and gave her other types of options. Seeing her silence, the inspector misunderstood her meaning and comforted her. "You have just awakened and don't know what the name of your ability is. You have already reached the average level of flesh and blood with your performance just now." Chung Ting-yu. "How long will it take before you know your name?" The inspector replied, "It's hard to say. But participating in more dungeons with a high degree of affinity with yourself will help improve your ability. Participating in other types of dungeons can also improve, but the speed will be a little slower." Chung Ting-yu. "The dungeon just now doesn't seem to be in the direction of flesh and blood." Inspector. "It shouldn't be. Many dungeons are a mixture of various powers, with one or several abilities as the main ones. Smile. You will encounter accidents because someone brought the entrance of the dungeon with him." Chung Ting-yu restrained himself for a while, so as not to show his surprise if it turns out that the entrance to the dungeon can be carried with you, which effectively reduced the probability of his character as a veteran in the wasteland being exposed on the spot. After explaining the doubts and revealing some unimportant inside information, the inspector said Chung Ting-yu out kindly. Chung Ting-yu also understood the reason for the change in the other party's attitude. The detailed discussion just now not only consumed the power of the prop that could verify the correctness of the words, but also proved her value to the forces in the city. In the perception of F0631 City, closed pupils are dangerous. Chung Ting-yu cannot be completely sure that she will not be exposed. If she fails to hide it from the other party, she may be or expelled in the future. Therefore, Chung Ting-yu must ensure that even if she really cannot hide her true ability in the end, there is a probability that she will be recruited because of other advantages. Before leaving the room, Chung Ting-yu glanced at the location outside the house in an undetectable way. The power from closed pupils made her intuitively believe that there was another member of the inspection team hiding there. The subsequent inquiry delayed Chung Ting-yu for a long time. After everything was over, it was already 7:30 in the evening, and the latest bus back to the city had left half an hour ago. Fortunately, there was a residential building in the development zone, and Yu Ran and the other 2 invited Chung Ting-yu to stay here for one night, in the office temporarily requisitioned by the inspection team. It has been tested. It is the ability of flesh and blood or disaster insects. The test paper shows the result of low radiation. The person who answered the boss question was a young person with a bookish air. She was about 20 years old and wore a pair of frameless glasses on her nose. There were actually 2 people who questioned Chung Ting-yu just now, one in the open and one in the dark. The test paper is a prop used by the inspection team to test the strength of ability. Low radiation means that the state of the person being questioned and the state of the props carried are relatively stable, and no additional monitoring is required. Inspector Wei wearing glasses. Her combat power is very good, which has exceeded the limit of her own control, and meets the characteristics of sudden awakening. In the judgment of the inspection team, if a person's combat power comes from accumulated training, then he has already had sufficient running in with his own martial arts during the training process. However, Chung Tingyu's performance in the battle had a clear sense of strangeness. It seemed that he was not familiar with his current limbs, just like a child who had obtained an adult's weapon. Although he could also respond to external blows, he had a sense of awkwardness that an expert could tell at a glance. The inspector who was in charge of the face-to-face questioning also said, "I attacked her 3 times in total. In fact, she didn't need to retreat in the first attack, but she didn't fight back until the 3rd attack." They habitually use fast-paced attacks without warning to force the person being questioned to give the most direct response. This is reasonable. Bu Wushang took the investigation report from his subordinates, read it carefully, and initially outline the image of Chung Tingyu in his mind, remove the target's suspicion, and help her apply for a quasi-residence permit, and then apply for a foreign newcomer account for her. The newly awakened player named Chung Tingyu was not experienced enough, and had just been in the outer city for 2 days, so she did not meet the standards for entering the inspection team. But considering that her ability had basically been determined to be flesh and blood, she could try to recruit her. It would not be too late to find a way to absorb her into the team when she really showed enough value. For this reason, they did not ask what rewards Chung Tingyu got after clearing the copy, so as not to leave a bad impression on the other party. Inspector Wei smiled. "I think she has good qualities." If the inspection team did not have requirements for the length of time the target candidate lived in the urban area when recruiting, she could have become our new colleague now. Bu Wushang said indifferently, "Only strict identity assessment can prevent the inspection team from being infiltrated from the inside." At this moment, an Inspector Wei walked into the office and bowed slightly to Bu Wushang. "Schedule information. In the development zone. Who is on duty in each department every day is public information, and all formal employees can easily obtain relevant information." Bu Wushang checked the relevant content bit by bit. Duty room schedule: Yu Ran, Li Junwei, Yin Jiayu, Lu Xiaong, Zheng Runan, Sun Xiaolin. Supervision schedule: Lin Baiqi, Ren Shuhe. In order to ensure the working status, supervision is a group of 2. The 2 people on duty today. The one named Lin Baiqi is a middle-aged man with a beard, and the one named Ren Shuhe is a young man with a delicate face. In order to prevent the duty officers from slacking off during work, the supervisors will go to the duty room for inspection in the afternoon. Supervisor Wei, after investigation. After the duty room dungeon was triggered, the supervisor Ren Shuhe, who was responsible for supervising the corresponding area, also suddenly left his post. Bu Wushang set up personnel at the surrounding exit gates to conduct investigations. Supervisor Wei left after receiving the order. Bu Wushang had no expression on her face. She turned the information in her hand to the first page and began to read it again. The night in the development zone was unusually quiet. Employees generally did not want to spend the night here, but today was an exception. They had just left the dungeon and had a cooling period for a period of time. It was not easy to trigger the dungeon again. After Chung Tingyu finished dinner, he chatted with Yu Ran and others, and learned about the situation in the development zone by the way, which was regarded as achieving his original purpose. Yu Ran's answer was quite detailed. Although many outsiders who had just arrived in the outer city could only find some basic jobs in the development zone, it was not impossible for Chung Tingyu to get a formal position with his ability. Li Junwei smiled. "Although our place is a bit dangerous, the benefits are not bad. If you are not afraid of dungeons, it may be an ideal position." Chung Tingyu sighed. "It's not ideal." Yu Ran, "Well, our management is indeed a bit rigid." Chung Tingyu said seriously, "No, because my ideal is not to work." Yu Ran and others. This is also their ideal. 9 o'clock in the evening. After digesting the food, Chung Tingyu said good night to the others. Whether before or after the crossing, she was not a person who was used to going to bed and getting up early. However, the departure time of the shuttle bus from the development zone to the city was erratic. The relatively regular one was the 6 o'clock in the morning. She had to go back to her room to rest in advance to ensure that she could get up on time tomorrow morning. 3 o'clock in the morning. For most people who go to bed on time, this is a deep sleep time. The door of Chung Tingyu's bedroom was open from the outside, and a dark shadow flashed in quietly. The shadow carefully observed the surrounding environment and found a package on the ground. He walked over and started his search. There was an item in the shape of a certificate. The shadow reached out with surprise, and picked up the small rectangular piece of paper. The surface of the paper was covered with a waterproof plastic film, which felt a bit hard. With the light coming through the window, the shadow vaguely saw that the front of the rectangular paper was printed with 5 large characters. Postman work permit. Chapter 13. You are the postman. It was a small work permit. There was no photo on the front. Instead, it showed the postman's personal identification and work content. Position, postman. Delivery object, Lin Baichi. Recipient, member of the inspection team working in C008 development zone. The shadow froze in place. The next moment, his movements showed a strange sense of solidification. His hands and feet were trembling slightly, as if he wanted to break free from the current state. Then he turned around irresistibly, opened the door, and walked out of the staff dormitory in the duty room. A colleague who came out to the toilet ran into him and looked surprised. Lao Lin. Why are you here now? The personnel responsible for supervising the order of the development zone are in groups of 2. Today, it happened to be Lin Baichi and Renshuha. After the accident, Renshuha suddenly disappeared, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Baichi did not answer the other party. His eyes were straight, his face was pale, and he walked forward with a steady pace. The distance between each step was exactly the same, as if he was a clockwork puppet. The colleague felt a chill rising from his back. In the shadow of the corridor, a person stepped out from behind Lin Baichi. It was Chung Tingyu. Her clothes were stained with dust, and her face was melancholy because she didn't want to get up at midnight. The 2 people in front of him looked too strange. The colleague wanted to stop them, but he couldn't reach out his hand. Finally, he took 2 steps back, turned around and trotted to contact the security guards on duty. Because of the sudden dungeon incident in the afternoon, the inspection team that came to deal with it stayed directly with Bu Wushang and others in the development zone. I believe that there should be no big problems tonight. The lights in the temporarily requisitioned office were bright, because the dungeon suddenly appeared in the development zone. The inspectors who had just lain down for 2 hours so far had to work until the early morning. After receiving the news, they all put on their clothes and got up. An inspector first-class guard also skillfully brewed a pot of coffee and made it for Bu Wushang attentively. Unexpected overtime often occurs when working in the inspection team. They have long been accustomed to it and can face every sleepless night in their lives peacefully. However, in addition to the members of the inspection team, there are 2 outsiders in the office at present: Lin Baichi, who is pale, and Chung Tingyu, who is patting the dust on his clothes. In the evening, Bu Wushang had learned about Chung Tingyu's situation from her subordinates. But the current scene still made her curious. Why are you here now? The young man from the desolate area has a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes with dark pupils. When looking at others, he will give people an unusual sense of concentration. At this moment, he smiled when he heard it. I talked about the development zone with you and Ran and others during dinner yesterday. Bu Wushang suddenly realized, you know the situation of the supervision department. Chung Tingyu, after all, I haven't known you and Ran and others for a long time. And the topics we can talk about are limited. We can only draw materials from the work environment. When I came here, I met a middle-aged man with a supervision sign and asked him about the location of the duty room. The inspector next to him also reacted. Middle-aged man? Renshuha, who was reported missing before, was clearly a young man. If Chung Tingyu's testimony is feasible, it means that the inspection team received false information. Chung Tingyu nodded and pointed to the intruder next to him, who had not yet completely awakened from his confusion. It is this middle-aged man standing in front of you. Renshuha was not nearby at the time. He came to the duty room alone. However, the report received by the inspection team was that Lin Baichi and Renshuha went to the duty room together, and after discovering that the staff there triggered the copy, Renshuha disappeared. The difference between the 2 narratives is that if it is the latter, then Renshuha, who suddenly disappeared after discovering the copy, is obviously more likely to be suspected by outside investigators. However, Chung Tingyu had seen people with supervisor signs on the way to the duty room, and knew that there was only one middle-aged man who came at that time. And Renshuha, a young man, was not in the 2-person team from the beginning. Maybe he was late, or he might have skipped his original work because he was lazy. Afterwards, Renshuha was declared missing, attracting major investigation efforts from the outside world. Bu Wushang, is it from here that you discovered that there is a problem with supervision? Chung Tingyu, in fact, I noticed it in the copy. After a pause, he smiled again. Lin Baichi probably felt that he had left some clues, so he deliberately created the illusion that Renshuha is a more suspicious person. Although the conversation between the two sides went smoothly, and the suspect was successfully captured, not everyone reacted to what clues Lin Baichi left behind. Chung Tingyu, after entering the dungeon, I was thinking about one thing. Why did I encounter an unexpected situation just after I walked to the door of the duty room? Either I was unlucky and the dungeon was triggered like this, or someone misjudged my identity and wanted to involve the person who should appear outside the duty room in the afternoon in the dungeon, but got the wrong target. After leaving the dungeon, I learned that Lu Xiaohong had brought the entrance to the dungeon with him at the time, and could control when to enter the dungeon. In addition, he had a detailed understanding of the situation in the cold-proof house, which made it very convenient for him to kill others by using the rules in the house. The possibility of the second hypothesis is much higher than the first one. Bu Wushang, it's all because Lu Xiaohong failed to successfully conceal his abnormality in front of you. Chung Tingyu smiled. It's also my fault that I showed up at such an inopportune time. He actually wanted to target Lin Baichi, who came to patrol in the afternoon. The supervisors are in groups of 2, and it's a question of choosing one of 2. In addition, I saw the other person's appearance with my own eyes, so the answer is obvious. So she could know the identities of possible night visitors in advance, and fill in the list on the work permit in advance. Bu Wushang looked at her for a moment and reminded, there is a little dust on your clothes. Chung Tingyu spread his hands helplessly, considering that the other party may have some way to locate my approximate position through the door. Choosing to hide in the closet will easily arouse his vigilance, so I hid under the bed. You helped the inspection team solve a task today. After the process is completed, I will apply for a reward for you. Bu Wushang stood up and nodded to the visitor from the wasteland in front of him. Chung Tingyu, welcome to F0631 City. After the matter was resolved, Chung Tingyu threw the finishing work to the inspection team without any burden, and went back to the room to continue his second half of sleep. The inspectors in the office exchanged ideas with each other, and always felt that there was something difficult to explain. Bu Wushang suddenly said, it took only 20 minutes from the triggering of the copy to the arrival of the inspection team. Lu Xiaohong dared to drag a person in the duty room into the water, and he was not afraid of being investigated and arrested afterwards. Most of him has props that can leave the development zone. He died early, and the copy was breached, so the prop was probably not digested by the copy. Lin Baichi probably has some guesses about this matter. Combined with the size of you are the postman. Bu Wushang thought about it and gave a conclusion. It should be a free inspection pass. The function of the inspection free pass is as the name suggests. The main functions are to escape from the dungeon before it is officially triggered. The second is to enter and exit certain areas without supervision. Lin Baichi guessed that Lu Xiaohong had such a prop. After learning that the dungeon was breached, he guessed that the item would most likely fall into the hands of Chung Tingyu, a participant who made a major contribution in the process. So he quietly ran to the other party's room under the cover of night, hoping to get this item that could help him escape from the eyes of the inspection team. He designed his colleague to disappear, temporarily delaying the inspection team's investigation of himself. But if he continued to stay here, it would be a matter of time before he was found to have problems. Because the two props are very similar in appearance, and because the room is dark, Lin Baichi took you or the postman as the inspection-free pass he was looking for. So he touched the trap without any precautions. And finally, under the influence of the prop, he embarked on the road of self-entry. An inspector sighed. Even the old participants in the desolate area are rarely so sharp. Bu Wushang, you are the postman. It is a spell-like item. When you apply for additional remuneration later, remember to add the prop loss fee to her. It was 5:30 in the morning. Chung Tingyu had a pair of dark circles under her eyes. She struggled to get up from the bed and met the inspector, who was yawning. The inspector's dark circles were deeper than Chung Tingyu's. After seeing the person coming, he handed over the package in his hand. The inspector has something to give you. The instructions for use have been placed inside. The forum has been downloaded in advance. This is the account. Please keep it properly. If you don't need it, you can destroy it directly, but you can't give it to others. The package handed over by the other party contained a mobile phone. Chung Tingyu silently stared at the familiar and unfamiliar electronic device in front of him, and once again felt the changes brought about by the crossing. Inspector, why? You didn't use it in the desolate area? People in the city know that there is a shortage of supplies outside, and a lack of sufficient signal towers. I think even if there is a chance to get a mobile phone, people in the desolate area will not think of getting one with them. Chung Tingyu nodded sincerely. I really haven't used it. When she traveled through time, the thickness of mobile phones was generally around 5 to 8 millimeters. Chung Tingyu had only seen pictures of super thick mobile phones, like the one in front of her, that not only had the function of making calls, but also served as bricks. On the internet. Chapter 14 Spiral Climbing. The mobile phone is bound with the software that can be used to accept tasks in F0631 city. The inspector remembered Bu Wushang's evaluation of the visitor from the desolate area in front of him. 8 words good at hypothesis. Brave to verify. Although Chung Tingyu's identity will definitely not pass their recruitment background check. But she is obviously a person who does not mind taking risks. And needs to earn living expenses in the city. Most likely, she will find something to do on the bus. Which can also reduce the burden of the inspection team. At 6:30. The bus arrived on time. The car was empty. With only the driver and Chung Tingyu. The shuttle bus from the outer city to the development zone can be taken for free. As for the return bus, you can use your temporary work certificate within 3 days to get free rides. Otherwise you have to pay 200 coins. Chung Tingyu found a seat at random, and began to look through the instructions given to her by the inspector. She sent Lin Baichi here in front of the members of the inspection team yesterday. And she really wanted to establish some relationship with them. In this way, in addition to being able to obtain information about players and dungeons more conveniently in the future, she might also be able to find some opportunities for odd jobs. Chung Tingyu took a quick look at the contents of the reading instructions, and immediately felt that she and the inspection team had a tacit understanding in their future employment choices. The reason why the inspection team gave her a mobile phone was because it was bound to a software that could accept tasks. By the way, the name of this software is called Nameless. To put it bluntly, it is a nameless forum, which fully reflects the developer's mood of being too lazy to spend time on naming. The interface of the Nameless software is very simple, with a white main color. After clicking it, a prompt box will pop up saying please enter your username and password. Chung Tingyu entered the new account obtained from the inspector, and entered the main interface. Because her user level is too low, the open sections on the forum are very limited. Currently, only the book collection room, tea party, and bounty board can be seen. Chung Tingyu made a more accurate interpretation of the above sections based on her many years of surfing experience. Information area, communication area, and task area. However, even in the posts of the open sections, Chung Tingyu cannot browse all of them. Many of the Essence posts require a certain amount of forum points, or payment of a certain amount of forum coins to unlock. She has 0 for both, so she can only pick a few posts without thresholds. Chung Tingyu saw a post General Knowledge Popularization, free, that was posted last year and currently has only 20 replies. The host only posted the main post, and then disappeared. The comments below basically mocked the host for using some common things to get points. The point of mockery is common, not false content, which proves that the content in the post has a certain degree of authenticity. Chung Tingyu looked at the basic knowledge in the post, perhaps in order to accumulate points more conveniently and quickly. The OP did not lay the groundwork, and started with a simple introduction to the player ability categories. After the 100 years of silence, the awakened abilities of humans can be roughly divided into 5 categories: realm, plague insects, flesh and blood, secret pupils, and curses. Among them, the secret pupils are the most dangerous. They can see abnormal things that ordinary people cannot see, and they themselves are easily infected by abnormalities. A group of familiar players once entered the same dungeon. During the exploration, the secret pupil in the team turned into a monster without knowing it, causing heavy casualties to the team, and the realm can affect a certain range of the area where it is located. Many people know that during the construction period of F0631 City, there was a founder whose real name was Realm Harvest, which ensured the food supply at that time. As for the disaster insects, many people have different understandings. Initially, it refers to the power contained in knowledge. In the cognition of some players, the essence of knowledge can be understood as insects. As for curses, their language is their weapon. Chung Tingyu glanced at the comments below. In addition to ridicule, there were also relatively serious replies, indicating that they did not completely agree with the original poster's opinion. But they did not give any serious conclusions. After all, it was a free post, so you can't ask for too much. She reached out and touched her eyes. Chung Tingyu didn't feel that she was in any danger. Is it because she hasn't got a name yet? The drive from the development zone back to the city was very long. On the bumpy bus, Chung Tingyu clicked on the second basic knowledge popularization post she found. Overview of player ability theory. People who awaken their abilities will feel dazed at first, and have the illusion that they are a plankton drowning in the deep sea, which means that someone has initially entered the spiritual world. Previous scholars believe that because life originated from the ocean and the fetus grows in amniotic fluid, the human spiritual world also began in water. For humans, the deep sea has a special meaning. Related research can be traced back to the early days of the 100 Years of Silence, when people are mentally weak, such as drunk, staying up late, and eating poisonous mushrooms. They are prone to hallucinations. This is a sign that the material world and the spiritual world are confused. However, the illusions caused by the reduction of sand value are uncontrollable. They cannot explore the world around them in this state. After the 100 Years of Silence, after years of accumulation, the ability users have a more stable way to enter the spiritual world. Here is a method that most people know. When entering a dungeon, the more it fits your own power type, the easier it is to get the opportunity to enter the spiritual world. Entering a dungeon in an unrelated field can also play a role in improvement, but the efficiency will be lower. Before entering the spiritual world, players can have a premonition. Meditation and herbs can help to a certain extent. Commonly used types are recorded in the attachment. There, it was pitch black around us, with only a little distant glimmer hanging above. The glimmer above has had many names: Morning Star, Torch, and finally it was defined as Lighthouse. The glimmer of light hangs above the deep sea. The shortening of the distance between the two means the improvement of one's own ability. All types of players can follow the light. Sometimes we will deviate from the lighthouse, but we must eventually return to the right track and climb upward in a spiral. However, the dense pupils are a special kind. They can see the light that does not belong to them. Once they go in the wrong direction, they will be trapped in the eternal abyss. The mobile phone screen dimmed because no one operated it for a long time. We have arrived at Camellia Park. Please take your belongings and prepare to get off the bus. Accompanied by the electronic announcement in the car, the bus slowly stopped. Chung Tingyu put the phone in his pocket, put on his bag, and walked out of the bus leisurely. Although he knew why the dense pupils were feared, Chung Tingyu's mentality was relatively peaceful in general, and she had initially thought of a solution if it is dangerous to go to the fork in the road in the spiritual world. Then staying still and never making progress should be a relatively safe choice. Opposite the Camellia Park is a capsule hotel for poor residents to rent. After a trip to the development zone, Chung Tingyu now has a certain amount of financial reserves, and he did not hesitate to lower the cost of looking for a job. The priority of this matter was to find a suitable place for long-term rental. Chung Tingyu turned on her phone according to her life experience before crossing over, and prepared to download the next rental software. Her plan was shattered by the backward development of information technology in F0631 before she could implement it. The phone she got from the inspection team did not have its own app store, and the web page refresh speed was so slow that Chung Tingyu had enough time to make a bowl of instant noodles between clicking on a new page. There is a difference only when there is a comparison. In comparison, the user experience of the nameless software can definitely be described as extremely smooth. After realizing that she did not have much room for choice, Chung Tingyu had to open the forum again. At the bottom of the forum homepage, the words Tea Party 762 were displayed. The Tea Party section is a place for users to chat. The number of new posts today is displayed in brackets. From this point of view, the Tea Party is obviously the most popular module. In terms of aesthetics, the Tea Party is highly consistent with the library and the bounty board. The design is simple and the style is plain, which makes people wonder whether there is an artist in its development team. However, the appearance is not the most worrying part of the Wooming forum. All users who click on the software can see a red message floating on the top of the page saying the server capacity is limited, and spam content will be cleared. Chung Tingyu sighed again for his living standard after crossing over. The homepage of the Tea Party is full of various experience sharings whose authenticity cannot be guaranteed. Chung Tingyu looked for something related to accommodation, and the first one was if you want to know how to rent a house. Come in. The poster complained about the rent of regular hotels and the insecurity of capsule hotels with tears in his eyes. The rich vocabulary made people wonder whether the posting points were related to the number of words. It was not until the last paragraph that he mentioned the key points of choosing a place to live. Chung Tingyu closed his eyes silently. According to the poster, some areas where the chance of a dungeon being triggered is once a month are very suitable for novice players to live in. The first reason is that the rent in those places is naturally low, and the second is that as players, they usually enter the dungeon and accumulate some cooling period on themselves, so the probability of being suddenly dragged into the dungeon is not high. If you are really short of money, apartment number 6 in the outer city is also a good place. But the premise of going there is that you are mentally stable. Otherwise it is easy to fall into madness. Chapter 15 Screwdriver Insurance Company. The last sentence of the post is the attachment is the low dungeon trigger probability area I sorted out. Thank you for your support. When Chungtingyu was about to download and browse, a line of prompts suddenly popped up on the page. Please pay forum coins to unlock. Chungtingyu. She began to think seriously about whether to organize and publish her previous experience in the development zone and earn some rewards. At this moment, a red number 1 suddenly appeared next to an envelope-shaped icon on the upper right side of the mobile phone display screen. This means that she received an internal message. As a pure newcomer with basically zero social connections, Chungtingyu has no familiar users on the forum. The private message just now was either sent by the forum official or the message from the inspection team. She was slightly moved and immediately clicked to check. System, dear user. You have received 500 forum points and 500 forum coins from the inspection team. You can check them in Personal Center user balance. Almost at the same time, Chungtingyu received 2 more text messages on her mobile phone. Your personal account with the last digit has transferred 100,000 yuan. And the current balance is 202,879.24 yuan. Your personal account with the last digit has transferred 30,000 yuan. And the current balance is 232,879.24 yuan. The coincidence of time made Chungtingyu immediately realize the identity of the transferor. The inspection team not only transferred her forum points, but also paid the reward for solving the Lu Xiaohong incident. As for why the reward was divided into 2 parts, it was probably to compensate her for the loss of props. After the points reached 500, Chungtingyu's forum user level was upgraded to level 1, and she could use daily task recommendations to search in the bounty board. Not only players with special abilities can log into the Wooming forum, but also ordinary people seeking help. Pure newcomers need to fill in the ability direction before using task recommendations. In order to maintain her personality, Chungtingyu did not hesitate to put on a flesh and blood player vest on the internet. 3 seconds later, a line of prompts was refreshed on the interface. System, it is recommended to select the task label as bodyguard. Chungtingyu felt that this was not exactly the same as the career direction she expected. At least it was irrelevant. She deeply regretted the reliability of F0631 City software. Chungtingyu had to start searching manually. Fortunately, there were not many posts that needed to be screened at present as a newcomer. Even if she had just upgraded her user level, the level of tasks she was qualified to check was not high. Most of them were fragmented and simple, among which running errands, guarding and finding lost items accounted for a large proportion. Compared with the other 2 types of tasks, finding lost items seemed relatively reliable. At least it was very flexible. And as a close pupil, Chungtingyu might be able to see some clues more directly when accepting tasks. However, there was another problem. Chungtingyu's surface personality was flesh and blood, and finding lost items was obviously a task suitable for close pupils, but not for flesh and blood. Her eyes moved on the post, and finally stopped at an event called Looking for Ant's Body. Rewards are good. Lost property. The poster only wrote healthy and strong in the employment requirements, which was almost a statement that flesh and blood players were welcome to consult. And the pickup location was in the outer city, not far from Chungtingyu. The citizen who posted the task came from a wealthy family in the middle city. His name was Wei Shushin. He had a younger sister. Although his parents died very early, they left a legacy that was enough for him and his sister to grow up, with a frequent financial support from his aunt. The two did not suffer from money. After Wei Shushin was able to be independent, he thought about bringing his aunt Wei Heng, who lived in the outer city, to live with him in the middle city. But unfortunately, he was rejected by the latter. On weekdays, he and his sister could only take turns to visit. Last weekend, because his sister was not very convenient, Wei Shushin came to visit his aunt as usual, but found that his aunt had died in her own house. Wei Shushin tried to enter the house, but realized during the exploration that the residence that originally belonged to his aunt had become a copy. He could only post a task and ask others to help collect the corpse. If there are forum users who are interested in this, they can send him a private message to arrange a meeting. Chungtingyu read the content of the post at a glance, and his expression was a little strange. This task seemed very normal at first glance, but after careful experience, it seemed that there were problems everywhere. Chungtingyu was a little hesitant, but seeing that the system marked the difficulty of the poster as low, he thought that even if there were problems, they would not be too big. When recommending tasks, the Wooming forum will give priority to those that are close to the user. Wei Heng's residence is in the outer city area, which is relatively remote. There are not many players around, and the task level is low. No matter how good the treatment is, it is also an improvement on the low level. For many senior players, it is not worth going there for this. Chung Tingyu sent a private message to Wei Xuxing. Hello. Is it convenient to discuss the details of the task? After only 10 seconds, the other party gave a positive response and gave a meeting place, which was a fast food restaurant not far from her. WXS, if you are willing to meet, I can arrive within 20 minutes. User 0765319. Okay. In the hotel room, Wei Xuxing looked at the latest private message and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There are many things in the city recently, and fewer players can spare time to take tasks. He finally met someone who is interested in the corpse collection work. Looking at the other party's user nickname, Wei Xuxing had a rough idea in his mind. The nickname used by this player is the default nickname of the forum, and the registration time is no more than 1 day. It is likely that he is a newcomer. Newcomers also have their own advantages. They are not picky about work, and they have the qualification to register for the forum and are recognized as the support of players. They have certain strengths. Wei Xuxing arrived at the fast food restaurant 5 minutes early. When he pushed open the door, he felt a pair of eyes lingering on him for a moment. He looked over and found that the owner of the gaze was sitting by the window, smiling at him. Although he hadn't introduced himself yet, Wei Xuxing intuitively thought that this was the player who accepted his mission. She was a young and bright person, wearing a pure black coat, with half of her cheeks reflecting the sun and the other half hidden in the dark. Wei Xuxing walked over and nodded to the other party. Hello. I'm the person who just chatted with you in the forum. He took out his mobile phone and took the initiative to show the private chat interface. Chung Tingyu smiled. Mr. Wei? Wei Xuxing bowed. Sorry. I'm a little late. Chung Tingyu said matter-of-factly. I arrived early. The environment of the fast food restaurant was not very pleasant, full of a shabby feeling that would soon go bankrupt due to insufficient income. Wei Xuxing ordered 2 cups of hot cocoa. He took a sip of the drink, subconsciously clasped his hands together, and then said, There are some things I didn't write in the post. My aunt has the ability of the disaster insect direction. After her death, it had some impact on her living environment. The whole house became a copy. I am an ordinary person, and it would be dangerous to go in. Chung Tingyu, you didn't see your aunt's body, but you confirmed that she was dead? Wei Xuxing was obviously surprised when he heard Chung Tingyu's question. And then he realized, you just came to 0631 City, right? Chung Tingyu was silent. It seems that the contradiction she realized before did not mean some unspeakable secrets, but was only related to some public settings in the local area. Wei Xuxing, my aunt had insured herself with the Screwdriver Insurance Company, a company that is very good at making various items with special abilities. After I escaped from the house, I called them and confirmed that my aunt was dead. As for the inspection team, I have also reported the case, but my aunt's house is very remote and there are few people around, and the copies formed will not spread for a while, so the danger is very low. According to normal procedures, they may wait for a month or 2 before sending someone to deal with it. Chung Tingyu leaned back in his chair, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The other party revealed a lot of unknown information in just 1 sentence. She originally only knew about the inspection team of F0631 City, and now there is also a Screwdriver Insurance Company. From what Wei Xuxing said, its business obviously includes more than just the part in the company name. In addition, there is the existence of the copy. The 2 copies that Chung Tingyu had entered before were all closed and opened, and the whole person was directly refreshed to another copy space. However, the residence of Wei Xuxing's aunt is a copy space that exists in reality. Showing too much ignorance can easily affect the client's confidence in himself. Chung Tingyu decided to fine-tune the way of speaking, so that this communication will be more unilaterally narrated by the other party. You just said escape from the house. I need to hear the details. Wei Xuxing didn't feel strange. If conditions permit, players will of course fully understand the background of the dungeon. Wei Xuxing rubbed his hands nervously and whispered, Last Friday, I called my aunt and learned that she was feeling unwell. The next day I bought some fruit and went to visit her. F0631 City covers a large area. There are only 2 train stations between the central city and the outer city. As a resident of the central city, Wei Xuxing could easily buy a ticket to the outer city. In addition to his usual visit today, he also carefully prepared a lot of words to persuade his sick aunt to move out of her original remote residence and live in the central city where medical conditions are better. After getting off the bus, Wei Xuxing took the bus and got off more than 2,000 meters away from his aunt's house. It was not that he didn't want to go directly, But Wei Heng's house was a little far away from people. The trees were bleak. For Wei Xuxing, who had average physical fitness, the temperature in October was already a bit cold. He quickened his pace. But the faster he walked, the more obvious the lingering coldness around him became. 30 minutes later, Wei Xuxing arrived outside his aunt's house. This is a small house with a pastoral rural style. The bedroom and dining room are on the first floor. In addition, there is a small loft and basement with a high ceiling. Wei Xuxing was already feeling a bit uncomfortable with the cold at this moment, and he was eager to go inside to warm up. He almost shivered as he opened the door of the hut. As soon as he stepped into the living room, the light behind him dimmed. There was no wind around, but the door chose to close quietly the moment he walked in. Chapter 16 Lost Property Search. The coldness around almost solidified, and a layer of white frost even condensed on the surface of the metal utensils in the house. Wei Xuxing was not a player, but as a resident of the central city, his experience was enough to support him to realize at the first time that something strange had happened in the hut. He knew that his aunt liked to collect various items, including some props with special powers. In the current situation, the best possibility was that the containment of a certain prop failed, and the worst was that a copy appeared. Wei Xuxing had a prop from his aunt called Exempt Pass. In addition to confusing the gate guards in reality, this item also had a special function if someone unfortunately entered an ordinary copy and was lucky enough not to trigger the copy immediately. He could use the Exempt Pass to escape from it. His aunt's house was not big. Wei Xuxing hesitated for a few seconds, and finally put the Exempt Pass back into his pocket, gritted his teeth, and walked into the depths of the house. Cheng Tingyu listened with interest to the client's description of the background of the mission, and asked with a smile, "So you finally triggered the dungeon?" Wei Xuxing shook his head, rolled up his sleeves, and showed Cheng Tingyu the frostbite marks on his arm. "I don't know if it counts when I walked to the door of the study. I was almost losing my ability to move, and finally I could only leave through the back door." Cheng Tingyu did not comment, seemingly aware that Cheng Tingyu was a little confused. Wei Xuxing explained, "After all, it is a dungeon in reality. If you are familiar with the environment, it is still possible to find an exit. I tried to go to the living room and leave from the front door, but as soon as I turned back, the temperature began to drop faster." At this point, his tone was more fortunate. "Fortunately, there is a back door in the house. I opened the door with a try-and-see attitude, and I actually succeeded in leaving there." Cheng Tingyu nodded slightly. From the other party's words, she extracted another key information: the way to leave the dungeon. In addition to normal breakthrough and relying on props to escape, you can actually go through the back door. Wei Xuxing, after I came out, I immediately contacted the screwdriver insurance company to confirm that my aunt was dead. The changes in the hut came from the leakage of her power. At this point, he stretched out his hand and rubbed his forehead with a tired look. Because my aunt's residence is remote, even if a copy is formed, it is basically impossible to affect others. The inspection team did not send anyone to deal with it immediately. Only the people from the management bureau came to post a notice, asking irrelevant personnel to avoid it, and said that it would take some time before the inspectors were sent to deal with it. I wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible, so I issued the task. At this point, Wei Xuxing added, because my aunt bought insurance before her death. The screwdriver insurance company provided a special storage box for the dead. Her ability is not strong. As long as the body is placed in the storage box, it can be temporarily isolated from the impact. Cheng Tingyu listened quietly, while updating a wave of detailed settings about F0631 City in his mind. According to Wei Xuxing's description, the screwdriver insurance company should be a large organization with strength no less than the inspection team. Noticing that Cheng Tingyu hadn't spoken, Wei Xuxing continued, "I've seen the system tag on the forum. You're a flesh and blood player, so you should be able to withstand the severe cold in the house. If you agree to take the mission, I'll pay a deposit directly once you enter the dungeon. If you feel the danger is greater than you expected, you can exit through the back door. I'll still pay 1/3 of the balance afterwards." Cheng Tingyu finally spoke, "I can accept it, but it will take a day to prepare. In addition, please draw a blueprint of your aunt's house layout." Wei Xuxing breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll draw it now." 10 minutes later, Cheng Tingyu got the house sketch. As an important task release platform in F0631 City, Wuming Forum will naturally provide users with a standard contract. After both parties entered the details and confirmed them, the 20,000 city coins deposit was quickly credited. Cheng Tingyu agreed with the other party to go to his aunt's residence at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The reason why the task was postponed to the next day was that Chung Tingyu needed time to supplement some common sense of the dungeon. Her apparent identity is a flesh and blood player, and such abilities are usually reflected in physical fitness beyond the general limit. In short, it is high defense and long blood bar. Therefore, it is indeed a good choice to ask a flesh and blood player to accept this task. According to Wei Xuxing, the dungeon triggered by his aunt's death is not very dangerous except for a continuous severe cold debuff. As long as you can ensure that you get Wei Heng's body before the blood bar returns to 0 and get out of the dungeon, you can successfully complete the commission. However, Chung Tingyu's problem is that her real ability is not flesh and blood, but dense pupils. However, Chung Tingyu also remembered that the inspector once mentioned that as their own abilities increase, the physical fitness of all types of players will be improved. Her blood bar is certainly thicker than that of the client, who is not a player. Chung Tingyu thought that as she could complete the commission in front of her, the persuasiveness of her public character would also become higher. The number of taboos in this dungeon, which she temporarily named the Cold Residence, is obviously lower than that of the previous Snow Cold House. There is only one Don't Go Back. And this is not an instant death restriction, but it will increase the cold effect. Wei Xuxing drew a detailed blueprint of his aunt's house. According to Wei Heng's personality, he would most likely lock the bedroom door from the inside when he was resting. However, the backup key of the bedroom was placed in the drawer of the table in the outer study room, and the person who accepted the task could go and get it. The blueprint showed that the outer study room had 2 doors, front and back, and the bedroom was located behind the outer study room. As long as you don't choose to turn back in the middle, the enhancement of the severe cold debuff will not be triggered, and you can reach your destination relatively safely. After saying goodbye to the client, Chung Tingyu booked a single room for herself with melancholy. She really shouldn't have booked a capsule hotel for 10 days in one go to save money. But Chung Tingyu felt that this was not her poor planning. The main reason was that the job opportunities came too fast. In terms of living environment, ordinary hotels in the outer city area are only slightly better than those in the desolate area. They also provide multi-person rooms and allow shared renting. The environment is not too bad, but it is not very suitable for rest and preparation. Chung Tingyu sorted out the props on her body first. After clearing the last dungeon, she got a wine pen in the cold-proof house with no obvious use, a free inspection pass, and a cheap and beautiful mountaineering bag. The mountaineering bag is a rare space-type prop. The surface is only the size of a palm, and the total amount of objects inside cannot exceed 1 cubic meter. After all, the adjective in the name is cheap and beautiful, not good and cheap. Although 1 cubic meter of space is not too large, Chung Tingyu can only express satisfaction. Chung Tingyu carried the inspection-free pass with him, and went to the nearby second-hand clothing store to buy a set of cheap winter clothes, gloves, winter hats, and a dozen warm pads, which were practical, and cost a total of 4,580 city coins. The previous 2 times he entered the dungeon were unexpected events that he was not prepared for. This time, he had to put on cloth armor before setting off. In addition, Chung Tingyu also found something called Screwdriver brand ginger anti-cold medicinal oil in a nearby convenience store. It can be applied to the skin to prevent frostbite, and each bottle is worth 5,000 city coins. Considering that there may be other accidents in the dungeon besides the low temperature, Chung Tingyu also prepared alcohol, bandages, ropes, and a multi-purpose knife. Wei Heng's house is a dungeon that exists in reality, with clear boundaries. Entering the house is equivalent to entering the dungeon, and exiting the house is equivalent to leaving the dungeon. Chung Tingyu opened the forum and searched for posts related to the dungeon in reality, according to the relevant content mentioned on the forum. In the files of the inspection team, there are 2 types of dungeons, non-realistic and realistic. If this is the basis for classification, the 2 dungeons she experienced before are both non-realistic. Many realistic dungeons come from the leakage of power after the death of players. According to the post, the dungeons formed after the death of low-powered players are not too dangerous, as long as they are resolved within 3 months. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Chung Tingyu arrived outside Wei Heng's residence on time and met Wei Xuxing, who was waiting there. Chapter 17. Chung Tingyu said low to the other party, "I will go in later, but I can't guarantee that I can bring out the bones of your aunt." Wei Xuxing expressed his understanding and handed Chung Tingyu the sealed box used to place the player's body and a pair of thin gloves. Screwdriver. Card sealed box. Primary a box with a certain force isolation effect. Screwdriver. Card gloves. Primary gloves with a certain force isolation effect. The appearance of protective gloves means that there is a certain risk of direct contact with the player's body without protection. This was the first time Chung Ting-yu saw what was in front of her today, but the description she read allowed her to keep her experienced person in the wasteland as steady as an old dog. She could even smile at Wei Xuxing. Screwdriver brand gloves? Wei Xuxing nodded. This is also included in the insurance package that my aunt bought. Chung Ting-yu asked casually. Then why didn't you buy the corpse collection service at the same time? Wei Xuxing said honestly. Actually, I did buy it. But the insurance company's business is as busy as the inspection team, and I have to wait for about a month. If a formal resident of F0631 City who has purchased the corresponding insurance is in a dangerous copy, then both the inspection team and the screwdriver insurance company will respond as quickly as possible. But if the resident is already dead, the priority of the other party's task will be greatly reduced. The double standard is clear and obvious. Chung Ting-yu nodded slightly to the client, took the box and gloves, and then wrapped the thick coat she bought yesterday, and strode into Wei Heng's residence. It is late autumn now. The plants and trees in the garden that were once carefully taken care of by the owner have all withered, and the soil has become hard. Just approaching the door, there is a feeling of being corroded by the cold. Chung Ting-yu inserted the key into the lock of the door. She put on cold-proof gloves in advance, but the coldness that is hard to ignore still spread along the key to her fingertips and forearms one by one. According to Wei Xuxing's description, he only noticed the abnormal cold when he walked into the house. However, when Chung Ting-yu came over, just standing at the door, she had clearly felt the abnormality in the environment. She paused for a second, then opened the door, as if nothing had happened, and walked into the house. The wooden door closed silently behind Chung Ting-yu. The moment the sunlight was completely blocked, the coldness in the house became more and more biting. Chung Ting-yu can still adapt before coming in. She had already applied cold-proof medicine oil in advance. The medicine oil slowly took effect, so that Chung Ting-yu would not be too cold. This is a house with a lively atmosphere. An old mirror is hung on the wall at the entrance, which is convenient for people to tidy up their appearance when going out. At this moment, the image of Chung Ting-yu is reflected in the mirror. After entering the dungeon twice, the stinging in her right eye is no longer as severe as when she first crossed over, but gradually becomes mild and controllable. And the strange feeling when using abilities is also weakened a lot. Chung Ting-yu glanced at the mirror carelessly and stopped immediately. She found that lines of text similar to instructions were brushed on the edge of her image in the mirror. Name, Chung Ting-yu. Ability, dense pupils ********. Status, tending to be stable. Cooling period, 0. Special status, feeling cold. Can't turn back. HP, health 99/100. Chung Ting-yu turned her head and faced the mirror. Did she see her personal status? Clearing the dungeon can improve the player's ability. If Chung Ting-yu has seen her personal information in the previous version, she will find that the information about herself is constantly enriched. Chung Ting-yu's eyes swept across other data and stopped at the number after the cooling period. As a player who just finished the Winter House dungeon yesterday, she has some opinions about this 0. Chung Ting-yu sighed in her heart. The cooling period problem could not be solved for a while. What was more important at the moment was the strange cold and the unreturnable state. She kept her eyes on the 2 status names, and soon saw a line of new descriptions. Strange cold, lively. The strange cold air that is spreading will continuously weaken the health of living things within the range. This state cannot be dispelled before leaving the corresponding area. Unreturnable, the rule born from the incubator's wish. In the case of turning back, the damage of strange cold will be increased to 4 times the original. Chung Ting-yu relied on her rich game experience before crossing over to understand it, and roughly understood what kind of debuff the strange cold was. This thing not only reduces the health bar, but also locks the health bar. Her health value was reduced to 99 out of 100. And because the strange cold could not be dispelled, even if there was treatment nearby, it could not be restored. Chung Ting-yu was not in a hurry to go deeper. She was a little concerned about the word lively in the brackets of strange cold. Whether it is the inspection team, the screwdriver insurance company, or the posts on the forum, the judgment of the copy of Wei Xuxing's aunt's residence is relatively safe and does not need to be dealt with immediately. However, according to Chung Ting-yu's personal experience, this copy is in a state of continuous change. The strange cold air in the air seems to have been endowed with vigorous vitality and is growing impatiently. Chung Ting-yu continued to move forward. The strange cold is a debuff that lasts and cannot be dispelled. In other words, in the current copy, players should not stay in one place for too long. They need to act as quickly as possible to shorten the action time. She had memorized the structure of the house before coming here. The front hall is directly connected to the living room, and the corridor on the right side of the living room can lead to the outer study. As for the bedroom, it is at the end of the corridor. When walking into the living room, Chung Tingyu paused slightly. There is a set of beautiful porcelain tea sets and fruit plates on the coffee table covered with sky blue linen, and various tea cans are placed in the cabinet. Perhaps because of the low temperature, the fruit in the fruit plate does not have obvious signs of decay. Judging from the warm and cozy layout of the reception room, Wei Hung should be a person with a keen sense of life. Chung Tingyu smiled slightly, and then headed to the corridor on the right. The simple turn did not seem to trigger the effect of no turning back. Chung Tingyu thought to herself that if she had time after completing the task, she could try to turn 90 degrees twice in a row to see if she could bypass the mechanism of no turning back. Wei Heng's residence was not too big. It was only 10 steps from the living room to the corridor. But Chung Tingyu, who had limited health, did not enter the corridor immediately. She saw a pool of bright blood, which was spreading outward at this moment. The cold air filled every corner of the house. But the blood did not coagulate. Blood with vigorous vitality. Their owners are dead, but they seem not to be dead yet. Chung Tingyu did not doubt that the owner of the blood was Wei Hung, because she had seen an adult male corpse lying across the corridor. She paused for a second, clenched her right fist and gently hit the palm of her left palm, muttering to herself, "By the way, Wei Xuxing has a sister." Outside the copy, as the task client, Wei Xuxing was patiently waiting for the results of Chung Tingyu's work. 5 minutes after entering the house, his phone suddenly rang. The name on the caller ID was Wei Shugui. Just looking at him, he and Wei Xuxing were family. Wei Xuxing picked up the phone. "Shugui? Brother, don't go into my aunt's house first." Wei Xuxing was puzzled. "Why?" Wei Shugui's voice was hoarse. "I posted a task on the forum, asking someone to go to the house to bring out my aunt's body. The insurance company just told me that the person had an accident." Wei Xuxing was shocked. "You asked someone? When did it happen?" "Wei Shugui, this morning at 6 o'clock. He paused and asked, "What happened?" Wei Xuxing stammered. "I also asked someone to go over." He raised his head and looked in the direction of the house, his face pale. Just 5 minutes ago, she had entered the dungeon. Chung Tingyu didn't know that she almost learned the news that Wei Shugui also asked someone to enter the dungeon, and the person who entered the dungeon unfortunately died at the same time as the client. She just leaned down slightly and carefully observed the body in front of her. This is a man in his 30s, with a wide wound on his chest that seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade, exposing his internal organs. Blood was flowing all over the ground and continued to flow from his wound. At this moment, Chung Tingyu had a subtle feeling that the normal test that was supposed to be given suddenly had an additional question of unknown difficulty. Through the cut flesh, Chung Tingyu saw the heart of the dead. In fact, there was at least 2 meters between her and the dead. But the visual bonus brought by the closed pupil allowed her to easily capture various details on the body. The bright red heart did not fall into a deep sleep with the breathless man, but was still beating rhythmically. Chung Tingyu was silent for a moment, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket. There were still some relatively reliable contents in the various literary and artistic works before the time travel, such as once encountering a dangerous situation. The communication items carried by the protagonist would most likely have various failures, such as running out of power, or not being able to find a signal. What Chung Tingyu encountered at this moment was the second one. Moreover, not only can't make calls, but some built-in functions that don't require an internet connection, such as time display calculator, are also unusable. It seems that in a short period of time, this phone has regressed from a product of modern technology to a simple metal brick. In the event of an accident, it is a reasonable choice to exit the copy directly. Chung Tingyu knew what to do rationally, but she didn't put her thoughts into action immediately. She has always known that there are some contradictions in her personality. Generally speaking, Chung Tingyu will think carefully and act according to her heart. But she is easily bored and wants to actively seek some excitement. Since neither the inspection team nor the insurance company has sent anyone, the situation should still be within control. Chung Tingyu muttered to herself. She didn't leave the copy, but leaned forward and carefully observed the still beating organ. She took out the rope from the cheap and beautiful mountaineering bag, put it on the dead body at a distance, and gently dragged the body over. The other party's position has exceeded the front door of the outer study, and the current copy has a special restriction of cannot turn back. Compared with walking to the dead, dragging the dead over is a safer choice for her. The red bloodstains were printed on the long corridor, which looked particularly bright. After dragging the dead, Chung Tingyu dragged the sealed box and gloves that he'd brought in and dropped beside the dead in the same way. The air was filled with abnormal vitality, and the biting coldness was lively around her. Chung Tingyu lowered her head and stared at the chest of the dead. The heart that continued to work. Real name, Flesh and Blood Life Overload. Level, No Light. Status, Deformed. Chung Tingyu felt that the stinging in her right eye was getting worse. Observing the player's remains is more laborious than observing other things. If the blue bar can be displayed in the form of percentage, she is now only about 60% of the full state. The dead in front of him, who was suspected of accepting Wei Shigui's commission, was a flesh and blood player, and the blood vessels connected to his heart were still bleeding. In Chung Tingyu's eyes, the bright red organ was flashing with a red light that was hard to ignore. Chung Tingyu put on gloves, picked up the heart, and threw it into the sealed box with isolating force. Chapter 18. Chung Tingyu's choice was correct. After packing up the heart, it only took a blink of an eye for the strange activity around her to decrease a lot. She nodded slightly. After Wei Hung died, her power would leak out and create a copy. Then, the dead player, who was also a player, would also have his own power leaked out after his death. Thinking of this, Chung Tingyu felt a little subtle. No matter how low the danger of the copy created by Wei Hung was, it was enough to kill a flesh and blood player. If the death of a player would definitely create a copy with the characteristics of reality, then the city of F0631, which attaches great importance to order, should restrict people with special abilities and require them to live only in specific places to avoid affecting others. However, there is no such rule in F0631. Chung Tingyu thought. If that was the case, then she had reason to guess that becoming a copy after death was not the destined fate of the player. The body that lost its heart finally stopped bleeding, and a layer of crystal frost even quickly covered the surface. This room is really too cold. The cold-proof medicine oil applied on the skin is working diligently. Although it cannot stop the decrease of health value, it can keep Chung Tingyu's limbs flexible and prevent her from reducing her mobility due to excessive cold. She did not rush to step into the corridor, but put on gloves and looked through the other person's clothes. Chung Tingyu put on gloves, briefly checked the other person's pocket, and then successfully found a black key from it. A black key, originally belonged to the owner of the house. Chung Tingyu lowered her eyelashes slightly. Although she can see the information of the item, she cannot guarantee that she can see the useful part. Most of the time, it will be like now. Listening to your words is like listening to your words. In the reception room shrouded by the strange cold, Chung Tingyu exhaled a breath of white air. The most direct cause of death of the deceased is naturally the wound on his body. In addition, there are very obvious signs of frostbite on his arm. As a real flesh and blood player, the defense and health value of the deceased are obviously higher than Chung Tingyu. In this case, the time the deceased stayed in the corridor must be much longer than Chung Tingyu. There was also a mirror in the living room. Chung Tingyu looked at her personal information in the mirror. Her health value was only 91% at the moment. Although it had dropped a lot, it was still a very safe distance from the danger line, especially after the heart, whose real name was Flesh and Blood Life Overload, was sealed. The speed of Chung Tingyu's health value reduction was further reduced, and there was no sign of frostbite on her skin. She had stayed for nearly 10 minutes since she entered the door, for such obvious frostbite marks to appear on the deceased. The time she stayed was at least more than half an hour. In this case, the other party must have entered the outer study room, so the key belonging to the owner of the house in his hand was most likely taken out of the study room. Chung Tingyu looked at the black key and couldn't help but smile. According to normal logic, she only needed to pick up the key, walk to the end of the corridor, open the bedroom door, and take away Wei Heng's body, and the entire copy would be declared over. But the dead man on the ground failed to complete such a simple task. He fell silently on the corridor in a posture of opening his heart in a physical sense. As a person who is good at hypothesis and courageous to verify, Chung Tingyu stared at the corpse for 2 seconds, and some vague guesses suddenly arose in his mind. Click. The door of the outer study was not locked. In the room dominated by wooden furniture, there was a desk so wide that people could lie directly on it. But this was by no means the most attractive content in the whole room. Chung Tingyu looked around and suspected for a moment that the owner of the house was an artist. She felt that her idea was reasonable, because the walls of this outer study were covered with various decorative paintings, and the contents of those decorative paintings were all beautiful things, including flowers, stars, springs, etc., among which the largest proportion was various black butterflies. Chung Tingyu retracted her gaze from the decorative paintings. walked quickly to the side of the desk, and reached out to open the drawer. The situation was just as she expected. A brass key that looked normal from any angle was quietly placed inside. In Chung Tingyu's eyes, a line of description appeared on the brass key, one of which was can open the bedroom door lock. Chung Tingyu stared at the open drawer, and then smiled silently. If the key in front of him was for the bedroom door lock, then what was the key in the hand of the dead man in the corridor for? The dead man had a sealed box with him, which meant that the other party was most likely commissioned by Wei Shigue to come and clean up Wei Heng's body. But the bedroom key was still in the drawer, which proved that the commission was just an excuse for him to sneak into the copy. He had his own purpose and died because of it. Chung Tingyu carefully looked at the decorative paintings on the wall, and found that several paintings with butterflies, as the theme had traces of being dismantled. So the black key was the important prop that the dead man found behind the butterfly painting? Wei Xuxing did not give Chung Tingyu any clues related to the decorative paintings. As long as the brother and sister's sense of cooperation exceeded the passing line, they would definitely communicate with each other about the news of their aunt's house before issuing the task. That is to say, the news known by the deceased did not come from the brother and sister. He had a special purpose and had an abnormal understanding of the situation of the house. Chung Tingyu sketched the image of the deceased in his mind. The flesh and blood player probably wanted to find something important in the house, since the deceased had a certain understanding of Wei Heng. What about Wei Heng? Did she know that someone would come to look for something? Chung Tingyu intuitively thought that Wei Heng should also know. Living alone in a house without neighbors is a very suitable background setting for hiding one's own secrets. If it weren't for the lack of money, Chung Tingyu himself actually wanted to find a similar house as a residence for the next period of time. Moreover, among the decorative paintings in the room, only the butterfly-themed ones had traces of being moved. If the additional information obtained by the deceased was there is a key behind the butterfly painting, then he would realize after entering the study that a large part of his life value would definitely be consumed. Because there are so many butterfly paintings, it's like the owner of the house deliberately makes things difficult for the later seekers. However, under normal circumstances, this kind of embarrassment is unlikely to cause any actual impact. Only under the condition that a long stay will cause damage to the seeker. Such an arrangement is of sufficient value. Another thought flashed through Chung Tingyu's mind. Wei Heng himself not only knew that someone would come to look for things after his death, but also expected that a copy would appear in the house. The bedroom brass key in the drawer, and the back door that can directly lead the copy, are the normal ending route for Wei Xuxing and Wei Shigue. And the black key behind the butterfly painting is the bad ending route for the deceased. Chung Tingyu smiled and said to herself, "Fortunately, I am a cautious person." She was a little glad that she didn't commit suicide by holding the black key and running straight to the bedroom door. Otherwise the ending would probably not be too wonderful. Chung Tingyu took a last look at the densely packed decorative paintings on the wall, and then left the outer study without looking back. The moment she re-entered the corridor, the chill around Chung Tingyu became even more severe, and a few lines of small words flashed in her eyes. Physical strength data is open. Ability is being improved. And things to be analyzed are detected. And they can be identified. Remaining identification times, February 3rd. Chung Tingyu felt it, and felt that she had about 60% to 70% of her physical strength left. If each identification consumes about 30% of her physical strength, it would be exactly 2 times. As for the phrase ability is being improved, Chung Tingyu thought that it might be because she was on the right path. Although she did not really pass the level, her ability was improved. The black key emitted a red light that only Chung Tingyu could see. Tail key, flesh and blood are the door. And the blade is the key. This is a prop. The deceased wanted to use this key to open a door, but it was his own chest that was opened. Chung Tingyu, who had a general understanding of the abnormality of the copy, felt a little regretful the client did not give her wrong information. And Wei Heng's house was indeed a very simple copy that could be solved neatly with just good physical fitness. The part that brought her danger was purely the personal behavior of the additional question on the ground. And there was no reasonable basis for temporary price increase from any angle. The research on the deceased took a lot of time, and Chung Tingyu's health was only 78 out of 100. She walked quickly to the end of the corridor and opened the bedroom door. The moment the wooden door was opened, a cold air that was almost condensed into substance rushed out. Just this action of opening the door caused Chung Tingyu's health to drop by 10 values. For a moment, Chung Tingyu felt that the client's choice to leave directly at that time was a decision that was very worthy of the client's employment prospects. If Wei Xuxing had insisted on collecting the bodies of his elders at that time, she would either not receive the commission now, or she would receive the dual commission of helping her aunt and brother collect the bodies. The ceiling of the bedroom, filled with coldness, was hung with ice spikes. Chung Ting-yu glanced at the ceiling and felt that she had not considered it carefully enough. She did not wear a helmet when she came in. If some game designers before her time travel were to plan it, they would definitely arrange a person walking towards the bedroom with ice spikes falling from above. And each time they touch him, he will lose 10 health points. As test operation settings, Chung Ting-yu whispered to herself, the people who entered the bedroom door are most likely either the Wei brothers and sisters, or the people who accepted the Wei brothers and sisters' commission to collect the body for their aunt. Assuming that the appearance of the copy was really expected by Wei Hung, she should not embarrass the people who came in at the last minute. Her judgment was correct. In addition to the unbearable coldness in the bedroom, there were no more dangers hidden. The visual bonus of dense pupils allowed Chung Ting-yu to see the corpse lying on the bed at the first time. As a dead person, Wei Heng's expression was very peaceful. Except for the lack of breath. He was as quiet as if he was asleep. The ability is being improved. Things to be analyzed are detected and can be identified. The remaining number of identifications is 1/3. Chung Ting-yu had no choice but to identify. She put on gloves and gently lifted Wei Heng's body. This corpse gave people a very strange feeling. The flesh and blood on the limbs and even the torso seemed to have lost all weight. And in contrast, her bones were as heavy as if they were filled with mercury. Chapter 19, a trinket with no sense of existence. Chung Ting-yu collected the body of the client's aunt and put it into the sealed box. Thinking about her new ability, she has been able to see the detailed descriptions of many items. But such behavior did not consume Chung Ting-yu's physical strength too much. In contrast, the identification of the tail key just now caused her physical strength to disappear by 1/3 instantly. Chung Ting-yu has some simple guesses about this. Both the tail key and Wei Hung himself have powerful powers. And before the identification, she had some inferences about both. There is a dressing mirror in Wei Heng's bedroom, and Chung Ting-yu saw her own information in the mirror. Name, Chung Ting-yu. Ability, closed pupil. Status, tends to be stable. Cooling period, 0. Special status, feeling cold. Can't turn back. Mild frostbite. Health value, dangerous 64/100. Stamina value, fatigue 31 out of 100. The back door mentioned by Wei Xuxing is right next to the bedroom. Although the act of entering and leaving the room will inevitably violate the restriction of can't turn back, Chung Ting-yu's remaining health value is enough to support these losses. Moreover, since Wei Heng's body was put away, the chill in the house has begun to decrease. Chung Ting-yu walked out of this residence quickly with 2 sealed boxes. The moment she left the copy, lines of text that only she could see flashed before her eyes. Congratulations to the player for clearing the copy and obtaining the legacy of the owner of the house. Chewing coffee candy ×1. Black key ring ×1. Congratulations to the player for clearing the dungeon and obtaining the remnants of Wei Heng's gratitude. Wei Xuxing has been waiting outside his aunt's residence. After learning the true degree of danger of the dungeon, he called the Public Security Bureau and the inspection team respectively. However, as a resident of the Central City District, Wei Xugue also knew that his actions would not be useful. Chung Ting-yu is not a local of F0631 City, does not have a formal residence permit, and cannot enjoy citizen benefits including emergency rescue. Of course, the Public Security Bureau should still come, because the previous client who entered was a player from this city. His death in the dungeon may cause the dungeon to mutate. They must determine the degree of danger of the dungeon as soon as possible, and then consider whether to hand the incident over to the inspection team. However, when calling the inspection team, the other party asked an additional question. Is it a flesh and blood player who has just come to the city? After confirmation, they gave Wei Xuxing a very confusing reply. There should be no need to worry. Wei Xuxing wondered why he should not be in a hurry. He had just contacted his sister and learned that the player who accepted the task from her was a resident of the central city. It was said that he was very strong. He took the task purely because he had a good relationship with Wei Xugue and had something to do in the outer city. The forum had a label nameless that was the same as the forum name in the annotations given to Chung Ting-yu. In the context, it can be translated as nameless. An old user of the forum once told him that in order to protect the privacy of players, the forum would not describe someone's strength in too much detail unless the other party was really bad to a certain extent. Compared with the nameless players, the old players are obviously more powerful. Wei Xuxing has not studied those players with special powers. But he is also very clear that after ordinary people awaken, they will get a unique name representing their own abilities after a while. Players without names are just newcomers, who have just stepped into that huge extraordinary world. Hello. Just when Wei Xuxing was completely lost in thought, a familiar voice sounded above his head. Wei Xuxing suddenly raised his head and was surprised to see Cheng Tingyu, who had just separated from him. She was alone, but she brought 2 sealed boxes with her. Cheng Tingyu smiled, because there was more than one corpse in the room. I brought them all out. After a pause, he added, one of them was not of the same gender as the commission target, so I didn't bring all of them. The other party said it lightly, as if bringing out the corpses of Wei Hong and another player was just a simple matter. Wei Xuxing was stunned. How did you do it? Cheng Tingyu blinked lightly. Enter the door. Go to the study to get the key. Go to the bedroom to get the body. And leave through the back door. The information you gave is very reliable. Nodding to the client, he put down the 2 boxes in his hand. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wei Xuxing, who took a breath, did not particularly believe Cheng Tingyu's words. Although he is not a player, he is not lacking in common sense. If the copy is really that simple, the person who accepted the commission before would not be killed on the spot. Wei Xuxing thought that there must be unknown dangers hidden in his aunt's residence, and the person in front of him easily solved those problems. The boss is worthy of being a boss. Not only is his strength unfathomable, but his personality is also considerate. He does not blame them for not providing accurate information. At this moment, Wei Xuxing has completely forgotten the label of rookie that he had given Cheng Tingyu in his heart when he first came into contact with him. Cheng Tingyu smiled. She roughly guessed the client's thoughts, but it was difficult to explain them in detail. If the players who accept the task really follow the strategy given by Wei Xuxing strictly, it is not difficult to pass the dungeon. However, after entering the door, the client will definitely check the body of the deceased in the corridor. The trap placed in the pocket of the body is the biggest danger of the entire dungeon. Cheng Tingyu opened the lid of the sealed box before ending the commission. You can confirm it first by opening the box. She made a final appraisal. After leaving the dungeon, Cheng Tingyu's various states have recovered a little. Even if he consumes another 1/3 of his physical strength, he will not completely lose his ability to move. Along with the stinging in his right eye, lines of text information appeared. Wei Hang's corpse. Real name, Realm Frozen Warehouse. Level, no light. Status, deformed. Note, he seemed to belong to a certain organization before his death. The last paragraph quickly changed under Cheng Tingyu's gaze. The user's presence was detected. Wei Hang's gratitude, and the information was corrected. Note, he once belonged to Dangerous Mask before his death. Cheng Tingyu's eyes were slightly condensed. What is Dangerous Mask? And it turns out that Wei Hong is a realm-type player? Cheng Tingyu suppressed his thoughts, smiled, and said to Wei Xuxing, by the way, what is your aunt's ability? Wei Xuxing nodded. It's Disaster Bug Xiaoxue. My aunt can release coldness, which is a very suitable ability to use in summer. When he spoke, he suddenly noticed that Cheng Tingyu's face was a little pale. The other party should have consumed too much physical strength in the dungeon, resulting in a lack of energy. Wei Xuxing thought that Cheng Tingyu was so powerful and so dedicated. If someone he knew also needed to hire a player, he would definitely recommend him. After waiting for 20 minutes, the people from the Public Security Bureau finally arrived. They received the sealed box and provided the 2 with a free ride because someone died in the dungeon. Wei Xuxing and Cheng Tingyu had to go to the bureau to explain the situation. Unlike the inspection team, the Public Security Bureau did not have a pendant that could verify the authenticity. After asking Cheng Tingyu about his experience in the dungeon, they let the 2 go directly for the sake of caution. Cheng Tingyu went okay and selectively told the truth. After walking out of the gate of the Public Security Bureau, Cheng Tingyu said goodbye to the client. Before parting, she smiled and said, I feel that the Public Security Bureau is very different from the inspection team. Wei Xuxing understood. The residents of F0631 City sometimes make a joke for the Public Security Bureau. When they face the dungeon, they only need to do 2 things. The first is to think that the dungeon is dangerous, and then hand over the task to the inspection team for processing. The second is to think that the dungeon is not dangerous and choose not to deal with it. Hearing Wei Xuxing's words, Cheng Tingyu quickly understood the role of the Public Security Bureau. No wonder they just recorded it and let it go. They probably thought about throwing the baggage to the inspection team. Cheng Tingyu returned to the hotel. She now urgently needed to find a quiet place to meditate. After passing the dungeon, Cheng Tingyu vaguely felt that the power entrenched in her right eye became restless, and there was only a thin line away from change. She had a hunch that she was about to see the full picture of the spiritual world mentioned in the post. Chung Tingyu had obtained 2 items in the previous copy. One was a black key ring, which was used to restrain the power of the black key picked up in the corridor. The other was called chewable coffee candy, which was not introduced for long. With only 1 line, it can keep the mind clear and calm. Chung Tingyu smiled and whispered to himself, mental calmness. I had seen it on the forum before, that players are easily shocked when they first enter the spiritual world. In serious cases, it will greatly reduce the sand value and fall into a madness full of delirium and raving. The copy was not difficult, and the items obtained should not be too rare. Chung Tingyu used the item name as a keyword to search on the forum, and quickly found what he needed. Many items have good auxiliary effects, such as chewable coffee candy, which can help players improve their memory, and play a key role in some dungeons that require memory. If taken before entering the spiritual world, it can also stabilize one's own state. Chung Tingyu knew that she was a closed pupil player. In comparison, it was easy to see things that should not be seen. Before entering the spiritual world for the first time, it was safer to make more preparations. She swallowed the coffee candy, and was about to lie down on the bed to start meditating, when she suddenly felt something was wrong. Chung Tingyu felt that she seemed to have overlooked something. She stretched out her index finger and tapped her temple lightly. And suddenly she realized something. After clearing the dungeon, Chung Tingyu would definitely find time to study the role of the props. However, after leaving the cold-proof house dungeon, she studied the cheap and beautiful mountaineering bag, the inspection-free entry and exit pass, and the old fountain pen in the cold-proof house, but missed the relics of the strangers. It was not until she used the chewable coffee candy to improve her mental state and memory that the shadow of the prop quietly emerged from the corner of Chung Tingyu's memory. Looking at it again at this moment, the name of the prop has changed from the relics of the strangers to an ornament with no sense of existence. Chung Tingyu. She believed from the bottom of her heart that the new name was the most accurate description of the essence of the prop. Chapter 20. Chung Tingyu picked up a jewelry with no sense of existence and fiddled with it for a while, and determined that the item had the functions of customizing appearance and concealing one's own ability and characteristics, both of which came from her close pupil ability. Considering that there may be a need to observe her own data frequently in the future, Chung Tingyu first defined the item as a small flip-top mirror that can be used as a pendant. Her eyes stopped on the smooth mirror surface. Chung Tingyu stared at the ellipsis that only she could see, and felt that the relevant content could be said to be covered up very comprehensively. After realizing that a jewelry with no sense of existence was not only effective for others, but also for the owner, Chung Tingyu had to give up the idea of using it as a mirror, and instead define the shape as a mobile phone chain that looked very ordinary. Chung Tingyu's movements were neither fast nor slow, and the whole person seemed to have entered into some strange rhythm. If she could see her own image at this moment, she would notice that there was a strange glimmer flowing in her right eye, which was originally just a darker color. After clearing the dungeon, the player also took away part of the power of the dungeon. It was mentioned in the forum post that when players first enter the spiritual world, in order to prevent being too excited or emotionally lost, they can consider using some incense made from green mint, sage, and carrot powder. The above things can be easily bought in the pharmacy in F0631 City. Just in case, players can also prepare a knife at hand to use pain to alert themselves. Chung Tingyu prepared everything, and the incense in the house had been lit for a while. She lay back on the bed again, holding a folding knife in her hand. All the sounds gradually became silent. The edges and corners of the house became softer. Water stains seeped from the ceiling. The color became darker and darker, gradually turning into an indissoluble deep blue, flowing down and converging. The blue sea water accumulated more and more. Everything was changing towards the sea. The bed legs were submerged, and the walls on all sides collapsed into the endless tide. Chung Tingyu lay on his back motionlessly, quietly watching the wonderful scene in front of him. In her perception, the bed under her was shaking gently, as if it was a dead leaf that accidentally fell on the water. The dead leaf was gradually soaked by the sea water and began to sink deeper into the sea. Her limbs were immersed in the deep sea little by little, and the light in her vision became dim. Slowly, Chung Tingyu could not see anything. She had completely lost her sense of spatial direction. Front, back, left, right, up, and down. They all looked exactly the same. The quiet and dark seawater completely enveloped Chung Tingyu, and everything was pressed to the still button. At this moment, it seemed that even time had fallen into eternal solidification. Mental value data is open. Mental value, mild madness 70 out of 120. 2 lines of text appeared directly in Chung Tingyu's mind in an indescribable state. Chung Tingyu passively accepted all the new information. She felt her own state, and finally realized that something was wrong. Although she had read the reminder in the post, and knew that the player's sand value would be impacted when entering the spiritual world, she did not expect that the impact would appear in a form that people had never noticed. Unconsciously, her reason had been eroded by the madness that grew in the dead silence and darkness. Chung Tingyu's heart was full of various contradictory thoughts. For a while, she felt that she was in danger and must get out as soon as possible. For a while, she thought it was not bad to stay quietly. Complex emotions repeatedly washed over Chung Tingyu's mind, and the only remaining trace of clarity was shaky. At this moment, she felt a strange stinging sensation in her right eye. Open your eyes. The strange power from the spirit was urging her. Open your eyes. The closed right eye was blocked under heavy shackles. Chung Tingyu obeyed her inner will and struggled to complete the action of opening it. She could even feel a force stirring in her pupils. All players need to open their eyes in the Sea of Spirit when they enter for the first time. However, the power of dense pupil is closely related to vision, which makes it particularly difficult for them to open their eyes. The veins on the back of Chung Tingyu's hand were bulging. She felt the changes in power wholeheartedly, and tried to guide those powers. In her perception, there seemed to be a storm condensing and spitting in her small eyes. Finally, the shackles on the pupils seemed to be shattered and scattered suddenly. The flickering light overflowed from her eyes, like a burning flame. The moment she opened her eyes, Chung Tingyu had already seen the light. Real name revealed. Level data open. Name: Chung Tingyu. Real name: dense pupil appraiser level. No light cooling period. 0 at the moment she felt her real name. Chung Tingyu inexplicably felt that the strange power in her right eye became stronger and more obedient, with a sense of familiarity that since we know each other through the name, we should cooperate more in normal times. As for the no light after the level, Chung Tingyu has reason to believe that it is an objective description of the surrounding dark environment. However, Chung Tingyu also remembered that many posts mentioned that after entering the spiritual world, players should be able to see the light representing their ascending direction. She did see the light, but not just a little bit, but a little bit after a little bit. The unknown star lit up and went out in a very distant place. When Chung Tingyu saw the light spot also saw her, staring directly at the indescribable horror. The mental value decreased. Current mental value, moderate madness 60 of 120. Chung Tingyu. She now understands why it is always said that dense pupils are very easy to die on the spot, although it is such a quiet spiritual world. Chung Tingyu feels that noisy and chaotic whispers are gradually ringing in her ears. Chung Tingyu can even feel that her thinking is gradually becoming stagnant. Dense pupils are indeed dangerous abilities. They can see too much light, so they can't tell where is the correct way to climb. Chung Tingyu suppressed the frantic thoughts in his mind, shifted his gaze away from the different points of light, and finally, looking directly at the object of. The mental value will be improved. Current mental value, moderate madness 65 of 120. Just when her mind was only a hair's breadth away from going completely crazy, her ability as an appraiser fed back a different message from before. She saw a safe light spot. Chung Tingyu took a deep breath, barely gathered the last bit of clarity, stretched her finger in the direction of the folding knife, and scratched it hard, relying on the pain to make herself out of the mental world. In the field of vision, the almost pure black sea water quietly receded. Although the process of opening eyes gives people an unusually long feeling, Chung Tingyu actually did not stay in the mental world for too long. When her consciousness returned to reality, the incense in the plate had not yet burned out. Chung Tingyu sat up from the bed. Her face was a little scary pale, and her black forehead hair was also wet with cold sweat. The behavior just now consumed a lot of her energy, although she was just lying on the bed the whole time. The physical value that had been restored to full has dropped to 52 to 100. Chung Tingyu took a break before standing up and going downstairs to get a fast food energy meal that F0631 provided to people with limited budgets. As a food, the energy meal didn't taste bad. To describe it in detail, it was like mixing not-so-sweet chocolate with rice paste. The hotel staff noticed the abnormality of the guest and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Chung Tingyu couldn't help laughing. "Not really. I just have a problem with my brain at most." The hotel staff closed his mouth. His expression was a little weird, and his face was full of reasonable complaints about the guest's words. Just shouldn't be used to describe a problem with the brain. Right? However, although the person in front of him looked very abnormal, since the other party did not show obvious aggressive tendencies throughout the whole process, There was no need to contact the Public Security Bureau immediately for processing. After the guests returned to the room, the staff finally felt relieved and felt lucky. At least today, the guest was not smart enough to abide by the law. Chung Tingyu closed the door and sat down by the bed. She paused her thoughts on purpose. But she couldn't stop one idea after another from popping up. Her mind was filled with all kinds of agitated emotions trembling. Fear, curiosity, and suspicion like fluff. But among all the emotions, the overwhelming presence was a kind of crazy and uncontrolled joy. She hugged her arms, first motionless, then raised her face and laughed softly. What can I do? Chung Tingyu looked at herself in the mirror, at the line that only her eyes could see. Spirit value, moderate madness 68 out of 120. And smiled and talked to the other party. My brain seems to be really a little bit wrong. She reached out and tapped her temple, tapping lightly and heavily, and then began to reach out and touch her right eye with uncontrollable curiosity, and carefully traced the shape of the eyeball with her fingertips through the eyelid. Chung Tingyu was a little surprised to find that the eyes with the power of dense pupils would also feel pain due to external forces. The scent of incense filled the house, and the coolness of mint flowed through the air. Chung Tingyu put down her hand. Her mood gradually became calm. Current mental value, mild madness 75/125. The mirror image showed Chung Tingyu's current state with data, as her mental value recovered. The strange look on her face had subsided. When the symptoms of madness became lighter, Chung Tingyu gradually realized how serious her loss of control was. The spiritual world is an extremely dangerous place, and the dense pupil is a very dangerous ability. Appraiser, Chung Tingyu, who felt that she had recovered her basic self-control ability, opened the forum. The commission from Wei Shuxing has been confirmed to be completed, and she has newly obtained 200 points, becoming an ordinary second-level user. So far, Chung Tingyu is still quite satisfied with the way the forum is upgraded. Although it is a bit hard. It is not Krypton, which is very friendly to poor users. Chapter 21 Ending. After the user level was upgraded, Chung Tingyu could browse more free posts. She first searched for introductions to various types of abilities, and then picked a more reliable one than the previous basic knowledge popularization post. Considering that the inspection team that gave her the phone might check the browsing history and other information in the background, in order to cover up her true purpose and expand her knowledge reserve, Chung Tingyu searched for each type. More than one post mentioned that for the defenders of F0631 City, dense eyes are undoubtedly the most worthy group to be wary of. Once encountered, the best result is to monitor the other party for a long time. The second is boundary domain. However, compared with the former, boundary domain players only need to pay attention to reporting their own status, and their normal work and life will not be affected too much. Of course, as a large city with a deep foundation, F0631 City also has some relatively stable dense eyes players. Chung Tingyu saw a post mentioning that there was once a capable person in the city whose real name was Dense Eyes Banquet Master. There is a lack of literal connection between the words banquet host and close pupils, which makes people wonder if they have been classified in the wrong category. Fortunately, the poster briefly explained the ability of close pupils banquet host. The player can see the most ignored target in a team. A qualified banquet host must pay attention to all guests, in addition to the close pupils related to himself. Chung Tingyu is most curious about the explanation of disaster insects, which some posts also mentioned in many people's understanding. Disaster insects do not refer to real insects. It is just for the sake of understanding that insects are used as an approximate name. The abilities of disaster insects players are also similar to insects in nature. Some players can devour some things or place their own insects in other areas to achieve certain effects. Reading the knowledge in the post, Chung Tingyu felt that the concepts in her mind were gradually becoming clearer. In addition, the description of the realm and flesh and blood abilities by the poster was similar to what Chung Tingyu had learned before, with only a few differences. Flesh and blood not only has high output, high defense, and high health, but also has healing abilities, just like the life overload in the previous copy, which is actually a self-healing skill. The last post she opened had an introduction to curse. Although curse players are not as prone to sudden death as secret pupils, they have another terrifying aspect. They are good at using language to exert influence. Note that the language here refers not only to words, but also to text patterns, etc. Curse is good at deceiving, commanding, and bewitching. They can be reliable leaders in the team, or they can be cunning liars. Chung Tingyu immediately realized that the "you are the postman" she had obtained before should have the power of curse, in order to facilitate readers' understanding. The poster also shared a short story about the curse. A cursed player accidentally fell into a desperate situation when brushing a dungeon. But before he died, he shouted at his opponent with resentment. "You go to HL." The enemy, who had the advantage in front of him, after hearing this curse, chose to kill himself without hesitation. And the original situation was reversed in a minute. Chung Tingyu realized that the two copies she had experienced at the beginning had traces of curses. The only difference was that the power of the puppet suit tended to deceive and bewitch, while the cold-proof house was restricted by rules. As for her own abilities, Chung Tingyu did not understand them very clearly now. She could see the brief information of many items, which was almost effortless. But when it came to some powerful forces, such as the player himself, the physical strength consumed became more, and there was no guarantee that she would be able to see the information she needed. For example, until now, Chung Tingyu still did not know the purpose of Wei Heng's design to kill the flesh and blood player. Nor did she understand why Lu Xiahong in the development zone attacked Lin Baiqi. She leaned on the pillow and whispered to herself, "Dangerous mask." F0631 Outer City District. Outside the residence that originally belonged to Wei Heng, there was a black vehicle with a gray lily leaf pattern part. Local official residents all know that the gray lily tree is the symbol of the inspection team. Normally, a low-risk copy would take some time to be investigated in detail by the inspectors, who were always operating at full capacity. However, the death of a player with official resident status greatly increased the priority of this area. Two people in inspectors' uniforms got off the car. The inspectors' work clothes were mainly deep and solemn, and the members' clothes, hats, leather shoes, and eye bags were all kept in uniform black. An inspector said, "It's a pity that the archaeological apprentice was not caught. This is a very suitable ability for investigating intelligence." Archaeological apprentice is a player with dense pupils who stayed outside F0631 for a while. The other party can interpret the information of an item. The longer the item is buried, the more comprehensive the relevant information will be. Although Wei Heng's residence was built only 20 years ago, a player died in the copy formed after her death, which barely meets the criteria for being archaeologically investigated. Another inspector shook his head. Even if they catch him, given the danger of the archaeological apprentice, it is impossible to just put him under house arrest. He will probably be executed directly. The person who answered was called Li Yetai. She had a pair of big and bright eyes. With the uniform, she looked particularly tall and beautiful. However, people with keen observation could easily notice that Li Yetai's eyeballs were slightly protruding, more like some kind of insect than a human. The real name of her ability is Disaster Insect Fearless. Li Yetai can capture and devour the fear in a certain place, and then save these emotions in the form of fear insects. After a human dies, the fear generated will not disappear immediately, but will remain in the original place for a period of time, and then gradually dissipate. Li Yetai recalled the information she had obtained, and hoped that the player who accepted the commission did not die too quickly, and had time to generate enough negative emotions. Otherwise it would easily affect the use of her ability. Because Wei Heng's bones had been recovered, the copy she was in had actually disappeared, with only a few remaining powers. Li Yetai activated her ability, closed her eyes, and tested for a moment, then turned to her companions and said, "I have captured the fear of that player." A companion named Zhou Jianyan raised his right hand. "Got it." Then he returned to the car with a swift movement to get the prepared equipment. This time they went out. They specially brought the work of a big man whose ability was Realm. Unlike the newcomers who had just awakened their abilities, players who were strong enough could even divide some of their strength to make special props. The name of this work is Skull Scene Projector. Li Yetai crushed her worm into powder, and then carefully put it into a crystal-like transparent small box. During the whole process, Li Yetai's face kept twitching, but she did not show any fear when grinding the fear worm into powder. She, as the owner, would also feel pain, but Li Yetai would simultaneously swallow the fear in her heart to prevent herself from hesitating because of fear. The plague insect powder in the small box is the fuel of the Skull Scene Projector. Li Yetai started the machine, and soon, scenes soaked with the strong emotions of the dead were played out. The tall and strong flesh and blood tasker entered the outer study. He did not go to the desk where the bedroom key was hidden, but reached out to uncover the picture frames on the wall and carefully checked them one by one until he found a box with a grinning white mask on the surface, and then stopped his actions. While looking for the key, the tasker's face gradually turned into a bluish-white color that was too cold. There was a black key in the box. The next scene was that the strong tasker tried to use the black key to open the small door leading to the basement next to the bedroom. However, the moment he inserted the key into the keyhole, His body was also cut open by the sharp blade, and the bright red blood sprayed out like a shower and flowed into the corridor. His chest remained open, revealing the heart that was still beating inside. The picture turned black, and the projection ended here. Li Yitai nodded. It is definitely related to the dangerous mask. As a civilian staff member, Zhou Jianyan recorded and said, "Okay. Does the second player who completed the task need to be investigated?" Li Yitai was about to give a positive answer, and then she felt the vibration of her phone. She looked down at the message sent by the team, and was relieved because she didn't have to work overtime. She shook her head. No. It's not entirely unexpected that the player received the task. Zhou Jianyan was slightly puzzled. Since it's not an accident, shouldn't we investigate it? Suddenly reacted. Is this an arrangement in our team? Li Yitai nodded. Although the inspection team will not force players other than the realm to report their real names, they will still collect data through various means and make judgments. She didn't mention secret eyes. Not because the inspection team adjusted its policy towards players, but because if they really met secret eyes, unless the other party had something special worth keeping, they would basically skip the step of collecting data and choose to detain them immediately. Li Yitai, she just came to F0631 City and is a pure new user on the forum. She needs to rely on the recommendation mechanism to accept tasks. The inspection team will rely on this information to assess her danger. She reached out and operated on the forum, and then showed the interface to her companions. Finding the body of the ant is easy, makes money quickly, and is not far away. At the same time, it only requires the player's health bar defense. If she is really a flesh and blood player who has just awakened her own power, she will most likely choose this task. From the scene in the projector, if the receiver acts completely according to the client's description, it will be very safe in the dungeon. Zhou Jianyan completely understood. I see. Then she is lucky. The task of finding the body itself and other hidden dangers are purely accidental. Chung Tingyu is just an innocent flesh and blood player who accidentally strayed into it. As he pondered, he smiled and said, in fact, there are not many players with closed pupils. If they are pure newcomers, they are even less likely to risk going to F0631 City. Li Yitai, you are right. She agreed with her colleague's opinion and wrote down the task-ending statement no problem for the second receiver. Chapter 22 Final Payment. After reading the deceased's last memory, the two inspection team members went in and searched the outer study again. Here, Li Yitai found a key behind a decorative painting depicting a black butterfly in the study. The key was black, and it looked similar to the one the deceased had. Li Yitai speculated that person probably got the news that there is a key behind the decorative painting from somewhere, and then followed the clues to run into the outer study, and found a fake key that was dangerous enough to bury himself. Because there is a restriction of no turning back in the copy, the first person who accepts the task will most likely start searching from the decorative painting closest to the front door. As long as the real key is placed behind the fake key, he can be guaranteed to find the murder weapon before finding the real key. Zhou Jianyan reminded, although I also think this key is real, but for the sake of caution, you better not use it first. Li Yitai nodded. Take it back to the team first, and let Lao Dong and others confirm it. Zhou Jianyan sighed. If the team could assign us a player who is good at identification to go out on field missions together. Li Yitai interrupted. Identification is mostly a skill in the direction of closed pupils. Even if there is such a player, it is not so easy for him to devote himself to the work of the inspection team. The two took the key back to the inspection team, and after confirming that there was no danger, they went to Wei Heng's residence for the second time. This time, they successfully opened the small door next to the bedroom, went down to the basement, and found a pair of sunglasses in a safe. Li Yitai carefully put the sunglasses into the sealed box. This is one of the props owned by the mysterious organization Dangerous Mask that can hide the player's ability type. There are all kinds of abilities in the world, and there are also a wide variety of props. Some of them can block prying and help conceal their own ability types, such as this pair of sunglasses. As a member of the inspection team, Li Yitai has also heard that some props that can reduce their own presence also have similar effects. But they are generally difficult to get, because that kind of prop is also effective for the owner. It is said that a senior in the inspection team has actually obtained the item, but the relevant memory was buried deep in the core of the brain until death, and he couldn't remember it until retirement. Beside her, Zhou Jianyan was updating the data for this mission. F0631C4791. Danger level, common. Status, realistic. Fixed location, unportable. Cleared. Description, A copy formed after the death of player Wei Hung, realm category. Real name unknown. Once disguised as Disaster Bug Xiaoxue, which can be entered by approaching the residential area. And there is a safe evacuation passage back door. This copy has the special restriction of no return, which can reduce the health of participants through a large range of severe cold. And there is a high risk of frostbite. On October 28, 3796, forum user 0765319 recovered the remains of player Wei Hung and successfully cleared the copy, just as the members of the inspection team were busy cleaning up the copy. Chung Tingyu was happily browsing the forum without knowing anything. The consumption brought by entering the spiritual world exceeded her expectations. Chung Tingyu decided to take a vacation for herself temporarily, and shift her energy from making money to entertainment. Considering that the entertainment activities in the outer city are not rich enough, Chung Tingyu could only take out her mobile phone silently, and look at those spam posts that do not require points. At this time, a small number 1 appeared on the private message column. Chung Tingyu clicked it, and found that it was a private message from the inspection team. After completing the inspection of Wei Hang's residence, the inspection team has basically figured out the cause and effect of the matter, and guessed that Chung Tingyu took the dangerous key that could open his chest. Inspection Team Customer Service 123, you don't have to be too nervous. It is normal for players to obtain props from the dungeon, as long as the power of the props can be properly sealed. It can be kept privately by the player. P.S. If you lack appropriate management methods, you can go to the Screwdriver Insurance Company to buy the corresponding items, or you can ask for help on the forum. Chung Tingyu looked at the words on the screen, paused playing with the phone, and typed a smiley face 2 seconds later, and sent it over. Since F0631 City wants to maintain order in the city, it will definitely strictly manage all factors that can cause chaos. So when they find a player with a dense pupil, they will immediately arrest or kill him. However, when facing other types of players, the attitude of the inspection team representing the city order is relaxed to the point of being considerate. At this moment, Chung Tingyu had 2 guesses in her mind. The first is that the destructiveness of the dense pupil is higher than it seems on the surface, and it has some kind of danger or value that she does not yet understand. Value? So special treatment had to be carried out. The second is the inspection team, or the entire F0631 city is facing a serious problem. So it is necessary to win over as many people as possible and strengthen its own strength, so that in the face of some player problems that will not immediately cause serious consequences, a soft measure of catching the big and letting go of the small was adopted. At the same time, Chung Tingyu also realized the value of the existence of the outer city more deeply. This is equivalent to a huge buffer zone, isolating most of the problems from outside the city. Even if there are some problems, it will not affect the stable life of the residents of the middle and inner city. The work of the inspection team is very efficient. Less than an hour after confirming that the copy formed by Wei Hang's residence has been cleared, Chung Tingyu received the final payment for this task and the client's thanks. WXS, thank you for your help this time. We did not expect that there would be a risk of death in the dungeon. We will compensate you with another task fee. User 0765319, it is a small matter. Since you enter the dungeon, there will inevitably be accidents. Chung Tingyu looked at Wei Xuxing's private message and felt that the inspection team should not have informed the other party of the details of the dungeon. WXS, of course it is a small matter for the teacher, but it is a big matter for us. Please be sure to accept this compensation. You may have trouble for the teacher in the future. As a person with a stable and affluent life, Wei Xuxing did not want to offend people with special abilities, and insisted on paying the compensation to the other party. Chung Tingyu glanced at the last sentence and smiled slightly. From Wei Hang's perspective, of course, he wanted to maintain a good relationship with capable players. As for Chung Tingyu, he was also somewhat curious about the situation of the dangerous mask behind Wei Hung, and wanted to find out more information. The two sides chatted politely for a few more sentences, and turned the topic to Wei Xuxing's sister Wei Shigui. User 0765319, you have been busy with your aunt's affairs outside during this period. Is your sister okay? WXS, it's okay. It's just right to stay in the outer city for 2 more days, and go home together after my sister's condition improves. Chung Tingyu looked at the new private message and immediately noticed the meaning Wei Shigui, as a sister, is also in the outer city now, and the situation is not good. She rubbed her eyebrows, continued to ask a few more questions, and then got a reply Wei Shigui was not actually sick, but was involved in a certain copy, and her health was affected, and she could not leave the outer city for the time being. As a novice player, who has just traveled through time for less than a month. Chung Ting-yu needs to learn more extensive and complex knowledge points than the knowledge points that must be memorized before the final exam. Of course, he is unwilling to miss such an opportunity to understand the dungeon, and immediately asked Wei Shigue about his experience in detail. User 0765319, can you describe the situation of that dungeon in detail? Wei Shushing did not know the purpose of Chung Ting-yu's question, but his sister's affairs were not a secret. Since the boss wanted to know, he would naturally answer all questions. WXS. My aunt doesn't like the younger generation to stay overnight at her house, because my sister has more flexible working hours. She can often visit my aunt. Sometimes she doesn't have time to go back to the central city, so she simply rents an apartment next to my aunt's house. Chung Ting-yu fell silent. Is the salary in the central city so much higher than that in the outer city? Can you rent an apartment instead of choosing a suitable hotel just to come here occasionally for a few days? WXS. But considering the cost effectiveness, the place my sister rented is not particularly prosperous, and the address is on Mulberry Street. In order to deepen her understanding of the outer city, Chung Ting-yu bought a map of F0631 City at a convenience store when she was purchasing supplies. She vaguely remembered that Mulberry Street was not far from Wudong Street. Just as Chung Ting-yu was thinking about the connection between the house rented by Wei Shigue and apartment number 6, Wei Shushing had already poured out all the information about his sister. WXS. I have also heard that sometimes the dungeon area will expand irregularly. My sister should have been affected by apartment number 6 on Wudong Street and captured by the dungeon there. Leaving it will cause the dungeon entrance to spread, and she must survive the infectious period before she can return to the central city. Chung Ting-yu looked at the message sent by Wei Shushing and searched the forum for information about apartment number 6. There are surprisingly many posts about apartment number 6 on the forum, and the content is quite detailed, considering that the advertising paper about apartment number 6 has been spread so much that it can be seen even in capsule hotels. Coupled with the rental method of the apartment for money, it is no wonder that some forum users are willing to stay there for a while. However, many posts basically require points to unlock. Chung Ting-yu considered it, and chose a post titled Overview of the number 6 apartment dungeon, and cracking ideas, with a price of 5 forum coins. The reason for choosing it was not entirely because of the low price, but because the poster column clearly said Inspection Team 313. The poster marked the file number of apartment number 6 in the post as F0631M0851. The danger level of the dungeon is menace, which means it is threatening and has 4 main characteristics: portable, highly contagious, in a fixed place, and unreal. If you enter within 100 meters of apartment number 6 and successfully fall asleep at least once within 24 hours, you will have a high probability of entering the dungeon. The dungeon entrance has a regular diffusion. If you find yourself in an apartment as shown in the figure below after falling asleep, you must stay still and contact the inspection team immediately after waking up. People who have entered the dungeon will automatically become the dungeon entrance. This situation will disappear after 30 days of the first entry to the dungeon. If you choose to fall asleep after successfully obtaining the dungeon entrance, there is a 60% probability of entering the dungeon again. Chung Ting-yu read the text in the post and roughly understood what the so-called contagiousness was. A person can enter the dungeon by falling asleep in apartment number 6. After entering the dungeon once, the person becomes a mobile dungeon entrance. If the other person leaves apartment number 6 and goes to other areas, the innocent passers-by around this person will enter the dungeon when they fall asleep and gain the same contagiousness. The almost unsolvable diffusion mechanism. The only thing to be thankful for is that the contagiousness will automatically disappear after 30 days. Chung Ting-yu carefully read the content on the screen. The post not only contains text, but also a series of photos, and a friendly reminder that if users want to obtain more comprehensive information, they can spend points to unlock the clearance video. Chung Ting-yu nodded slightly and understood 2 things. The first is that the inspection team has some way to obtain the player's experience in the dungeon, and the second is that it is no wonder that this post can be unlocked with only 5 forum coins. It turns out that there are additional charges, with the idea that feeling the dungeon atmosphere in advance will help efficiency. Chung Ting-yu paid 20 forum coins again and got the right to watch the clearance video. She clicked on the video, and the picture slowly loaded. Chapter 23, Apartment Number 6. According to Chung Ting-yu's perspective, the clarity of this video is very problematic. The picture has serious frame drops, and it flickers from time to time. From the perspective of viewing effect, it is really not worth the 20 forum coins she just paid. At the beginning of the video, An adult man wearing sky blue plush pajamas and slippers of the same color appeared in the middle of the room. The other party looked around in a panic and immediately walked to the window to look outside. He wanted to open the window, but failed. Chung Tingyu subconsciously moved the screen of her mobile phone closer. And then, a line of information appeared. Name, Wu Shanyu. Real name, Cursed Cheerleader. Level, Lightless. Health, Healthy 82/100. Stamina, Abundant 92 out of 100. Mental, Mild Madness 60/100. As a person who has just become a player for less than a month, Chung Tingyu actually doesn't know much about the use mechanism of her ability. Today is the first time she discovered that the ability of the appraiser can even work on the characters in the video. And this time, the appraisal strangely did not consume too much of her stamina, as if she was not looking at a curse-type ability user, but a water cup without any special power. However, compared with the data about herself that Chung Tingyu had seen before, Wu Shanyu's information seemed much simpler, and there was no introduction to special status and cooling period. In the video, Wu Shanyu never managed to stay calm. He kept turning around in the room, seemingly unable to understand his current situation. This was a simple two-bedroom, one living room apartment. The living room was covered with beige floor tiles. There was an old wooden cabinet painted white against the wall. There was a wooden table in the middle. In the corner was an old straw yellow sofa, which was neat but shabby. There were several cardboard boxes piled up next to the sofa, some of which had been opened, and some of which had not. Wu Shanyu went to the kitchen to find a pair of scissors, cut the tape on the box, and carefully searched for something that might be useful. 7 minutes later, Wu Shanyu, who was rummaging through the box, shook a little, leaned forward, and his head fell off his neck with a thud, and his body fell silently into the cardboard box. A pool of blood spread, and he died in the process of searching for supplies. Chung Tingyu was not too surprised by the ending of this player, because as long as she paid attention, she could see Wu Shanyu's data. Health, Death 0/100. After entering the dungeon, the player's data kept dropping, with the health bar dropping the fastest. At first, it dropped by 2 or 3 points. As time went on, the value dropped more and more each time, and finally jumped directly from 10 out of 100 to 0 out of 100. After Wu Shanyu died, the screen turned black, and a line of eye-catching red text appeared in the middle. Attention. Staying in the room for too long will directly die. Chung Tingyu's eyes moved slightly, and after a second, he realized that it was not the content he identified, but the strategy description added by the video producer. After a moment, the red words disappeared, and the video progress bar continued to move down. The screen flickered twice, revealing the dungeon scene. The same room. The same protagonist. The Wu Shanyu who had just died appeared in the dungeon again. Chung Tingyu noticed that apartment number 6 was somewhat different from other dungeons she had experienced. In the puppet costume dungeon, she did not change, but her clothes did. When she arrived at the cold-proof house dungeon, both her person and clothes changed. In Wei Hang's residence, she kept her appearance and clothes in their original state to the greatest extent. However, whether it was the puppet costume, the cold-proof house, or Wei Hang's former residence, Chung Tingyu entered in person, and death in the dungeon meant death in reality. But building number 6 was different. Although death in the dungeon came without warning, there was a chance to start over. Wu Shanyu bit his fingernails. His eyes were dull, and he stood there in a daze. Compared to the last time he entered the dungeon, his condition looked much worse. In Chung Tingyu's right eye, Wu Shanyu's information at the moment was reflected again. Of course, the other party's name and ability value would not change. But compared with the last time, the basic data at the beginning had seriously decreased. Health value, mild danger 72/100. Physical value, mild fatigue 78 out of 100. Mental value, moderate madness 60/100. Falling asleep is the way to enter the dungeon. And once you die, you will be out of it. It seems to be a very safe mechanism. But there is a problem that cannot be ignored. Within 1 month of entering apartment number 6, participants cannot leave the apartment. Every time they sleep, there is a chance to enter the dungeon. Entering the dungeon will make them feel tired. But this tiredness cannot be eliminated by sleeping. If other dungeons mainly hurt players by reducing health, apartment number 6 is a harm to the spirit. After entering the dungeon for the second time, Wu Shanyu became more skilled. He gave up the plan to search for supplies, walked to the living room door, and reached out to turn the lock on the door. Just as his fingers touched the door, a line of distorted red text appeared on the door. Welcome to the game if you are an idiot. Go to the 100th floor. At this moment, people inside and outside the screen fell silent at the same time. Chung Ting-yu suddenly felt that going to apartment number 6 might not be a good choice for him. In the video, after being shocked by the content written on the door for a short time, Wu Shanyu became calmer instead, although the name of the game was a bit tricky. It at least gave a clue. Wu Shanyu murmured, "Going to the 100th floor is the mission goal?" At this point, the audience basically understood why Wu Shanyu died suddenly last time. There are also comments under the video. He probably stayed in the room for too long the first time and failed to trigger the main line, so he was eliminated directly. In addition to the realm, apartment number 6 may have some spell power. If the participants do not go upstairs as required, they will meet a bad ending. Wu Shanyu, who got the hint, died much slower this time than last time. Before leaving, he murmured, "Wu Shanyu, you have to cheer up." Many of the abilities of spell players are activated in the form of words. As soon as Wu Shanyu finished speaking, his physical strength, which had already dropped a lot, instantly recovered to the state when he first entered the dungeon. Chung Ting-yu suddenly realized that he was worthy of being a cheerleader, and it really had the effect of boosting morale. Wu Shanyu, whose physical strength was replenished, immediately left his two-bedroom house. When he closed the door, he turned slightly. The words 401 were displayed above the door, and 402 was displayed on the opposite door. Wu Shanyu, who received the prompt, walked up the stairs very cautiously. After climbing 2 floors, a blood mist suddenly burst out from his neck. Behind the blood mist, a thick black shadow, like a claw, could be vaguely seen. Wu Shanyu's eyes lost their spirit, and his head fell from his neck again, rolling down. Every time he rolled down a step, a burst of blood would be smashed. The video ends here. Of course, the inspection team did not only get a little information from the post, but in order to avoid revealing too much information that would affect the player's ideas for cracking the problem, only the most basic clues were released. Chung Ting-yu turned the video back to the beginning and watched it 3 times again. Apartment number 6 gave her a very strange feeling. Even if the participants just stood still, their health would continue to decrease faster than the Wei Hang's former residents, with a strange sense of coldness. At this moment, the forum private chat page popped up again. Perhaps because he felt that the business had been discussed, Wei Shuxing sent her a sentence that was more like a greeting. "WXS teacher. You are so strong. Don't you give yourself a more formal nickname?" 10 seconds later, Wei Shuxing received a reply. "Hee, you make sense." Wei Shuxing looked at the hee for a long time, and finally realized that it was Chung Ting-yu's new name. "WXS, can I ask why you chose such a nickname?" Hee, it makes me look friendly, and is conducive to the subsequent task acceptance. WXS teacher. I'm glad you're happy. When Wei Shuxing closed the private chat interface, he felt that he was too reckless just now. He just hoped that if Chung Ting-yu was dissatisfied with the nickname on the forum one day, he would never think that it was his suggestion. 10 o'clock in the morning. F0631 at the gate of number 777 Mummian Road, Outer City District. An elegant black car stopped. This area of Mummian Road is a private residential area with excellent security conditions. The driver got out of the car first, opened the door, and 3 well-dressed young men walked out of the car elegantly. The young man in the lead rang the doorbell and introduced himself. "I am Ji Shirlu from the Ji family in Zhongqing District. I brought my younger brother and sister to visit Grandma Qin." After a while, the reply from the person in the house came from the monitoring station at the gate. "Grandma is not at home. Please come to visit another day." Ji Shirlu frowned slightly. On the way here, they saw the inspection team's car leaving number 777. The car had silver ash leaves representing the inspector. In the outer city, there are not many people who are qualified to ride in this car and visit Grandma Qin. The 3 people outside the door knew clearly in their hearts Bu Wushang had just visited Grandma Qin. A young man said, "Forget it, Brother Lu. Let's go directly to the dungeon. It's the same if we visit after we get out." Ji Shirlu pondered for a moment and nodded. "Get ready. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, we will go to apartment number 6. The next day, there is no bus that goes directly to apartment number 6 in the outer city. Chung Ting-yu took a bus to Mulberry Street and walked for almost 3 kilometers. Finally, he approached the destination. These dungeon areas that cannot be solved temporarily have always been supervised by the inspection team, and the risk of accidental contact by outsiders is reduced in various ways. People who intend to go to the apartment will not get lost on the way. There is only one road here. And there is a wooden sign painted with white paint on the side of the road. The wooden sign is marked with apartment number 6. 300 meters ahead. The last stroke of the word meter is dragged very long and extends to the edge of the wooden sign, mixed with the splashed mud. It actually looks like dirty blood. Chung Tingyu raised his head and looked forward quietly. It was a gray apartment building with peeling paint on the exterior walls. Just looking at it made people doubt the living standards inside. Chung Tingyu retracted his gaze and glanced at the ground. Apartment number 6 is rarely visited, and it is obviously a thankless task to maintain the road condition. The only road is covered with a lot of mud and gravel, even without the visual bonus brought by the dense pupils. Chung Tingyu can clearly see the fresh ruts and footsteps left on it. Although ordinary residents will not go to the vicinity of apartment number 6 to find excitement, the Public Security Bureau or the inspection team will regularly send some daily supplies. Right in front of him, the presence of the apartment building standing in the woods is very obvious. Chung Tingyu stared at the building in front of him. His originally clear vision suddenly blurred, and the gray high-rise building became hazy, as if it was a large group of flying gray moths. There was a creepy weird feeling. It was more like an imaginary picture than a real thing. The abnormality of vision lasted only less than a second, but it successfully affected Chung Tingyu's spirit. She already felt tinnitus. Chung Tingyu did not cover her ears with her hands, but calmly took out the small round mirror she bought at the convenience store from her pocket. Several lines of information appeared next to Chung Tingyu's own image in the mirror, and the column behind the spirit value showed 98 out of 125. After a day's rest, Chung Tingyu had restored her spirit value to 105. But just now, it dropped to 98 without any signs. Chung Tingyu felt that since she got her real name as an appraiser, her passive sand check probability has been steadily improved. Apartment number 6 is a secluded building. It was clearly daytime, but the door of the apartment building was closed. There was a notice posted on the door that was not written carefully: please do not enter apartment number 6 at will. If you need to check in, please use the doorbell to contact the staff of this building. Chung Tingyu immediately understood the reason the strict access control is to prevent the residents in the apartment building from absconding. But she slowly raised her head and looked around the dense forest with a normal expression. After approaching the apartment, she was already under the attention of others. Chapter 24. Chung Tingyu did not retreat because of being watched. She walked forward with a normal expression and rang the doorbell of the apartment. Half a minute later, a tall young lady wearing a black uniform and with a faint dark blue under her eyes opened the door, nodded to the visitor, and introduced herself. I am Yu Jisho, the manager of this apartment. Such a familiar style. Chung Tingyu felt that Yu Jisho, in addition to being the manager of the apartment building, probably also had a part-time job in the inspection team. After swiping the special ticket that can be used as a temporary identity certificate, Yu Jisho looked at Chung Tingyu again. So you are a player. It is impossible for normal apartment staff to obtain so much information from a temporary identity certificate. Yu Jisho said this, obviously not intending to hide his identity in front of Chung Tingyu. Chung Tingyu asked with a smile, besides me, there should be quite a few players in apartment number 6. Right? Yu Jisho nodded, indeed. There are quite a few. He flipped through the check-in records and said, there are many empty rooms on the 6th floor. How about arranging you in 606? Chung Tingyu, who had experience in capsule hotels, nodded. She didn't have any requirements for where to live now, and she didn't mind living on the upper floors of an apartment without an elevator. Then, Yu Jisho gave Chung Tingyu a document to sign. This is a printed check-in notice. Chung Tingyu took it and then read it from the beginning with interest. Check-in notice. Welcome to apartment number 6. Before officially checking in, please fully understand the following matters. If you violate the rules during your stay, this apartment will not bear any consequences. 1. This apartment is fully equipped with special dining, medical and entertainment areas. The canteen is only on the 2nd floor. The medical room is only on the 2nd floor. And the entertainment room is only on the 3rd floor. If you cannot confirm the corresponding floor of the medical room and the entertainment room, do not enter. 2. This apartment is a double dormitory, but it will and will only be provided to one person. 3. Please keep the other bed in the apartment idle at all times and do not pile up sundries. 4. If you find traces of human activity on an idle bed, you must leave the dormitory as soon as possible and go to the lobby on the 1st floor to seek help from the duty staff. 5. There is no built-in balcony in the apartment. I remind you again that there is no balcony in the apartment. If the guests find that there are parts in the apartment that are inconsistent with the description in the manual, please check your mental state in time and go to the entertainment area to relax as soon as possible. But do not drink. 6. There is no lights out time in this apartment. But please try to go to bed before 3 a.m. If you need to leave the room after 3 a.m. for special reasons, please ensure that you have reliable lighting equipment. 7. Do not disturb the sleeping guests. If you confirm that someone has slept for more than 12 hours, please contact the staff for handling. 8. Do not leave the apartment during your stay. 9. Do not visit neighbors. If you must visit, the guests need to bear all the consequences. 10. The business hours are from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. During the business hours, it is safe to communicate with people in the lobby on the first floor, the cafeteria on the second floor, the medical room on the second floor, and the entertainment room on the third floor. It is safe to communicate with staff wearing blue certificates. 11. No additional procedures are required to check in to the apartment. All daily necessities will be provided by the apartment during the stay. 12. In order to ensure your own safety, please be sure to carry this check-in guidelines with you. In case of emergency, please read it again as soon as possible. Chung-Ting-yu. From the content of this check-in guideline, the occupancy rate and survival rate of apartment number 6 are not satisfactory. Yu Shisho explained to the new resident, the business hours of the canteen are posted on the second floor. You can take a look later. The formation of apartment number 6 is related to a realm, which is manifested in the form of dreams. Setting up extra beds in the room can reduce the probability of residents entering the dungeon after falling asleep. Then he smiled and said, I heard from the predecessors that the inspection team originally planned to completely separate the location of apartment number 6 from the surrounding residential areas and prohibit everyone from entering. However, an unexpected situation occurred not long after the danger of apartment number 6 began to expand continuously, resulting in the death of a large number of residents. In the end, they had to use the method you see now to deal with it. Chung-Ting-yu, however, the entrance to the dungeon will still expand irregularly. Yu Shisho admitted, we have arranged as many people as possible to occupy the quota for entering the dungeon. But the spread still occurs. The farthest one was pulled into the dungeon by an ordinary person, who was 12 kilometers away from apartment number 6. And a small amount of infection occurred. So in the files of the inspection team, the conclusion about the F0631C4791 dungeon can only be contained, not eliminated. Chung-Ting-yu thought that it was probably for this reason that Wei Shigue, who lived on Mulberry Street, was implicated in the dungeon of apartment number 6. Yu Shisho glanced at the new resident and added, you should have checked the information on the forum. Right. The prompts there are not complete. The resident will lose the infectiousness after staying in the apartment for 30 days. But on the 45th day, it will become the entrance to the dungeon again. Chung-Ting-yu's heart suddenly moved. Yu Shisho saw that Chung-Ting-yu's expression was not nervous, and reminded him again, apartment number 6 has a very special mechanism for capturing players. And to a certain extent, it can even bypass the cooling period. Some players wanted to exploit a bug, so they went to other dungeons to refresh their cooldown period before entering apartment number 6. However, after entering, they opened their eyes, and went through the dungeon in seconds while sleeping. Yu Shisho, maybe it's because your body didn't enter the dungeon. In short, your previous experience in dungeons may not be applicable in apartments. You must be extra careful. Chung-Ting-yu smiled. My cooldown period wasn't long either. She said it very implicitly. But in fact her cooldown period was not short, but was only 0. Chung-Ting-yu checked on the forum and found that the acquisition of the cooldown period is closely related to the player's own level, personal ability, dungeon level, and luck. Generally speaking, it is easy to obtain a cooldown period by breaking through a high-level dungeon. According to the player's ability type, the realm is the easiest to obtain a cooldown period, followed by the plague, and the dense pupil is more difficult. There is also an anecdote circulating on the forum that a dense pupil player refreshed 10 dungeons in a row, but failed to successfully obtain even a second of cooldown period, and demonstrated to others what it means to be a non-African. After Chung-Ting-yu knew about it, she felt that even if she only considered the gossip would spread everywhere, she must not reveal the real name of her personal ability and the length of the cooldown period. Yu Shisho did not care about Chung-Ting-yu's words normally. Players cannot see the specific length of their cooldown period, and can only have a rough estimate of it. Since Chung-Ting-yu said so, it will probably not exceed 1 month. After signing the accommodation notice, Chung-Ting-yu got the key and door card of 606 from Yu Shisho. Yu Shisho finally reminded, you have already moved in. So you must not leave the apartment before the expiration of the residence period. The other party's words reminded Chung Ting-yu of the hidden sights outside the apartment. Although ordinary people cannot feel it, the residents are actually under strict supervision. She will not be stopped from entering apartment number 6 from the outside. But if someone intends to run away before the expiration of the period, they will probably feel the harsh means of the inspection team. Judging from the environment of the cafeteria on the second floor, the conditions of the apartment building are better than she thought. Chung Ting-yu suspected that the apartment deliberately did not repair the outer wall to lower the psychological expectations of the residents. It is stated in the accommodation guidelines that during the stay, the apartment will provide free daily necessities for residents. When Chung Ting-yu passed the third floor, she went to the entertainment room for a walk. Unfortunately, the facilities inside were not quite the same as she imagined. There were only some miscellaneous books and chess and card tables for residents to borrow. At most, it was a bit like a vacation without working. Chung Ting-yu felt that it was a good thing that she got a mobile phone from the inspection team. Otherwise, she would not be able to stay in the apartment. The first floor is only for staff to live in. The second floor is the cafeteria and medical room. And half of the space on the third floor is divided into two halves. The east side is the entertainment room, and the west side is the living area. The living area consists of 6 houses. Starting from the 4th floor, there are 12 houses on each floor. The influence of apartment number 6 is getting stronger and stronger, and it cannot be kept in a full state. Chung Ting-yu walked to the 6th floor and opened room 606. The structure of the apartment building is not complicated. It is just an ordinary one-bedroom apartment. The bathroom is located next to the entrance, and there are 2 beds against the wall in the room. The interior decoration is not exquisite, but it is clean. Chung Ting-yu walked around and confirmed that the sound insulation of the house is good. It was so quiet that it was a little weird, because there was no direct bus. It was almost noon when Chung Ting-yu came. After putting down her luggage, she took her key and house card to the cafeteria for lunch. There is no elevator in apartment number 6. The light in the corridor is dim, and there seems to be fine dust floating in the air. When Chung Ting-yu arrived, there were already 5 people sitting in the cafeteria, 3 women and 2 men, all of whom were not very old. Her eyes stayed on a girl sitting in the corner for a moment. The other person's facial features had a sense of familiarity. The visual bonus brought by the dense pupils made Chung Ting-yu almost instantly think of the source of that familiarity. The other person's appearance is 50% similar to Wei Shushin, the client of the previous task. In the cafeteria, Wei Shugui was drinking coffee quietly. There was a dark circle under her eyes from staying up late for a long time. A young man in a white sweater came over with a plate. He had a smile on his face and looked sunny and cheerful. Chung Ting-yu greeted him. "Can I sit here?" Wei Shugui paused for a moment before nodding. "Please sit down." She hadn't slept well for too long, and her reaction was a little slow. Chung Ting-yu didn't find it strange. Her right, I could identify Wei Shigui's mental state, mental value, mild madness 72 out of 90. For an ordinary resident without ability, Wei Shigui was considered to be in a very good state. She has lived in apartment number 6 for 20 days, and will be able to leave soon. Chung Ting-yu smiled. "I am a resident who just came to the apartment today." Wei Shigui put down the coffee cup. His voice calm and hoarse. "If you want to know some information, I can tell you. But what I know is also very limited." Chung Ting-yu made a gesture of listening attentively. Wei Shigui didn't speak immediately. For her, the experience in the apartment building was not a very good memory. Residents always die inexplicably in their dreams, and the fear and pain caused by death will not disappear even after waking up. Many people went crazy because of this, and then died completely in the real world. Wei Shigui recalled, "Not every sleep will enter the dungeon. The average frequency is about 2/5, and ordinary people are 1/5. According to statistics, the first night after the occupants enter the apartment will be relatively safe." Chung Ting-yu's eyes moved slightly. According to Wei Shigui, many people living in the apartment building are players. And Chung Ting-yu remembered that the probability of entering the dungeon mentioned in the forum was March 5th. So the ratio between players and ordinary people in the apartment building was mostly 1-to-1. Wei Shigui looked at the person in front of him, seemed to realize something, and asked, "Do you have that ability?" Chung Ting-yu nodded and smiled. "It's not a special ability." Wei Shigui did not ask further, but gave further clues. According to experience, climbing stairs is slower than staying where you are, and each floor of the copy scene can actually be searched. Starting from the 5th floor, there are rooms that can be opened. There may be attack items or recovery items in the room, but be careful not to stay in one place for too long. Rumor has it that someone in the apartment building has mastered a safer way to leave. But this news has not been confirmed by the staff. Chung Tingyu memorized and said, "Thank you for your tip." Wei Shigue was quiet for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Do you know my family?" In her opinion, Chung Tingyu's attitude seemed a little familiar. Chung Tingyu told the truth. "I just met your brother 2 days ago." Wei Shigue finished the last sip of coffee, picked up the plate, and nodded to Chung Tingyu. "I'm going back to rest first. I hope you can spend the next 30 days safely." Chung Tingyu smiled and waved to him, and then watched Wei Shigue leave. The reason why she chose Wei Shigue to ask just now was because among all the people present, he was the only one whose identity she could relatively confirm. However, Chung Tingyu could take the initiative to find others to communicate, and others would naturally take the initiative to come to her. After Wei Shigue left, a young man came up and greeted Chung Tingyu. "Are you a new resident?" Without waiting for Chung Tingyu to answer, he sighed again. "As for me, I have lived in this ghost place for more than 20 days. Chung Tingyu glanced at him and told the truth. "Then you are in good condition." Chapter 25. The young man rummaged in his pocket for a while, took out a business card, and said in a polite manner, "I am from a newly established small company. I am currently doing a small business in apartment number 6. If you have any needs, you can add me as a friend on the forum." Chung Tingyu was silent for a moment, and her eyes fell on the visitor. After a moment, 2 lines of text appeared in her right eye. Name, Wang Si. Real name, unable to display. The young man has a very simple name, but other information cannot be identified. The information obtained through ability is not as detailed as the line Wang Si. Salesperson, a plush bear grocery store on the business card. However, Chung Tingyu also remembered that he could even read the real-time data of Wu Shanyu in the video before. This is not the first time that a similar situation has occurred. For example, when Chung Tingyu first entered the apartment, she was unable to see the ability information of Yu Shisho, who checked in for her today, and the other party, who was a member of the inspection team, was obviously a player. She had some guesses in her mind. Wei Hung and the player with the ability named Flesh and Blood Life Overload had both passed away. So was Wu Shanyu, whose detailed data she could see. Also dead? Wang Si, who didn't know that the person in front of him had a preliminary understanding of him, said enthusiastically, "You may not believe it, but Wang Si is my real name. Of course, our plush bear is called a company, but in essence it is just a small store." Chung Tingyu, "What props do you have here?" Wang Si laughed. "There are a little bit of all types. Even if you don't have them, you can make a reservation first," he said. "If it's just for the number 6 apartment copy, I suggest you buy Finjiujing stickers and chewing coffee candy. These props can help players stay calm." After calculating the money she could get from living in the apartment for a month, Chung Tingyu was slightly tempted. Wang Si added, "The price of both props starts at 30,000 city coins." Chung Tingyu instantly regained her calm state. "I don't have any idea of buying." Poverty greatly limited her desire to consume. Wang Si didn't look particularly sorry after receiving a negative reply. He just repeated that if he needed it, he could order it from him. Chung Tingyu was a little curious. "Does the apartment prohibit residents from doing business privately?" Wang Si said casually, "Of course not. Not only us, but Screwdriver also said people here, of course, they have to be considered a partner of the apartment." Chung Tingyu smiled thoughtfully. Screwdriver's business is quite extensive. Wang Si had already planned to leave, but after hearing Chung Tingyu's words, he stopped and turned around and said, "Screwdriver is a company that is very good at grabbing profits. And of course, it will not miss any opportunity to create profits." After a pause, he showed a friendly expression again. "Give a piece of advice to newcomers. Don't choose to trade with Screwdriver when there is no room for maneuver. The cafeteria has a lot of convenient foods in stock." And Chung Tingyu went to the window to get a bag of bread, a can of porridge, and a large bottle of water in a liter. The apartment building will not provide too much food to residents at one time, lest they refuse to go out, making it difficult for staff to control the residents' living conditions. In addition to drinking water, apartment number 6 also provides basic living supplies for residents. Chung Tingyu carefully selected for a long time, and finally found that she didn't recognize any brand. So she picked a set of orange-flavored toiletries at random. When passing by the entertainment room on the 3rd floor, she borrowed 2 magazines to take with her. Compared with other types of books, newspapers and magazines are obviously more suitable for understanding the local customs and customs of a region. Chung Tingyu walked to the 6th floor with her things. There are people living on each floor of the apartment. but usually there are few residents in the corridor, which makes the corridor appear almost deserted and cold. Chung Tingyu could hear the echo of her footsteps. When she reached the 5th floor, she suddenly stopped, stepped back 3 steps, and looked down sideways. There was nothing below. About 30 seconds later, Chung Tingyu slowly retracted her sight and continued to walk to the 6th floor. Chung Tingyu's footsteps brought up some dust, and after she passed, the dust slowly fell back on the steps. After returning to room 606, Chung Tingyu began to formally check her residence for the next period of time. The overall space of the room was so monotonous that there was nothing particularly worth mentioning. The only thing that surprised her a little was that the bathroom next to the entrance had a relatively spacious shower room. Before, whether she was in the deserted area or in the capsule hotel, she used a quick cleaning spray instead of taking a shower. This thing was the most futuristic living item she had seen since she traveled through time. Chung Tingyu put the food in the small refrigerator, and then lay on the bed peacefully to read magazines, like a college student who was not in a hurry to find a job. Compared with before the travel, the books in this world seemed particularly lacking in interest. The magazine chosen by Chung Tingyu was called F0631 City Weekly, and the main content was just an introduction to the city's conditions, such as a new branch of a screwdriver insurance company opened in a certain place, the population growth of the city in the last quarter, which development zones are expected to be incorporated into the urban area, and a questionnaire on young people's employment intentions, etc. Chung Tingyu patiently read from the beginning, and in the middle, she made do with porridge and bread for dinner. After dinner, she browsed the forum for 2 hours, and then packed up and prepared to go to bed. Although the news from others was that the first night after moving in would be relatively safe, Chung Tingyu felt that it would be safer to prepare for the worst first. Dreams can easily make people lose the ability to control time. Cough. When she regained self-consciousness, Chung Tingyu found that she was no longer in bed, but standing in the living room of a 2-bedroom house with a shabby feel. She coughed and then stood up straight. She was wearing a sky blue plush pajamas and slippers on her feet. She was dressed very homely, and all the details were exactly the same as we shown you in the video. Once is new, twice is familiar, and after 3 times, you can basically get used to it. After experiencing the situation where you can enter the dungeon by waiting for the bus and asking for work information, Chung Tingyu has reason to suspect that her luck may really be a bit bad. She quickly looked around the not-too-spacious living room at beige floor tiles, white-painted wooden cabinets, straw yellow sofas, and some cardboard boxes with tape piled in the corner. There was no shortage of mirrors and items that could be used as mirrors in the house. Chung Tingyu immediately glanced at her own mirror data. Special status, continuous blood loss, uncontrollable trembling, weakness, health value, healthy 97/100, stamina value, abundant 98 out of 100, spirit value, normal 112/125. All the data were not low, but she had just entered the dungeon and had specially relaxed for a whole afternoon to recover her spirit. As a result, she was affected just after refreshing at the initial point. Chung Tingyu felt the speed of her blood loss and felt that according to the current situation, she could only stay at the initial refresh point for 3 minutes at most before she had to move. She immediately went straight to the kitchen and took the scissors based on the experience gained from the video. The kitchen, like the living room, seemed a bit empty, lacking most of the necessary cooking utensils. There was a square wooden table next to the cooking table, on which was placed a transparent glass jar filled with colorful sugar balls. And next to the wooden table was a children's chair that only reached the middle of Chung Tingyu's calf. Chung Tingyu took out a blue sugar ball from the glass jar and ate it. The information given by Wei Shugui about the existence of recovery items was correct. After eating the sugar ball, Chung Tingyu's mental value, which should have been reduced a little, returned to its original state, but his physical value did not increase accordingly. Although the current copy has a time limit, it also has a good exit mechanism that death in the copy is not real death. Although he realized that the situation was gradually getting worse, Chung Tingyu did not rush to run away, but patiently turned around the room twice. The first time I came in, just as if I was using the health bar to collect information. Judging from the situation in the room, the people living in this house had obviously just moved in and had not had time to pack up everything yet. After leaving the kitchen, she turned to the bedroom and took a look around. The beds in both rooms were covered with bedding. The sheets in the large room were beige, while the sheets in the small room were cartoon sheets with yellow bears painted on them. Chung Tingyu carefully lifted the sheets, but did not find any hidden items underneath. No wonder Wu Shan you went to open the cardboard boxes. It was really that other places were not worth searching in depth. If there was enough time to explore, Chung Tingyu would have made the same choice. Chung Tingyu returned to the living room and completed the site search in 1 minute with great efficiency. Her various values also completed the process from nearly full state to 10% difference from full state in 1 minute with great efficiency. She tried to open the window, but failed as expected, and then raised her elbow and hit the glass on the window hard. Bang! Chung Tingyu covered her arm and took 2 steps back expressionlessly. The attempt just now had a certain effect. The originally healthy health value dropped directly to 81/100, marked as slightly dangerous. As for the glass window, it remained motionless, making Dent's eyes cry in blood and flesh heartbroken. 68 seconds into the dungeon. The video on the forum showed that if the participants stayed in the house for more than a certain time, they would die suddenly. In order to avoid following Wu Shanyo's footsteps, she needed to leave the refresh point immediately. Chung Tingyu held the handle of the living room door, and a line of red words written in blood suddenly appeared. If you are an idiot, go to the 100th floor. Chung Tingyu was silent for a second before walking out of the room. From the brightness of the light outside the window, it can be judged that the time in the copy should be daytime. But the corridor seems very dark and cramped. The couplet on the door of the house opposite the refresh point is obviously red, but it is set off by the environment with a dirty black and green texture. Chung Tingyu only half closed the door, not shutting it tightly, so as not to encounter an unexpected situation where he had to return to the refresh point, and then walked quickly to the stairs. As a timid and reckless person, after knowing that the copy of apartment number 6 would not really kill people, Chung Tingyu did not hesitate for even a second, and directly followed his deep love for death, and began to walk down the stairs, intending to try a completely different choice from the video. When he reached the 13th step, Chung Tingyu suddenly felt a strange feeling as if he was immersed in ice water, and stopped walking. She raised her head calmly, and saw a twisted black claw hanging above her head. The long, black, rugged claw had sharp nails. The moment it was seen, it had already fallen down quickly and silently, and then pressed on the face of the person on the stairs without any error. Chung Tingyu obviously had the physical fitness to disguise as a novice flesh and blood player. But at this moment, he had no time to react. The stinging pain, with a suffocating feeling, penetrated the flesh and blood. Tick, tick, tick. Drops of thick liquid gathered into a pool of blood, winding along the steps. The vision changed from bright red to dark. At the moment before leaving the dungeon area, Chung Tingyu saw lines of information flashing by quickly. Dreams are fragments of reality. Dreams are silhouettes of the future. Chapter 26. Apartment number 6. Room 606. Chung Tingyu opened her eyes in the darkness, turned over and sat up from the bed, and took deep breaths to stabilize her emotions. Her body in reality was not hurt, but the trembling from the spirit could not dissipate for a long time. Chung Tingyu turned on the table lamp on the bedside table, and turned on the small round mirror in the drawer. Special status, horror aftermath. Health value, health 99/100. Physical value, mild fatigue 74/100. Mental value, mild fear 106/125. Chung Tingyu rubbed his eyebrows. If this happened every time, it was no wonder that Wei Shigui's condition was not good. Even if the health value of the participants would not be consumed by entering the dungeon, the physical value and mental value would be reduced. If someone is particularly unlucky and enters the dungeon several times in a row, the other party will find it unbearable for at most 3 to 5 days. However, no matter how unbearable it was, the residents could not escape from the apartment, because the moment they were captured by the copy, they were already bound to the copy entrance. No matter where they went, as long as they fell asleep, they might sink into an absurd nightmare. After confirming her own status, Chung Tingyu lay down again. Although she could feel the fatigue of her body, she did not close her eyes for a long time. She touched her mobile phone on the bedside table and turned on the screen. The current time was 3:18 in the morning. Chung Tingyu wanted to browse the forum for a while to pass the time, but found that the page showed the words unable to connect to the network. Please check the phone settings. Her finger touching the screen paused. Dong. In the silence, the sound of something falling on the floor suddenly came from outside the door. Dong. 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 The sound gradually became denser and kept approaching room 606. Chung Tingyu took out the guidelines for staying that she carried with her, scanned it with the light of the desk lamp, and after confirming that the content had not changed, she turned off the desk lamp and gently turned off the screen of her mobile phone. Darkness limits vision. But it is also a natural barrier for people in it. People shrouded in the night cannot see those unknown and difficult things. However, just like flesh and blood can greatly improve the physical fitness of players, closed pupils can also greatly improve the vision of players. There seemed to be a voice in her ear telling Chung Tingyu that as long as she raised her head, she could see the secret hidden outside the door. The door of room 606 moved slightly and silently. In the dense collision sound, something was hovering outside her door. The air became cold, and the darkness seemed to condense into substance. The surrounding environment unknowingly underwent some unknown changes. Chung Tingyu. No wonder apartment number 6 would give rent to residents. There is really no free copy in the world. She closed her eyes, gathered her thoughts, and stopped paying attention to the situation outside the door. After an unknown amount of time, she slowly fell asleep. Although the rest process last night was quite rough, Chung Tingyu's biological clock still made her open her eyes at 7:30 in the morning. She got up from the bed and staggered to the bathroom to brush her teeth. The old mirror on the sink clearly reflected the dark circles under her eyes. Physical strength, abundant 91/100. The sleep in the second half of the night finally restored her condition. Recalling the residents of F0631 city that she had seen, Chung Tingyu had reason to suspect that this city had special rules and restrictions that players can't sleep well. After washing her face, she took yesterday's garbage to find a place to dump it, and then went to the first floor for breakfast. As a result, as soon as she opened the door, she heard someone talking outside. Under normal circumstances, with the sound insulation effect of the apartment, people in the room should not be able to hear the sound outside. After noticing Chung Tingyu coming out, a person wearing a blue work ID turned around, looked at her carefully, and finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to his colleagues, "The resident of 606 is confirmed to be alive." Chung Tingyu. After a moment of silence, Chung Tingyu took the initiative to walk over. "Did someone have an accident yesterday?" The staff replied, "A player died." It is human nature to watch the excitement. In addition to the people with work IDs in the corridor, there is also a young man in pajamas and slippers. There is a screwdriver-shaped pattern on the corner of his clothes. The young man was about to go back to his room to catch up on some sleep when he saw Chung Tingyu. He took the initiative to introduce himself. "I am the resident of room 603, Xinxingliu, an employee of the Screwdriver Insurance Company. And I am your neighbor." Chung Tingyu read an article in the magazine yesterday, F0631 City Employment Analysis, which mentioned that the Screwdriver Insurance Company, as a long-established enterprise in the city, has always been ranked in the top 3 of the list of job-seeking intentions of urban residents, and has a cooperative relationship with the inspection team. At the moment, he was a little surprised that the other party was a resident rather than a staff member in the apartment, and asked with the mentality of inquiring about the news, "Screwdriver doesn't have a housing allowance?" Xinxingliu said seriously, "I didn't live here because of the rent reduction." He stretched out his hand to support the non-existent frame on his nose. His expression was slightly serious, and he said word by word, "It's for the business trip allowance." I don't know if others believe Xinxingliu's words, but Chung Tingyu believes it anyway. Business trip allowance? What a convincing reason. "Chung Tingyu, your subsidy is..." Xinxingliu smiled, 5 times the normal salary. An apartment staff heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help looking over again, and finally sighed and said, "The inspection team only has double allowance." Xinxingliu modestly, "Our mortality rate is high." The staff was unwilling to lag behind. "Our mortality rate is not low either." Xinxingliu showed a little sadness. "The employees of Screwdriver always have to be sent to the dungeon." The staff almost cried to the sky. The inspection team is like going home when they enter the dungeon. Seeing that the two sides had to continue several more friendly exchanges, the conversation was interrupted by the speech of the third person. The appropriate low posture is a suitable social entry point. Chung Tingyu extended his hand to the two and said kindly, "Chung Tingyu. Currently I am a freelancer, and I don't get overtime allowances anywhere." Canteen. In the process of going downstairs, Chung Tingyu already knew that the staff member was named Qin Luosong. She was on night shift last night. After handling the corpse in the morning, she could go back to the staff accommodation area to rest. "Chung Tingyu, is what happened just now serious?" Qin Luosong shook his head. "It's normal. Apartment number 6 is a dungeon after all. It's inevitable that someone will encounter an accident. Generally, 1 or 2 residents die every week. Generally speaking, it's still relatively safe." Chung Tingyu couldn't help but smile. "Your safety judgment standards are very similar to those of the desolate district." Xin Xingliu spoke in time to fulfill his responsibility as an insurance company employee. If you are worried about your situation, you can consider trading with our Screwdriver. Cheng Tingyu raised his eyebrows. I have heard that Screwdriver is a company that is very good at doing business. Xin Xingliu didn't seem to hear the hidden meaning of Cheng Tingyu's words, and still used the enthusiasm of a salesperson to promote to the new residents in the apartment. That's because the way we make a deal is flexible enough. The young man looked at Cheng Tingyu and smiled brightly. For Screwdriver, money is not the most important thing. We can not only trade with what you have now, but also with what you will have in the future, and even the changes that will occur at the end of your life to make a contract. He looked at the new resident in front of him with enthusiasm, as if he was looking at his own shining KPI. Cheng Tingyu said sincerely, "Thank you. I still don't need it." After listening to the sales pitch, she found that her willingness to trade with Screwdriver had become lower than that with Plush Bear. Cheng Tingyu didn't sleep well yesterday, so he naturally had a simple breakfast. Before leaving, he took some bread back as usual and said goodbye to the two new players. The two watched Cheng Tingyu leave, and Qin Luosong suddenly said, "It's almost the peak season. Do you think this new resident can successfully walk out of the apartment building?" After living in apartment number 6 for a long time, Qin Luosong now looks like an ordinary citizen of F0631 City. But at this moment, her face reveals the unique temperament of a member of the inspection team. Xin Xingliu's eyebrows curved. As the representative of the Screwdriver Insurance Company stationed in the number 6 copy, he has actually lived in this house for quite a while. He has seen many people with abilities quickly go from normal to crazy after moving into the apartment, and finally step into the abyss of death bit by bit. He retracted his gaze and smiled. "Want to make a bet? I think she might live for a long time." Qin Luosong asked, "Screwdriver also does gambling business?" Xin Xingliu smiled and said, "We like to do interesting business." On the way back to the room, he stopped by the entertainment room on the 3rd floor to return the magazine he borrowed yesterday and took a new journal. It was exactly 8:30 in the morning. There were 4 people playing cards in the entertainment room. The person in charge of shuffling the cards said lazily, "I solemnly swear that I am not a secret pupil." Cheng's secret pupil player Tingyu sighed in her heart and rubbed her eyebrows with her hand. She seriously suspected that there were players of the same type who had used their abilities to see other people's cards before. Before leaving, Cheng Tingyu's quiet eyes swept over those people. Her abilities had not changed at all, and she still couldn't see the real names of other players. The entertainment programs in this era are far less than before the time travel, and the content of the magazines is much more monotonous. Taking the new one she got as an example, most of them are popular science and advertisements, such as the Development Association sent an exploration team to a certain place and discovered 100 years of silence, or F0631 City purchased new grain seeds from the White Tower Research Center, which is expected to be promoted in the central city this year. For example, when the Screwdriver Insurance Company left the city, it had some conflicts with the Dream Maker S-Men. If you have plans to go out, please avoid certain routes, etc. Cheng Tingyu felt a little regretful about the boring content of the magazine. He put the book back on the bedside table, put one hand under his arm, and slowly closed his eyes. The sun shone through the window, casting a human-shaped shadow on the beige floor tiles in the living room. Cheng Tingyu opened his eyes and looked around. He entered the dungeon again, and all the scenes around him remained exactly the same as last time. From entering apartment number 6 to now, she has fallen asleep 3 times in total, and the probability of being captured is as high as 2/3. Cheng Tingyu thought, perhaps in addition to the 1/5 probability of ordinary people entering the dungeon, and the 3/5 probability of players entering the dungeon, there is another hidden probability dense pupils can enter the dungeon twice after falling asleep 3 times. Even if you are unwilling, you have to sprint on the front line of seeking death at all times. Cheng Tingyu rubbed her brows. A helpless smile appeared on her lips, and she said to herself, since the previous attempt was wrong, let's follow the normal route this time. Before leaving, she still looked at the image in the glasses first. Health 92/100. Physical, abundant 81/100. Mental, normal 110/125. Her various values were obviously a little lower than last time, and her physical strength was the most excessively low, which should be because she didn't sleep well in the second sleep last night. With the support of previous action experience, Cheng Tingyu skillfully took the scissors, put the candy in her pocket, and walked into the corridor quickly. This time she didn't stop and entered the 5th floor at the fastest speed. After stepping onto the last step, after seeing the surrounding scene clearly, Cheng Tingyu's eyes froze slightly. The staircases on the 5th and 4th floors looked exactly the same. Even the shape of the stains on the wall, the spider webs in the corners, and the insect corpses scattered on the ground were no different at all. Chung Tingyu didn't rush to continue climbing the stairs, but tried to open the door of the room on the 5th floor first. There are 2 rooms on each floor. 501 on this floor can be opened, but 502 can't. Chung Tingyu pushed open the door and carefully observed the details around her. The scene in front of her surprised and not surprised her. Not surprisingly, 501 has the same beige floor tiles, old wooden cabinets painted with white paint, and straw yellow sofas as 401. Unexpectedly, there are no cartons for packing luggage in the room, and there is a bowl of Coke with a hint of coolness on the table in the living room. Ice cola, a bowl of drink worth trying, with a certain recovery effect. Do you want to try it? Chapter 27. Chung Tingyu stared at the Coke in front of her. Even if she couldn't identify the explanation, she couldn't refuse the choice in front of her. After all, this is Coke. After crossing, Chung Tingyu had the opportunity to drink carbonated drinks for the first time. Chung Tingyu took 2 steps forward, picked up the ice Coke, and drank it all in one gulp. The cool liquid slid down her throat into her stomach, allowing her brain to regain a certain calmness. Chung Tingyu looked at the image in the glasses and found that her life value, physical value, and mental value had all increased slightly. Chung Tingyu, whose condition had improved, did not waste time. She quickly walked around room 501 and quickly ruled out the possibility that the 2 houses were decorated in the same style. The things in the 2 houses were not new furniture. No matter how similar the living habits of the 2 owners were, it was impossible for all the traces to be old together. Moreover, the house number at the door had changed, although the window could not be broken. Looking out from the window, it could be seen that the height from the ground had changed. Chung Tingyu pondered for a moment and said to herself, "Dream." She only stayed in 501 for half a minute. Chung Tingyu remembered Wei Shigui's reminder and did not continue to explore. After taking a few glances, she was ready to leave. However, at the moment when her right hand grasped the door lock, Chung Tingyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, so fast that she even felt the pain of the organs in her chest due to forced contraction. She opened the door and sprinted out, but felt a sudden suffocation without warning, and then lowered her head as if she realized something. Tick! A black claw crushed the cervical vertebra that had just been grasped, and bright red blood spurted out from it, dripping into the dimly lit stairwell. Cough, cough, cough. In room 606 of apartment number 6, Chung Tingyu covered her throat, sat up from the bed, and kept coughing, although she had already escaped from the dungeon. The feeling of death, just now, was so real that there was even a lingering pain in her neck that was being strangled bit by bit. Chung Tingyu calmed down and reviewed her experience in the dungeon in her mind. She was now certain that not only would she see monsters when she went downstairs, but she would also be attacked by monsters if she stayed in a certain place for too long when she went upstairs. Moreover, those monsters were not only difficult to control their movements, but also had high agility and strong attack power. They could instantly kill players once they met. From the 2 short encounters, there was almost no obvious way to restrain them. Although she didn't rest well, Chung Tingyu didn't plan to continue sleeping. She looked at the time on her phone, and it was exactly 14:30. She successfully slept through lunch. With the help of the image in the mirror, Chung Tingyu had a clearer control over her condition. After a nap, her physical strength was restored, but her mental strength dropped directly to 109/125. Chung Tingyu felt that it was fortunate that his total spirit value had been improved through repeated dungeon training. Otherwise the 16 points of spirit value would drop, and he would always feel that the mild madness that had just been separated was about to beckon him. There was a medical room in the number 6 apartment building, and Chung Tingyu planned to go there and ask the staff if there was any way to help players stabilize their spirits. The accommodation instructions showed that the medical room was located on the 2nd floor, on the same floor as the cafeteria, but the location was a bit remote. Chung Tingyu originally thought that the cafeteria was not very popular, but compared with the medical room, the place where he ate this morning was definitely crowded. Whether before or after the time travel, the color tone of the medical room seemed to always be white. The interior of the room was cold and quiet, without a single patient. Only a gentle doctor was sitting on duty. The overall layout was relatively simple. The cabinet on the left side of the door was filled with various bottles and jars. With the help of the strong visual bonus brought by the dense pupils, Chung Tingyu saw more than one kind of cold medicine, cough medicine, an antipyretic medicine with the screwdriver trademark inside. As an insurance company, the business scope of Screwdriver is really too extensive. There was a folding screen in the snow-white room. When Chung Ting-yu came in, the screen was not drawn, revealing the empty ward behind. The doctor on duty motioned Chung Ting-yu to sit down behind the table, then observed for a while and said, "You look pretty good." Chung Ting-yu said seriously, "It just looks like I entered the dungeon last night. And I went in again when I was catching up on sleep just now." The doctor on duty looked at the visitor with interest. Generally, people who have just entered the dungeon will suffer from insomnia for a while, and it is a good thing that they can still fall asleep. As she said, she took out a test paper and asked Chung Ting-yu to hold it for at least 3 minutes. This is a test paper for testing power leakage. If the player is infected by madness, his own power will also be out of control. You should test it first and see the situation first. 3 minutes later, the doctor took back the test paper and nodded. The level of power leakage is low radiation, which does not meet the standard for treatment. If you feel uncomfortable, I can prescribe some medicine for you first. Chung Ting-yu agreed with the doctor's opinion, although she didn't think she was at the stage where she needed to take medicine for treatment. She was indeed a little curious about what the medical room would prescribe for players who were not seriously ill. The mental recovery agent in the medical room, the main ingredients are small tablets of starch and glucose. For non-closed pupil players, it can have a placebo effect. Chung Ting-yu, her right eye has seen too much, picking up the mental recovery agent that should not be very useful. Chung Ting-yu said goodbye to the doctor. Before leaving, she suddenly stopped and turned around. Chung Ting-yu's pupils were unusually dark, forming a kind of seemingly absent sense of separation with a gentle smile on her face. "I'm a little curious. If someone meets the treatment standards, what is the way the medical room handles it?" The doctor in a white coat paused for a moment, then relaxed and leaned back in his chair, and replied, "If there is an abnormal situation, we will record your information and keep monitoring your vital signs until the problem is resolved or the residence period expires." Chung Ting-yu heard this. His eyes stayed on the doctor in front of him for a moment, and then smiled and said, "So that's it." Since he had already gone down to the second floor, Chung Ting-yu adhered to the idea of "I'm here now," and went to the cafeteria. Although apartment number 6 has a high risk of life and meets the same safety standards as the deserted area, the food and beverage treatment is good and free afternoon tea is provided every day. When Chung Ting-yu went over, she saw a sign at the door that said, "Each guest can get a lemon cake or a brownie with their door number." At 2:50 p.m., there were 7 or 8 people sitting sparsely in the cafeteria, including Wei Shigui, who was drinking coffee alone in a corner just like yesterday. Chung Ting-yu walked over with a lemon cake and greeted, "See you again." Wei Shigui glanced at her and spoke in a hoarse voice. "You didn't seem to rest well yesterday," Chung Ting-yu admitted. "I entered the dungeon while I was sleeping." Then he asked curiously, "Can drinking strong coffee relieve your current condition?" Wei Shigui shook his head. "Drinking coffee is just a habit. In my case, I can only feel better after I get out." Maybe because of her sore throat, she paused a lot when she spoke. Chung Ting-yu held a small round spoon, wanting to say something but stopping. "Wei Shigui, is there a problem?" Chung Ting-yu smiled, "Not really." Then he said with a serious expression, "I heard that strong coffee is not good for the throat." She was not sure about this, but she had heard a vocal music student in school mention it before she crossed over. Wei Shigui was silent, and after a moment, he said, "You are also a resident of the central city?" Chung Ting-yu shook his head. "It has been less than a month since I came from the desolate district." Speaking of this, Chung Ting-yu suddenly felt a little subtle. Wei Shigui did not speak again. She had a very limited understanding of the desolate district, and it was difficult to make an evaluation. But Wei Shigui always felt that Chung Ting-yu had a certain temperament that was unique to people who grew up in a stable and peaceful area. Among the limited activities in apartment number 6, afternoon tea was obviously a popular activity among residents. After Chung Ting-yu came in, some people came into the cafeteria one after another, some of whom were staff members on rotation. Chung Ting-yu tasted the small cake carefully. The craftsmanship of the dessert chef in the cafeteria was unexpectedly good. Just when she had eaten 1/3 of the lemon cake, Xinxingliu, who had just parted in the morning, walked in from the door. When he saw Chung Ting-yu, he was stunned for a moment, and then brought his plate over familiarly. Xinxingliu greeted the two of them separately, and then said to Chung Ting-yu alone, "I didn't see you yesterday afternoon." Chung Ting-yu smiled slightly. "Do you come to eat cake every day?" Xinxingliu replied, "I come here often. And Ms. Wei comes here often too." Smiled. After all, there is not much entertainment in the apartment. Chung Tingyu, as an employee of Screwdriver, you can't leave the apartment? Xinxingliu, every 30 days, you could apply for a vacation. The brownie on the snow-white porcelain plate was coated with a layer of chocolate dotted with chopped nuts, which looked much sweeter than the lemon cake. This obviously exceeded Xinxingliu's acceptance of sweets. Every time he took a bite of cake, he had to stop and drink a sip of black tea. There was no limit on the volume of chats in the cafeteria, but the residents of the apartment all chose to speak quietly, resulting in a lack of vitality in the entire space. Even though there were many people sitting there, the faint voices of people floated in the air like smoke, like invisible flying insects. Chung Tingyu maintained her original breathing rhythm and relaxed herself. Although she had not yet been infected with madness, the spiritual value dropped by the copy did have some effect on Chung Tingyu. When she listened to others talking, she could even hear the phantom sound of insects flapping their wings. Xinxingliu put down the small round spoon, folded his hands, supported them under his chin, and said slowly, in fact, it is good to walk around often, which can kill time. Chung Tingyu looked over the people at the same table, looked around the entire cafeteria hall, and then smiled. It is also convenient to familiarize yourself with the route to the apartment. While the two were talking quietly, there was a crisp sound of footsteps at the door. The footsteps attracted the attention of many people, and the communication in the cafeteria was also suspended. 3 young people with elegant clothes and bow ties and brooches appeared at the door of the cafeteria. The moment she saw these people, an idea flashed through Chung Tingyu's mind. There are new residents in the apartment. Xinxingliu thought for a moment, then came over and whispered, it seems to be someone from the street gang. Good personal relationships are half of KPI. As an insurance salesman, he is happy to exchange some unimportant daily information with potential customers as a business gift. Chung Tingyu commented fairly, it sounds like a special organization that needs to collect protection fees from passers-by. Xinxingliu explained to the newbie who had just entered the city, the street gang is a magazine. Chung Tingyu nodded. If a magazine called Street Gang does not develop some branch business, it feels sorry for its name. Xinxingliu, it is human nature to find comfort in excitement and excitement in comfort. And it is also the source of income for many of our projects. The lives of residents in the central city are much more stable than those in the outer city, which has led some people to gradually forget the horror of the outside world and instead develop an interest in actively pursuing some dangerous things. Chapter 28. Xinxingliu smiled and said, the street gang focuses on survival in dungeons. They will send people into dungeons, live for a period of time, take photos and videos, and satisfy the curiosity of residents. Chung Tingyu's eyes fell on the 3 new residents. They were very well groomed from head to toe. From the surface, they did not look like they were short of money to travel for overtime pay. Chung Tingyu, is there any special benefit for reporting these news for individuals? She threw the question to the 2 people at the same table at the same time. But Wei Shigui's voice was hoarse, and he didn't want to talk much. So Xinxingliu was responsible for explaining in the end. F0631 City is very strict in issuing citizenship. There are also restrictions on relocation between different urban areas. Citizens in the central urban area can live in the outer urban area. But if residents in the outer urban area want to go to the central urban area, they need to submit an application and wait for approval. And they cannot stay for a long time. If they want to obtain formal resident status in the central urban area, they need to accumulate enough contributions. After a pause, Xinxingliu added, the same is true for people from the central urban area to the inner urban area. Xinxingliu, this is the rule set by the earliest pioneers of F0631 City. To date, the words they left behind are still hanging on the city hall in the inner city. Only dedication can be exchanged for harvest. Chung Tingyu nodded slowly. Taking risks to improve the rights of residents is also a reasonable reason. The new young people are a combination of 2 men and 1 woman. Their facial features are slightly similar, and it is not difficult to see that they are related by blood. After entering the door, the 3 of them separated and took the initiative to talk to the guests in the cafeteria. A well-dressed and handsome young man walked towards Chung Tingyu's table and introduced himself as soon as he opened his mouth. Ji Shirlu, an external reporter of the street gang, would like to interview you about the copy situation in apartment number 6. Xinxingliu recalled and said, I remember that the boss of the street gang is named Ji. Ji Shirlu showed a reserved smile on his face, which was regarded as tacitly accepting the speculation of the opposite resident about his identity. Chung Tingyu also had some understanding in his heart. F0631 is a city with relatively restricted population circulation. When some companies recruit employees, they will inevitably tend to choose people who are related to the boss. Ji Shirlu sat down. I want to ask, who of you has lived in the apartment the longest? As an employee of an insurance company, Xinxingliu basically does not refuse to communicate with the residents. It's me. Without waiting for Ji Shirlu to ask, he said, but I can't accept your interview. Ji Shirlu frowned slightly and said, the street gang will pay for the interview. Xinxingliu shook his head. Please understand due to work limitations. Ji Shirlu was a little surprised. He didn't see the work card representing the employees of apartment number 6 on Xinxingliu. But he quickly reacted. Are you an expatriate of Screwdriver? Xinxingliu. Our company provides various copy insurance services. You can consider it. Ji Shirlu didn't try again. He really wanted to get information from the Screwdriver employees. In fact, it was not completely impossible. But he couldn't do it openly in the cafeteria hall. After failing in his first attempt, Ji Shirlu turned to ask the other two people at the same table. Wei Shugui's throat was not feeling well, but he had no problem communicating. Since Ji Shirlu was interested in the interview, he told the interviewer the information he had given Cheng Tingyu yesterday. Ji Shirlu prepared a notebook, but did not record it. Instead, he looked at Cheng Tingyu. How long have you moved here? Cheng Tingyu told the truth. Just came here yesterday. Ji Shirlu stood up, closed the notebook, and nodded politely. Thank you for your cooperation. He took out a stack of 1,000 yuan bills from his wallet and placed them in front of the three people. Even Xinxingliu, who refused to answer, was not left out. This is a little thank you gift. Cheng Tingyu's eyes stayed on Ji Shirlu for a moment, and smiled slightly. You're welcome. In her right eye, the basic information of the person in front of her was clearly displayed. Name, Ji Shirlu. Ability, incubating. Although it is impossible to see the ability types of these people, it is still quite easy for Cheng Tingyu to identify only the names. She has already seen that the other two people who came with Ji Shirlu are named Ji Shirjiu and Ji Shiqi, who have the temperament of a family. Cheng Tingyu already knew that if a player cleared the dungeon, he could take away some of the power of the dungeon. Ordinary people could also do so, but they could take away less power than players. In this case, the purpose of the 3G brothers and sisters to go to the dungeon of apartment number 6, where they had to stay for 30 days before leaving, was not necessarily just to write reports or accumulate contributions. An hour later, Ji Shirlu and the other two met again, and each of them had gained something. Ji Shiqi was a capable girl. She said to her cousin and cousin, a person named Wang Si added my contact information and said he was an employee of Plush Bear. I also sent it to you. Ji Shirjiu curled his lips and interrupted. I don't think we should need this person. Ji Shiqi did not refute his brother's words, and continued, the staff told me that someone died on the 6th floor yesterday. According to my investigation, on average, 1 or 2 deaths appear in the apartment every week. Even if we bring the exemption pass and coffee chews, we may not be able to escape unscathed. Ji Shirlu, once we really enter the dungeon, the exemption pass, it can't be used to force a retreat. After a pause, he added, and the elders at home have reminded us that once you enter the apartment, don't think about forcing your way out, so as not to provoke the inspector's attack. Ji Shirjiu, compared to ordinary people, the dungeon will prioritize capturing players. We haven't really got the ability yet, so the safety is relatively higher. Then he raised the accommodation instructions in his hand. For a long time, apartment number 6 has been under the supervision of the inspection team. They must have mastered the way to stay safely. If you really encounter problems, you should seek shelter from the staff as soon as possible. Anyway, we all have the official status of residents in the Midtown district, and they can't ignore it. Ji Shiqi, maybe there are powerful people among the guests. Don't underestimate them. Ji Shirjiu said disdainfully. I have asked. Most of the guests climb less than 10 floors, so there is no need to worry at all. Only one person can live in a house. Ji Shiqi was arranged in 504. Ji Shirjiu lived in 501. And Ji Shirlu was arranged in 604. There are 12 rooms on each floor, but the staff will not fill up the rooms. Although the apartment does not recommend that residents visit each other, in order to be vigilant in the face of dangerous areas, Ji Shirlu still tried to find out who his neighbors are. The resident of 601 is Zhang Zhuwei, an ordinary resident of the outer city, who has just moved into the apartment for a week because of his own debt problems. 602 is requisitioned by the staff, and sometimes the staff member named Qin Luosong will stay here for a night. And the owner of 603 is Screwdriver. Xinxing Liu, a dispatcher of the insurance company. 604 belongs to Ji Shirlu. 605 is vacant. And the owner of 606 is Cheng Tingyu, who just moved in yesterday, although he did not ask in depth. Ji Shirlu also inquired a little, and learned that Cheng Tingyu actually came from the desolate district, and did not even have the official status of a resident of the outer city. Room 607 is vacant. The owner of room 608 is Wei Shigui. And the owner of room 609 is Tian Yuqian, who has lived in the apartment for half a month. The last room 610, 611 and 612 are all vacant. The light golden sunlight shines through the window onto the beige floor tiles, casting a black figure. Theoretically, the probability of being captured by the dungeon on the first night is very low. But there are always exceptions. After realizing that he had entered the dungeon, Ji Shirlu was not particularly panicked. Although most residents of the central city district will never encounter such a dangerous thing as entering a dungeon in their lifetime, Ji Shirlu has been taken to several common safe dungeons for family reasons, and has accumulated a certain amount of experience. He quickly opened the shoe cabinet at the door, and saw a pair of gray leather shoes, and a pair of sneakers with shiny stickers inside. Ji Shirlu breathed a sigh of relief. The dungeon information was basically consistent with what he had learned. Before entering apartment number 6, Ji Shirlu had conducted an investigation. As a member of the Ji family, he has no shortage of money or foreign coins. So the report he got is naturally much more detailed than that of someone in the wasteland who just entered the city. Just like many games have cheats. If you are a fool, go to the 100th floor. This game has hidden skills. The actual floor height of the residential building, which is the main scene of the dungeon, is unknown. The refresh point of all participants is in room 401. There are 2 rooms on each floor. The one marked with 01 can be opened, but 02 cannot. Theoretically, each house with the last number 01 hides a lot of tools. As the starting point, 401 is the most comprehensively explored one. Before entering the dungeon, Ji Shirlu knew that there was a large piece of bread, a liter of mung bean porridge, and a liter of lemon juice in the drawer of the wooden cabinet in the kitchen. If one of the 3 things is taken away, the other 2 will disappear. If the participant eats bread, the health bar will be restored, but the san value will decrease. Drinking mung bean porridge can also restore the health bar, and will not reduce the san value. However, tools are required to open the can of mung bean porridge, which is too time-consuming. So lemon juice is the best choice. Lemon juice has a lower health bar recovery rate than mung bean porridge and bread, but it tastes particularly refreshing, and has a certain recovery effect on san value. Ji Shirlu felt a little regretful. The internal data he got showed that although past participants had tested the recovery effects of various props, there were no specific values. With the current level of F0631 city, I am afraid that only the big shots in the inner city can master the powerful technology of digitizing copy props. In addition to the lemon juice placed in a relatively secret location, there is also a glass jar placed directly on the table in the kitchen, which is filled with colorful candies. Ji Shirlu has been reminded that he can only eat 1 candy each time he enters the dungeon. Otherwise it will also have a negative effect. He quickly took the lemon juice and candy, and then changed into the sneakers in the entrance cabinet. This pair of sneakers is also a prop that can make the wearer's movements faster. As an ordinary person who has not yet hatched his abilities, Ji Shirlu cannot observe too much information. But if Cheng Tingyu's eyes fall on the sneakers, he will definitely be able to identify the detailed information of the rubber-soled sneakers in the shoe cabinet, can increase the speed of action by 20%, reducing the physical energy consumption during action to 87% of the original. It took him a total of 52 seconds from refreshing to leaving the room. Ji Shirlu knows very well that people who move quickly can shorten the time to go out to 30 seconds, or even shorter. However, today is only his first day in the dungeon, and Ji Shirlu feels that he can completely relax his requirements. Ji Shirlu, wearing sneakers, climbed up to the 7th floor without stopping. In fact, according to the data, there are a few gain items in 501 and 601, namely a bowl of ice cola and a motorcycle helmet that can definitely increase defense. Both items are good. Ice cola can restore health, sanity and physical strength, and the helmet can greatly improve the defense of the participants. However, the act of searching for resources in the past will consume a long time. Time is the most precious thing in the current copy. Chapter 29. The data Ji Shirlu got recorded that according to previous statistics, the mortality rate of participants who could not climb to the 7th floor within 2 minutes after going out was 100%. After reaching the 7th floor in one breath, Ji Shirlu did not continue to go up. but chose to go to room 701. Every floor of this apartment has the same scene. And behind all the doors that can be opened, there are almost identical layouts. After entering room 701, Ji Shirlu closed the door carefully, then went straight to the second bedroom, squatted down, and looked under the bed. The bottom of the bed was shrouded in thick black. Ji Shirlu reached in and fumbled for a while, and finally dragged out a piece of plastic cloth that could not be seen. He took the plastic cloth to the kitchen with a little suspicion and poured water into it. The water-filled plastic cloth swelled into a colorful cartoon axe. Just looking at the appearance, no one could guess that this plastic axe has a powerful attack power that is completely disproportionate to its own material. It can be regarded as one of the most powerful weapons in this building, Ji Shirlu thought. As expected, background is the most reliable guarantee for passing the dungeon. If someone who can't get those information comes in, he may not be able to climb many floors until he is completely crazy, let alone pass the level. He picked up the axe and returned to the living room, then stopped behind the door, not in a hurry to leave. Ji Shirlu quietly waited behind the door. At this moment, he could even hear his violent heartbeat. Until now, he has not seen anything terrifying in the dungeon. But the ubiquitous time limit itself is easy to make people panic. Just as Ji Shirlu was waiting, the door of 701 began to shake without warning. Ji Shirlu knew in his heart that all objects in the building, whether walls, stairs or doors and windows, could not really prevent monsters. But former participants had tested that the door could delay the time for monsters to enter the room. That's why Ji Shirlu brought the door just now. The door shook more and more violently, and the wooden door frame quickly broke into pieces under the impact of external force. For black claws with a surface like dry bark stretched out from the gap between the door and the wall. Perhaps because of the wall, the movements of those black claws were not so fast that people could not catch them at all. Ji Shirlu swung the axe hard and chopped them hard. The axe hit the black claws, and the black twisted limbs fell down immediately, and then weathered away before they really touched the ground. Ji Shirlu breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his body, and a confident smile appeared on his handsome face. He had long known that after the participants entered the room to find items, they would face a wave of door-opening killing when they went out. The weird monsters entrenched in the building were waiting outside, ready to give the people inside the door a fatal blow. The monsters in the building can be said to be completely irresistible to humans, as long as they are hit by them. Even flesh and blood players will be killed instantly. So Ji Shirlu had to go get the axe on the 7th floor. Only after getting the axe could he have a certain ability to protect himself. But there was also a trap hidden here. After getting the axe, you must not go downstairs. Ji Shirlu's emotions were already somewhat confused, and he began to stabilize his state by talking to himself. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his face and told a crucial experience. Because the props can only be used on the current floor and above. In the past, there was a senior player of the lightless level. After getting the axe, he turned back to the 6th floor and planned to look for a helmet, and then was ruthlessly torn to pieces by the claws that had been prepared. During the whole process, the axe did not play any effect worth mentioning. After breaking through the door-opening ambush with a mortality rate of more than 70%, Ji Shirlu continued to climb the stairs. He could feel that his physical strength was consumed much faster than normal. As a young man who had intended to become a player very early, Ji Shirlu had always paid attention to exercise and had excellent physical fitness. But now he felt that his whole body was covered by irresistible fatigue. His arms and legs seemed to be tied with heavy lead blocks, and every step he took would feel the fatigue and pain of tearing. Ji Shirlu felt that his lung capacity had also been reduced to the level of a fat otaku who didn't exercise much by the copy, and he had to breathe heavily. He couldn't slow down the speed of climbing the building. But in this building, even if the participants did nothing, their health would continue to decrease. 12 minutes later, Ji Shirlu finally slowed down. Sweat mixed with blood was dripping from his chin. Climbing the building without injury was unrealistic. Even if Ji Shirlu had obtained the plastic axe according to the strategy, it only reduced the attack of the black claw monster, turning a one-hit kill into a simple injury. In addition to the plastic axe, he also took time to go to room 901 and got an iron shield. The attack props provided by the building are very strange. For example, this shield, after previous tests, found that it itself has no defensive effect worth mentioning, but will accelerate the decline of the user's health and physical strength. But it has a special effect that Ji Shirlu can't give up attack prompt. Ji Shirlu muttered, "If you can see the signs of being attacked, it will be much easier to defend." Soon after he got the shield, The surface began to emit an ominous faint red light. Ji Shirlu knew that this meant that he had been targeted by the enemy. When the brightness of the red light reached its peak, the attack would follow. Ji Shirlu looked at the change in the color of the shield and felt a little regretful. He felt that he should ask the elders at home before leaving to find a way to get information after the 13th floor. After all, the game requires 100 floors, and only 13 floors are still too far from the goal. At this moment, the red light on the iron shield, which was originally only a faint light, suddenly became extremely bright. A strong fear struck Ji Shirlu's heart. He decisively gave up the plan to continue climbing, and then almost stumbled into room 1301. Theoretically, props should also be found on this floor. Ji Shirlu felt that he was almost at his limit, and could only come here to try his luck. Room 1301, like room 401, has beige floor tiles, old wooden cabinets painted white, and straw yellow sofas. The table in the living room is empty, and the kitchen, which should be full of life, also looks exceptionally clean, although some pots and pans can be found in those drawers. These things that are available on all floors can basically be directly excluded from the props queue. Ji Shirlu began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets roughly. In his current condition, it is difficult to continue going up. The candies and lemon juice brought from 401 have been eaten. Now he can only hope to find suitable recovery items on the 13th floor. Many copy props are not hidden too deep. He squatted down and looked at the bottom of the sofa. Tick. A drop of bright red liquid fell on the beige floor tiles. Ji Shirlu was stunned in place, then slowly lowered his head and looked at the black claws extending from his larynx. The black nails cut his skin, and red liquid flowed from the wound. The sharp pain seemed like a butcher's saw, deeply piercing Ji Shirlu's skull. The prelude to death was extremely long. Ji Shirlu, who had not experienced the baptism of the spiritual world, could feel the faintest pain in his body. He was obviously not caught up yet. How could there be a monster in the room? The pain in his throat seemed to have a life, constantly eroding Ji Shirlu's sanity, indicating that his rational spirit value was rapidly decreasing. A voice as subtle as thousands of needles sounded in his ears. Haven't arrived yet. Ji Shirlu's eyeballs bulged out, bloodshot, and he struggled twice and fell to the ground. The white of his right eye could still be seen, and his left eye turned deep red like dirty blood. A thought echoed in his mind: if I were also a player, if I had the power. Ji Shirlu's sanity burned rapidly, and at the same time he felt the urgent desire hidden in his heart. If only he could find the props in room 1301. If only his observation skills were better. If only the clues in the apartment were more obvious. Countless complicated thoughts surged and disappeared in his mind, and Ji Shirlu felt as if his brain was split into two halves. Half of him was going crazy because of the pain, and the other half was silent, and began to calmly observe everything around him. The details of the layout in the room suddenly became larger, and Ji Shirlu's left eyeball began to twitch, and he could even see the small dust on the floor clearly. At this moment, thick blood finally completely covered Ji Shirlu's eyes, before his vision completely darkened. A bleeding gap seemed to appear on his head, and a liquid as heavy as mercury poured in from it. A moment later, two wriggling and twisted words appeared in Ji Shirlu's mind. Dreams are fragments of reality. Dreams are silhouettes of the future. 3:33 in the morning. Room 604. Apartment number 6. Ji Shirlu sat up suddenly and took a deep breath. There was a rustling sound in the room. He was in a trance for a moment before he realized that it was the sound coming from his uncontrollable trembling. There was no light in the room, and it was surrounded by a creepy darkness. Ji Shirlu, who was used to high-end apartments, originally thought that he could accept the poor living environment of apartment number 6. At this moment, he finally felt that the environment was so narrow that it was difficult to breathe. Dong, dong, dong. A strange sound came from outside the door. Ji Shirlu stiffened on the bed, not daring to move. At this moment, he realized that the surroundings were terribly quiet. Apart from the banging sound in the corridor, nothing could be heard on the entire 6th floor. He couldn't even hear the insects outside the window. The apartment was obviously using ordinary single-layer glass, and there was a dense forest outside. This was not normal. What made Ji Shirlu feel even more wrong was that at this moment, there was no light in the room, but he could see the general situation of the room. The bed, cabinets, wooden tables, refrigerators, all the furniture looked as clear as daytime. Dong, dong, dong. The sound in the corridor continued. Ji Shirlu couldn't help but raise his head and look at the door. The more he told himself not to look, the more he couldn't bear it. His eyes gradually moved down, Behind the door crack as thin as a hair, the shape of a pair of feet seemed to be faintly revealed. Drops of cold sweat wet the quilt. And Ji Shirlu wondered, was his eyesight really so good before? It was 8:30 in the morning. Chung Tingyu, who had a dreamless night, opened her eyes, stretched herself on the bed, and then took out her cell phone from under the pillow, confirmed that it was time for breakfast in the cafeteria, and then went to the bathroom to wash up slowly. The decline of the entertainment industry in the world after the time travel, and the boredom of the forum posts greatly improved her efficiency in getting up. Chapter 30. Whether in the desolate area or F0631 city, you can use cleaning spray to take care of personal hygiene. However, since you have already moved into the apartment and there is nothing urgent at hand, Chung Tingyu plans to take a shower and wake up. In the bathroom, the water vapor is dense and surging like clouds and mist. But probably because Chung Tingyu lives on the 6th floor, the water pressure is not that high. Chung Tingyu squeezed a little of the orange-scented shower gel provided free of charge by apartment number 6 on her hands and rubbed it into foam. She has not been through time for a long time, but she has experienced many events. The days of busy looking for a job before time travel seemed to be far away from her. While making foam, Chung Tingyu recalled the past and felt that she should pull out the knowledge in her mind and review it, so as not to suddenly trigger the anti-time travel gift package one day and fail the interview after returning. Chung Tingyu, who was taking a shower, suddenly paused. Her fingers touched her back. Chung Tingyu turned off the shower and looked at her back in the mirror. The place where her fingers touched just now was her butterfly bone, where there was an old scar. A slight surprise flashed by, and Chung Tingyu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. She looked up at herself in the mirror, and the person in the mirror also looked at her. She had phoenix eyes and thin lips, which looked as sharp as a blade. But Chung Tingyu smiled most of the time, softening the temperament of her facial features that were not easy to mess with her expression. After a while, Chung Tingyu put down her hand and smiled at herself in the mirror. I was deceived by you for so long. Her smile was as bright as usual, but her eyes were as deep as the night. Chung Tingyu thought casually, if the same name and similar appearance can be regarded as some kind of law of time travel, then why does this body have exactly the same scars as her own? Unless this is simply herself. Chung Tingyu touched her chin and said to herself, 25 years old. So I have actually been here for 3 years. Right? She changed into clean clothes slowly, and wiped the water off her hair with a towel. Chung Tingyu thought, so that's why there is no handwriting left in that book. When she first crossed over, Chung Tingyu had a book called Modern History Development with her. There were 3 lines of reminders on the note that served as a bookmark in that book, and those 3 lines of words were all printed. Chung Tingyu thought that her handwriting would obviously not change much because of crossing over. If those reminders were written by hand, she would definitely realize that she did not just cross over, but had crossed over for a long time and just lost 3 years of memory. Then there was the ticket to F0631 city. Chung Tingyu was very unfamiliar with the surrounding situation. The existence of the ticket drove her to follow the original owner's arrangement to live in a relatively stable area. As a person who knows herself very well, Chung Tingyu knows that if she realized that she had lost her memory for a period of time at that time, she would most likely choose to stay in the desolate area and look for clues to the past. That's why no handwriting could be left in the book. She wanted to postpone the time when she discovered that she had lost her memory until after entering the city. Moreover, before the time travel, Chung Tingyu did read some time travel novels to kill time, which allowed her to quickly get into her role. Everything was arranged so perfectly. Even the cutting of memories was so appropriate, and it was completely in line with her personality. Chung Tingyu curled her lips and looked at the person in the mirror. You did it. Right? Then she sighed again. Why didn't you leave me more money at that time? Only a little initial capital that couldn't even afford to rent a hotel. Is it something she can do to herself? Chung Tingyu pondered for a moment, and then had to admit yes. This is what she can do to herself. However, Chung Tingyu lowered her eyelashes. Too little money is actually a clue. There must be some purpose for her to leave the wasteland and go to F0631 city. Now think about it. It is either to avoid something or to find something. If the purpose is to avoid, then she should have arranged her subsequent life before losing her memory. So the second situation is more likely, because she had too little savings. She took the initiative to attack, and she traveled around the outer city and entered various dungeons. Chung Tingyu showed a helpless look, knocked the mirror with his knuckles, and smiled. You really have confidence in me. The apartment's breakfast is provided until 9:30, which is quite friendly for residents who are used to getting up late. Chung Tingyu went to the second floor to have breakfast, and habitually carried a large bag of bread and water back to the 6th floor. Her room is 606. When passing 605, Chung Ting-yu stopped. For the convenience of cleaning, the corridors of the apartment are paved with floor tiles, which usually do not leave too obvious stains. However, just like many flesh and blood players are very resistant to beatings, Mi Tong can always easily see clues that are ignored by ordinary people. At the door of room 605, there is a very light shoe print. Judging from the size, it should be an adult man. The air is filled with a faint smell of blood. Chung Ting-yu walked past room 605 and walked to room 606. She unlocked the door with her key and then pushed it open slowly. A strand of hair fell from the crack of the door. She had picked it up before leaving. Putting down the food in her hand, Chung Ting-yu returned to the first floor again and greeted the people inside through the glass of the duty room. Yu Shisho, who was wearing a work badge, looked the visitor up and down. "What do you want?" Chung Ting-yu said briefly, "There may be some problems in room 605. When Chung Ting-yu took the staff to the 6th floor, the smell of blood in the air was already obvious. Before Yu Shisho opened the door with the apartment key, he turned on the flashlight. The light of the flashlight shone directly into room 605 and onto the already stiff body inside. The dead person was Zhang Zhuowei, and there was a food bag as tall as half a person scattered on both sides of the body. Yu Shisho glanced at Chung Ting-yu beside him. She was a resident employee assigned by the inspection team to apartment number 6. She had learned about Chung Ting-yu's identity through internal channels. Colleagues described Chung Ting-yu as having a flexible mind and good judgment. Yu Shisho actually had some doubts. Not about Chung Ting-yu's ability, but about her ability type. Many players with close pupils will also create a similar persona for themselves in order to cover up their special ability to see the truth of events directly. It is not difficult to distinguish, because the conclusions of close pupils often lack intermediate processes, and they are more accustomed to interpreting their own statements as intuition. She intends to take this opportunity to test the true situation of the visitor in this desolate area. Yu Shisho deliberately asked, "What do you think happened here?" Chung Ting-yu squatted down and carefully observed Zhang Zhuoi's body. Her ability has indeed been activated, and it is very difficult to directly see Zhang Zhuoi's detailed data. Name, Zhang Zhuowei. Ability, none. Health, death 0 out of 80. Chung Ting-yu pondered, "This person." Yu Shisho nodded and encouraged her to continue. Chung Ting-yu continued seriously, "He is dead." As an honest close pupil, she has already frankly informed the key part of the information she has identified to the members of the inspection team in front of her. Yu Shisho waited for a while, and had to ask again. Then, she now felt that this girl might not really be a secret pupil. Otherwise she should have seen some clues. Chung Ting-yu, the key in his pants pocket is for room 601. Can it be used to open the door of room 605? Yu Shisho confirmed it, and shook his head. Chung Ting-yu, then I suggest you find the resident of 604 to find out the situation. Continued. 605 is between 606 and 604. If Zhang Zhuowei entered a room that did not belong to him with the purpose of visiting someone, then the target is most likely 604 or 606. She turned around and looked at Yu Shisho. "I know I haven't contacted Zhang Zhuowei today, but you can also confirm the situation with me." Yu Shisho, then why do you think he visited the guest of 604? Chung Ting-yu said, "Maybe he felt that his room was not good, so he went to the empty room to check?" Yu Shisho stared at her for a while, and then realized a little. Ordinary citizens can get a reward for assisting the inspection team to complete their work. She didn't say the amount of the reward, mainly because it depends on the contribution of ordinary citizens. Chung Ting-yu smiled. "You are responsible for managing the apartment, and you should know the frequency of residents in each room going out." Yu Shisho, Zhang Zhuowei basically goes out once a day to get food. While speaking, she suddenly realized something. Chung Ting-yu, in this case, it's a bit strange that he took 2 large bags of food upstairs. As a non-powered person, Zhang Zhuowei's daily consumption of water is within the normal range. Chung Ting-yu, so he should be bringing food for others. Yu Shisho immediately understood what Chung Ting-yu meant. Chung Ting-yu, the resident of 606, went to the cafeteria for dinner this morning, while the resident of 604 did not leave the room. Among the 2 owners, he was the only one who needed to ask someone to help bring food. Chung Ting-yu, but the resident of 604 did not come to the apartment alone, so he could call the 2 people who came with him for help. While she was talking, she kept watching Yu Shisho's reaction. Yu Shisho replied, "Sometimes the phone signal in the apartment is poor." Chung Ting-yu smiled and said nothing more. Both of them knew that it was possible that they did not ask their younger brothers and sisters to help buy food because of the lack of phone signal. And it was also possible that they did not want to violate the mutual visit regulations and the apartment rules. Ji Shirlu was not sure what the consequences would be if he took the initiative to visit the owners of other rooms. So he did not ask Ji Shiqi and Ji Shirjiu, but chose to ask Zhang Zhuowei to help him get a day's worth of food from the cafeteria. Zhang Tingyu was still thinking. Ji Shirlu was unwilling to go to the cafeteria, which meant that he felt that going out was a dangerous thing. This situation almost immediately reminded Zhang Tingyu of the sound coming from the corridor after waking up from the dream that day. In all likelihood, Ji Shirlu heard the same sound last night. Yu Zhishou hurriedly recorded the situation in 605 and nodded to Zhang Tingyu. Thank you. I will write your contribution when I submit the report later. She was relieved at this moment, dense pupils, used to skipping the process and giving the conclusion directly. The resident of 606 in front of her had an obvious thinking process, and was indeed just an ordinary flesh and blood player. Yu Zhishou thought that the conclusions of his colleagues in the inspection team were still reliable, and that he was a little too suspicious. Chapter 31. Yu Zhishou also guessed that Ji Shirlu had entered the dungeon last night, and he pulled his mouth corner helplessly. The three people in the Ji family have bad luck. Zhang Tingyu raised his eyebrows. The two people on the 5th floor also entered the dungeon? When Yu Zhishou heard Zhang Tingyu's words, she knew that this was a wise man. She nodded and was speechless. Zhang Tingyu smiled and said nothing more. She actually had a sentence that she hadn't finished just now. There are staircases at both ends of the apartment building. If the residents of 601 want to go out to buy breakfast, they don't have to pass through the door of 604. So this morning, Ji Shirlu has been peeping in the corridor through the crack of the door, waiting for the right person to appear. Room 604. 10 o'clock in the morning. The bright sunlight shone in through the window, but it didn't make Ji Shirlu feel warm. After asking the residents of 601 to go to the first floor to help get food, the knock on the door he expected never sounded. And finally the mobile phone placed next to the pillow rang. Yu Zhishou sent a text message to Ji Shirlu on behalf of the apartment. Apartment number 6. Dear resident 604. Your mental state seems unstable. Please go to the medical room as soon as possible during business hours. Ji Shirlu stared at his phone for a long time, and finally raised his fingers that were trembling slightly because of fear, and sent a text message to Wang Xi. Ji Shirlu, I want to buy something. Ji Shirlu pressed his forehead. His mind was very confused at the moment. But judging from the attitude of the apartment, Zhang Zhuowei, who was persuaded by him with money before, was probably in trouble. The medical room of apartment number 6 is on the 2nd floor. After the doctor on duty measured Ji Shirlu's energy status with a test paper, his face was slightly solemn. So you are planning to gain power by constantly entering the dungeon? Ji Shirlu could not hide it. It's just an attempt. The doctor on duty did not ask any more questions. Only said, the energy in your body is almost at the critical point, and the probability of being captured is closer to that of a player than an ordinary person. But you have not yet experienced the baptism of the spiritual world. If you enter the dungeon of apartment number 6, you will be easily shocked. Once the sand value drops too much, the reaction will be very serious. The dream dungeon of apartment number 6 can easily drive people crazy. Although ordinary players are easily captured by the dungeon, most of them have reached that deep-sea spiritual world and have a certain degree of resistance. Just like Zhang Tingyu, her maximum spiritual value has gradually grown to 125. Doctor on duty. Residents cannot leave apartment number 6 before the expiration of their stay. I will prescribe some pills for you. She walked behind the curtain and took out the medicine bottle. But the old bottle containing the mental recovery agent was empty. So the doctor on duty just found a bottle of vitamin pills to make up for it. It's just a placebo anyway. It doesn't matter what you take. Ji Shirlu's body trembled slightly. The doctor on duty's actions were actually very concealed. But he did see all of the other party's actions clearly, and also saw clearly that the so-called mental pills were just vitamin C. Apartment number 6 didn't care so much about the survival rate of the residents. Ji Shirlu lowered his head, suppressed the trembling of his body, and reached out to touch his eyes. The doctor on duty sealed the pills and handed them over, 1 pill each time, 3 times a day, and take them in the medical room after you finish them. Ji Shirlu looked grim. I know. As soon as he left the medical room, he crumpled the paper bag containing the pills into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket, then gritted his teeth and went to the entertainment room on the 3rd floor. Ji Shirlu decided to contact Wang Xi. He didn't spend time waiting. Many guests would choose to kill time in the entertainment room. The salesperson who claimed to be from the Plush Bear store came over early this morning. At this moment, he was playing the game of drawing ghost cards with himself with great interest. When he received the text message, he raised his head and showed a business smile to Ji Shirlu at the door. Although the aftermath of madness was still affecting Ji Shirlu's thinking, he tried his best to make himself look normal and nodded politely at Wang Si. I want to get some Finjujing stickers and chewing coffee candies from you. Ji Shirlu thought he was very restrained, but his actions had become urgent without him realizing it. And he explained his purpose as soon as he met. Wang Si put down the cards in his hand and smiled. The current price of Finjujing stickers is 270,000 city coins for 10 pieces. And the price of chewing coffee candy is 330,000 city coins for 5 pieces, which are not sold separately. The smile on Ji Shirlu's face became more and more forced. You said 30,000 city coins at the beginning. Wang Si said confidently, starting from 30,000 city coins. There is no upper limit. Ji Shirlu suddenly realized that his sister Ji Shichi had been reminded by Wang Si not to do business with Screwdriver when there was no room for maneuver. And this reminder obviously also applies to Wang Si himself. He felt his temples throbbing. It might not be a good idea to enter apartment number 6. The 3 brothers and sisters of the Ji family originally chose this place because all residents must stay for 30 days. For people like them who lack practical experience in the Midtown area, it is a good opportunity to hone themselves. If they can stick to it, they will have more say at home. However, Ji Shirlu was deeply regretful at this moment. After only one night, he felt that his life safety was under great test. In addition, the improvement of his eyesight also made Ji Shirlu feel uneasy. This is a sign of dense pupils. And dense pupils is recognized as the most likely type of ability to go crazy. Wang Si, you can share it with your younger brothers and sisters. Ji Shirlu's heart skipped a beat. He had just contacted Ji Shichi and Ji Shirjiu. Unfortunately, the 3 of them were captured by the copy when they were sleeping and experienced an unpleasant dream. Ji Shirlu, deal. But in addition to Finjujing stickers and chewing coffee candies, I also want to order another product. Before Ji Shirlu finished speaking, Wang Si interrupted. We can't get that product. After a pause, he said, but you should know where to trade. Ji Shirlu fell silent, and finally nodded slowly. As a staff member of Screwdriver stationed in apartment number 6, Shin Xingliu's life is very regular. He comes to the cafeteria for afternoon tea every afternoon. Cheng Tingyu, who went out for a walk, saw each other again. The food served in the cafeteria this afternoon is strawberry pudding. Shin Xingliu took the initiative to greet potential customers with a bright smile. How did you rest last night? Cheng Tingyu, not bad. Looking at the other party. The key is to look at the other party's eyes. Thinking, you have been resting well. Shin Xingliu, after all, I am an employee of Screwdriver, so there are always some expatriate benefits. Cheng Tingyu glanced at Shin Xingliu. Every time you die in a copy, your spirit will be traumatized. But Shin Xingliu obviously does not have a similar situation. Either you have mastered the method of breaking through the copy, or there is a backdoor, or he has taken some measures to reduce the probability of being captured by the copy. Cheng Tingyu thinks it should be the third one. The power of any copy is limited. When the copy is broken, part of the power that originally belonged to the copy will be taken away by the participants. And Shin Xingliu and other staff have been in the copy for a long time. Considering that under normal circumstances, the probability of players being captured is still quite high. If you really have mastered the method of passing the copy, then the dream copy should have been unable to maintain. As for the existence of the backdoor, Cheng Tingyu felt that the possibility was not high. The damage mechanism of this dungeon is very special. It is not only the moment of death or injury that will cause the mental trauma of the participants. As long as you enter the dungeon, the various values will continue to decrease. In the long run, the status of the staff will be affected to some extent. As for the method to reduce the probability of being captured by the dungeon, Cheng Tingyu has a vague guess in her mind. She had previously accepted a task from Wei Xuxin to find the remains of her aunt. The person who accepted the task only needed to put the body into a sealed box to isolate the influence caused by the leakage of the body's power. When Cheng Tingyu put flesh and blood life overload into the sealed box, the changes in the dungeon disappeared. After she put Wei Heng's body into the sealed box, the entire dungeon area also dissipated. Although there are still many incomprehensible places, Cheng Tingyu vaguely feels that the power of the player and the power of the dungeon have many similarities, which may be the reason why the player can improve his strength by breaking through the dungeon. In this case, Using materials similar to the sealed box to wrap yourself can also isolate the player from other forces and avoid being captured by the dungeon? Chung Tingyu clasped his palms together and rested them on his chin, with a little smile on his lips. If his guess was correct, then the reason why Screwdriver sent people to apartment number 6 would be particularly clear. They can make sealed boxes and have the power to isolate the dungeon capture. Once a player is in a desperate situation, they will choose to ask Screwdriver for help. Then, whether Screwdriver asks them to pay what they have now as a price or sells some possibility in the future, the possibility of reaching a deal is much greater. In the snow-white plate, the pink pudding swayed slightly, and its surface was dotted with bright strawberry jam, which looked particularly delicious. Just as Chung Tingyu was eating the dessert seriously, he suddenly felt something in his heart and looked up at the entrance of the cafeteria. Ji Shirlu, a new resident who had just arrived at the apartment yesterday, appeared there. His expression was not good, and his face, which could be called handsome, was somewhat deformed. Ji Shirlu swept around the cafeteria with a panicked look, and finally stopped at Xinxingliu. He walked towards the expatriate of the Screwdriver Company and said, "It's convenient to change places to talk." His throat rolled twice, and finally finished the rest of the words with difficulty. "Talk about business?" Xinxingliu put down the spoon with some regret, and smiled, "Although it's a pity that I can't finish afternoon tea. As an employee of Screwdriver, serving customers is of course a higher priority." After saying goodbye to another potential customer at the same table, he left the cafeteria with Ji Shirlu. Third floor. Although the entertainment room is a whole, the space inside is separated by different bookshelves, which has a certain degree of privacy, which is very suitable for residents to have some private exchanges. Ji Shirlu's back of the hand has already stretched out blue veins. As a resident of Midtown, he has of course dealt with Screwdriver insurance companies before, and has also been reminded try not to trade with them without room for negotiation. However, after only one day in apartment number 6, Ji Shirlu has already reached his limit. Chewable coffee candies and Finjujing stickers are both precious resources that are not easy to obtain, and the staff said by the inspection team are not as friendly as they imagined. If he talks about the deal again in 2 days, he will have even fewer cards than now. Ji Shirlu got straight to the point. "I need M-level sealing paper." He paused and lowered his voice. "I can pay 3 million. No, 5 million city coins. Screwdriver. Insurance companies will provide some relatively cheap sealing boxes to citizens, but these boxes only have a power isolation effect on props below the common level, and most of the time, they are used to seal the bodies of players at the lightless level." Xinxingliu looked at Ji Shirlu and shook his head. "Unfortunately, sealing paper cannot be traded using city coins." Just when Ji Shirlu's expression was already a little desperate, Xinxingliu said slowly, "But you can pay for other things." Chapter 32. Ji Shirlu showed hesitation and struggle. "If it is a transaction related to the street gang, I can't guarantee." Xinxingliu put a stack of documents on the table, crossed his fingers, and showed a friendly smile of an insurance agent. "Don't worry. It has nothing to do with the street gang, and you don't need to pay a large sum of money. The only requirement is that if you die as a player." His eyes fell on the new achievements in front of him, and his tone was particularly sincere. "All the rights to deal with your body will be unconditionally handed over to the Screwdriver Insurance Company." Ji Shirlu paused and stiffened. Xinxingliu opened the file and patiently introduced, "The sealing paper provided by our company is highly breathable and can completely isolate C-level power and most of M-level power, but it has almost no effect on H-level and above power. The effective time is 1 month." Xinxingliu took the pen cap off and handed it to the customer upside down, saying in a very gentle tone, "Please rest assured, Screwdriver is very trustworthy in the agreed transaction content, and this transaction will not have any impact on your life." Ji Shirlu's chest rose and fell violently, and he stood there motionless. Finally, he grabbed the pen, quickly signed his name on the last page of the document, and then slammed the pen heavily on the table. Xinxingliu curled his lips, took back the signed document, and took out the sealing paper that had been prepared long ago. "Here is the amount for one person." He stood up and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and smiled again. "There should be some gifts outside of normal transactions." The young man's voice gradually became low, like the chirping of insects flying in the night. "The real footsteps of the peak season are approaching, and the power of the copy will undergo unknown changes. Please be careful." After the salesperson and the customer, who had reached a deal, left the entertainment room, Chung Tingyu put down the magazine in her hand, picked up her mobile phone, and searched for information related to the peak season on the forum. just a bookshelf away from where they had just sat. There are not too many related posts. But to sum it up, whenever there are too many people in the city, the cost of living in the city, such as hotel rents and food prices, will rise accordingly. Some people will call this period the peak season. Chung Ting Yu quietly flipped through the posts, with a hint of deep thought in her eyes. She always felt that something was wrong. Apartment number 6. Room 604. Ji Shirlu returned with the props he bought and 2 large bags of food. Room. Although he had not been actually hurt, Ji Shirlu had already developed a fear of going out. He put his things away and began to put up ceiling paper. When the staff of Screwdriver sold him the ceiling paper, they also gave him some brackets. Buyers could stick the paper on them. When the brackets were opened, the internal space was just enough for an adult to lie in it. To Ji Shirlu, Screwdriver was obviously a very cunning company. They usually provided some relatively cheap ceiling boxes, but the effect was not as strong as the ceiling paper, and it had to be completely closed to work. Even if he could hide himself in the box, he couldn't stop breathing for a long time. The seal paper itself is relatively fragile and must be handled with care. Ji Shirlu was busy until after 11 o'clock in the evening before he finally got everything done. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. After coming out, Ji Shirlu canceled the alarm for tomorrow on his mobile phone and prepared to have a good night's rest. He happened to see the message sent by his younger brother Ji Sergio. Ji Sergio, brother Lu. Have you entered the dungeon too? Yesterday, Sister Chi and I also entered the dungeon. Do you want to meet tomorrow and exchange the situation? Ji Shirlu hesitated a little, and after a moment, considering that everyone had to stay in apartment number 6 for a full month, meeting and communicating would also be beneficial to subsequent survival. So he decided to agree. Ji Shirlu, okay. Let's meet. The text message is being sent. The sending failed. Please check the mobile phone signal. Ji Shirlu frowned, and he tried a few more times, but the result was the same. He threw his phone back to the bedside in annoyance and prepared to go to sleep directly. However, at this moment, Ji Shirlu's eyes inadvertently swept across the idle bed next to him. There are 2 beds in the apartment. One is provided to the residents, and the other is always idle. The idle bed is always covered with clean sheets, which looks neat and tidy. However, Ji Shirlu clearly saw that there were wrinkles and marks of various sizes on the surface of the bed. At first glance, it looked like someone had been lying on it. In an instant, Ji Shirlu felt as if he was immersed in ice water. A huge fear gripped his heart and made it difficult for him to breathe. According to the rules and the check-in guidelines, he should leave the room as soon as possible and seek help from the staff on duty. Dong. 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 In the middle of the night, a creepy knocking sound rang out in the corridor without any warning. The frequency of the sound was irregular and irrational, especially in the dead of night. It sounded creepy. Ji Shirlu's body froze. His face turned pale with fear, and he could hardly stop his body from shaking. He reached into his pocket and took it out twice before he trembled and took out the housekeeping rules. There were originally only 12 tips on the housekeeping rules. At this moment, a 13th reminder was added below the original 12. Supplementary Clause 1. When there are multiple people living in the apartment and it is inconvenient to contact the staff, tell yourself that those are illusions. Lie down as quickly as possible, and make sure you can fall asleep. Sleeping is a protection for the residents. Ji Shirlu took a deep breath, slowly put away the housekeeping rules, forced his eyes away from the bed next door, carefully lay down on the bed covered by the ceiling paper, and closed his eyes. His heart beat faster and faster, almost jumping out of his throat. The banging outside was approaching room 604, mixed with some subtle sounds similar to footsteps. The more Ji Shirlu wanted to rest, the more he could not help but listen to all the sounds around him. He wanted to sleep. He wanted to sleep now. Ji Shirlu's emotions became more and more confused. He turned over and sat up again, trembling all over, opened his backpack, hurriedly took out the props, stuffed 3 chewing coffee candies into his mouth, and then used the meditation method he learned in the copy general education class to force himself to sleep. His current mental value has become mild madness. Otherwise, he should realize that for a person who has already shown signs of awakening player ability, meditation and mental calming items can easily trigger another consequence besides sleep. Ji Shirlu's spirit was soothed by the power of the item. The noise was replaced by silence. He felt that his bed gradually collapsed into cold liquid. The water flooded his limbs and face, but it did not make him feel suffocated, but deprived him of all sense of space. The spirit is nurtured in the dark place of the deep sea. Ji Shirlu tried to open his eyes to observe, but he could only see darkness, as if he was drowning in the deep sea without sunlight. Although he could not hear any sound, a strong desire from the bottom of his heart urged him to open his eyes and see. Ji Shirlu was driven by instinct. In his field of vision, a clear and expanding light spot suddenly appeared in the distance. He stared at the light spot and could not move. The ocean of spirit enveloped Ji Shirlu, and the player's abilities were improving. Real name revealed. Level data open. Name, Ji Shirlu. Real name, Secret Pupil Magnifying Glass. Level, no light. Ji Shirlu had already sensed his abnormality. He tried to look away, but he could not succeed no matter what. His brain was filled with a feeling of disgust, fascination, hatred and addiction. Something was stirring his rationality. At the same time, the light spot in the distance began to change as if it had life. Although the surface of the light spot was glowing, dirty brown pieces of meat protruded out. In the middle of the piled up pieces of meat, a blood-red gap with black hair appeared. The gap slowly opened, and inside was a bloated eyeball with strong malice. In the boundless sea of spirit, Ji Shirlu saw the eyeball. The eyeball also saw him. Apartment number 6. Room 602. The inspection team is always known for its shortage of manpower. Not many people can be stationed in apartment number 6 for a long time. Today, it is Qin Luosong's turn to be on duty on the top floor. She went to bed early at 9:30 in accordance with the rules. Fortunately, she did not dream and avoided the capture of the copy. Swish. Qin Luosong suddenly woke up during the night shift. Some slight sound came from outside the door. Rustling, like countless tentacles rubbing against the floor tiles. Because the whole building is shrouded in strange power. The sound insulation effect of the room in apartment number 6 is very good. Normally, residents will never hear the sound in the corridor, unless it is as an employee of the inspection team. Qin Luosong went to see the test paper hanging in the room as soon as possible. Normally, there is only one color on the test paper, but now it has been dyed black for most of the time. Qin Luosong murmured, moderate. No, it's severe pollution. She had a strong sense of foreboding, and then decisively opened a piece of paper titled Staff Rules for apartment number 6 and looked directly at the bottom. Supplementary Clause 4 of the Staff Rules. In any case, please try to maintain your perception. If it is confirmed that the emergency measures have failed, please try to maintain your own rationality to facilitate your colleagues to handle the follow-up. Qin Luosong closed his eyes. If the situation is irreversible, then at least she should remember what happened in the apartment before the accident broke out. Apartment number 6. Room 606. At 12:30 in the morning, Chung Tingyu suddenly opened her eyes. After falling asleep yesterday, she was lucky enough not to be captured by the copy. But she did not sleep until dawn, but was awakened by some strange fear in the middle of the night. There was nothing terrible in the room, but the instinct hidden in the spiritual world was still urging Chung Tingyu to wake up quickly from sleep. Shoo! There was a slight sound like leaves falling from branches in the corridor. But when it fell into Chung Tingyu's ears, she felt a strong feeling similar to being stabbed into the temple by a needle. And the indescribable colic burst in her mind instantly. The blood vessels were trembling with the heart. Chung Tingyu reached out and wiped her face, and found that her palm was slightly wet. Her pores actually oozed blood. Chapter 33. A buzzing sound like the flapping of moth wings rang in her ears. For a moment, Chung Tingyu suspected that her hearing was seriously damaged. She calmed down, took out the mirror decisively, and used her ability to identify her current state. Mental value, mild madness 73/125. Chung Tingyu believed the description in the brackets, because she was already a little tempted to buy chewing coffee candies or Fenduging stickers, and she didn't think they were expensive at all. For a person who is short of money and has been busy looking for a job, she actually didn't care about money, which obviously means that she is not far from losing her mind. While Chung Tingyu was identifying her own information, the light sound in the corridor did not disappear. Every time the sound came, she felt a tingling in her nerves. There are staff from the inspection team stationed in apartment number 6. But according to the current situation, it is obviously extremely difficult to leave the room to ask for help. Chung Tingyu didn't hesitate and directly took out the check-in guideline she carried with her. Normally, there would be 12 lines of instructions on the guidelines for staying. But what Chung Tingyu saw at this moment was a blank that was equivalent to give up. It's hopeless. If there is a place that can rate the living experience of apartment number 6, Chung Tingyu is willing to give a negative 5-star review. She gently rubbed her brows. Up to today, Chung Tingyu has actually had some guesses about the true state of apartment number 6. But tonight, there seems to be some unexpected changes. This is unreasonable. Chung Tingyu closed his eyes and leaned against the head of the bed. Except for the death of a resident, everything on the 6th floor is no different from yesterday. If the death of the resident of 601 is something that will cause a chain reaction, then the apartment will not let it go easily. Chung Tingyu gently crossed out the doubts in his mind. In addition, it is Ji Shilu's matter. During the day, he bought a sealing paper that can isolate power from screwdriver. The color of Chung Tingyu's pupils became darker and darker. She reached out and brushed her hair behind her ears. The end of her black hair was already wet with blood. Ji Shilu entered the dungeon last night, and his condition was very bad today. According to the procedure, he should go to the medical room to get a mental recovery agent. After getting the mental recovery agent, why did he rush to ask the screwdriver for help? Chung Tingyu thought that there must be something that broke Ji Shilu's trust in the apartment. She almost immediately recalled the introduction of the medical room potion for non-closed pupil players. It can have a placebo effect. Chung Tingyu looked in the mirror and communicated with herself silently. We all know that normally, if you just enter a dungeon once, the participants' spirits will not be affected too seriously. However, closed pupil players are special. From the time she regained her memory to now, no matter which channel she got the news from, they all express the same fact. That is, closed pupils are very easy to go crazy. Assuming that Ji Shilu is really a secret pupil who is about to awaken his own abilities. Then is the change in the corridor caused by his madness? Chung Tingyu closed his eyes and thought. When they first met, she had identified a line of information about Ji Shilu's abilities as incubating. As a secret pupil, Ji Shilu may enter the spiritual world after incubation. In the apartment room late at night, Chung Tingyu and her image in the mirror smiled at the same time. Did you think of it too? She had seen a malicious light spot in the sea of spirit. Afterwards, Chung Tingyu was completely unable to outline the appearance of the light spot in her mind. But she remembered the feeling of being eroded by madness. From the current situation, Ji Shilu, whose abilities are in the process of incubating, looked directly at the lighthouse that should not be seen in the sea of spirit in the process of obtaining his true name. Chung Tingyu lowered his eyes. If her assumption was true, it meant that even the inspection team could not solve the consequences of the secret pupil's madness. In the darkness, Chung Tingyu felt her heart beating faster and faster. Although she was infinitely close to death, she surprisingly had no regrets. Instead, she looked at the mirror and smiled at the image inside. If you really can't get through this night, it's your own fault. Breaking into F0631 City without any relevant memories is indeed a huge risk. Did the former self consider this? Chung Tingyu could feel her mind gradually sluggish. She unscrewed the large bottle of mineral water placed by the window, and poured it all over her head without hesitation to cool herself down with cold water. If she wanted to survive, she had to sort out the current situation first. She had long suspected that apartment number 6 was not one copy, but 2 copies. Chung Tingyu had carefully read the original check-in notice. According to common sense, the rules above must be set to increase the survival rate of residents. Among them, the 6th and 7th articles are related to sleep. Only after falling asleep will the resident enter the dream copy. From this perspective, the proportion of relevant content in the check-in notice is really too low. Chung Tingyu analyzed the contents of the 6th and 7th rules. The content of the 7th rule, contact the staff if you have slept for more than 12 hours, is easier to understand. The rooms in the apartment are only for single-person living, and residents usually do not visit each other. So this rule may be set for someone who has been out of contact for a long time or accidentally falls asleep in the public area. As for the 6th rule, try to fall asleep before 3 in the morning. Chung Tingyu is a little concerned. If the dungeon only exists in dreams, then the reality relative to the dream can be regarded as a safe area. But the 6th rule clearly tells everyone that reality is not safe, and is even more dangerous than entering the dream dungeon. Rule 6 proposes that residents need to fall asleep before 3 in the morning. Does it mean that sleep is a kind of protection for residents? Chung Tingyu had a certain idea of the dungeon she was in on the first day she entered the apartment, and subsequent experiences repeatedly verified the correctness of her guess. When she walked in the corridor, she sometimes felt that there were other people around her. But if she looked carefully, she could not see anything. Others may still be dazzled, but as a close pupil, Chung Tingyu obviously would not miss the person in front of him. In addition, there was a strange sound in the corridor in the middle of the night. Chung Tingyu opened his eyes, turned his head to look at the empty bed on the other side. and tapped the edge of the bed with his middle finger rhythmically. There are quite a few empty rooms in apartment number 6. There are 2 beds in each room of apartment number 6. Chung Ting-yu has reason to speculate that, in addition to them, there may be a group of invisible guests living in this apartment building. Those guests may be able to sense people who are still awake in the middle of the night. So residents need to go to bed as early as possible to avoid staying up all night. Staying up late outside is harmful to your health. But staying up late in apartment number 6 is fatal. Under normal circumstances, residents of the apartment cannot see the invisible people around them. But in some cases, the 2 sides can come into contact. The empty bed in the room acts as a detection mechanism. If there are signs of someone sleeping on it, it means that there are other residents in this room. Chung Ting-yu took a deep breath. Although the situation outside the door was very bad, fortunately, she was the only one inside the door. Since the residents need a bed, it means they will sleep. And if she guessed correctly, since these invisible beings are also residents of the apartment, they are naturally also subject to the constraints of entering the dream copy after falling asleep. Unlike normal residents who can leave after living for a month, invisible residents can only wander around in the same place forever. Their physical strength, reason, and life are constantly reduced in the dream copy. It is just that the residents with the entrance to the dream copy will lose the characteristics of being an entrance every 30 days, and will not regain the entrance until the 45th day. In other words, if 45 days is used as a cycle, those invisible residents between 30 and 45 days are not affected by entering the copy after falling asleep. They are the source of the strange noise in the corridor. I roughly understand how the residents of 601 died. Accommodation Guidelines recommends that residents should not visit each other, and divides the activity area, and reminds them that staff wearing blue work permits are safe. This means that the 2 types of residents exist in the overlapping space at the same time, and there is a certain probability of interaction with each other. And those invisible residents have the ability to affect the perception of normal residents. Yesterday, after Zhang Zhuwei took the food upstairs, he reached out and knocked on what he thought was the door of room 604. However, his cognition at that time had been affected, and it was actually the monster in the apartment that finally opened the door for him. However, judging from the situation in the corridor, as long as the residents do not actively open the door, those monsters should not be able to enter their rooms directly. Chung Ting-yu smiled, but yesterday morning, the residents of 604 should have been in the open state for a long time. Right? So, are there invisible residents in the room of the residents of 604 at this moment? Chung Ting-yu thought about it according to the above assumptions after awakening dense pupils in the sea of spirits and meeting the invisible residents of the apartment again. It is simply the aura of the non-Africans and the essence of the copy. While she was thinking, she picked up the blank check-in notice again. About 5 or 6 seconds later, 2 lines of information that only Chung Ting-yu could see appeared. Detected items to be identified. Do you want to identify? Remaining identification times, March 3rd. Because she had just woken up from a dream. Her physical strength was still full, and she had 3 identification times. Chung Ting-yu raised her eyebrows. At this moment, she seemed to understand how to use her ability. Closed pupil appraiser. There are currently 2 main directions. One is daily identification, which does not consume much physical strength, but you can't see too much valuable content. The other is like identifying Wei Heng's corpse, and the heart called flesh and blood life overload, which requires a large part of physical strength, and can also obtain more detailed data. The second skill has a prerequisite. Since her real name is Appraiser, she can only identify the target if she has enough relevant knowledge reserves. So when Chung Ting-yu has a considerable understanding of the copy situation, she can detect the items to be identified. Chung Ting-yu chose to use her ability. Her eyes were originally very dark, and at this moment, they looked more like the night that blocked the skylight. So dark that it was frightening. Supplementary Clause 1. When there are multiple people living in the apartment, and it is inconvenient to contact the staff, tell yourself that those are illusions. Lie down as quickly as possible, and make sure you can fall asleep. Sleeping is a protection for the residents. Supplementary Clause 7. The apartment residents that should not exist are humanoid monsters derived from the F0631M0851-02 copy. When the personal spirit value is greatly reduced or the copy undergoes an abnormality, normal residents have a chance to see them. Supplementary Clause 9. After prediction, the dropped items of the F0631M0851-01 copy include the music box lullaby. Note: the music box lullaby is a prop made by the Dream Maker. which can make a specific target fall into a deep sleep. Note 2, unfortunately, no method has been found to crack the F0631M0851-01 copy. Chapter 34. Chung Ting-yu read the house rules to the end. She turned the paper over and found that there was another line at the end. From the obviousness of this prompt, she felt that the inspection team did not have much hope for the probability of the residents successfully escaping in a dangerous situation. Supplementary Clause 10. Holding the house rules in your hand when you fall asleep can ensure that you will enter the dungeon when you fall asleep. This method can only be used once for each house rules. As a player who has obtained a real name, Chung Ting-yu knows that she is still some distance away from entering the spiritual world again. She lay back on the bed and began to meditate to get rid of distracting thoughts, so that she can fall asleep as soon as possible. Apartment number 6. Room 501. Dong. 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 Ji Sergio, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up. He was not fully awake yet, and heard irregular knocks coming from the corridor. Ji Sergio was not a novice who had no experience in dungeons. After a huge panic, he had a little understanding of the current situation. There was something suspicious outside the door, and it was very dangerous. He immediately reached for his phone and wanted to contact the staff to deal with the relevant issues, but found that he could not control the trembling of his arms. The muscles on his face began to twitch, revealing an expression that seemed to be crying and laughing. Invisible madness was eroding his reason. Ji Sergio finally found his phone tremblingly. He was about to open the communication page and search for contacts in the area. However, the moment his fingertips touched the phone, the screen of this small square machine suddenly lit up and made a harsh sound. Ding-ling-ling. He received a text message. However, Ji Sergio clearly remembered that he had already turned the text message to vibration mode before going to bed. He threw the phone on the bed as if he was burned, and had no courage to click on the text message to check. However, the text message appeared by itself. Ji Serlu, okay. Let's meet. Ji Serlu, okay. Let's meet. Ji Serlu, okay. Let's meet. The cold light of the mobile phone shone on Ji Sergio's face, making the young man's face pale. In the center of the screen, the same content was continuously refreshed. He was stiff all over, too scared to move. After dozens of okay, let's meet, the content of the text message finally changed. Ji Serlu, I'm coming to see you. Ji Sergio felt his heart stop beating for a moment, as if he was grabbed by something, and the whole person was almost suffocated by fear. Dong. Perhaps sensing the movement in the house, the objects outside began to approach 501, and the impact sound shifted to the door. Ji Sergio was cold all over. He got up from the bed, kept backing away, and stepped back to the balcony, then closed the door as gently as possible, and curled up in the corner, hoping to avoid the monster's detection. In the dead silence and darkness, he hugged his head. The surroundings were very quiet, Ji Sergio thought, as long as he continued to hide. At this moment, his thoughts suddenly became confused. Is there a balcony in this apartment? After passing through the thick darkness that seemed to be condensed by the night, Chung Ting-yu fell into the copy of the dream again. The light golden light shone through the glass onto the beige floor tiles, casting a human-shaped shadow. Chung Ting-yu, wearing blue plush pajamas, stood at the refresh point of the copy character for the third time and repeated the words when she died and logged out. Dreams are fragments of reality. Dreams are silhouettes of the future. According to her speculation, these two sentences describe the composition logic of the copy, and its existence contains the dreamer's expectations for the future. Everyone who has entered the copy knows that in the dream starting at 401, the participants' clothes have changed. Similar situations have also appeared in the Rainy Day Graffiti and Winter House copies. At that time, Chung Ting-yu not only changed her clothes, but also her identity. Then according to the same logic, what kind of new personality was given to her in room 401? Chung Ting-yu stared at the reflection in the mirror and asked softly, "Who am I? Wearing sky blue pajamas means that I live here." She walked to the entrance and opened the shoe cabinet. Sure enough, even if the other luggage had not been put away, the shoes for going out had been packed out. Chung Ting-yu stared at the two pairs of shoes in the cabinet and quickly identified their information. Black leather shoes in the shoe cabinet, no special effect. Gum-soled sneakers in the shoe cabinet can increase the speed of action by 20%, reducing the physical energy consumption during action to 87% of the original. The sneakers are covered with shiny stickers, obviously in a children's style. Chung Ting-yu said to himself, "Of course, I am a child. So wearing leather shoes will not bring any improvement, because they are not shoes for children. In fact, in dreams, it is not too difficult to obtain self-identity. Participants can judge from the difference in style between the 2 bedrooms in 401 that the master bedroom belongs to adults and the second bedroom belongs to children. Combined with the style of pajamas, the answer is obvious. After entering the kitchen, Chung Ting-yu quickly opened all the cabinets and searched through them, just in case. She wanted to find a harder tool, but failed. In the end, she only took scissors. However, during the search, Chung Ting-yu found 3 foods in the cabinet, namely a large piece of bread, a liter of mung bean porridge, and a liter of lemonade. After she picked up the lemonade, the other 2 foods disappeared directly. Chung Ting-yu suddenly realized, although the props are placed very hidden, the hints are very obvious. Because it's a dream, things will disappear for no reason. Because I'm a child, I can't pick up too much food at the same time. Chung Ting-yu looked at the lemonade. You can only take 1 bottle of 1 liter of drink. I am very young, so I'm not very tall, and I don't have much strength. She twisted the lemonade, took a big sip, and then threw a candy into her mouth. Chung Ting-yu's attributes recovered a little. Both foods are sweet, which suits the taste of children. Next to the wooden table with the candy jar, there is a children's chair that only reaches the middle of Chung Ting-yu's calf. She put down the bottle, then picked up the chair with both hands and placed it by the window. Then she stood on the chair and pushed the glass hard. With a slight creak sound, the window, that could not be moved at all, was easily opened by Chung Ting-yu. Chung Ting-yu nodded slightly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Very interesting design ideas. Perhaps because there are phenomena in dreams that cannot be explained by common sense. In order to balance this, the dungeon provides a lot of hints for participants. If they plan to go out, if you are a fool, go to the 100th floor will appear on the door, which reminds participants that climbing stairs is not the correct way to pass the level. When he first came in, Chung Ting-yu didn't know much about the situation of the dungeon, and mistakenly thought that this was a hint that he should go downstairs. As a result, he took only 2 steps and his head was twisted off by the black claws that suddenly stretched out. As long as there is a way to pass the level in this dungeon, then all wrong answers are eliminated, and the remaining is the correct way. You can't go upstairs or downstairs, so the only way to pass the level is inside 401. Chung Ting-yu had tried to beat the glass on the window before, but unfortunately failed. Many participants would draw the wrong conclusion that the glass is just the inherent background of the dungeon and is in an invincible state. But this is just because they have not found a suitable way to open it. I'm not tall enough and I'm not strong enough, so I have to use a chair to prop my feet up to open the window. After confirming that her idea of passing the level was correct, Chung Ting-yu moved faster and faster. She cut the bed sheet with scissors, poured water on it, tied one end to the table leg, held the other end in her hand, and then carefully climbed out of the window and moved downstairs along the outer wall. Chung Ting-yu could feel that while she was moving, her physical strength was burning at an incredible speed. The long rope made of bed sheets strangled her palms and drew blood. The surging hot wind blew her hair, and the golden sunlight became more and more intense, and the color was so dark that it looked like blood. That was fire. The flames spread across the building. After Chung Ting-yu escaped from the room, the illusion of dreams and fantasies began to crumble, and unstable black cracks appeared in the whole world. When there was only a little distance left to the ground, Chung Ting-yu's stamina was almost at the bottom. She estimated her condition and felt that she was still stable, so she simply let go and jumped down, losing almost 1/3 of her life value. Since I finally escaped from the building, it should be a dream, right? Chung Ting-yu looked up and looked at the sky dyed red by the fire. The next moment, as if it had been hit hard by an invisible hammer, spiderweb-like cracks spread on the surface of the dome at the top. The picture was broken, and all the colors gradually peeled off. Congratulations to the player for clearing the dungeon and obtaining the Dream Maker's attention ×1. Music box lullaby ×1. Inspection free pass ×1. Endless city resume ×1. Chung Ting-yu's vision darkened, but she did not leave the dungeon immediately. The surroundings were dark like a long night. After an unknown period of time, a swaying glimmer appeared in the distance. Looking directly at the object, the spirit value increased. Although the key parts of the appraisal content were mosaic as usual, it can be judged from the second half of the sentence that what I saw should not be something fatal. The glimmer of light moved towards Chung Ting-yu's location, and the increased vision brought by her dense pupils allowed her to quickly see the outline behind the light. It was a person holding a lantern. Chung Tingyu recalled the information she got from the guidelines for accommodation, and a guess arose in her mind that her current situation might be related to the Dream Maker in some way. While she made a judgment in her mind, a new line of prompts flashed in her vision. Many players know that the Lantern Man is the messenger of the Dream Maker. Chung Tingyu's inference just now met the requirements for the activation of her own true name's second skill, and she automatically explained the surrounding situation okay. But in the current space, she did not feel the physical loss caused by using the ability. Just like a bizarre but satisfying dream, all the losses were compensated. The lantern bearer in front of him was wearing a dark blue robe and a mask on his head. His appearance and gender were impossible to judge. The mask depicted his facial features with exaggerated and grotesque colors, including eyebrows, eyes and mouth that were curved like a crescent moon. The existence called the lantern bearer came to Chung Tingyu and said politely, "I am the messenger of the Dream Master. I come to collect the Dream CD 6639M76391 and provide you with a blank resume that can be submitted to Endless City." Chung Tingyu rubbed his eyebrows and told the truth. "Although it has been a long time since the incident, I personally still feel a little stressed about the word resume." The existence in front of him did not respond to her words. It continued its work process like an AI. The lantern in the other party's hand swayed, and a hazy light band like a veil escaped from it, falling in front of Chung Tingyu, condensing into a resume paper without any content filled in. Chung Tingyu glanced at the resume paper and, as expected, did not identify any information. It was obviously a prop that was far beyond her current ability. Then she asked, "What is the Endless City you were talking about?" The voice of the lantern bearer in front of her was almost dreamy and ethereal. "It is another city, number D6639, ruled by the Great Lord of Dreams." Chapter 35. Realizing that the attitude of the special existence in front of him was quite friendly, Chung Tingyu took the time to ask a few more questions, intentionally supplementing his lack of secrets. From the lantern-bearing man in front of him, Chung Tingyu learned that in this world, the Dream Maker can be regarded as one of the realm type ability users at the top of the food chain. He built a dream city called Endless City to house apostles and subjects. Each lantern bearer who is an apostle will have his own revolving lantern, and the Dream Seed is a copy made by the Dream Maker, which is a very precious thing for many players. First of all, compared with normal copies, the mortality rate in the Dream Seed is low, and participants can summarize the rules by repeatedly entering and exiting. Secondly, after breaking through the copy, they can get huge benefits. Chung Tingyu was curious, if someone submits a resume to Endless City and passes, what will happen next? The Lantern Man, that person will be transformed into an apostle by the Great Lord of Dreams when he is dying, and become a member of the Lantern Man. From then on, he will wander in the dream and exist in another form. Chung Tingyu heard this, and a vague idea came to his mind. He confirmed, "Can the apostle of the Lord of Dreams interact with reality?" The smiling mask on the face of the Lantern Man flashed with a heterogeneous luster. "We often live in dreams, but occasionally we go to reality." The other party did not say what conditions must be met to go to reality. It is obviously an industry secret that is inconvenient to disclose. Chung Tingyu also slightly understood why the Lantern Man in front of him answered all questions. People who can break through the dream copy are considered to have entered the circle of attention of the Dream Maker, even if the other party has only a 1 in 10,000 chance of being transformed into a Lantern Man. There is no need to bury hidden dangers for their workplace relationships in advance. And this kind of attention improves the safety of the person being paid attention to a certain extent. When players go to a dungeon, in addition to the dangers of the dungeon itself, they will inevitably encounter backstabs from their companions. However, if the Dream Master pays attention to them, the probability of being betrayed will be much lower, because they can be transformed into lantern bearers when they are on the verge of death. And the lantern bearers in the dream can go to reality after meeting the conditions. So if someone wants to attack their companions, it is very likely that the person who just stabbed them in the last second will come back to fight back in the next second. Just for this benefit, those dream seeds are worth the crazy pursuit of countless players. Chung Tingyu, I have another question. The lantern bearer in front of him said nothing and waited quietly in place. Chung Tingyu said slowly, "What is the benefit of making seeds for the Dream Master?" She did not believe that there would be gifts without reason in the world. Perhaps it was an illusion. After hearing Chung Tingyu's words, the smile on the mask of the lantern bearer in front of him became a little more exaggerated. All the rewards have been paid at the beginning. In the dreamlike night kingdom, Chung Tingyu stood in place, and her deep eyes seemed to flicker slightly. The words of the lantern bearer made her have some guesses. Taking the dream in apartment number 6 as an example, This kind of copy has the characteristics of being easy to spread, being able to enter repeatedly, and having huge benefits after success. If Chung Tingyu is strong enough, even if she knows there are huge risks, she will be attracted to participate in it. From the design point of view, it can even be said that the dream maker is actively encouraging more people to enter the dream copy. Chung Tingyu stared at the Lantern Man and said her conclusion: the fact that participants enter the copy can make the dream maker gain benefits. Her eyes were as dark as ink, hiding difficult to distinguish emotions. Plus, we entered the copy in a dream. Is the answer related to dream? After a long or short silence, the answer of the Lantern Man sounded in the dream space, where the edge could not be distinguished. People who enter the copy will lose the ability to dream for a period of time. The other party affirmed Chung Tingyu's conclusion and made a more detailed supplement. Chung Tingyu did not speak. The other party would tell her the answer so easily, proving that this was not a secret to the power of the dream maker. When the copy is cracked, the power of the seed will flow back to the great Lord of Dreams, and the apostles can follow the flow of power to retrieve the lost seeds. Chung Tingyu repeated the key information in the words, lost seeds? A great existence that can maintain the rule of a city can obtain an invitation letter from the city council. When the Lord of Dreams went to the council, the cunning messenger quietly took away the seeds he made. You helped Endless City find the lost items, and the Lord of Dreams will give you an additional gift. As soon as the voice fell, the misty dream began to dissipate, and the strange power like seawater surged towards Chung Tingyu, most of which condensed in her right eye, and a small part flowed to her limbs. Realizing that she was about to leave the dream space at the moment, Chung Tingyu hurriedly asked the last question: why doesn't the Lord of Dreams come to find his lost seeds in person? The existence of apartment number 6 is not a secret. The relevant leaflets are printed everywhere, and the dream maker has a bunch of apostles under his command, so it is actually easy to get relevant information. The lantern bearer, who had already turned and left, froze his body, turned his head 180 degrees, stared at Chung Tingyu in a posture that a living person could not show, and gave the final knowledge popularization to the possible future colleague in front of him. Each type of power has its own special features, and the top realms will repel each other. The lantern bearer's voice became weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. In the darkness, Chung Tingyu opened her eyes. She felt a little strange. The knowledge she had just gained still remained in her mind, but the related impressions were getting fainter and fainter. It was like a person would forget his dream in a short time after waking up. Swish swish. The sound of tiny limbs rubbing against the ground outside the door continued, as if the barbed tentacles of the silent root creature were scratching the nerves, bringing people severe pain from the spirit. Chung Tingyu also heard the sound in the corridor, but her mental value was not as serious as at the beginning. After receiving the gift from the dream maker, she felt that her defense had improved a lot. Chung Tingyu took out the newly acquired music box lullaby and tried to identify it. Music box lullaby, a spell prop made by. It can make creatures within a certain range fall asleep. The lower the target's mental value, the more confused the mind, and the faster the sleep speed. Direct contact with the prop can exempt the use effect. The information identified this time was particularly detailed. Chung Tingyu originally thought that this was because her strength had improved. As a result, when she touched the base of the music box lullaby, she found that the instructions for using the prop were engraved there. She is quite lazy. Chung Tingyu turned on the music box, and the soft music sounded. The irritable mood seemed to slowly settle down, and the sound outside the door gradually became low, and even disappeared. The noise in the corridor was slowly fading, but she had no intention of going out. After thinking for a while, she took out her mobile phone and sent a text message to Qin Luosong, Wei Shigui and Shin Xingliu on the same floor. Don't rush to go out yet. However, the signal was not good at this time. She looked at the sending on the top and didn't know if the message could be delivered to the other three in time. Room 608. Wei Shigui was only 3 days away from the end of her residence period. Her mental condition was not optimistic, but she could barely hold on until she left the apartment. The premise was that nothing unexpected happened during this period. When she found that the situation in the corridor was not right, Wei Shigui felt that she should not have too normal expectations for the future. After all, this is a world with superpowers, and accidents always come unexpectedly. Her reason was severely eroded by the death in the dream and the mumbling outside the door. She had reached the point of moderate madness, and it was increasingly difficult to control her behavior. Swish swish, a strange voice was calling her, although she knew she shouldn't. Wei Shigui still stood up from the bed and walked towards the door step by step. Her face twitched, and the muscles under her skin seemed to be endowed with special activity, and began to wriggle like a worm. Wei Shugui's rational fire was like a fire that had not been added with new firewood for too long, and now it was almost completely extinguished. A quiet music that was difficult to describe in words suddenly came from the depths of the night. Wei Shugui's brain, which was dominated by madness, finally woke up for a moment. She lowered her head and found that her hand had been pressed on the door lock without knowing when. Wei Shugui took a deep breath, took 2 steps back, and reached out to wipe her face. A little blood had seeped out of her ears, nostrils, and under her eyes. Madness not only loses sanity, but also blood. The sound in the corridor outside the door was disgusting, but there was also a kind of heterogeneous attraction. If the resident's mental value was too low, he would involuntarily want to get closer. The music coming from nowhere made people feel calm, and the sound outside the door was also becoming lighter, but it did not completely disappear. Wei Shugui stood behind the door and could still feel the mental impact from the corridor. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. Chung Tingyu, 606, don't rush out. Wei Shugui looked at the text message and seemed to have thought of something. She began to narrate in a hoarse voice. It's just a little bit before those invisible residents can break through the door. At this point, there will definitely be no problem with their actions. The monster outside the door had been gradually calmed down by the music. After Wei Shugui finished speaking, it began to become restless again. However, the new restlessness was just the unwilling flashback of the monsters, which disappeared completely in less than 2 seconds. Wei Shugui took a deep breath and sat down slowly. If she guessed correctly how to use her ability, she should be safe now. Room 602. Although Qin Luosong didn't know that the source of the change was in room 604, she undoubtedly felt the great mental pressure. There is no lack of restraint crazy training in the inspection team, but this only allows them to last longer under the same conditions. Qin Luosong turned on the desk lamp and described his current experience on the back of the accommodation instructions. They would habitually carry paper and pen with them, on the one hand to facilitate the later ones to grasp the situation, and on the other hand to write a suicide note in time to avoid too much dispute after death. Qin Luosong sighed. If I had known this would happen, I should have visited Grandma more often. Just as Qin Luosong was busy with her copywriting, a peaceful sound of music came, and the noise outside suddenly became quieter. The test paper hanging in the room showed that the pollution level around was actually declining from severe to moderate. The ominous changes outside were stopped by some force. As a member of the inspection team, Qin Luosong wanted to go out and check as soon as possible. The blood vessels in her head were beating. But at this moment, she received a text message. Chung Tingyu, 606, don't rush out. Communication with humans can bring back reason. Qin Luosong read the text message for 2 seconds and finally decided to respect Chung Tingyu's opinion. The monsters that appeared outside the door actually still had some instinct and wisdom. When they realized that they could not resist the power of the music, they would lie dormant in advance and try to trick the occupants in the room out, and finally kill them. If the occupants were not rational enough, they might be tricked out of the room to check the situation, and usher in an unfortunate ending. Qin Luosong stepped back a few steps, listening to the peaceful music, and her crazy mind began to gradually stabilize. In the morning, 6:30, Chung Tingyu stopped the music box lullaby in her arms. In fact, when she used the props last night, she could feel that the music box lullaby was not always effective. The first 10 minutes were the most effective, and the rest was like an ordinary music box without any special power. Chapter 36, Ancient Source. Chung Tingyu appraised the item in her hand again, and there was an additional line in the relevant instructions. It can last for 10 minutes each time. After use, it cannot be used again within 168 hours. An additional supplement. Sufficient experience and knowledge accumulation are indeed the necessary conditions for becoming an appraiser, although there is a time limit for the use of the item. But now I am more and more aware of my non-African temperament. Chung Tingyu originally thought that this thing was a disposable consumable, but now I find that it can be used repeatedly, and I am very satisfied. Anyway, it is a low probability event to encounter a high-risk dungeon that requires the use of the music box twice in a week, and she should not encounter it. Chung Tingyu recalled the various dungeon experiences that she mistakenly thought she had traveled through the passage until now, and silently changed probably not to mostly not in her heart. Looking at it now, the guidelines for accommodation in her hand has returned to its original appearance. According to the rules above, the apartment is relatively safe during the day, but for the sake of safety, when Chung Tingyu was about to go out, He took out his mobile phone and took a look, and then sent a text message to the staff he knew. There was a group text message on the mobile phone, and Chung Ting-yu himself soon received a reply from Chin Luosong. Apartment number 6. The apartment is undergoing environmental cleaning. Please wait patiently for all guests. It is normal to produce noise during cleaning. The room is safe. Do not leave the room before getting permission. Chin Luosong. You can also open the door and take a look, but please try to avoid entering the corridor. However, for the sake of safety, it is better to wait until 9 o'clock. As a person with basic reading comprehension ability, Chung Ting-yu quickly understood the hidden meaning of this sentence since he had to wait a while for safety. He would of course open the door now to pursue excitement. So he slowly turned the door handle. Almost at the moment the door opened, a strong smell of blood came to his nose. The originally clean corridor was scattered with slippery and slender red tentacles, and the walls were covered with dark marks and mucus. Between those tentacles, there are some humanoid objects whose appearance alone can drive people crazy. Looking directly at the unrecognizable who used to be Ji Shirlu, the spirit value is reduced. At the moment of witnessing, Chung Ting-yu felt a shudder from the depths of his spirit. The object in front of him had long lost its life, but just the residual breath could drive people crazy. You really chose to come out. In the corridor, Chin Luosong, who was wearing sunglasses, heard the movement behind him and turned around with a little helplessness. The upper limit of the spirit value of players is generally slightly higher than that of ordinary people. Although the scene in front of them will have a certain impact on them, it is not unacceptable. Chung Ting-yu noticed that in addition to herself, the door of room 603 had also been opened. Shin Xingliu, who was a little pale, was leaning against the door frame and thinking about life with a sad face. Seeing her come out, he reluctantly cheered up and waved his hand. Shin Xingliu sighed quietly. The deal I just made. Chung Ting-yu recalled the conversation he heard in the entertainment room and was curious. Will turning a long-term line into a short-term line have a big impact on you? Shin Xingliu coughed lightly and then replied, it's not a matter of time span, but because he has awakened the ability of the closed pupil and has been seriously polluted and can no longer be recovered. Chin Luosong heard this, turned his head, and stared at Shin Xingliu with a warning look. Shin Xingliu shrugged. It has come to this point. The residents of the apartment must sign a confidentiality agreement. It doesn't matter whether they say more or less. Hearing Shin Xingliu's words, Chin Luosong's face, which was not very good because of overtime, instantly became more haggard. Chung Ting-yu smiled. Can't you force the residents to sign? Facing Chin Luosong's warning eyes, Shin Xingliu didn't say anything, but just gave Chung Ting-yu a thumbs up. Chin Luosong coughed and said, because the sources of the residents involved are complicated. We need to communicate with all parties, but under normal circumstances, in order to ensure the order of the city, the residents of the apartment will cooperate with the work of the inspection team. Chung Ting-yu could understand that after all, the deceased Ji Shirlu was a resident of the Central City District, and he did not come to apartment number 6 alone. The inspection team must appease him afterwards. However, even if there is money to be made in this coordination work, visitors from the desolate district like her must act cautiously. Otherwise they will easily be expelled from the city. Chung Ting-yu understood a little, then looked at a salesperson from an insurance company who was watching the excitement nearby with a bit of confusion. Something happened in the apartment. Won't Screwdriver deduct your bonus? Shin Xingliu said seriously. I thought about it carefully. Now that things have come to this, the inspection team must fight for the custody of the client's body. Then we have the opportunity to claim breach of contract compensation from the actual owner of the bones. Then he spread his hands. And considering the high mortality rate of players in the copy, in order to ensure the enthusiasm of our employees, the leader of Screwdriver has always been more tolerant of the damage caused by accidents, and at most urged his subordinates to find ways to make up for the income from other places. Chin Luosong began to seriously consider the feasibility of forcibly destroying the Screwdriver transaction contract. Chung Ting-yu retracted his gaze from observing the tentacles outside the door and closed his eyes. The conversation between the two revealed a lot of information. The pollution that Ji Shirlu suffered at night could not be eliminated even if he died. In Wei Hang's former residence, she had seen a line of description of deformation on the hard named flesh and blood life overload. However, the attention to flesh and blood life overload did not affect her mental state. Instead, the light spots observed in the spiritual world at that time had more similarities with the current situation. Chung Ting-yu actually had a rough guess about Ji Shirlu's experience. So he tried to say, I have heard that it is easy for closed pupils to see light spots that do not belong to them. Chin Luosong was silent for a moment, sighed. You are right, he said slightly seriously. After the cleaning work is finished, please go to the office on the first floor. The inspection team needs to communicate with you later. For Chung Tingyu, being invited to drink tea by the inspector is not a new experience. Qin Luosong looked through the files sent by his colleagues and felt that he should not rush to apply for verification props this time. After all, this visitor from the desolate area named Chung Tingyu had been examined by the direct subordinates of the Inspector Bu Wushang. Even if there are some small secrets, there should not be too much danger. Last night, an accident occurred that was so serious that it could even destroy the entire apartment number 6. As an outpost of the inspection team, Qin Luosong and others needed to collect information from all parties and submit a summary report afterwards. Qin Luosong remembered the music at night and the text messages on his mobile phone, and roughly guessed that it was Chung Tingyu who broke through the dream copy and got the props, causing the dangerous residents in the corridor to fall asleep. But she had no idea how Chung Tingyu did it, even though the file said that the other party was a player who was good at capturing details. In any case, it had been less than a week since she moved into the apartment. The whole process was incredibly fast, and it could be described as a miracle. It was unlikely that Chung Tingyu had obtained detailed information in advance. The inspection team members stationed in apartment number 6 all had a detailed investigation in their hands, but their understanding of the dream copy was still only superficial. Qin Luosong said, "Yesterday's incident was unexpected. Now I'm asking you some questions on behalf of the inspection team." Chung Tingyu smiled. "It's indeed a little unexpected. Now I represent myself, and I have some questions to ask." Qin Luosong didn't know Chung Tingyu's ruthless arrangement for him before she lost her memory, and didn't take her words in the middle to heart, but was a little distressed about the scale of the next conversation. Chung Tingyu herself is from the desolate district, but she obviously did something to save the situation last night. Based on personal feelings alone, Qin Luosong was not willing to tear her face and drive people out of the city. She would rather pay a price to exchange information. Moreover, the reason why she applied to come and ask Chung Tingyu was more or less that she could handle things more gently if she came by herself. At this point, the confidentiality agreement must be signed, and it doesn't matter whether she says more or less. After doing his own ideological work, Qin Luosong gave up and said, "What do you want to ask?" Chung Tingyu, 603 mentioned that Mr. Ji of 604 is a secret pupil, although she had guessed Ji Shirlu's background before taking action last night. This did not prevent Chung Tingyu from putting the blame on Xin Xingliu for knowing that Ji Shirlu was a secret pupil player. Chung Tingyu, I guess Mr. Ji's experience is not particularly rare for players of his type? Qin Luosong looked at Chung Tingyu for a while, and then said after a while, "It is indeed not rare. It can even be said that this is the end that most secret pupils cannot escape." He said, "I don't know how much you understand about the spiritual world, but in order to explain the question just now, I need to do some popular science first. The spiritual world is not the imagination of the players. That place really exists. And there are also many other things." Qin Luosong thought for a long time, and finally used a relatively vague reference. "Those things are probably alive. We don't know what they are, but there is no doubt that they have been coveting our world." She only said a few words, and she felt that her thoughts began to become confused. Even if they are very far away, just thinking and recalling will unconsciously become crazy. Chung Tingyu rubbed her eyebrows as a listener. Her temples were also throbbing. Qin Luosong paused for a while and said, "You should be Wugwan. So you must have been to the spiritual world. The darkness around the spiritual sea is actually a protection for players, preventing us from seeing things we shouldn't see. But the ability of dense pupils is very special. Their vision can break through the darkness and see things farther away." She dipped a little water in the cup and wrote the 3 words ancient source on the table, and then quickly wiped the words off. "We don't know, and we can't say the name of that thing. These 3 words are just nicknames. Under normal circumstances, they can't come to this world, but they can use the player's body as a medium." Qin Luosong's eyes showed a slight madness because of the action just now, and his voice was a little hurried. "When dense pupils see them, they can also see dense pupils. Looking at each other means contact. It is difficult for this kind of players to get out of the eye contact when they feel something is wrong. By the time they realize that the situation has changed, they have lost the ability to break free. Just like a frog stared at by a snake. Then, those things will rely on the connection established when looking at each other to erode the player's sanity and turn them into carriers for their own arrival." When she said this, she stopped, gasping for air, adjusting her state through deep breathing. and calming her mood. Chung Tingyu immediately understood why there were so many tentacles in the corridor. This was not the mutation after Ji Shirlu went crazy, but the posture of the ancient source when he descended. We should have waited for the headquarters to find out something was wrong and come to support us. Fortunately, Ji Shirlu bought a batch of sealing paper before his death. After the mutation, those sealing papers were directly integrated into his body, which reduced the pollution to some extent and facilitated our cleaning work. There was also the music last night. Qin Luosong glanced at Chung Tingyu, who nodded and admitted, it was the prop music box lullaby obtained from the dream copy. Chapter 37 The Truth. Qin Luosong. Ji Shirlu just opened his eyes in the sea of spirit. The ability of the player is still too weak. The power he can carry is only a tiny amount compared to the bodies of those things. In addition, the props of the dream maker can directly act on the spirit, as long as the will from their descent is forced to fall into sleep. We have a way to end it. Chung Tingyu blinked. That's why you stacked the two copies and used the dream copy as the seal of the apartment copy. Qin Luosong silently looked at the person in front of him, who answered his answer first. The latter looked calm and said, I have a little guess about the actual situation here. The member of the inspection team stationed in apartment number 6 sighed for his workability, and then said, through your performance? I deeply doubt the word a little. Chung Tingyu smiled, because there is a problem with probability. Qin Luosong roughly guessed a little. The probability you are referring to is the probability of the residents being captured into the copy? Chung Tingyu, it was mentioned in the forum post. The probability of residents entering the dungeon is not 100%. Others in the apartment told me that the probability of players being captured is March 5th, and the probability of ordinary people being captured is January 5th. However, whether it is a player or an ordinary person, the first day of entering the dungeon will be relatively safe. If only I or Mr. G from 604 enter the dungeon directly on the first day of entering the apartment, it can still be said that we are unlucky. But the two residents of 501 and 504 were also captured by the dungeon, which is obviously inconsistent with the previous intelligence. So what is the problem? What is known at present is that people who have entered the dungeon can become the entrance to the dungeon, and the attribute of dungeon entrance can be transmitted through close contact. At this point, Chung Tingyu laughed again, whether it is me or the three Mr. and Ms. G. After moving into the apartment, we have communicated with the old residents for a period of time. According to the subsequent situation, I have reason to guess that the real way of spreading the dream dungeon is from person to person. The apartment is not the place of transmission. The residents in the apartment are the transmission points. The entrance to the copy has the characteristic that it will disappear once the 30-day period expires. And the inspection team has been trying to save the dream copy. Either there are uncontrolled residents in the apartment, who will not leave other sources of transmission after the expiration of their residence period, or the existence of the dream copy itself has an effect. Of course, from the current situation, both assumptions are true. Such a strange probability. As long as you think carefully, the answer is obvious. Qin Luosong coughed dryly. When talking about ideas, you can omit some descriptions like obvious, which is more concise. Otherwise, she couldn't help but wonder if she had stayed in the apartment for too long and had not been in contact with the front line for too long. So she lacked the necessary observation. Chung Tingyu accepted the suggestion, then omitted the modification in the middle and expressed his heart, after understanding the internal logic. I roughly understood the relationship between the two copies. Qin Luosong's expression froze. You have only been here for 3 nights. Just looking at the conversation between the two at this moment, she felt that Chung Tingyu was more like the staff member who had been stationed in the dungeon for a long time. Chung Tingyu smiled. I also entered the dungeon when I took a nap, so I collected a little more information. Qin Luosong took a deep breath, stood up, and said politely, wait a moment. I'll call my colleagues to listen. 10 minutes later, the single questioning turned into a double questioning between Yu Zhisho and Qin Luosong. Although the number of people formed a 2-to-1, Qin Luosong felt that the side with greater mental pressure might not be the person being questioned in front of him. Yu Zhisho was a little confused about why she was called here, but generally supported her colleague's work. She casually glanced at the record and continued to ask, you found that the apartment is actually 2 copies. Then what? Chung Tingyu, looking at the content of the record again. Yu Zhisho's work state, which had been reduced due to staying up late, finally recovered a little. She realized something belatedly and interrupted the person in front of her. Wait, you have already found 2 copies in the apartment? Chung Tingyu, anyway. There was nothing else to do in the apartment, so I thought about it. Yu Shisho. Please continue. Chung Tingyu, in the early morning, I was awakened by the changes in the corridor. Because the checking guidelines recommended that guests try to fall asleep before 3 o'clock. So that sleep should be relatively safe. I fell asleep again. And then entered the dream copy. After breaking the copy, I got the props and let the monster outside fall asleep. Yu Shisho. Qin Luosong. They felt that Chung Tingyu's summary was a bit too concise. And very important content was omitted in the middle. Qin Luosong thought about it. She knew that Chung Tingyu wanted to use the information she had to exchange intelligence with the inspection team. So she revealed some information. The content on the forum post is indeed incomplete. The source of the 01 copy is the Dream Maker. And the 02 copy also includes some realms, spells, and the power of the secret pupil. She showed Chung Tingyu a photo of a red apartment. Qin Luosong. This is what apartment number 6 looked like when it had a balcony. The population density of this area was slightly higher than it is now. But it was still relatively remote. Some players who wanted to stay away from the crowd and temporary residents who couldn't afford the hotel rent lived in the apartment. At first, nothing happened. As a result, one day, one of the residents awakened the power of the secret pupil, which caused the power of that thing to extend partly into reality, and turned all the residents around into his own clan. But at that time, there were still realms and curses. Different powers were superimposed on each other. And eventually it became the current situation. The old apartment disappeared and hid in the gap between the real world and the spiritual world. Occasionally, it would overlap with apartment number 6 today. The clans that those residents turned into had a strong desire to attack, and would look for the nearest living person. It was just because of the barrier of space that they were not so easy to have direct contact with living people. The inspection team summarized the pattern and found that more than 90% of the overlapping time points of the old and new apartments are after midnight. And most of them are concentrated between 3 and 4 in the morning. However, it is also possible during the day, as long as the sand value of the living is low enough, or they have the trait of dense pupils. They can increase their chances of encountering monsters. Dream dungeons can affect the rationality of monsters, so that they can only act according to their instincts, and will not run out of the apartment casually, unless there are not enough living people around. They will go out to hunt. Chung Tingyu nodded, so the dream dungeon and the residents here are all used to contain apartment number 6. Qin Luosong. The inspection team tried to kill those clans. After summarizing, we also found certain rules. It is sometimes pleasant to communicate with Chung Tingyu, which is reflected in the fact that she can especially keep up with the communicator's thinking. The young man thoughtfully said, as long as the monsters are asleep and their locations can be determined, the inspection team can kill them? This is very close to the 4th rule of the accommodation notice. If you find traces of human activity on an unused bed, you must leave the dormitory as soon as possible. Go to the lobby on the 1st floor and seek help from the staff on duty. Qin Luosong gave a positive answer. That's right. After the inspection team told Chung Tingyu the background of the copy, she smiled and said slowly, in the dream copy spread among the residents of the apartment, there are actually many clearance tips. Yu Shisho took out a stack of documents, all of which were records of the inspection team's exploration of dream copies over the years. From the thickness of the documents, it is not as rich as Chung Tingyu thought. This is also very normal. For the inspection team, the real danger is the ancient source and his family. As for the dream copy, when it is no longer needed, as long as the source of transmission is cut off, the copy can be prevented from spreading. And there is no need to spend too much time thinking about the mechanism. Chung Tingyu picked up a few pages and flipped through them, saying with interest, your research is very detailed. Qin Luosong always felt that there was a subtle pause in the other party's words. And he coughed dryly. We tried many ways, but no matter how we did it, no matter how many props we found, the ending was a dead end. As a member of the inspection team, when Qin Luosong first entered the apartment to guard, he was eager to find a way to completely deal with the dream copy. As a result, after countless GG, he finally decided to do his job as an apartment manager first, and no longer get involved in the sanity-worthy bungee jumping copy adventure. Chung Tingyu, going upstairs is not the correct way to pass the level. Yu Shisho, the inspection team has already considered other possibilities. We have verified the method of going downstairs, and it will also lead to death. Staying in the room is not a good idea. It can only take 6 or 7 minutes or even less, and the ending will still be failure. Chung Tingyu looked at the staff in front of him. You should know that the identity of the participant in the dream copy is the child who just moved into 401? Yu Zhishou and Qin Luosong both nodded. This conclusion can be seen from the unopened boxes in the room and the interior layout style. Chung Tingyu flipped through the documents, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. In the following narration, I will first replace the identity of the participant in the copy with 401. 401 had just moved in, so the understanding of the new home was very limited, and no neighbors had been visited. So in the dream copy of 401, the participant could not open the door of the next room, Yu Zhishou, but the door of 501 can be opened. Chung Tingyu shook her head slightly. It's not 501 that opened, but 401's fantasy of other houses upstairs. As for the source, she thought for 2 seconds and guessed. Maybe Mom and Dad once said something like our house is the same as the one upstairs, but different from the one next door. Children can't fully understand this sentence. So in 401's dream, all houses with the last number 01 become copies of his own house. Yu Zhishou had to admit that Chung Tingyu's hypothesis was reasonable, and she thought of other details. So the floors of the dream copy are endless. That's because 401 has just moved, and the exact height of the building is unknown. Chung Tingyu, I tend not to be too high. About 6 floors. Because this building is not equipped with an elevator. If there are really 100 floors, it is obviously not very friendly to the residents on the top floor. Yu Zhishou murmured, dreams are fragments of reality, so it's just fragments. Chung Tingyu, the document also shows that the props taken on the 7th floor cannot be taken back to the 6th floor for use, because the 7th floor and above are simply the fantasy of 401, and the 6th floor is based on reality. Things that are imagined, of course, cannot work in reality. Qin Luosong opened his notebook and quickly recorded, while making a please continue gesture. Chung Tingyu, as for the prototype of the monsters in the dungeon, I tend to think it's fire. She closed her eyes and continued. If 401 chooses to stay at the refresh point, he will die on the spot. If he chooses to leave the room, his throat will be crushed by the black claws every time. The truth behind the sudden death should be carbon monoxide poisoning. The prototype whose throat was crushed by the black claws probably died in the fire after inhaling a lot of dust. Chapter 38 Illusion. Qin Luosong was silent. The child's cognition and dreams together gave birth to this endless dream seed. Chung Tingyu, so in the dungeon, choosing items related to water will increase the possibility of survival in the children's cognition. Fire can of course be restrained by water. She flipped the file back and pointed to some lines in the middle. The iron shield in 901 that can indicate hostility will turn red when it senses hostility. Its essence should be that the metal is burned by the flames. In the fire scene, this shield certainly has no defensive effect. If you carry it with you, it will also accelerate the decline of blood and physical strength. Yu Zhishou, then how did you pass the level in the end? Chung Tingyu, break the window and go out. There is a prompt at the initial refresh point. For 01 is very young and can only hold a large piece of bread or a large bottle of drink in his hand at most, as long as you choose one of the 3 foods. The other 2 will disappear. The essence of this matter is that children cannot take too much food at the same time, and the current time is very limited. After looking at the effects of different foods in the file, Chung Tingyu said again, eating bread will consume mental value, because this is not suitable for eating in a dry fire scene. The need to use tools to open the mung bean porridge is also a hint of 401's identity as a child. Because they are children, they need tools to open cans, and they must use the stool in the kitchen to stand on before they can really open the window. In order to increase the survival rate, before climbing out of the window, you can cut the curtains and tie them to your body. The cardboard box in the living room tells the participants that this family has moved in not long ago, and it also hints us that there should be scissors in the room. I wet the rope made of curtains with water, and when everything is ready, I will prepare to escape. Chung Tingyu, the door can temporarily contain the spread of the fire. Opening the door means that the flames have burned to the door. The physical value of the participants in the copy is seriously reduced. Even if they stand still, their health and mental values will continue to decrease. This is because the disaster has already happened and cannot be stopped. We can only choose to escape. Some participants are lucky, and will hear some mumbling such as haven't arrived yet. This may be the dream reminding them that it doesn't take that much time to find the real escape route. Qin Luosong thought of something and asked, after going upstairs, can we jump from the windows of other rooms? Chung Tingyu shook his head slightly. I tend to think no. If we make a distinction between the floors in dreams, 401 is undoubtedly the closest to reality. The 7th floor and above are purely illusions. The 5th and 6th floors have a certain degree of reality. However, in the real world, The children in 401 can't enter the rooms on the 5th and 6th floors at all. Chung Tingyu smiled. The inspection team considered it very carefully, and didn't give too much detailed information in the post if the participants formed the inertia of thinking that they must go up after reading it. It would be really difficult to crack it. Qin Luosong. This was indeed intentional by the inspection team. But Qin Luosong didn't take it too seriously at first, thinking that it was an excuse for his superiors not to reveal too much information to the outside world. Chung Tingyu. The various magical props in the dream are essentially used by children to protect their existence in their fantasy. Dreams are silhouettes of the future. In the real world, the ending of escaping through the window should not have appeared. The reason why it became the correct way to pass the level is that 401 had a vague idea before his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. If I were braver, I would jump out of the window. No one spoke in the office. After a while, Yu Shisho spoke. Dream Maker will collect all kinds of strong and vivid dreams. Perhaps the owner of this dream has been transformed into his apostle. After collecting the data, the two inspectors stood up and bowed to Chung Tingyu. It has been confirmed that in the incident of apartment number 6, you have made a great contribution to calming the disaster. We will report all the situations truthfully, and apply for bonuses and contribution points for you. Yu Shisho added, the first bonus should be received soon, and the subsequent funds. Considering that you do not have formal resident status, you need to go through the approval process. In order to avoid improper fund transfers, F0631 City has a 1 million fund payment limit for temporary residents. Qin Luosong did not pay much attention to this rule when he first saw it. Obviously, he never thought that he would really meet this day. In the outer city area of F0631 City, there are some copies with fixed areas that can be contained by some method. Such as the former apartment number 6. The reason why it is described as once is because the copy has been completely resolved. When the report was submitted to Bu Wushang, the young and promising inspector was silent for a while. The first message she saw was that the dream copy had been breached. But before Bu Wushang had time to worry about the unsealed reality copy, he saw the following line of words during this day. A resident accidentally awakened the ability of the closed pupil, causing the power of the ancient source to extend to reality. Bu Wushang stared at the words on the report, and for a moment, he was a little doubtful whether the document in his hand was written by the subordinate stationed in apartment number 6 or by the subordinate before his death. She knew more about the ancient source, and of course knew that it was a force that humans could not resist. The ancient source did not really need to go to the real world. As long as their breath leaked a little, they could transform the humans in the entire area into irrational monsters in a very short time. That was an existence that humans could not understand or describe. Bu Wushang continued to read, and found the second message below. It was still bad news. In the office of the inspection team, Bu Wushang couldn't help but hold his forehead, wondering if he had worked too much overtime recently, and had hallucinations. The document shows that after the traces of the ancient source appeared in apartment number 6 yesterday, the 01 copy was also recovered by the Lantern Man who came to find the seed, causing the containment of the 02 copy to fail. However, there are always one or two good things and a lot of bad things. The reason why the 01 copy was recovered is that the dream seed was broken by a resident in the apartment. She got the music box lullaby, which made her become the ancient source. The closed pupil of the carrier and the invisible apartment resident fell into a deep sleep, and the team members stationed in the apartment then started the cleaning procedure. Music box lullaby. Bu Wushang has learned a lot of secrets and knows that after the participants break through the dream copy, they will attract the attention of the dream maker. That is a powerful existence that has traveled a long way on the road of the realm and has already escaped the scope of human beings and needs to be referred to as him. Normally, the breath of the ancient source is not something that the music box lullaby can suppress. But the glance that the dream maker cast in the endless city undoubtedly weakened the power of the ancient source. The document explained that from the degree of pollution shown on the test paper, the cleaning work has indeed been successfully completed. Due to the accident that happened in the old apartment period, there was already a gap in that space, and there was a tendency to evolve into the door to the present world for the ancient source. Now it is a blessing in disguise, and the power from the indescribable ancient things can be cleared together. The note of the file also wrote the identity of the resident who broke through the dream copy. Chung Tingyu, who just came from the wasteland in October to F0631 City, an ordinary flesh and blood player. His advantage is that he is relatively calm when facing danger and can maintain his own thinking ability. Bu Wushang looked at the file without saying a word, and finally took out a piece of white paper and began to submit the report to his superiors. The copy of F0631M0851 codenamed apartment number 6 at number 704 Wudong Street, Outer City District was completely cleared due to an unexpected incident. For the residents, the copy of apartment number 6 was not entirely a good thing. For example, Chung Tingyu lost her quite satisfactory living and the planned 30-day vacation. If you think about it carefully, apart from the fact that it is a bit deadly and a little bit of sanity loss, apartment number 6 is actually quite suitable for poor people like her to live in. There is no need to work. 3 meals a day are provided. And there are enough reasons to refuse socializing. In fact, after taking notes, the inspector counted the situation of the apartment residents. Most of the people on the 5th and 6th floors, which are the 2 places closest to the power leak, have mental problems of varying degrees. The residents on the 3rd and 4th floors are relatively mild, just moderately crazy. In addition, 4 people died in this incident, including the 2 brothers Ji Shirlu and Ji Shirjiu. The former died on the spot because of a look at the ancient source in the sea of spirituality. The latter was found in the open space outside the building and died by falling. Although Ji Shichi, who came with him, survived, he had to be sent to a sanatorium in the outer city for a period of time, and the recovery time is unknown. The inspection team has a detailed process for handling similar problems. They considerately booked a room for 1 month in a hotel in the outer city for the apartment residents who had nowhere to go, and paid the full rent, no matter how long they were away from the expiration of the 30-day period. As for Chung Tingyu, he received a transfer notification while having lunch. Dear user, 1,000,000 city coins have been transferred to your account. The inspection team's work is still very efficient. The surviving residents, who did not need psychiatric treatment, were placed in a hotel on the verge of bankruptcy in the adjacent block, and the inspection team members issued room cards one by one. Qin Luosong, who was issuing cards, looked around with dark circles under his eyes caused by continuous overtime work, and asked, "Where is Ms. Chung from the desolate area?" The colleague next to him answered with a puzzled expression, "She just left." Before leaving, she specifically said that she didn't need to leave the room card. She has already considered where she should live in the future. Qin Luosong? She remembered that Chung Tingyu was from the desolate area and should not have a fixed residence in the outer city. Chung Tingyu put all the items around her in a cheap and beautiful backpack, put her hands in her pockets, and walked on the streets of the outer city. The leaves on both sides of the road have gradually withered. She did not perfunctorily deal with the inspection team. She did think about where to live next. Wei Shugui had rented a house in the outer city before, because her residence was relatively remote and not far from apartment number 6. The rent was very low. Chung Tingyu already knew that the dungeon at number 704 Wudong Street had been lifted, and residents of the neighboring streets no longer had the risk of being dragged into the dungeon while sleeping. She took advantage of this period to rent a house, just in time to buy at the bottom before the rent increased. There were not many large-scale real estate agency stores nearby, especially on Sangshu Street near apartment number 6. Chung Tingyu walked around carefully and found that most of the rental advertisements were posted on the bulletin board outside the convenience store. She copied down the useful information and found that the rent in the surrounding area was about 9,000 city coins to 12,000 city coins per month, converted to the amount before the crossing. It was indeed not too expensive. There were still some old advertisements that had not been torn clean on the bulletin board. In the same area, the rent in the first half of the year was still at the level of 15,000 to 20,000 per month. Perhaps the news that Wei Shugui was involved in the dungeon came out, so the rent fell further. Chung Tingyu touched her chin. She now had some ideas. Chapter 39, Renting a House. Old Mrs. Zhou, who was basking in the sun downstairs, saw a young man in a dark gray windbreaker enter the same building for the 7th time, and each time he was accompanied by a person who showed him the house. At first, old Mrs. Zhou thought that the young man was short of money, so he had to compare prices before signing the contract. As a result, after hearing that she had already booked a house, she saw the young man again with another family to look at the house, because there was a copy of apartment number 6 nearby. There were many empty houses on Mulberry Street. After the Wei Shugui incident, there were fewer people. The ownership of some houses even went through many twists and turns and returned to the Public Security Bureau. There were a total of 10 houses in the building where old Mrs. Zhou lived, and only 3 were occupied. When the young man came for the 10th time, there was finally no one around him. She was carrying a large bag of daily necessities in her hand. When she saw old Mrs. Zhou carrying a small stool and walking home, she helped to hold it. Old Mrs. Zhou casually greeted, "Young girl, are you going to live here?" Chung Tingyu smiled, probably. Old Mrs. Zhou shook her head again and reminded quietly, "Are you planning to buy the house and sublet it? Our place is not very safe. Last month, a young girl was cheated in that kind of place. Many people came to ask for the price. After understanding the situation, they didn't even pay the deposit and left directly. You'd better return the house quickly." Chung Tingyu blinked. "I bought the rental contract insurance, and I can't return the rent during this period." The rental contract insurance she bought stipulated some clauses. Not only that the rent could not be returned, but also included additional clauses on whether the renting parties could change the house price within the agreed period. Chung Tingyu thought that the landlords in this place were very warm and friendly. Not only were they willing to rent the house to her, but they were also willing to take the initiative to invest in Screwdriver to buy an insurance policy to determine the rights and interests of both parties. Old Mrs. Zhou sighed twice and stopped talking. After sending the neighbor back home, Chung Tingyu received a message on her mobile phone. "Xinxing Liu, the business discussed today has been completed, and the contract will be sent to the designated address later. P.S. After your residence period expires, and you get the official resident status, do you want to come to Screwdriver? I think you are in line with our company's temperament of being good at making money." Chung Tingyu calculated carefully and rented 29 houses on Mulberry Street in one go with the preferential terms of 1 deposit and 1 payment. Just 5 days after the original owner was happy to rent out the house he had lost, a message came out. The inspection team came to inform that the copy of apartment number 6 had been cleared, and the safety level near Mulberry Street had been improved. The credibility of the inspection team is still guaranteed. Chung Tingyu was very touched by this. On the one hand, the remaining half of the bonus had been transferred to her account. On the other hand, after the inspection team clarified, more and more people came to inquire about the rental price in recent days. If she had been a little slower to discover the abnormality of herself and the possible purpose of moving to the city, she could have started planning her future life of lying flat and collecting rent for retirement. The floor where she lived was not high, and the top floor was the 5th floor. With nostalgia for the lost dream copy, Chung Tingyu chose room 01 for herself, and the room opposite was reserved for rent. Recently, Chung Tingyu has indeed felt the arrival of the peak season. The occupancy rate on Mulberry Street has increased significantly, and half of the empty houses in the surrounding buildings have been filled, and the rent has also risen to twice the original. Even if she does not take any tasks in the future and only relies on the price difference of houses, she can maintain her living standard above the poverty line. Chung Tingyu thought that Wei Shigui was indeed very discerning, and the rental location she chose was very cost-effective. From Qin Luosong, she learned that this girl did not live in the hotel booked by the inspection team, but returned to her own rental house. The houses rented by Chung Tingyu are mainly concentrated around the building where Wei Shigui is located, and the building in front. If it were not for the lack of loan channels and the difficulty of putting all eggs in the same basket, Chung Tingyu would even intend to rent a few buildings directly. Wei Shigui is a resident of the Central City District. After experiencing a copy related to the ancient source, if he wants to return to the Central City District, he must go through a period of isolation. Wei Shigui asked his brother to go home first, and she would stay outside for a month. Chung Tingyu came back from shopping and met his neighbor. Mrs. Zhou smiled and said, "Xiao Chung, more and more people have come to see the house recently." Chung Tingyu said seriously, "It's mainly because our community atmosphere is good. The environment is quiet, and the housing area is spacious, which can attract outside residents." Mrs. Zhou felt that the young man in front of her could describe the place with few people like this, so it's no wonder that she makes money. Chung Tingyu walked to the 5th floor with her things. Just 2 days ago, a new tenant moved to 502 next door. It was a couple with a child. Chung Tingyu didn't know the girl's personality, but he knew she had a very loud voice. "Wow!" The deafening cry came from above, and Chung Tingyu, who had just bought some daily necessities from the hot hypermarket, stopped going upstairs. Maybe it's because the child is not old enough to express his thoughts clearly, so he spends more energy on crying. The door of the rental house is not a common anti-theft door, but an old-fashioned wooden door with an iron door outside, in order to prevent the child who can open the door from sneaking out when the parents are not around. The couple will lock the iron door. When Chung Tingyu went out 2 days ago, she often saw the child sitting behind the iron door, shaking the railing vigorously, and crying for candy to everyone passing by. The couple in 502 had already finished work and went home. Chung Tingyu slowed down and politely let the other party go up first. She followed behind, carrying a bag of daily necessities, and walked slowly to the 5th floor. Wow, I want gold candy. Chung Ting-yu thought casually. Today, the child actually specified the type of candy he wanted. She had seen it in the spam post. Golden candy is a candy in the central city, which is said to be very delicious and expensive. The couple upstairs obviously could not meet the child's request for candy. The crying above was getting louder and louder. Fortunately, with them to attract the attention of their own children, Chung Ting-yu was able to return to her residence relatively calmly. There are some posts on the forum that share tips for improving physical fitness. Chung Ting-yu unlocked a few of them when he was free to see if there was any training method that was more suitable for him. As she had more opportunities to meet the inspection team, she had to make herself behave more like a flesh and blood player. 7 o'clock in the evening. Chung Ting-yu chose to rent a house by herself. So of course, there was no hotel meal to be fed regularly. At night, she was ready to go out to find food. After thinking about it, she put a newly bought fruit knife in her pocket. Mulberry Street was not crowded, so there were not many street vendors. After living there for a few days, Chung Ting-yu had learned that the nearby convenience store, which looked like it was on the verge of bankruptcy, only provided a box lunch priced at 200 yuan. And the only meat dish in it was chicken meatballs. Recalling her life in the last dungeon, Chung Ting-yu really felt that although there was a risk of facing the followers of the ancient source, the catering level of apartment number 6 made it all worthwhile. Other residents of apartment number 6 may have different opinions on Chung Ting-yu's idea. For the residents of F0631 City, awakening ability may not be a good thing. Compared with ordinary people, players are closer to danger, especially those with dense pupils and those close to them, who are always in danger of falling into madness. Wei Shugue felt the discomfort in her throat and felt that she was lucky, although she had awakened her power because of staying in the dungeon for a long time. Fortunately, the awakening was not the most dangerous kind. Unlike Mitong, she was either dying suddenly or on the way to dying suddenly. Unlike the boundary, she did not need to report her whereabouts to the inspection team regularly, so she was very free to move. After leaving apartment number 6, Wei Shugue returned to her rental house on Mulberry Street and called her brother to report her safety. She told him that she needed to live alone for a while and asked Wei Shuxing to return to the central city first so as not to affect her work. In theory, after experiencing a fatal accident, it is of course safer to live in a hotel designated by the staff of the inspection team. But people with secrets always prefer to stay alone. Wei Shugue's rental house is located in a remote location. There were originally a lot of empty houses in the building, but in the past 2 days, due to someone's subletting behavior, many more people came to see the house. The feeling of being alone in silence made Wei Shugue feel at ease. Compared with silence, the footsteps that sounded from time to time in the corridor would make her alert. Top floor. Room 502. The lighting on the ceiling of the living room had been broken for an unknown period of time. When Wei Shugue first rented the house, she bought a mediocre table lamp from a second-hand store as a light source. She did not plan to spend time cooking or buying lunch boxes, so she planned to eat some bread as a makeshift. The outer city was much quieter at night than the central city. A burst of music floated from an unknown family downstairs. The rich melody of the cello flowed from the strings, dense and rich, as if it contained endless secrets, and the crisp piano sound was like a small awl, each of which seemed to hit Wei Shugue's temple, giving her an extremely strange feeling of tension. The light of the table lamp in the living room was not bright to begin with, and at this moment it flickered a few times as if it had poor contact, causing the shadows of the surrounding furniture to sway. Wei Shugue felt that she should go drink some water. Her throat was so dry and hoarse. She stood up and reached for the water bottle. The shadows around her swayed with Wei Shugue's movements. Those shadows are not just Wei Shugue's. Silence makes the music downstairs more obvious. She is alone in 502, which is something Wei Shugue confirms many times every day. She put down the water cup, gently put the bread bag into her pocket, quickly tightened the curtains in the living room, and then cautiously exited the living room. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. The house is not big, but Wei Shugue suddenly realized that she couldn't find the archway in her living room. In the corner of her eyes, a black figure grew out of the corner of the living room like a twisted bud. Wei Shugue subconsciously wanted to attack, but at the last moment, he still forcibly restrained his behavior. She had to be calm. Darkness is dangerous, but darkness also brings protection. Without figuring out the reason, she couldn't make too much noise. After the training in apartment number 6, Wei Shugue has now developed a certain resistance to mental abnormalities. As a person who is not too unlucky, Wei Shugue knows that she still has some cooling period and will not be captured by the copy immediately. The probability of the house itself changing is not high, and the surrounding anomalies are more like something wrong with her. Duh. For a long time, the top floor where Wei Shugue lived alone, there was another person's footsteps. The regular footsteps finally stopped at the door of Wei Shugue's house, and then fell into silence. Wei Shugue restrained her breathing to avoid making too much noise, but she could not restrain her heartbeat. In the dark, all sounds became clearer than in the daytime. After a period of silence, the person came one step closer to the direction of 502. In the outer city, Mulberry Street is not a very prosperous place. Chung Tingyu ran 3 blocks away before finding a fruit store that satisfied her. She bought 2 kilograms of apples and pears, and then fell into silence when the salesperson said, "I'm grateful for the 2,034 yuan, and I'll charge you 2,000 yuan. The world after the time travel has gained extra points in terms of supernatural powers, but there are obvious defects in the planting side." Chapter 40 Canned Spinach number 389. Even if the current 10 yuan is calculated as 1 yuan before the time travel, the price of fruit here is still quite high. Chung Tingyu paid the money with a little melancholy and walked home with the fruit. There were more pedestrians on the road than before renting the house. Although it was a little late, passers-by on bicycles could still be seen speeding on the road. Chung Tingyu looked at the surrounding scene quietly. If the possible copies were not considered, this was a picture that could be called peaceful and quiet. The sound insulation effect of the rental house was far inferior to that of apartment number 6, which was blessed by the ancient source. Chung Tingyu thought about it, and decided to go to another building with a less high occupancy rate to rest for a day. Although it was not the same building, Chung Tingyu reserved rooms for herself in 501. After she went up to the 5th floor, she did not rush home, but knocked on the door of 502 next door first. The knocking sound of dong 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 was very obvious at night. Chung Tingyu patiently knocked on the door in front of her without rhythm, and for a moment she felt a little happy playing the piano. She knocked for almost 5 minutes, but there was no response. She didn't know if there was no one at the door, or if there was someone who didn't want to pay attention. Normally, Chung Tingyu should turn around and go back to her home now. But as a person who has lost more sand than she has eaten since she traveled through time, she is willing to compete with the person at the door in patience. "Is it you?" As if realizing that the visitor was determined not to give up until the door was opened. The door of room 502 was opened, and Wei Shigue's figure was revealed. Her face was slightly pale, and her eyes were full of obvious suspicion. "Why are you here? What do you want to see me for?" The acquaintance in front of Chung Tingyu slightly raised the corners of his lips. "I'm going to live opposite you today, and I came to say hello. Why did you come here suddenly?" Hearing the other party's question, Chung Tingyu's expression was mixed with a little unobvious trouble, because it's a bit noisy over there. And then, the child of the family who moved and cried too loudly, so they changed their residence. In her pupils as deep as the night, the other party's outline was reflected, which was no different from when she was in apartment number 6. "Chung Tingyu, you don't turn on the lights at night?" Wei Shigue was not in the mood to talk, and said briefly, "No." He took another step back. "If nothing else, I'll close the door first. Chung Tingyu, please wait a moment. I have something to do." "Wei Shigue, what is it?" Chung Tingyu blinked. "Guess?" Wei Shigue immediately showed a hesitation to slam the door heavily on the visitor's face. But he was hesitant not about the action, but about the strength of the slam. Before the other party exploded, Chung Tingyu smiled. "I just want to ask you if you have any candy with you." This time, although Chung Tingyu gave a specific request, her question still seemed a bit inappropriate in the current link. Wei Shigue in the door naturally could not understand the situation in front of him, and fell into a confused silence. The communication that was interrupted due to lack of logic had a different meaning in Chung Tingyu's eyes. As an appraiser, the second ability requires sufficient pre-information to be activated. Chung Tingyu will pay attention to those who make her curious, and Wei Shigue is one of them. The other party's aunt is a member of Dangerous Mask, and not long after her aunt's death, Wei Shigue was involved in the dungeon of apartment number 6, and has been there until now. During this period, the player whose real name was Flesh and Blood Life Overload, who had accepted her commission, died in the dungeon while searching for lost items. From the information obtained from Wei Shuxing, the brother, it can be seen that the brother and sister are not clear about the true identity of their aunt. But it is also possible that those are just disguises used by Wei Hong to separate himself from his relatives. From the subsequent contact between Chung Tingyu and Wei Shuxing, the brother does not seem to be a person with secrets. And if Wei Shuxing knows something about Dangerous Mask, then on the day when Flesh and Blood Life Overload entered the dungeon, it seems a bit difficult to explain the behavior of inviting an unrelated person to go there. Compared with his brother, Wei Shugui is more like the one who knows something about his aunt's situation. Cheng Tingyu later learned from Wei Shuxing that the Flesh and Blood player who entered chose to accept the commission because he had a good relationship with his sister. Although the good relationship may not be confirmed for the time being, it is certain that Wei Shugui had contact with the Dangerous Mask members other than his aunt. Cheng Tingyu was curious about Wei Shugui at the time, but it was a pity that it was not convenient to contact him for a while. After all, at that time, Wei Shugui had already lived inside apartment number 6, and the direct communication channels with outsiders had been cut off. Just like apartment number 6 itself is using the dream copy to reduce the danger of the real copy, will Wei Shugui himself also use the danger of apartment number 6 to reduce his own danger in other aspects? There are staff members of the inspection team in the copy, and all residents cannot leave the apartment before the expiration of the residence period. If there are guards from the Dangerous Mask around, they can relax their supervision and only conduct the most basic surveillance. But after leaving apartment number 6, Wei Shugui did not choose to live in the hotel like other residents, but returned to the rental house on Mulberry Street. In the silence of looking at each other in the corridor, Cheng Tingyu suddenly changed the topic and said with a smile, "Actually, I also like to live on the top floor, especially when there are no neighbors. Compared with other floors, the top floor is the floor with the least people passing by, especially when there is only one resident on the same floor. As long as there are footsteps outside, it can be basically determined that the other party is coming for oneself. There are no building lights in the corridor. I don't know if there were no lights at the beginning, or they have been broken for a long time. The surrounding light is particularly dim. The weak light coming from outside not only does not bring a sense of reassurance, but makes the vision full of distorted shadows of various shapes." When Cheng Tingyu returned home just now, he heard the crying words of the child next door. The other party usually just wanted candy, but today he clearly stated the type of candy he asked for. Golden candy. Candy from the central city. Given the family conditions next door, it is unlikely that they would mention similar high-end snacks even when coaxing their children. Children are used to imitating and repeating. If someone really gave her similar candy before, then the possibility of her mentioning it again is much higher. Cheng Tingyu had some vague guesses. At a certain time when she was not at home, someone went up to the 5th floor. The child sitting behind the iron gate habitually cried for candy, in order to avoid attracting attention due to the loud noise. The person gave the child a golden candy as a comfort. As for the people who might be interested in her at present, Cheng Tingyu thought that it was probably the inspection team, or some existence related to her before she lost her memory. Or it could be Dangerous Mask. She accepted and successfully completed Wei Shuxing's task, and rented a house next to Wei Shigui's residence. It is indeed easy to arouse the suspicion of this organization with a bit of hidden color in its name. Unlike the other two guesses, there are certain clues to search for about the Dangerous Mask coming here. If the members of Dangerous Mask have come to Cheng Tingyu to check the place, they will most likely go to Wei Shugui to see the situation. So if you want to search for clues, just go to the building behind. Cheng Tingyu actually didn't really know her own personality. Sometimes she was quite cautious, but sometimes she would obey her curiosity and step on the dangerous wire rope to dance. For example, today, after feeling that someone was coming to investigate, Cheng Tingyu went out to buy some fruit, walked to the door of Wei Shigui's rental house, and knocked on the other party's door. Through the figure blocking the door, Cheng Tingyu looked inside, but all the scene seemed to be swallowed up. Nothing could be seen in the dark room. Even Cheng Tingyu, who had the ability of dense pupils, could only see a very blurred black outline. Detected things to be identified. Do you want to identify them? Remaining identification times, April 4th. After breaking through the dream copy, Cheng Tingyu's strength has also improved. When he is full of physical strength, the number of identifications has increased by 1. Cheng Tingyu calmly chose yes. In her vision, lines of information unfolded one after another. Name, Wang Si. Special status, visual camouflage. Slightly reduced luck. Note, belongs to the Dangerous Mask organization. This is not a surprising existence. After Cheng Tingyu entered the apartment, only 3 residents took the initiative to communicate with her, namely Wang Si, Xinxing Liu and Ji Shirlu. Among them, Wang Si was the one who appeared immediately after she finished communicating with Wei Shugui on the first day of her stay. The reason Wang Si used was very similar to Xinxing Liu. Both of them were working to increase the company's performance. But there was one thing that was special. When this person came to talk, he deliberately chose the time when Wei Shigui left, as if he was deliberately keeping a distance and did not want to have direct contact with the other party. And he never appeared in their conversation afterwards. Chung Tingyu looked at Wang Si, who was disguised as Wei Shigui, and took out the stage play water gun from the cheap and beautiful mountaineering bag, chose to aim at the other party, and pulled the trigger. Wang Si, who was disguised as Wei Shigui, didn't know what the prop was, but it didn't stop him from immediately retreating into the room with a look of horror and choosing to dodge. Chung Tingyu, holding a water gun, didn't aim, but the water flow covering a wide area was difficult to completely avoid. The area on Wang Si's body that came into contact with the water seemed like wax melted by flames, revealing its true state after being washed. The Wei Shigui in front of him, the outline squirmed and turned into a tall and thin man with a slightly thin figure. Wang Si was still retreating, but the consequence of focusing too much on the front was that he forgot that there was danger behind him. It is a terrible thing to lose the perception of the surrounding environment, even if you can still see and touch the things around you. It seems that you have been deprived of reason and cannot respond normally. Wei Shigui, hiding in the darkness, almost thought that he was about to be found, until the sound of a second person came from outside the door. The enemy who was going to attack him paused his original plan and left her enough breathing space. The stage play water gun is a prop with the function of clearing camouflage. After the vision that was distorted by the brutality became clear again, the real owner of 502 responded without hesitation and threw the weapon that had been prepared long ago at the intruder. Canned spinach number 389. Its maker originally hoped to invent a canned spinach that would make human power infinite, but the final product could only make part of the user's body swell greatly. The can was smashed open on the tall man's body, and the part where the spinach touched his skin quickly swelled up. The flat epidermis was stretched and transparent, and the muscle fibers were torn apart. The tissue fluid and blood mixed together, forming strange bulges on his body surface. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to howl, but the swelling quickly spread to the throat, and all of Wang Si's voices were blocked in his throat. His arms were waving in the air, his lips moved, and he looked in the direction of Chung Tingyu, as if begging. Chung Tingyu's eyes fell on Wang Si, patiently looking at the information that only he could read. The text after the special state did not change, and the visual camouflage still existed. 30 seconds later, the state after the note became dead, and there was an additional line of introduction: real name, secret pupil illusion. After confirming that the enemy had become a dead enemy, another Wei Shigui walked out of the room. Why are you here? Chung Tingyu glanced at the extra corpses on the ground, and after confirming that this sentence was not caused by time travel, he replied, in the evening, I found someone wandering around my house, so I came to take a look. Wei Shigui, who always felt that the other party omitted a lot of psychological processes, paused and continued to ask, are you not afraid of accidents? Chung Tingyu, you dare to live outside alone. Most of you have the ability to protect yourself. Wei Shigui, who almost flipped over, still felt that the man in front of him was too brave. What if I can't solve him? Chung Tingyu thought about it and smiled. Then both me and you should be very regretful. Wei Shigui. She had heard her aunt say before that the more powerful the players are, the more likely they are to have mental problems. The big figures in the inner city don't often appear in public, probably because it is difficult for them to reach an agreement on the time point when their brains are normal. What she saw today, her aunt was not deceiving her. Chapter 41. Letting the people go. The corridor was dark. The dead bodies were not still, but were collapsing at an extremely slow speed, and the liquid in the bulges on the surface of the body turned into some kind of ominous turbid color. No one spoke, and the sounds of ordinary people's lives on the third floor below came up faintly, giving people a strong sense of spatial division. Chung Tingyu held the fruit in one hand and the water gun in the other. She calmly put the props back into the cheap and beautiful mountaineering bag, and then asked curiously, I went to your aunt's residence that day. The trap inside is very interesting. Does it have anything to do with you? Wei Shigui said coldly, I just made a suggestion. Chung Tingyu glanced at the weird corpse on the ground and smiled. Such a terrible accident happened. What are you going to do now? Wei Shigui didn't feel any sincerity from the terrible in the other party's mouth. She looked at the person in front of her, as a person from the desolate area. Aren't you good at cleaning up corpses? Chung Tingyu told the truth. In my impression, I have always been a law-abiding citizen. Wei Shigui listened expressionlessly. She knew from her aunt a long time ago that it was difficult to hear any objective evaluation from those powerful people with fluctuating sand values. Chung Tingyu added, of course, if you want to get advice, as a law-abiding citizen, I think you can contact the Public Security Bureau or the inspection team to deal with it. It was really difficult for Wei Shigue to associate the person in front of him with the words law-abiding citizen. When she chose to come back to live, she was indeed prepared for someone to attack. But she didn't expect Wang Xi to have the ability to make people have hallucinations, which made her almost lose the correct perception of her own residence. Before contacting people, I need to clean up first. Wei Shigue's deceased aunt was a collector. She inherited some props from her. One of them was called an eraser, which had the ability to remove the residual power of other props. But when facing props of higher quality than her own, the effectiveness would be greatly reduced. After confirming that there was no sign of being too embarrassing on Wang Xi, Wei Shigue called the Public Security Bureau. In F0631 City, the inspection team is a very special department. The higher the position, the longer the overtime hours. The main reasons are that the department is always short of staff. The appearance of dungeons is full of chance, and the task mortality rate is high. Another point is that the members of the higher ranking department are basically players. And the stronger the players are, the lower the demand for sleep. Qin Luosan originally thought that he was already full of work after being assigned to apartment number 6. After being transferred back to the team, he deeply realized what it meant to work overtime, like water in a sponge. As long as you squeeze it, there will always be overtime. Qin Luosong, who had just finished processing the documents on hand, walked to the interrogation room with a thermos cup. He looked at Chung Tingyu, who was sitting in front of him drinking tea just 2 days after they separated, with a peaceful look, and suddenly felt some indescribable psychological pressure. This was not the first time that Chung Tingyu was questioned by the inspector, but it was the first time she came to the inspectorate. She glanced at the boiled water with only 2 tea stems in front of her and asked seriously, "Can you help me change the juice? I prefer sweeter drinks." There was silence in the interrogation room. The interns who had just joined the team this year and were helping their seniors were very surprised. They had seen many people who were brought in for questioning, most of whom were either afraid, or had strong fear, or would soon become strongly afraid. The interns looked at Qin Luosong. They knew that this senior, who had been stationed in dangerous dungeons for a long time, and had recently been transferred back to the headquarters, would soon make the interrogated person named Chung Tingyu feel the horror of the inspection team. Qin Luosong, whose expression became slightly serious, really stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "What flavor of juice do you like?" Accompanied by a light click sound. The documents in the intern's hand fell on the table, making a rustling sound. Everyone's facial expressions were blank for a moment. After 2 or 3 seconds, the young people who had just joined the team came to their senses and added an annotation to the situation in front of him. The senior has been serving the residents in apartment number 6 for a long time and has not yet completely switched roles. Zhou Jianyan, a civilian who happened to be passing by the office, whispered to his colleague beside him, "Wow, so we can order here?" Li Yetai, who was walking in front and had just finished his field work, thought for a while and replied, "The inspector should not have said no. But no one has ever had the courage to do so before." Zhou Jianyan nodded to show that he understood unless they were paid special attention by big figures like Dream Maker. Ordinary people only have one life, and it is not worth wasting it on giving opinions on the drinks of the inspection team. In the inquiry room, Qin Luosong, in fact, it's not bad to understand your taste. After being transferred back to the team, I think we should meet here often. From the situation of breaking through the copy of apartment number 6, it can be seen that Chung Tingyu is a courageous, curious, and not afraid of causing trouble. With such a personality, he can grow up in the desolate district for so long. Qin Luosong recalled the past, and his thoughts turned considering the observation ability shown by the other party. Even if he loves to die, it is actually quite reasonable to grow up smoothly. However, Chung Tingyu still didn't get to drink the juice in the end thanks to the inspector's taste. The beverages that the inspection team has been supplying for a long time, except for tea, are basically all kinds of coffee. Coffee and coffee. It makes people suspect that the inspection team's selection criteria are to have at least 2 livers. 1 liver for work, and 1 liver for overtime work. Although both sides are acquaintances, according to the inspection team's procedures, Chung Tingyu, who came to drink tea, needs to explain the development of the matter first. "I moved to a new place today, so I plan to visit my neighbors according to normal social etiquette. And I saw the deceased in the next room." Qin Luosong, "Is that person still alive?" Chung Tingyu, "Alive. and opened the door with the appearance of Wei Shigui. But it looks a bit strange. As she explained, she made up an excuse. When I was at the apartment, I talked to Wei Shigui and Wang Si. There was a clear difference in the rhythm of their speech. I felt that something was wrong. So I took out the prop water gun and sprayed it. Her words made the intern very puzzled. If I read it correctly, the information showed that this person was called Chung Tingyu. The person is just a flesh and blood player who has just awakened his power. It is obviously unrealistic to distinguish the difference between the two from such a small detail and make an appropriate response. Thinking of this, the intern once again cast his hopeful eyes on Qin Luosong. Qin Luosong wrote down the record while nodding. So that's it. Chung Tingyu is a detail expert who can crack the dream dungeon mechanism after 3 days of stay. Let alone thinking that the rhythm of speaking is wrong. Even if the reason given is that the rhythm of the two people's breathing is wrong. It seems very reasonable. In turn, is this reason that sounds completely casual actually acceptable? Chung Tingyu continued to explain the process of the matter. But she omitted many necessary details and her psychological activities when facing Wang Si when describing it, making herself in the narrative more like an innocent passerby. While communicating with Qin Luosong, she also divided some experiences to guess the situation of Wei Shigui. Chung Tingyu thought that the other party did not mind contacting the inspection team afterwards, either mastering the props that were enough to confuse the inspector's judgment, or preparing an answer that was enough to muddle through. In another interrogation room far away from here, the pale light made Wei Shigui's already reluctant expression look even paler and weaker. Her situation was not as easy as Chung Tingyu's. If it weren't for the status of a formal resident of the Central City District, the treatment at this time would be even worse. After all, Wang Si entered the door of room 502 and was killed by Wei Shigui himself. The attitude of the inspection team was cold enough. The clerk in charge of recording interrupted the other party from time to time and asked some sharp questions. Wei Shigui's voice was hoarse. At that time, I found that the visual effect of the room had changed. I didn't dare to move for the time being. Then I heard a conversation outside. But I couldn't find the source of the sound. In the end, it was because the visual distortion suddenly weakened that I found the exit of the living room. Inspector, he has the power of the player. But in the end you live, and he dies. Wei Shigui's eyes were cold and hard. I also awakened the power of the player. I am a curse. The inspector paused, recorded a few more lines, and then asked, why do you think Wang Si is looking for you? Wei Shigui's voice became rough temporarily because of the awakening of power. Reminiscent of stone and blood, I don't have anything worth targeting. I just got some collections from my aunt for self-defense. The questions in the interrogation room continued. In another room separated by a wall, several inspectors in charge of monitoring heard familiar footsteps coming from behind, stood up together, and bowed slightly to the visitor. Your Excellency. Inspector. Not only Chung Tingyu felt that there was some connection between Wang Si and the dangerous mask. Bu Wushang also had some suspicions. An inspector wearing a first-class guard uniform handed over the document. Your Excellency. Inspector. This is the monitoring report just now. Bu Wushang nodded and took it, pulled out a chair and sat down, and looked at the situation in another room through the one-way glass. Considering the busyness of Inspector Bu, who is always fighting on the front line of overtime, it is obviously not normal for the other party to appear here. As an inspector assigned to the outer city, Bu Wushang himself has a very good reputation. If someone asks the inspectors what their boss's hobby is, 9 out of 10 will answer work. And the other will answer Your Excellency, the inspector has no hobbies. Bu Wushang looked at the person inside through the glass and suddenly said, her eyes. The inspector just now suddenly became nervous. Is that also a closed pupil? Bu Wushang was speechless for a moment, and had to express his meaning more clearly. There are special emotions hidden in her eyes. Confirm whether she is a member of the dangerous mask, or whether there is a cooperation or employment relationship with them. If the answer is no, just let her go. As an innocent neighbor affected, Chung Tingyu was released early. It was not until the next night that she heard the sound of a door opening from the opposite side. The sound insulation of this building is really regrettable. Fortunately, it may be due to the influence of Wang Si's power yesterday that the families downstairs did not feel the strange phenomenon above. Otherwise, Chung Tingyu's just started rental business would have been thwarted by the tenants' collective escape. Wei Shigui, who was questioned for a day and a night, returned to his rental house. The attitude shown by the inspection team was a bit subtle. Dangerous Mask is a shady organization hidden in the city of F0631. Its internal members have long occupied important positions in the wanted list of the inspection team. Under normal circumstances, after getting their clues, Bu Wuxian will definitely want to investigate. She thought she would be temporarily detained, but was finally released. Wei Shigue walked onto the balcony unconsciously while he was thinking. The cool breeze at night blew on his face, making his mind feel a little cool. Wudong Street is full of old houses, and the balconies of the 2 rooms on the 5th floor are not sealed. Would you like an apple? Zhang Tingyu's voice came from next door. She was sitting on the balcony railing at the moment, her legs hanging in the air, her body swaying. If the salesperson of Screwdriver saw this scene, he would definitely tearfully pull her to buy an insurance policy that includes the right to recover corpses to add luster to their KPI. Chapter 42 Level. Wei Shigue was half a beat late before answering. No need. Zhang Tingyu smiled. Wang Si waited in apartment number 6 just to kill you to silence you. Wei Shigue, no. They don't take me seriously, and they don't have much suspicion. The reason they said people to take a look is just because I have more contact with my aunt than my brother. In fact, Wang Si didn't find any evidence, so it's okay not to kill me. It's just out of personal habit that he plans to get rid of me. Zhang Tingyu looked thoughtful when he heard this. Just when Wei Shigue couldn't help asking, Zhang Tingyu finally said slowly, "It's rare to see you speak so long in one breath." Wei Shigue. Zhang Tingyu pointed to the position of his throat with his finger. "How is your throat?" Wei Shigue was silent for a moment, and finally suppressed the idea of complaining. After all, she has just awakened, and her abilities are not stable enough. If she can't help but say something full of personal emotions, it is easy to cause a conflict. Zhang Tingyu has a strong sense of balance. She sits on the railing leisurely, like a swaying tumbler. Wei Shigue heard that she was a flesh and blood player, and was a little skeptical at first. But now he believes it. If it weren't for the defense of flesh and blood, normal people wouldn't dare to sit on the edge of falling off the building so easily. Wei Shigue, are you going to live here forever? Zhang Tingyu, probably. Since Wei Shigue would ask about the situation next door, he probably plans to stay here for a while. Zhang Tingyu asked, what about you? Don't you go back to the central city? Brother, do you have any objections? Wei Shigue's tone was cold and indifferent. The central city is different from the outer city. I just came out of a place like apartment number 6. I need to observe for a while before I am qualified to return to the central city. Zhang Tingyu nodded. Her previous inference was correct. For the city of F0631, the outer city area is a huge buffer zone to isolate danger. When Zhang Tingyu was in the wasteland, she heard people say with envy that many residents in the city had never seen a dungeon in their entire lives. However, for residents in the outer city area, dungeons are not rare things. This city uses different layers to clearly divide the people inside. Sitting on the railing is obviously not a safe move. The night wind gradually gets stronger, blowing the branches of the surrounding street trees, constantly shaking. However, Zhang Tingyu did not choose to use her hands to stabilize her body. Instead, she took out a knife and carefully peeled the apple. Zhang Tingyu's deep and focused eyes were reflected on the blade. Her hands were very steady. With an extremely smooth posture, she peeled the apple skin all the way to the bottom without any break in the middle. Try it. This time, Wei Shigue hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out to take the apple. Crunch. Took a big bite, then showed a sour expression and asked, where did you buy the apple? Zhang Tingyu, at the fruit stall outside. 1,000 yuan per pound. Wei Shigue glanced at her. You were cheated. Zhang Tingyu nodded. I think so too. In fact, both of them knew the purpose of this conversation very well. But after they started talking, they inexplicably went off the topic. Wei Shigue recalled the normal greetings between neighbors and said, have you finished your meal? Zhang Tingyu smiled and shook her head. No. I have been catching up on sleep at home during the day and forgot to go out to buy food. As for the choice of cooking, Zhang Tingyu can only say that the muscle memory of this body has improved her fighting ability, but not her cooking skills. In fact, with her current physical fitness, it is not difficult to stay up for a few nights. But after experiencing the number 6 apartment copy, Zhang Tingyu is more precious about sleeping opportunities that do not reduce her sin value. Wei Shigue, I bought a lot of bread yesterday. Do you want to eat some? Zhang Tingyu's answer was to stretch out her hand on the railing and then easily flip over to the balcony next door. Most of the lights in Wei Shigue's house were broken, and she had no intention of repairing them. She just got a few table lamps bought in the second-hand market to make do. After entering the living room, Wei Shigue gave Zhang Tingyu a bag of white bread and then poured a glass of milk. Wei Shigue, when I first saw you, I wondered if you were from Dangerous Mask. Zhang Tingyu smiled. Then we are the same. Wei Shugui's slight suspicion lasted until he left the dungeon, and then slowly dissipated. Wei Shugui thought that Cheng Tingyu had a strange personality, but her strength was good enough. Dangerous Mask would not send such a member to eliminate her. She had not exposed such value before. Wei Shugui, Dangerous Mask is a black organization entrenched in F0631 City. They like to absorb some players with dangerous abilities. Cheng Tingyu looked at Wei Shugui with deep black eyes and slowly said, for example, Dense Pupil? Dense Pupil can become a medium for the ancient source to invade the present world. This trait is destined that once the people of F0631 City find players with such abilities, they will be killed at the least or at the worst. However, humans have the instinct to survive, which means that players with dangerous abilities will choose to unite to fight against external forces under certain conditions. Wei Shugui. So most of the people in the Dangerous Mask are dense pupils and realms, as well as some disaster insects, and unwelcome flesh and blood and curses. The light in the living room was dim, and the faces of the two people in the conversation were blurry. Cheng Tingyu's lips curled up slightly, and his voice was soft and casual, since it can persist. Then the Dangerous Mask has mastered a way to prevent the dense pupils from going crazy? Wei Shigui, my aunt once told me that the founder of the Dangerous Mask had studied in the White Tower Research Institute for a period of time. In addition to the mainstream separation school, he also proposed a pollution school conjecture. The principle is that if you pollute yourself in advance, you may be able to avoid being eroded by the ancient source. Cheng Tingyu thinks that the founder of the Dangerous Mask is very imaginative. It has not been long since Wei Shigui awakened his ability, but because he often accompanies his aunt, he has a rich reserve of relevant knowledge, which is in sharp contrast to his naive brother, who is born of the same mother. Many people with special abilities in the desolate area have not undergone systematic learning. Although Wei Shigui felt that Cheng Tingyu looked more like a city person, he also held the attitude that it would not go wrong to teach more popular science points. So he decided to tell the story from the beginning. Then, in front of Cheng Tingyu, he opened his mobile phone, selected a text, and turned on voice reading. Cheng Tingyu remembered that when he first awakened his ability, he felt a persistent pain in his right eye, and Wei Shigui's throat was obviously problematic, so he was not suitable for long speeches. From the signs in front of him, this girl might have the power of curses or plague insects. The voice reading on the phone sounded in the night. In the beginning, there was no level for players. Later, the earliest group of people who awakened their abilities were divided into levels to facilitate the description of their degree of ascension in the Sea of Spirit. All players who open their eyes in the Sea of Spirit start from no light. According to the visibility of the ocean, from low to high, they are abyss, no light, dusk, dawn, and clear day. These terms triggered the knowledge reserves in the corner of Cheng Tingyu's memory. According to the visibility of the sun, the ocean can be divided into translucent areas, weak light areas, and no light areas. According to the depth, there are upper belt, middle belt, deep sea layer, abyss water belt, ultra abyss water belt, among which the middle belt is also called the dusk belt. The higher the ability user rises in the Sea of Spirit, the closer to the sea surface. No light is the beginning, but not the lowest point. After opening your eyes, in addition to approaching the light point you see, you can also choose to sink and fall into the abyss. Players in the abyss cannot rise. Wei Shigui, players can actively blend the power of other channels to make themselves deformed. For ordinary players, deformation can increase their risk of madness and death. But for Mi Tong, it will reduce the probability of them being used as a medium by the ancient source. Deformed players are more likely to be born in a copy after death. Cheng Tingyu listened silently, and suddenly asked, Wang Xi is dead. Will Danger Mask take any action? Wei Shigui instantly got the other party's intention. I just escaped a disaster. Cheng Tingyu raised his eyebrows. Then prepare. Just in time for the second disaster? Wei Shigui confirmed. Is this your request? Cheng Tingyu looked at her and smiled. No. It is an objective description of your future plans. From the beginning, Wei Shigui was not an evasive person. Starting from the death in Wei Heng's residence, Wei Shigui was thinking of ways to constantly clean up the members of the Dangerous Mask around her. She would deliberately leave a little flaw, such as living in a rented house without supervision by the inspection team, deliberately leaving opportunities for the enemy to take advantage of. Wang Xi did not necessarily have to take action, but the opportunity was too suitable. So he came to collect a head. Then he successfully helped Wei Shigui achieve a second kill. From the above performances, Wei Shigui is obviously an active player. If there is a chance to catch the tail of the Dangerous Mask, Wei Shigue should not give up. This organization with many secrets has aroused some interest in Chung Tingyu. She touched her chin and thought, I think I need to get to know the dangerous mask better. Wei Shigue, do you have a grudge against them? Chung Tingyu recalled it seriously. And then answered frankly, it's hard to say now. He said, I'm going to find something. As a person with high comprehension ability, Wei Shigue smoothly interpreted this as what Chung Tingyu was looking for was in the hands of dangerous mask. As a person who also has secrets, she implicitly did not get to the bottom of it. Wei Shigue did not know that Chung Tingyu's plan to find things had not actually reached this stage, rather than who had the things. What was more worthy of her thinking was what she needed to find. F0631 City was able to maintain order in the city, especially the stability of the order in the middle and outer city areas. Of course, there was a method to determine the type of player's ability, but it was relatively consuming and generally not used. Dangerous Mask was able to hide under the eyes of the inspection team. In addition to not being active in the middle and inner city areas, it naturally mastered a certain number of hidden props. As a player with dense pupils, Wang Xi stayed in apartment number 6 for such a long time, and was neither discovered by the inspection team nor eroded by the ancient source. Chung Tingyu, who was in a similar situation, had the ability of an appraiser, and had an ornament with no sense of existence that could hide his own characteristics. According to this logical inference, it is very likely that Wang Xi mastered similar props. After his death, Dangerous Mask must carry out item recovery work. The person's public identity is Plush Bear. Wei Shigui, an employee of the company, learned from the inspection team that this store is just a SHL company. After Wang Xi's death, it is no longer worth investigating. In room 502 of the residential building, two players who are interested in Dangerous Mask are chatting while eating bread. Chung Tingyu, if Wang Xi carries his props with him, it will be very difficult to recover the Dangerous Mask. Wei Shigui, people like Wang Xi mostly have a single-line connection with the headquarters of Dangerous Mask. After his death, those who communicated with Wang Xi before will take the initiative to cut off contact, and the recovery department will be responsible for the end. Chapter 43 Hot Hypermarket. After all, it is an outer city, and the taste of milk and bread is very ordinary. However, as someone who has bought lunch boxes at the convenience store downstairs, Chung Tingyu can understand Wei Shigue's choice of food categories. After all, it is white bread instead of whole wheat bread. No matter how bad it tastes, there is a bottom line. Chung Tingyu, do you have a deep understanding of the Dangerous Mask? Wei Shigue shook his head, and actually doesn't want me to get involved in these things. But I am just curious. Her voice is still hoarse, but the fluency of her speech has improved a little. Chung Tingyu lowered her eyelashes and fell into deep thought. She remembered her previous experience in Wei Heng's residence. After the Wei brothers and sisters issued the task, the members of the Dangerous Mask took the task from the sister, and then entered the copy to recycle the props. Now Chung Tingyu already knows that the copy can be artificially created, and some copy entrances can be carried with you. For this organization, is a similar situation a common process? Chung Tingyu thought. In order to facilitate activities, Wang Xi's lair would not be too far from apartment number 6. In order to attract the attention of the recycling department, after his death, do you think a new copy will appear near Wudong Street in 2 days? Her prediction was very reliable. On Monday 3 days later, a copy appeared in the hot hypermarket without any warning. The surrounding residents were notified not to enter the copy area before the copy was lifted. For residents who knowingly violated the rules, the inspection team would not bear any rescue responsibility. This news made Chung Tingyu sigh. The shopping resources in the outer city area, which were not rich, now seemed to be getting worse. The neighbors around were also talking about it, because the hot hypermarket was still looking for clerks 2 days ago. Some people wanted to try to work there. Now a new copy appeared, so they had to postpone the original plan. Wudong Street is in the outer city area after all. The appearance of a copy with a clear range did not have much impact on the surrounding housing rental situation. The only ones affected were residents with shopping needs, who had to temporarily move the place where they bought things. Not many people go there. Under normal circumstances, those who go there are mostly players who accept tasks on the forum, screwdrivers responsible for after-sales service, insurance company employees, and members of the inspection team. However, this time the situation has changed. Perhaps it is because the inspection team has confirmed that the copy of Wei Heng is related to the Dangerous Mask. In order to prevent the organization's recycling department from completing its own KPI, the Task Acceptance Authority is temporarily not open. In this regard, Chung Tingyu, who wanted to find out but was stopped from taking his own steps, was quite depressed, and finally contacted a certain unscrupulous insurance company employee. On the other end of the phone, Xinxinglio's attitude when he spoke was no different from the last time he talked about business, which made people jump back and forth between such a good attitude should not be a pit. And no, such a good attitude is probably a big pit. We do have to go to the hot store, because there are insured items trapped in the mall, and the company needs to send someone to recycle them within 10 days. Xinxinglio smiled and said, if there are external personnel who want to replace the screwdriver employee to enter the dungeon, they need to pay us a sum of money. Chung Tingyu said sincerely, your company really makes money. This is simply the dream of many bosses in low-wage and unpaid work. A new way to make people pay for work has been opened up. Although it is absurd, it is very capitalist. Xinxinglio said in the persuasive tone of a senior salesman, where there is demand, there is a market. This is of course also a demand. Chung Tingyu habitually tapped the table with his middle finger when he was on the phone. It can give others the qualification to enter the hot hypermarket when the attitude of the inspection team is cold. This is the screwdriver insurance company's commodity in this transaction. The signal in the outer city is not good. If the two parties in the conversation do not talk for a while, there will be a clear electric current sound in the handset. Chung Tingyu smiled. After all, it is a seasonal product. If you miss the opportunity to sell it, it will inevitably be a waste. Her voice is soft and a little careless. There is a 10-day deadline for item recycling. If after the expiration date, Screwdriver has not sold the opportunity to enter the dungeon, it means that this order of income will be lost forever. Xinxinglio's voice on the phone continued. It is inevitable that there will be failures in business, and there is nothing we can do about it. Even if Xinxinglio did not say it too bluntly, Chung Tingyu could hear the other party's implication. Screwdriver is a well-known large company. Of course, it does not care about a slight loss of profit because of not being able to sell things. It is more common for companies of this size to prefer not to sell them and never reduce the price. Chung Tingyu, since it is a large company, don't you have any KPI requirements for employees? Large companies certainly don't care about the failure of 1 or 2 orders. But what about the salespersons themselves? Especially Xinxinglio lost the stable income from apartment number 6, and just lost a business of sealing paper. Xinxinglio, when setting KPIs, managers took full account of market fluctuations. There are various possibilities for players' ability awakening, and bad debts are bound to occur. Chung Tingyu, someone told me not to do business with Screwdriver when there is no margin. This should be a company that pays great attention to interests. The no margin here applies not only to customers, but also to the salesperson himself. Of course, the company can tolerate the bad debts of the salesperson. But if there is an opportunity to improve your own KPI, why give it up for the long-term interests of the company? Especially if this copy exploration and persuasion cannot be sold. The employees of Screwdriver will have to risk their lives and enter the copy to pick up the goods themselves. Xinxinglio was silent for a moment, and smiled. If you are a disaster bug, you should really come to our company for employment. Okay, we cannot charge the entrance fee, provide you with certain intelligence, find the task items and need to hand them in, and you can keep the rest for yourself. As for the commission fee, generally, we will charge the substitute party in reverse. But this time, we are willing to pay half of the commission for this insurance policy. Chung Tingyu, deal? When he pressed the call button, Chung Tingyu smiled slightly. On the other side, Xinxinglio also stopped for a moment, muttering to himself, it seems that I was tricked again. The conversation just now revealed a piece of news. The other party tacitly agreed that if she didn't sell it, it would be a waste of money, which also meant that no one else came to ask for the price. The junior next to him was curious. It's fine if it's not charged. Why give her half of the increase? Xinxinglio replied, for potential customers with a commission value of more than 1 order, don't worry about the early gifts. Chung Tingyu leaned back in his chair after hanging up the phone. After the inspection team showed vigilance, the dangerous mask, who was hiding somewhere, did not want to enter the copy through the screwdriver, but showed a certain dormant intention. Perhaps the appearance of the copy was just a coincidence. Or perhaps the dangerous mask was prepared to give up the item recycling work in order to reduce the risk of exposure. For an organization that must conceal its presence, this choice is normal. However, from the perspective of the inspection team, if they wanted to follow the clues, they must first pretend to know nothing, relax the supervision of the store copy, and then seize the opportunity to come fishing. The choice made by the inspection team now reveals a deterrent meaning far greater than the determination to get to the bottom of it. Chung Tingyu pondered silently, then sealed up the question that could not be answered and put it in a small box in his mind. Until the day when the question found its corresponding key, it would be opened again. In Hot. After the hypermarket became a restricted area, there were fewer people in this area. Chung Tingyu found a promotional leaflet for the mall, and saw that the pictures printed on it were lively, and did not match the actual situation. Employees from different stores were wearing neat uniforms and work badges, smiling and welcoming customers. If she had known that a copy would be born, she would have carefully walked around the mall at least 3 times when she bought daily necessities. Hot. The mall is a U-shaped structure with a total of 3 floors. There is no elevator, and it relies on 2 rows of stairs in the middle. There was an escape passage on the side, but it has been blocked for a long time, and it is obvious that it cannot pass the fire inspection. There are no more shops on the top floor. The shops that are still in business are mainly concentrated on the first and second floors, mainly clothing stores and daily necessities stores. The quality and price of the electrical appliances inside are random, which makes Chung Tingyu very glad that his ability is an appraiser. Otherwise, it is easy to spend 10 times the price to buy a bunch of old electrical appliances that are not very good looking and not very useful. Screwdriver over there. I don't know if Xinxingliu has come to his senses, but as a salesman who is trustworthy and loves to do long-term work, he is very trustworthy and sent the relevant information. Among the 7 days of the week, Monday has the least customer flow. Hot hypermarket employees also lack the determination to expand and strengthen the business. In the end, many stores will choose Monday to give their employees a day off. When it was born, there were not many people in the mall, and there were no people who had purchased emergency rescue insurance. Getting the screwdriver. Chung Tingyu, a temporary worker at the insurance company, needs to go to the little tailor clothing store on the 2nd floor and take back the insured's antique gloves theoretically. This item should be very valuable, because from Xinxingliu's attitude, the insured probably bought an expensive property insurance for the gloves. As for the inspection team, they actually sent specialists to the hot store to check the situation. But they didn't give much information, because those specialists were blocked at the entrance of the store. Before leaving, Xinxingliu gave Chung Tingyu an additional piece of information. Although the company has not yet reached a conclusion, I have a personal guess that you can use as a reference. The formation of the hot store copy. The internal power structure is very complex, mainly the realm, but the possibility of distortion is very high. Agreed on the day of departure. Wei Shugui actually didn't quite understand why Chung Tingyu followed him to track down the dangerous mask information. When he arrived at the entrance of the hot store, he said to her, "Are you really not going back?" Chung Tingyu was also helpless about her companion's doubts. She could have barely restrained her interest in committing suicide. But her current state of amnesia convinced Chung Tingyu if she didn't go and see for herself. How could she know whether the dangerous mask had anything to do with her previous self? She had to take risks just to fulfill her expectations. Chung Tingyu, there are so few stores in the outer city area. It would be a pity if we didn't go in and take a look since we are here. She raised the store flyer in her hand and said seriously, "And I saw that today is a discount day." Wei Shugui thought Chung Tingyu was a special person. Every time she began to think that the other party was quite reliable, Chung Tingyu would correct this cognition with practical actions. If she knew what Wei Shugui was thinking at the moment, Chung Tingyu would definitely feel a little emotional. She was just an ordinary fresh graduate who was busy looking for a job. Now that her sand value has dropped a lot, she has become more cheerful. The front of the store that has become a copy looks no different from the past. The door is made of common glass, and there is no chain on it. Through the door, you can still see the appearance of the store inside. All the pictures that can be observed are very normal, and there is no sign of a copy at all. Chung Tingyu observed for a moment and said, "The fried chicken legs in the food store on the 1st floor have a normal oily surface. But 3 days have passed since the creation of the copy. Unless the chef is still working, the fresh food will definitely change. So there is a certain problem with the picture in front of us. Either the time in the store is frozen, or what we see is not the real situation inside, but a scene photo stripped of people." Chapter 44. Chung Tingyu used her pupils to observe the situation in the store patiently and carefully, and then smiled to her companions. "I am very glad that there are fresh foods for sale inside." She planned to judge the situation by observing the changes in the food, and also obtained useful results. But when she saw several bags of bread with the production date 3795 written on them, she fell silent for a moment. The year when Chung Ting-yu traveled through time was 3796. She didn't know whether the bread had expired or whether this world had adopted different standards and processes for food preservation than before she traveled through time. Wei Shigue didn't say anything, but planned to replace bread with biscuits when buying food next time. Although there might be no difference in the results. As long as you don't see it, you can treat it as if it doesn't exist. The two no longer bothered about the shelf life of the goods in the store. Chung Ting-yu put her hands in her pockets and walked around the store. She was not in a hurry to enter the dungeon now. They were waiting for someone. 10 minutes later, a black vehicle with the logo of the inspection team stopped in front of him. Screwdriver. There was obviously a certain tacit understanding between the insurance company and the inspection team. After Shinxing Liu agreed to provide Chung Ting-yu and the others with the identity of a temporary employee of Screwdriver, Qin Luosong also called and informed them of the day when the inspection team would enter the dungeon, hoping to form a team to enter the dungeon. This is both cooperation and surveillance. Chung Ting-yu was happy to see this happen. After all, the inspection team belonged to the lawful forces, and they were strong in themselves. They could be said to be good teammates. If she had to find a flaw in this team, it would be her own. The real names of the players with dense pupils were not convenient to be exposed. If the sand value dropped too much, it would be easy to change camps on the spot and become the followers of the ancient source. For people got off the black car. The leading inspector briefly introduced herself, pointing to herself first, Li Yisai. Then she explained the names of her colleagues one by one. He Shijiang, Han Yuaning, and Li Fusai. From their clothes, Li Yisai and He Shijiang are both official members, and the other two are interns. Chung Ting-yu herself didn't pay much attention to the differences in the patterns on the uniforms of the inspectors, but her ability as an appraiser can help her make the identification. Name, Han Yuaning. Real name, unable to display. Position, intern of the F0631 Outer City District Inspection Team. The other party had more people than she thought. If they were just to guard against her or Wei Shigue, they shouldn't have brought the kids in the team. And judging from the daily style of the inspectors, they didn't seem to use their own people as cannon fodder. Chung Ting-yu turned his head and looked at the store in front of him, and made his own prediction. Perhaps there was something in this building related to the number of people. After the 4 members of the inspection team greeted Chung Ting-yu and the others, Li Yisai said, "Actually, this is not the first time that the inspection team has sent field staff into the hot store. We once sent someone to try to go in, but as soon as we walked in, the 2 interns who were lucky enough to be selected to brush the dungeon stood at attention and listened attentively to the senior's description of the dungeon background. When they realized that the senior had paused, they showed a cautious look at the same time. Li Yisai looked a little confused, and finished the second half of the sentence after a while. Then they walked out normally again. The 2 interns showed a little bewildered expression on their faces. It was just a simple in and out. What about the mechanism of the copy? The danger? And the environment? Chung Ting-yu suddenly realized. You mean the entrance that should have led to the inside of the copy led to the outside? Li Yisai nodded, as if he felt that it was a little difficult to describe, and said, "You will understand the specific situation after you go in and take a look." He reminded again, "Don't rush to act after entering. Wait for us to come and meet up." Chung Ting-yu nodded slightly when she heard this, and walked towards the door of the hot shopping mall without hesitation. Noticing her actions, the 2 interns instantly felt the heavy trust that ordinary citizens had in the inspection team. Wei Shigui, who already had some understanding of the nature of his neighbors, felt that with Chung Ting-yu's character, even if he suspected that the information given by the inspection team was wrong, he would most likely choose to walk in happily. Although the copy with a real location can be seen by people other than the participants, it is essentially a heterogeneous area. Chung Ting-yu felt a sense of omnipresent abnormality just by approaching the door of the store. The last time she entered Wei Heng's former residence, she didn't feel so strong. Unlike the ordinary and normal reality, this store has been permeated by distorted forces and is gradually being stripped from the world. The door with a normal appearance seems to be just a perfect sticker on the picture, and in essence, it has become a foreign object that is incompatible with normal. Chung Ting-yu smiled, pushed open the glass door of the store, and walked in without hesitation. The moment he stepped over the threshold, the scene in Chung Ting-yu's vision began to be seriously distorted. When everything stabilized, the surrounding scene was completely different from what he saw before entering. Chung Ting-yu observed the refresh point of this copy with interest. She stood in a room with a distinct sense of crowding. There were various chairs, desks, cabinets filled with files, and dressing rooms separated by curtains scattered around. The floor was full of various clothes tied with ropes for sale. These clothes were stacked one on top of another, half a person's height. The ropes used for packaging marked the ownership of different clothes. Chung Ting-yu took a casual look and saw the logos of at least 10 different stores, such as Big Eye Cow Children's Clothing Store, Quantum Clothing Store, Sika Deer Clothing Store, etc. There were so many things around at this place, which was not sure whether it was an office or a warehouse. Seemed particularly cramped. A dozen chairs were stacked together in an unstable posture, as if they would fall down with a slight touch. For desks of completely different materials and heights were kneaded together like plasticine, occupying a large part of the space. It was difficult for Chung Ting-yu to find her footing without stepping on anything. However, all of this was not the most attractive place for outsiders. Chung Ting-yu's eyes finally stopped on the wall. The walls, which were supposed to be white, have turned into a dull yellow-gray due to the passage of time and lack of maintenance. The decorative paintings hanging on them have been squeezed to the corners, and their shapes have changed from rectangles to twisted C. The 6 wooden doors occupy the space for decorations. It is normal to have doors on the wall, but what is abnormal is the number of wooden doors on each wall of this room. These doors appear one by one in an unreasonable compact posture, including the direction she came out. There are exactly 6 wooden doors on each wall. The position of their door frames has been deformed due to crowding, and they look like maggots that have been crushed. Within 3 minutes after Chung Ting-yu entered the dungeon, Wei Shigue and the 4 members of the inspection team also arrived at the refresh point one by one. The house, which was originally extremely cramped and narrow because of too many things, was almost crowded to the point of being unbearable in an instant. The 2 interns were choked by the dust and kept coughing. Li Yetai frowned. The situation is getting worse. When we came last time, there were not so many things. There were only 3 doors on each wall, and the door frames were not deformed. Chung Ting-yu noticed something and asked, "Has the area of the wall changed?" Li Yetai paused and shook his head. Chung Ting-yu, if the number of doors increases over time or the number of times participants enter, but the area of the wall remains the same, then sooner or later, every door will be squeezed to a state where we cannot pass through normally. Everyone was silent. Li Yetai, the inspection team has come to explore the way before, but the participants who chose to go through the wooden door on the wall, no matter which door they went through at the beginning, the final result was to leave the mall. Although the result was a bit inexplicable, it at least proved that there is a safe way to leave the mall copy. Chung Ting-yu subconsciously looked up at the ceiling when he heard this, and then carefully observed the ground he was standing on. Li Yetai vaguely guessed Chung Ting-yu's thoughts and reminded him, "I think you'd better not consider leaving from the roof or underground." He Shijiang followed up. During the period when the store dungeon was closed by the inspection team, 3 private teams also sneaked in. A total of 15 people. 7 of them stopped exploring after leaving the dungeon area and returned safely. So far, everything is normal. 3 people chose an abnormal way of passing. 1 tried to walk above the ceiling. 1 dug a tunnel. And 1 used the power of flesh and blood to attack the wall. The final outcome was death. While the inspector was speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Chung Ting-yu. Chung Ting-yu, who was wearing a flesh and blood player vest, said seriously, "I am a skill-based flesh and blood player. I will not attack the wall." The 2 trainee inspectors looked at Chung Ting-yu. It was difficult for them to put flesh and blood players and skill players together. The senior inspector looked normal. Obviously he had seen too much and knew what kind of weirdos there were among the players. He Shijiang continued. The remaining 5 people chose to enter the dungeon again after leaving it safely for the first time. And then, they appeared outside the dungeon with serious injuries the moment they entered the door. 2 of them died directly when they left. Those people did not all enter the dungeon from the main entrance of the store. They also tried other entrances, but including entering the dungeon from the sky and underground. No matter where they came in, the starting point would be this room. At this point, he glanced at the intern next to him, and Li Fusai quickly took out a report. The previous group of explorers believed that there was a strong boundary force in the dungeon, and then said, "Although it is a rest day, there are still some people here. No one has purchased the emergency rescue insurance of the screwdriver, so we can't confirm their life or death." Another intern, Hong Yuaning, "It's not okay to leave the room directly, so take your things and leave." Li Fusai silently read the content at the end of the report, and then looked at his colleagues with sympathy. Some of the losers did this. The other party brought clothes out when he entered the dungeon for the first time, and nothing happened. After entering the dungeon for the second time, he was seriously injured. There are also people who left normally without carrying any items the first time. When they entered the dungeon for the second time, they took some clothes, and then refreshed outside the dungeon with their limbs cut off. Hong Yuaning closed his mouth. Sure enough, there are differences between interns, who have just joined the team, and interns, who are about to become regular employees. Compared with himself, Li Fusai at least has understood that he should not put forward his own opinions in similar occasions. Chapter 45. The two seniors did not laugh at the newcomer's point of view. The rules of the dungeon are difficult to find, and often it is impossible to find clear clues. It is necessary to risk life and death to eliminate the answers one by one. This is why the inspection team has strong players and rich experience in cracking dungeons, and the mortality rate in various departments of F0631 City has remained high. Li Fusai checked the props on his body. At this stage, the free entry and exit pass can still be effective. Many dungeons require finding a suitable way to enter, such as the dream dungeon of apartment number 6. The way to enter is to fall asleep. The free entry and exit pass can be used before the player enters the dungeon area, but is not officially triggered. Hong Yuaning, we are already in the dungeon area, but we haven't officially triggered the dungeon? This place seems to have a path to other areas. As long as you pass through the wooden door, you will be brushed outside. They can't explore other places now. So the way to log into the stored dungeon must be in this room. Chung Tingyu was looking through the album on his mobile phone. He had just looked at it for half a minute, and the screen of the mobile phone that was fully charged before departure flashed twice and went black directly. Many copies will reject electrical appliances, and it is not so unlucky to run out of power directly. Chung Tingyu just looked at the screwdriver that Xinxingliu sent her with the private message function of the forum. The pictures of the hot shopping mall collected there. She had seen them before, and opened them again after entering the copy to confirm the details. None of the pictures can match the office at the refresh point, from the various details around it that have been distorted. It seems more like the internal activity space of the store staff, rather than a place where customers can set foot. Chung Tingyu carefully observed the different wooden doors on the wall. The wooden door that was severely squeezed, hot. A wooden door in the store is now under pressure that it should not bear. She didn't expect that her identification ability could also be used to complain. Maybe this is also a kind of cheerfulness. Chung Tingyu, do you have any photos of the last time you came in? Li Yatai, after entering the dungeon. The electrical appliances on your body will soon fail, but we have obtained some scene portraits through other channels. When she spoke, she couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Some props from the Dream Maker can directly extract the images in the minds of the dungeon participants. But unfortunately the relationship between F0631 City and Endless City is relatively tense, and the two sides lack stable trade relations, resulting in many suitable office supplies always in short supply. Chung Tingyu took the file, which was a sketch. Li Fusai, this is the scene seen by the last batch of members of the inspection team. At that time, there were only 3 wooden doors on each wall of the room. Chung Tingyu carefully compared and found that the original door was still there, but it was squeezed a little flatter, as if it would not be able to bear it in the next moment, and broke directly. Chung Tingyu, not only is the number of doors increasing, but the items in the room are also increasing. She and Wei Shigui looked at each other, and they both had some guesses in their hearts. If they came earlier, the hot shopping dungeon might be easier to enter. From the previous drawings, we can see the order in which the doors appeared. They still came too late. If Chung Tingyu's speculation is correct, there should be some connection between each new thing. Chung Tingyu carefully observed the details in the room. The label paper on this door has the pattern of Quanson. It appeared later. And the pair of clothes with the Quanson logo on the table also appeared later. Her finger pointed at the corner of the desk. Another piece of the same note paper. Li Yatai, you mean that there is a corresponding relationship between the door and the items? Chung Tingyu, the hot store has no shortage of space, so there is no need to pile things together. The copy refresh point is more like forcibly blending the offices of different stores together. Going out directly is a safe but wrong way. And taking things out. Chung Tingyu thought for a while and said, does the thing that the deceased took out before correspond to the door? Li Yatai paused and smiled. He shook his head slightly, not confirmed yet. Before setting off, he Shijiang heard some rumors about Chung Tingyu from his teammates. But no matter how outrageous the rumors were, there was one that was good at observation. At this moment, he became curious. You mean? Only by holding the right items and entering the right door can you avoid being expelled from the dungeon? Chung Tingyu did not comment, but only said, this is an idea. As an intern, Hong Yuaning raised his hand consciously. Then I can try it first. The official inspector who has entered the store dungeon cannot enter again. As a newcomer with little experience in brushing the dungeon, he knows very well that the purpose of being brought here this time is to try an error. According to previous experience, as long as he does not fly, it is safe to go out for the first time. Chung Ting-yu shook his head slightly. There's no need to be so anxious. Then he asked curiously, do you have props that can be used to communicate in the dungeon? Li Yitai said briefly, some disaster insects can do it. Added, but the regeneration of disaster insects takes time, so they can't transmit too much information. He Shijiang, let's try it first. After all, we are not sure whether this dungeon has a time limit. Even if it fails, it eliminates a wrong option. After the discussion, Hong Yuaning took a piece of clothing from the Sika Deer clothing store and put it in his pocket, and then opened the corresponding wooden door. Chung Ting-yu observed carefully, but even with the vision bonus brought by the dense pupil, she still couldn't penetrate the open doorway and see what was outside. 5 seconds later, Li Yitai, Hong Yuaning has left the dungeon area. Frowning again, and I felt fear from him. Hong Yuaning left in an injured state. This result means that the previous inference was wrong, and there was a problem with the way of entering the door with the corresponding items. The people in the inspection team didn't say much, but the atmosphere around them had become condensed. Chung Ting-yu stretched out her hand and rubbed her brows. She was still thinking. After Hong Yuaning helped to eliminate a wrong answer, the scope of exploration was indeed further narrowed. Previous experience taught Chung Ting-yu that the identity of the participants in the copy was very important. The office is not a place where customers will come, so our identity is employees. Chung Ting-yu said slowly. Before passing through this door, we need to find something that can prove our identity as employees. She squatted down and searched in the place where she changed clothes, and found the employee uniforms and corresponding work badges. Clothes are goods, and work badges represent identity. Chung Ting-yu found the employee work badges of the small tailor clothing store, and the clothes with corresponding marks. She keenly discovered that the colors of these clothes seemed a little strange. It's not just one store, but the goods of every store have similar situations. Chung Ting-yu looked around the entire office, and found that there was no red clothes here, putting down the doubts about the color. Chung Ting-yu continued, I can try this time. If the trainee inspector sees me outside, it proves that the attempt has failed. If you don't plan to give up this idea, the next person who comes in can consider only taking the work badge without taking the goods. After Chung Ting-yu finished dressing, she pushed open the corresponding wooden door. Her sight blurred, and she appeared in the small tailor clothing store on the first floor. The store copy was successfully logged in. Chung Ting-yu was in a seemingly normal clothing store at the moment. The not-so-spacious space, the limited types of clothing, the fabrics with a rough texture. Everything is full of the characteristics of the outer city. The area for hanging clothes is basically empty. A few pieces are swaying alone, with the hems empty. The color of the purple top reminds people of a pool of dried women, while the white top is not pure white, as if it is a dead body covered with a layer of lime. Knock. 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 Chung Ting-yu heard a sound approaching where he was, as if something was bouncing in the corridor. That is obviously not the posture that humans should have. At this moment, an electronic sound sounded from above the store. The 13th joint sale of the Hot Hypermarket and the Immortal Golden Theater is about to start. All clothes are sold at 0% off. Please prepare for all staff. The current number of shops in the store, 1. Sale countdown, 0 hours. 10 minutes. 0 seconds. Hot. The structure of the store is similar to the shape of a Chinese character Hui, with an empty space in the middle and shops on all 4 sides. Along with this electronic sound, a display screen lit up in the empty area in the middle of the store, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. When the electronic sound was broadcast, a large number of flyers fell like red snowflakes, scattering all over the place. Chung Ting-yu's eyes froze slightly. She had a free pass obtained from the copy of apartment number 6 in her hand, which could allow participants to leave the copy before the copy was officially triggered. However, after wearing a work permit and changing into a work uniform, Chung Ting-yu vaguely realized that the free pass could no longer be used. If you want to leave the store, you must break through this copy. Of course, there will be mirrors in the clothing store. Chung Ting-yu habitually glanced at her own image. Special status, Dreamer's Attention. Health, Healthy 110/110. Stamina, Full 119/120. Spirit, Normal 120/125. The Dreamer's Attention in the Special Status column has been hanging there since the dungeon of apartment number 6 was lifted, without any changes. Chung Ting-yu recalled what the Lantern Man said. and felt that it was hard to say whether it was a buff or a debuff. It would take until she was on the verge of death to take effect. The remaining 3 numerical limits also rose steadily as her personal strength improved. But there were also differences between the values. Her health was full. Her physical strength was slightly consumed. And the reduction in her mental value had nothing to do with the dungeon. As a person who needs to think about her own situation, Chung Tingyu occasionally pondered the ancient source these 2 days, which caused her mental state to be in a state of dissatisfaction most of the time. In the dungeon refresh point, Li Yatai's facial muscles twitched slightly, as if some kind of living thing was crawling under her skin. After a moment, she said to her companions, Xiao Hong is still the only one outside. In this case, Chung Tingyu, who changed into a staff uniform and wore a work permit, most likely really entered the dungeon. He Shijiang nodded, I'll be next. He found a set of water blue clothing store work clothes, carefully pinned the work permit on his body, took the goods, and then opened the corresponding wooden door. The vision darkened and brightened again, and the unique smell of inferior fabrics in the air became much lighter. In the blink of an eye, He Shijiang had arrived at the store. Chung Tingyu, who logged in first, was not nearby, which was normal. After all, they had work permits from different stores. He Shijiang had just begun to observe the surrounding links, and a mechanical electronic sound suddenly sounded above the store. The 13th joint sale of the Hot Hypermarket and the Immortal Golden Theater is about to start. The announcement he heard was basically the same as what Chung Tingyu had just heard, except that the number of stores opened had become 2, and the countdown on the electronic screen in the middle of the open space had returned to 10 minutes, starting from the beginning and decreasing by seconds. In another clothing store that was confirmed to be open, Chung Tingyu also noticed this change. In the store copy, every time a new store opens, the countdown will start from the beginning. Chapter 46. While Chung Tingyu was receiving external information, she did not interrupt the action of checking items in the store. She borrowed the identity of a temporary worker of the Screwdriver Insurance Company to enter the store copy. At this moment, she also needed to find the expensive antique gloves that were insured in the store according to the work requirements. Chung Tingyu finally found her target in the safe. The antique gloves were placed in a mahogany box. The surface texture was delicate and had a soft luster that was inconsistent with its own history. Chung Tingyu had not touched it yet, but she felt that it must be very soft to the touch. Leather gloves. This is a pair of finely crafted leather gloves with a history of more than 100 years. It has a considerable collection value and some information that cannot be identified for the time being. Chung Tingyu looked at the pair of leather gloves for a long time, but her second ability as an appraiser was always in a bad state. Perhaps the previous information was insufficient, or perhaps the gloves themselves were normal, just as a signal or token. Screwdriver. It is obviously impossible to tell all the information to a temporary worker, Chung Tingyu thought. If the power she awakened was not appraiser, but some ability to give answers without additional information. For example, it would be great to see the spoiler commented by others randomly. I don't know if any players have awakened similar power, fearing that picking up items at random would cause a chain reaction in the store. Chung Tingyu did not immediately put the gloves into the cheap and beautiful mountaineering bag, but put them back to their original position, ready to pick them up after breaking through the dungeon. Chung Tingyu carefully observed the small tailor's shop, and all the scenes were reflected in her right eye as deep as the night. 3 minutes later, she successfully found a white paper with the hot store employee code written on it in a drawer, and the order placed together with the code. As an employee of the Hot Hypermarket, please strictly follow the procedures when working. 1. The Hot Hypermarket is the most popular hypermarket in Wudong Street. At present, there are enough goods in the hypermarket. Find them in time according to the order requirements. 2. There are customers in the hypermarket, and employees need to deliver the goods to the customers. 3. After confirming that the goods are complete, customers can sign for the goods. 4. After signing for the goods, customers will give the other party an evaluation based on the service quality of the employees. 5. The work is over. Chung Tingyu quickly read the contents of the employee code of conduct, and then picked up the order next to him. The buyer's address and transaction location in the order are both Hot Hypermarket. In addition, there is no more detailed description. The buyer's identity is Immortal Golden Theater, and the buyer's address is written as touring around the world. The style description is briefly written as tops, bottoms, and the color description is blood-like rich red, which is basically impossible to appear in real-world contracts. In addition, the necessary items such as amount, place of origin, contract signing date, etc. are all red and white, except for the signature space of the buyer and seller, which is strangely filled. Behind the buyer is a golden seal depicting the outline of the theater, and behind the seller column is written in bright red handwriting Hot Supermarket, Little Tailor Clothing Store, Water Blue Clothing Store. The above content is easy to understand. All clothing stores in this store that are in business will be written in the seller column. Chung Tingyu's eyes are slightly fixed. She just looked at the clothes in the Little Tailor Clothing Store and found that they were the same as those she brought from the office. There were clothes of various colors, but only red was missing. Before the 10-minute countdown ended, Wei Shigui, Li Yitai and others all logged into the store copy by wearing their work cards, and the store names in the seller column of the order contract also expanded to 5. There are no novices among the participants this time. Even Li Fusai, who has not yet been converted, has accumulated a lot of experience in brushing the book, and he will definitely be able to find the rules placed in the store smoothly within the preparation time. According to the normal operation of team brushing, Chung Tingyu should now find a way to get in touch with his companions. In theory, they are all shops, as ordinary shops with old decoration. The sound insulation effect of the walls is not so good as to be completely ineffective. However, Chung Tingyu, who is here, cannot feel the situation of the neighboring shops. Her perception of the environment is suppressed. The scene seen through the glass is more like a scene sticker in the game than a real thing. If the participants really want to go over, they will definitely be blocked by the air wall. In order to better fit her role in the dungeon, Chung Tingyu sorted and hung up the goods brought from the office, making the Little Tailor Clothing Store look like it is open for business. With 5 minutes left, the electronic broadcast sounded again. The 13th joint sale of the Hot Hypermarket and the Immortal Golden Theater is about to start. The current number of shops in operation in the store, 9. In a flash, for more clothing stores in operation appeared in the dungeon at once. Times. Li Fusai, who is currently working as a clerk in the Cupid clothing store, was stunned for a moment, and then burst out a swear word that was not suitable to be said in front of the leader. They did not arrange for other people to come in, and in order to prevent changes, when the inspector was attacking the dungeon, there were naturally members responsible for defense outside the store. However, there are so many abilities and props in the world, and there are certainly many that can break through normal defense, excluding those big guys at the top of the food chain. Among the relatively approachable rare props, there is one called a successful ticket escape in the crowd, which has a similar function to the exemption from inspection pass and can help people enter the dungeon. However, before using it, the activation conditions must be met. That is, within 100 meters around, someone has successfully logged into the dungeon within nearly 30 minutes. After this prop is activated, it will help the user enter the dungeon in a similar way, provided that the login method is conditionally achieved by the user. Normal residents are unlikely to do this. The new employees who appear in the dungeon at this moment are mostly dangerous masks, members of the recycling department, or scavengers. The outer city is the closest to the wasteland in the entire city. F0631 City has set a condition for outsiders to live for a certain period of time before they can obtain formal resident status. Part of the reason is that people from outside often come here to cause trouble. Scavengers are a mixture of robbers, thieves and bounty hunters, and are very good at disguise and plunder. If the new participants are scavengers, it must be because there are things they need in the store copy. At this moment, the Angora Rabbit sweater store that has just been newly identified as being in business stood an adult man over 2 meters tall. The one-size-fits-all work clothes were extremely tight by the muscles on his body, and the exposed skin was covered with scars of hideous shapes. His name is Yacht, and he is a member of the scavenger group called Hound. The Hound spent most of their time wandering around F0631, which meant that they knew the city best and had offended almost all the lawful forces in the city, before the hatred value accumulated to the point where a big boss went out of the city to hunt them down. The leader of the Hounds decided to run away first, but before leaving, they planned to make another big profit. Anyway, the peak season has arrived. As long as the scavengers run fast, the inspection team, which has been working overtime for 2 consecutive days, can't spare anyone to hunt them down. An important member of the Hounds obtained a precious omen by using an item with the dense pupil trait. Those who pass the Hot Hypermarket dungeon can obtain very important items. In order to ensure the success rate, Yacht did not come alone. He brought 3 men, Chichi, Masi and Queso. Although they were inferior to the other side in terms of number, they themselves had rich combat experience. Moreover, without mastering the strategy, Participants in the lawful camp usually would not kill people casually in the dungeon. Otherwise, it would easily lead to the destruction of the whole team. It was just unexpected that the inspection team blocked the entrance to the dungeon, resulting in the login method of the dungeon not being discovered until today. After a successful ticket evasion in the crowd that consumed 4 people, Yacht and others would be assigned to different stores. At the same time, in the Green Dolphin clothing store, Mashi frowned and looked at the work clothes on his body, stretched out his hand and pulled twice, his expression full of disdain. Compared to similar dungeons full of fog, he prefers pure fighting. The 10-minute countdown started again, and the time given to employees to prepare passed by second. When the number on the electronic screen turned into midnight, the reminder bell of dang 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 sounded in the empty store. The countdown is over. The 13th joint sale of the Hot Hypermarket and the Immortal Golden Theater will officially begin soon. At the same time as the announcement, there was also the sound of ribbons and fireworks exploding. Although there was no customer outside, a warm atmosphere was deliberately created. The confetti of fireworks fell, and the noise outside was so loud that it made people feel irritated. Mashi paced back and forth in the store. He looked through all the goods he could find, but he couldn't find a single red one. The closest ones were only orange and dark purple. Just when Mashi couldn't bear it any longer, there was a tap, tap, tap sound in the corridor outside. It seemed that something was approaching here in a bouncing posture. Mashi lowered his body, rolled lightly on the ground, and hid himself behind the cashier. Whatever it was, since there was a sound similar to footsteps, it was probably real. In this case, physical barriers could work. Tap, tap, tap. The jumping sound in the corridor continued, and each jump was closer to Mashi. Inside the little tailor clothing store, Chung Tingyu, wearing an employee uniform, stood behind the cashier, looking straight at the corridor. The light of the store was a very bleak white, shining on Chung Tingyu's face, making her skin look like a wax figure that had completely lost its flesh and blood texture. At the same time, the tap, tap, tap sound that kept approaching disappeared silently, and an object with a human-shaped outline had already stood silently at the door of the little tailor clothing store. It was a plastic model, wearing a patrol officer badge and a gray-green uniform. The plastic model's facial features were exaggerated, with 2 1-yuan coin-sized eyes on the face, and the pink-peeling lips were shaped into a crescent shape. Chapter 47. The eyes painted black with oil paint stared at Chung Tingyu for a long time before slowly turning their eyes away. Even though she didn't feel scared intellectually, Chung Tingyu still felt a kind of mental pressure when being looked at by the plastic model. She glanced at the reflection in the mirror and found that her sanity value had dropped a little. Mental value, normal 112/125. Dang. The electronic sound sounded again. Next is the notification time. Due to the absence of employees, the business score of the Green Dolphin clothing store will be reduced by 1. The business score of the Cupid clothing store will be reduced by 1. And the business score of the Sky clothing store will be reduced by 1. Please make timely adjustments to the above notified stores to avoid rectification. Since the number of illegal stores in the first inspection is less than 50%, the store will disclose an additional training content for new employees. Each customer can only sign for goods once. Most people in the copy realized their identities in time and performed okay according to the current settings. Inside the Green Dolphin garment store, Mashi squatted down and covered his head in pain. He didn't see the plastic model, but he felt the strong mental pressure. When the electronic notification sounded, he felt as if a sharp knife stabbed into his brain and stirred it vigorously. This is the pain caused by the forcible deprivation of mental value. Small tailor clothing store. Chung Tingyu watched the plastic model's back as it left, and gently tapped the counter with the knuckle of her middle finger, revealing a thoughtful look. The plastic model, just now, was an inspector of the hypermarket. Her current identity is a clerk. Standing behind the counter when being inspected is in line with the logic of the store's operation. The store that was deducted points by the notification is more likely to choose to hide after hearing the sound of the model's actions. The orders found with the employee code will display the names of the stores in operation in real time, according to the order in which those stores appear. The Cupid shop belongs to the inspection team, or Weishigui. As for Sky and Green Dolphin, they are related to the 4 people who just came in. As for the score, Chung Tingyu is also a little concerned. The better one may be, all stores have a certain initial score, and it will be dangerous if it is deducted below the passing line. The worst possibility is that there is no initial score, and all participants start with 0. In the process of clearing the dungeon, They must ensure that their scores are not deducted to negative. Otherwise they will face the dungeon sooner or later. Chung Tingyu still tends to the former assumption. This is not because as a player with an increasingly cheerful spirit, she can always face the dungeon with a more positive attitude, but because the electronic sound just now mentioned the words timely adjustment to avoid rectification. Hot. The store dungeon has a certain tolerance opportunity. Participants have a buffer time from violating the rules to accepting punishment. As long as they make corrections in time, they can avoid it. The departure of the patrol model does not mean that the crisis of the participants has ended. They want to find red clothes, but the uniforms on the models are gray-green, which is not exactly the same as the bright red required in the order. It can only be irrelevant, which eliminates the possibility of adventurous players like Chung Tingyu stripping off their uniforms as task items from the source. The sound of da-da-da was getting farther and farther away. Chung Tingyu listened carefully and found that there were 9 different sound sources in total. After awakening her ability, her physical qualities were significantly improved. 9 plastic models corresponded to the 9 participants who came in. This was also a good thing. She could hear the voices of 9 plastic models, which at least proved that everyone was in the same space. Just as Chung Tingyu was thinking about the copy mechanism, the footsteps of the models suddenly disappeared. The corridor of the store was unusually empty, as if it was dead. The electronic sound that had been silent for a while sounded again. Dang dang dang. There is a general problem of insufficient goods in all stores in the hot hypermarket. Please ask the store staff to restock in time. Chung Tingyu remembered that there were a lot of clothes in the office of the refresh point of this copy. But as a person with strong observation, she also remembered that there was no red clothing there. Just like in the store. If it is not at the refresh point, nor in the store, then where should it be? Outside the door? The 3 inspectors, and Wei Shigui in different stores, also thought of the same question. Yote touched the ancient coin hanging around his neck, showed a malicious grin, and then boldly walked out of the clothing store. The situation just now made them understand the rules of the copy a little bit, and the presence of the inspectors told him. In the store, it is not the violation of rules that will be punished, but the violation of rules and being seen by the inspectors will be punished. As long as those plastic models are not in the corridor, participants should be safe when leaving the store. At the moment of leaving the store, Yacht felt that his vision suddenly became wider, and the perception that was suppressed in the store before returned to normal. He looked across the store and found that he was not the first person to walk out. At the door of a clothing store called Little Tailor on the south side, there stood a young man wearing an employee uniform. When she saw Yacht, she smiled slightly. From the courage. Looks like someone from the inspection team. Yacht thought about it and rejected his guess. This young man doesn't look like he has been working overtime for a long time. Maybe he is a kid who has a good life and wants to come out of the inner city to experience life. The participants in the copy reacted quickly. After realizing that the inspectors were not there, they all came out of the store one after another. There are 16 stores on this floor, but not every store is people. On the same side as Chung Tingyu are only Li Fusai and Ma Shi, but these 2 are not in the store next to her, and there is a certain distance between them. 3 of the stores in the row on the north side are open for business, divided into, especially the Angora Rabbit sweater store where Yacht is, the Big Eye Cow children's clothing store where Liatai is, and the Sika Deer clothing store where Chi Chi is. On the west side where Ka is, only her Sky clothing store is open on this side. Wei Shigui, wearing the Quanson clothing work badge, and Ishi Jiang from the Shuilan clothing store are on the east side. Everyone's eyes are filled with the same thoughts: where should they go to purchase goods? Chi Chi, who is also a member of the Hound, keeps turning her eyes, turning faster and faster, and sometimes her 2 eyes even turn to different directions. Like Lietai, her eyeballs are slightly bulging, and she seems to have the characteristics of the plague insect. Like her companions, Chi-Chi's expression was full of the scavenger's unique cruelty and bloodiness. She looked around, licked her lips, and grinned. It seems that there are no red clothes in your store either, huh? Her tail tone was dragged out for a long time, and then suddenly rose, like a bomb, exploding in the ears of Chung Tingyu and others. This is a player who uses sound to attack people. The sound of too high decibels can cause bleeding in the eardrum, loss of hearing, or even direct death. In this moment, Chung Tingyu felt as if her brain was hit hard by a hammer, and her body was briefly stiff. If she had not awakened as a player, if her current physical fitness was not exceptionally good, Chung Tingyu felt that she would have been seriously injured and completely lost her ability to move. Chi-Chi could obviously control exactly which targets her attacks would fall on, because her companions who were there were obviously not affected at all. Before the sound broke out, Chi-Chi, Yacht and Ma Shi rushed out at the same time. Yacht blocked Li Yetai, and Ma Shi attacked Chung Tingyu to contain He Shijiang. As long as the two closest inspectors were contained, Chi-Chi could focus on attacking Wei Shigui. There are no red clothes in the store, and the refresh point. But there are white ones. The situation in the copy cannot be explained by common sense. If the normal method cannot get red clothes, then dyeing white clothes red with human blood will also meet the requirements. At this moment, Chi-Chi was not the only one who had similar ideas. Li Yetai jumped up, stepped on the iron railing of the corridor with his right foot, and rushed straight to the direction of Wei Shigui, wanting to rescue him. In the middle of the way, he suddenly felt a burning force approaching rapidly from behind. Without looking back, he threw a whip shadow from his hand, wrapped around the pillar of a store next to him, and pulled himself away from his original position at the critical moment. Behind her, there were flashes of fire. Li Yetai narrowed his eyes. You are Fire Net. Hound. The intermediate leader Yacht, whose real name is Yacht of Disaster Fire Net. As an inspector who knew the information of nearby statistical personnel by heart, Li Yetai immediately realized the identities of those people. Chi-Chi's movements were very fast. In just 3 seconds, she escaped from Li Yetai's attack range and blocked the door of Quan's and clothing store. Wei Shigui opened his mouth and prepared to activate his ability. You. She only said one word, and found that she could no longer make a sound. Chi-Chi laughed harshly. It turned out to be a spell that uses sound. I really like it. Her voice suddenly stopped, and she couldn't say fighting with players like you. Because at this moment, a strong sense of fear was coming from the position of her heart. Bang! 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 Her heart was beating wildly. Her mind told Chi-Chi that there was nothing to be afraid of. But she was so scared that she could not move. Her tears could not be stopped from flowing from her eyes, and her face showed a twisted expression of horror and anger. Excessive emotions are poison that can kill people. Chi-Chi felt that she was filled with that surging emotion. The blood vessels in her head and neck were swelling, as if blood would gush out of her blood vessels in the next second. The ability is not endless. After the abnormal fear in her heart calmed down, the scavenger turned her head and stared at Li Yetai. There was vigilance in her eyes, and there was also excitement of seeing a powerful prey. She said word by word, You are also a disaster insect. Li Yetai sneered twice. Her real name is Disaster Insect Fearless Insect. With the improvement of her strength, Li Yetai can not only devour the fear of the target, but also release the accumulated fear in a concentrated manner. Wei Shigui, who finally found a gap, still couldn't speak, but finally found an opportunity to use the props and opened a defensive weapon similar to an umbrella. On the other side, when Chung Tingyu realized that someone was coming to attack him, he didn't hesitate for a second, turned around and ran in the direction of Li Fusai, leaving Ma Shi to He Shijiang, who caught up. Chapter 48. Li Fusai. She had heard from a senior who had just been transferred back to the team that Chung Tingyu was a very powerful flesh and blood player. If the fact that he was powerful can be seen from Chung Tingyu's successful discovery of the dungeon login method, then what about flesh and blood players? Normally, when a flesh and blood player encounters an enemy, shouldn't he choose to confront him head-on without hesitation and seek improvement in actual combat? What kind of operation is it to turn around and run away? How did this person get the status of a temporary worker at the screwdriver insurance company? Chung Tingyu's behavior made Li Fusai doubt her common sense reserves. After discovering that He Shijiang had caught up in time, Chung Tingyu slowed down his pace and explained to the intern of the inspection team, who was puzzled. I really go for the skill flow, he added, and being beaten before the dungeon mechanism is fully understood does not conform to my personal aesthetics. Li Fusai looked at her expression, as if he saw a melee with pure intelligence points, full of incomprehension. The inspection team was a little skeptical about the hot hypermarket dungeon. Before the inspection team asked to explore the mall, the girl had anticipated today's situation and made plans to use the inspection team's force. If this guess is correct, Chung Tingyu, although a temporary worker, actually has a bit of screwdriver style. Li Fusai sighed in his heart, thinking that with the arrival of the peak season, the atmosphere of profiteers in F0631 City is becoming more and more intense. Chung Tingyu, who are these people? Li Fusai, it's hounds. I found that Chung Tingyu still had a questioning look on his face. Puzzled. Have you never heard of the name of this scavenger team? Chung Tingyu thought about it and smiled. Maybe I have heard of it, but I don't remember it anymore. She was telling the truth as a person with amnesia. It is difficult for Chung Tingyu to guarantee her previous experience. However, This sentence also fell into the ears of the 4 hounds at the same time. Kasu, who had been waiting in place because of the distance, cast a dangerous look at Chung Tingyu at this moment. She obviously regarded the word she just heard as a provocation. Chung Tingyu noticed the other party's gaze, raised her head, and smiled at Kasu. Kasu, with a cold look, did not act immediately. Although Chung Tingyu's strength was very ordinary from the tactical choice of running away, she was in the dungeon with Li Yetai after all. She was either an intern of the inspection team or had some special features. She was unwilling to act rashly when she was outnumbered and the other party was prepared. Li Fusai didn't know whether Chung Tingyu really didn't know or was just trying to attract hatred. At the moment, he had to quickly popularize the concept of scavengers, hoping that the other party would reduce his presence after understanding the situation. If the occasion was not inappropriate, Li Fusai would have wanted to shake Chung Tingyu hard. You, a flesh and blood player who doesn't plan to PK head-on. Don't use your face to tank monsters? The other 2 sides also temporarily stopped beating each other. One reason was that the scavengers were not willing to fight a war of attrition, and would rather conserve their strength after missing the opportunity for a sneak attack. Another reason was that Kiki, whose perception was no longer suppressed, heard a new sound coming from the corner of the corridor. Hound had already learned about the layout of the hot hypermarket in advance, and knew that there was a public toilet in the corner. There should have been 4 at the beginning. As time went by and the maintenance funds of the mall decreased, only 2 were still in use, and the other 2 were abandoned. It was a public area that did not belong to any store. Although the day when the copy was generated was Monday, many stores were closed. But not all stores were closed. When the copy area was formed, some people were trapped in the mall. If those people are still alive, Chi-Chi is not the only one who realizes this. Li Yetai looked at the scavenger in front of him with cold eyes. Although he did not make a move, he was obviously blocking him. The corner where the sound came from was in the southwest, and Chi-Chi's position was closer to the northeast corner, so he did not forcefully approach the place where the sound came from. Her ability did not need to be close to activate. 5 seconds later, several shrill screams came from the abandoned toilet on the other side of the corner, accompanied by messy footsteps, and 4 people stumbled out. There were lights on the corridor of the mall, and the participants saw that some blood had flowed from the ears of the 4 people. Chi-Chi's real name is Disaster Bug Noisy Speech. She could have continued for a while, but was interrupted by the sudden fear in her heart. She retreated quickly, avoiding the long whip that Li Yetai had already used, and smiled playfully at the 4 new people. The defense is quite high. Is it because you stayed in the dungeon for too long? According to the data collected by the inspection team before, when the dungeon was born, 31 people were trapped in the mall. Now they only saw 4 people, and they were 4 people who were particularly weak due to lack of food. With tears on their faces and trembling, they were like 4 lambs to be slaughtered. It was a strong temptation for the scavengers, because compared with Wei Shigue and others, they were more likely to be killed. The inspectors were indeed strong, but it was also a very difficult thing to protect these ordinary people who were seriously lacking in combat power in a dungeon full of unknown events. And Chi-Chi knew that although the inspection team had the responsibility to protect residents, they would never make protecting ordinary people their top priority. They had too many tasks to complete. If they didn't work hard to protect themselves, the inspection team would soon be out of work. Chi-Chi smiled with white teeth. Hound is also reasonable. You are quite strong. How about we take half of the blood of these 4 people? The survivors who were forced to run out of their hiding place trembled immediately after hearing Chi-Chi's words. Swish. The stalemate between different forces was finally broken by a sound similar to the flapping of wings. Chung Tingyu raised her eyes and looked at the empty patio in the middle of the store. She saw a pile of clothes. A pile of colorful clothes waving their cuffs or trouser legs and flying in the air. As a close pupil, Chung Tingyu keenly noticed that among those flying clothes, there would occasionally be a flash of bright red. Li Fusai was stunned. So this is what they call purchasing goods? So they don't have to fight to the death. They just need to find the right goods in this pile of clothes? A cream-colored coat. A coat with the ability to fly. A common style in F0631 City. Note, the force value is relatively high. Li Yetai's expression was cold. The scavenger yacht also moved his eyes to the clothes hovering in the air. After the electronic sound announcing that the store needed to purchase goods disappeared, these clothes did not appear immediately, but flew to a place where they could see them after a while. Wei Shigue's voice was hoarse, and he said mockingly, so this extra time in the middle was not left for the participants to prepare, but for the participants to kill each other. When they all had the guess that they needed to use blood to dye the white clothes red, The real goods would slowly appear, and use their own existence to laugh at the participants' previous suspicions and struggles. Chung Tingyu smiled slightly. If the two organizations that appeared in the copy at this moment were not the scavengers and the inspection team, which had a bad relationship, it would be difficult for the participants to cooperate with each other sincerely after the struggle just now. Chi-Chi adapted well. She squinted her eyes and smiled. So we don't have to do it. Then she said, in this case, let's wait until we pass the customs. The store is obviously a place with rules. If the others are not goods, they don't intend to risk being punished and continue to provoke the inspection team. Li Yitai looked at the other party and slowly turned his face. In the skylight, countless clothes swirled and flew. Li Yitai flicked his whip and accurately rolled a red top from it. The expressions of the four scavengers flashed a moment of tension. The flying clothes moved very fast. There were few red clothes that met the requirements. Only about 1%. Li Yitai was able to hit them with one strike, which showed that his eyesight was extremely accurate. Even if this person did not have the ability of disaster insects, he was a very difficult master to deal with. Li Fusai whispered to Chung Tingyu, there are about 500 or 600 pieces of clothes there. Red clothes? I don't know if I can get 9 sets. Chung Tingyu's eyes swept over the flying clothes and came to a conclusion in his heart: not enough. Judging from her eyesight alone, she should be no worse than anyone else present. Chung Tingyu has seen clearly that all the flying clothes add up to 563 pieces, including 6 red clothes, 4 tops and 2 pairs of pants, regardless of the style. At most 2 sets can be made. Mashi shouted and punched the flying clothes. As a real flesh and blood player, Mashi's strength is tyrannical. The wind from his fist disrupted the movement trajectory of the flying clothes, as if adding a 1-second stiff state to these goods. Among the other scavengers, Kazuo has been patiently waiting in place, and Yacht has quietly exchanged positions with Chi-Chi and became the person closest to Li Yitai. In the corridor, Chi-Chi jumped out like a javelin and reached out to grab the red clothes that he had already set his eyes on, while Yacht attacked Li Yitai at the same time. Even if they already knew that they didn't need to use other people's blood to dye the white clothes, they were still competitors. Yacht's target was not Li Yitai, but the red clothes in the inspector's hand. Normally, after Li Yitai succeeded, she should have immediately put the things into her personal space. But when she tried it, she noticed an obvious obstacle. Store employees in the hypermarket are not allowed to hide goods privately. And at the moment when the clothes were in hand, Li Yitai's ears rang with a subtle electronic sound, like a whisper. Big Eye Cow Children's Clothing Store has obtained a red top ×1. Yacht's movements were very fast, and he grabbed the sleeve of the red clothes in an instant. Li Yitai wanted to dodge, but his expression suddenly changed. He actually let go of his hand, then took 2 steps back to distance himself. And at the same time, the long whip rolled, pulling out a long crack on the surface of the red clothes. Others originally thought that Li Yitai was holding the view that I would rather destroy the goods I have robbed than allow others to rob them, until they saw that Yacht's waist and abdomen also had a wound of exactly the same shape. They gradually understood. Yacht, with a ferocious look on his face, let go of the red clothes he had robbed, and his eyes fell on Li Yitai's wrist. A blue-black palm print gradually appeared in that place. He Shijiang whispered, so that's how it is. After the employees get the clothes are temporarily bound to the employees. If the clothes are attacked, the employees will also be attacked in the same way. Chi-Chi looked at the red clothes he had just received. His expression was gloomy. And then he actually let go of his hand and let the red clothes return to his companions. The 4 people who ran out of the abandoned public health center trembled together, looking at this scene of gods fighting in fear, and almost collapsed on the ground. Chung Tingyu moved his eyes away from the flying clothes and stayed on the 4 people for a moment. Name, Bai Wenji. Name, Ding Xiao. Name, Du Ranqing. Name, Chen Jiejia. As a close pupil, the information identified by the right eye is very simple. Only the name. Then, Chung Tingyu looked at the intern of the inspection team next to him. Name, Li Fusai. It was exactly the same as the information just now, except for the name. Chung Tingyu gently rubbed the position on the side of the right eye. Chapter 49. After entering the mall dungeon, Chung Tingyu could see less and less information. She remembered that before setting off, Xin Xingliu had mentioned that there was an obvious boundary force in the hot mall dungeon. A guess came to her mind. Perhaps the powerful boundary force could suppress Mi Tong. Although Chung Tingyu did not show any intention to attack, Bai Wenji, Chen Jiejia, and the other 4 obviously shrank when she was watching them. Chen Jiejia's voice trembled. You? What are you going to do? Chung Tingyu, how long have you been in the mall? Even if Mi Tong's ability could not be activated, she could see the gap between her combat power and that of Li Yitai and others. So she simply gave up purchasing goods temporarily and turned to information investigation. As an inspector, Li Fusai had the standard space props of the inspection team. Seeing that Qin Jijia and the other four looked depressed, she took a bottle of energy drink specially used by the team from the space props and handed it to the other party. The work clothes did not completely cover the black uniforms of the inspection team. For the residents of F0631 City, this was obviously a very trustworthy department. When Qin Jijia realized the identity of the person in front of him, his trembling was obviously a little lighter. He kept thanking him, unscrewing the bottle cap, and took a big sip. Because he drank too quickly, some water flowed down his neck. Queso, who was not far away from the four people, urged sinisterly, "Speak quickly. Don't dawdle." Qin Jijia's body trembled again. Yes. Yes. I'll say it right away. He showed a look of pain and memories on his face. That day, the store suddenly couldn't get out, and everyone was trapped inside. And then those plastic people came to life, put on security uniforms, and started attacking us. As he spoke, he kept making sobbing sounds, knowing that time was limited. Without waiting for the card company to urge again, Qin Jijia wiped her face with her hands and said, "Many people died at that time. Fortunately, those patrolling models would not stay in the corridor all the time. We gradually discovered that as long as we hid in the bathroom before hearing footsteps, nothing would happen. They generally would not check the blind spots of the building." Chung Tingyu caught the key words, "Generally not." Qin Jijia's face became more and more gray. There are 2 bathrooms on this floor with faucets that can still be used. We can drink water. But there is no food. Someone plans to steal the snacks stored in the store. But if they do so, those plastic security guards will come to find us. And then, kill those who hide things. In the corridor far away, Chi-Chi crossed his arms and squinted his eyes and said, "How could there be no food in the store?" Chung Tingyu, "Possible." She looked around and said, "Most of the food stores in the store are on the 1st floor. And this is the 2nd floor. Look around you. Can you still find the stairs?" Everyone fell silent. And silent horror spread in the corridor of the store. The stairs were indeed gone, and they had not noticed it before. Li Yitai and He Shijiang exchanged glances. They thought that after entering the corridor, their suppressed perception had been restored. But now it seems that they were still affected by the copy and ignored some details that should not be ignored. He Shijiang and Li Yitai took turns to check other toilets at the corner and found that the situation inside was normal. From the structure, it was very consistent with the normal state of a public toilet or an abandoned public toilet. No other surviving humans were found. Qin Jijia, in fact. There are some food in the store on the 2nd floor. Many of us here are originally from the market. We know where the food is and are ready to take it. But the first people who picked the lock were all killed by the security guards. It was useless to hide it. The remaining people hid snacks secretly. And you know the result. I'll go see where you are hiding. Kasu walked towards the abandoned toilet where they were hiding. Chung Tingyu knew that this scavenger wanted to use this to judge whether Qin Jijia and others were lying. So he pulled Li Fusai to follow him, so as not to destroy the clues behind the back of Kasu. The abandoned toilet was covered with several dusty coats. Judging from the wrinkles on the surface, they had been slept for a long time, which showed that Qin Jijia and others had indeed lived here. The environment was normal, and with Chung Tingyu's eyesight, he could not see any unusual clues. She walked around the card office and didn't stay for too long. The light in the abandoned public toilet was dimmer than outside. The other 2 didn't see it, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. When Chung Tingyu and others returned to the corridor, Li Yitai and Chi-Chi and others were arguing about Qin Jijia and the other 4. Chi-Chi persuaded in a tone that made people clearly aware of the danger. "It's not safe outside. It's better for you to come to my store. Just hide behind the cash register and the patrolling security guards won't see you." Li Yitai looked at her coldly. "No one knows what the consequences will be. I suggest you don't try this." Chi-Chi smiled. "Then let's respect the opinions of the parties involved." Looking at Qin Jijia, "You can come here to accept our protection, or ask the inspection team for help." Under the pressure from the outside world, Qin Jijia could hardly speak coherently. He confirmed in a low voice, "If I choose the inspection team, Chi-Chi, then I will kill you." Qin Jijia looked like she was about to cry. "Then I..." Chung Tingyu, who had already returned to the corridor, spoke slowly, "You'd better not go over there. Bai Wenji, Who was with Shinjiajia? Couldn't help but, why? Chung Tingyu's lips curled slightly. His attitude was friendly, and his voice was full of earnestness. The inspection team will not attack ordinary residents. But if ordinary residents take the initiative to provide help to lawbreakers, they also have the right to stop it immediately. Bai Wenji and the other four. It feels like the other side just expressed chop you a little more euphemistically. Chi-Chi looked at her from a distance. Are you using the power of the inspection team to threaten ordinary people? Chung Tingyu said seriously, I am also an ordinary person. Chi-Chi sneered. Can ordinary people go to the dungeon with the inspectors? Chung Tingyu, it's just a job requirement. Chi-Chi paused, seeing that her expression had changed a little, and then asked tentatively, Are you a screwdriver? Chung Tingyu nodded solemnly. Yote, since it's a screwdriver, then give me a price. How much do you want to stop interfering in this matter? Chung Tingyu showed a look of regret, although I also want to make some extra money. It's a pity that I don't have any standard contracts with me. Before coming here, Shin Xingliu repeatedly warned not to take the initiative to accept orders from outside. The worry about damaging the company's reputation is secondary, and the main thing is to be afraid of losing money. Ka Sui joined the queue of doubts. You are not a qualified screwdriver. Chung Tingyu shrugged, just a temporary worker. Then said, I suggest that they continue to hide in their original place. After all, so many days have passed. They should know how to ensure their own safety. As for the future, she smiled, there is no need to discuss it now. The scavenger's suggestion just now was not a conscience awakening, wanting to protect Shinjijia and others who lack the ability to protect themselves. But except for people like Ma Shi who don't like to think, everyone realized the possible identities of Shinjijia and the other four. Chi-Chi suspected that they were the ones who were responsible for playing the role of customers in the store. In the patio, colorful clothes were still flying. Chung Tingyu grabbed one at random, and then quickly confirmed that the description of high force value in the appraisal information was not exaggerated. Pia. Even though the world after crossing was full of various unscientific places, Chung Tingyu did not expect that one day she would encounter a sweeping kick from the cold-proof winter pants. Fortunately, the quality of her body was good. Otherwise the screwdriver would not be willing to lend a temporary worker status to a flesh-and-blood player who was knocked out by a small monster in the dungeon next time. Chung Tingyu gave the cold-proof winter pants that were still struggling in her hand and elbow, so that the latter would temporarily settle down. When Chung Tingyu just got the clothes, he heard a whisper like electronic broadcast. The Little Tailor clothing store has obtained gray cold-proof winter pants ×1. Judging from the expressions of Ka Suo and Li Fusai next to them, they should not have heard this sentence. Chung Tingyu let go of her hand, and sure enough, the announcement sounded again. The Little Tailor clothing store lost 1 gray winter pants. After a simple test, Chung Tingyu grabbed a yellow piece of clothing again and said to Li Fusai, hit the piece of clothing in my hand. After a pause, he added, hit it gently. Li Fusai showed a trace of regret on his face, but still attacked the clothing as Chung Tingyu asked. She hit her sleeve, and at the same time, Chung Tingyu also felt pain in the same position of her arm. The answer is obvious. The correlation between clothes and everyone is not limited to the red ones. No wonder Chi-Chi chose to let go of the clothes he got if there are too many clothes at the same time. The places that can be attacked will also increase. In this way, participants who are suspicious of each other are unlikely to purchase goods calmly in front of others. This time, Chung Tingyu took the frantically struggling yellow shirt into the Little Tailor clothing store, and then let go. With a prompt of lost yellow top ×1, the shirt flew back to its own kind. Li Fusai saw the scene. So what should we do now? Hold on to the shirt, and don't let go. The eyes of the scavengers such as Yacht fell on Chung Tingyu, who was constantly trying. They all knew something about the screwdriver insurance company, and they also understood that this group of salesmen who were keen on doing business with various forces and actively helping other players collect corpses often carried various strange props on their bodies, which sometimes worked wonders. But from the current situation, this girl who mainly dodges and adds points in the face of battle scenes did not show similar characteristics, but instead played the role of collecting and sorting information. Chung Tingyu was indeed collecting information. Hot. The hypermarket is different from apartment number 6. It is a newly appeared copy, no matter which side of the force. No relevant information is available. In the early exploration, failure is a high probability event. Wei Xuxing also told her that she might encounter a copy that ordinary players cannot solve. After hearing Wei Xugu's warning, Chung Tingyu became even more eager to try. and quickly came to a conclusion that matched her own sen value before she lost her memory. She left no money, no props, and no common sense, and released herself so cleanly and neatly. Wasn't this hinting to her that she could do whatever she wanted to do with her death now? Chapter 50. Standing at the door of the East shop, Wei Shigui said nothing. She looked at Chung Tingyu, who was currently working as an employee of the small tailor clothing store, and watched him stretch out his hand from time to touch the flying clothes. For a moment, she felt that the future of this dungeon was really bleak. Although she had not yet noticed the danger of being attacked by scavengers and actively dying, Li Fusai knew that the time for purchasing goods would never be unlimited. Sure enough, after a while, the electronic urging sound of dang 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 sounded again from above. Although they could not find suitable clothes, they had just entered the dungeon and purchased goods for the first time. They were mainly testing, so they were not in a hurry to get results. Moreover, most of the stores did not deduct points, so they should be able to hold on for a while. However, when it came to the last 3 or 5 seconds, Chung Tingyu, who had been quiet before, showed her suicidal spirit again, and stretched out her hand to directly hold a pile of clothes that exceeded her force value limit. Li Fusai was surprised. What are you doing? Can you beat them? It's not that she doubted the combat power of the flesh and blood players. It's just that Chung Tingyu doesn't look like a person with high combat power and thick blood bar. Chung Tingyu tilted his head, dodged the sleeve that was whipping at his face, and said sincerely, I may not beat them, so you help share some of the burden. Li Fusai, who was inexplicably stuffed with a bunch of clothes that could hit people. The other party's timing was too good, leaving her no chance to refuse. Chung Tingyu moved quickly, as if she had already rehearsed the action process after getting the clothes in her mind. She quickly rushed back to the store and hung up the clothes that were struggling to hit her head on the hanger. Her attempt was successful. After being hung up, the clothes that were about to swing their sleeves and trouser legs into windmills became quiet one after another, as if the hanger had drained their lives. The clothes that flew back to the patio once they were out of control were because the purchase process had not been completed. After Chung Tingyu succeeded, the others also realized immediately that this was the correct way to purchase goods. Li Fusai, who was hit several times by clothes because of distraction, fully exerted the action power of the trainee inspector and hung up the clothes in imitation. Kasu also wanted to do the same, but when she was about to do it, she heard the jumping sound of tap, tap, tap. The time for purchasing goods has ended. The plastic models in security uniforms once again began their patrol time. The lights in the corridor flickered a few times. Obviously nothing changed, but the perception was suppressed. At this moment, Kazuo fully understood why Chung Tingyu did not try to complete the purchase process until the last minute. Among the 3 people who had violated the rules before, except Li Fusai, who was a member of their side, the other 2 were members of Hounds, one of whom was Kazuo himself. Chung Tingyu must have guessed the way of purchasing goods long ago, but she wanted to use the scavengers to experiment and see what the consequences of being deducted twice would be. Careless. Casual was already certain that Chung Tingyu's hiding behavior when she saw Ma she was just acting, in order to lower the guard of the scavengers. She recalled the expression of the girl, and realized belatedly that she had black eyes that made it impossible to discern emotions. When Chung Tingyu's eyes swept over them, Casual vaguely felt a sense of familiarity that made her shudder. The boss of Hound will also show a similar expression when he looks at the prey that has fallen into his grasp. Before the electronic prompt sound completely dissipated, the sound of the plastic model moving had already approached the store. Bai Wenji, Qin Jiejia and the other 4 had already found an opportunity to sneak back to their original place and lie there, motionless. At this moment, there was no creature that could breathe in the corridor. A plastic model wearing a security uniform walked to the door of the little tailor clothing store, with its dark eyes facing Chung Tingyu. Although it was given the ability to move, its facial features were still stiff. The models rely on moving their lower limbs for training, but their feet are fixed to the plastic sheet below, so they can only move forward in a weird posture. Perhaps because the light was too pale. When these patrolling security guards faced him, Chung Tingyu vaguely had the illusion that its eyes moved to the newly hung clothes. Dong. The plastic model stopped. Even under the suppression of the store copy, Chung Tingyu's eyesight is still very good. She noticed almost immediately that during this patrol, the plastic model was standing closer to the store than the last time. According to the current progress, at most 4 more times, the plastic sheet under the model's feet would step on the threshold. About half a minute later, the pale-faced plastic model slowly moved his face away. When leaving, Chung Ting-yu saw a hint of reluctance from the other party's motionless facial features. Chung Ting-yu glanced at the image in the glasses. And as expected, her sanity value dropped again. After the inspectors finally left the store door, the electronic sound above sounded again. Next is the reporting time. Due to the lack of stock, the business score of the Water Blue Clothing Store, the Big Eye Cow Children's Clothing Store, the Sky Clothing Store will be reduced by 3. Please adjust the above reported stores in time to avoid rectification. Except for Chung Ting-yu's Little Tailor and Li Fusai's Cupid. All clothing stores were criticized. After criticizing the unqualified stores, the voice without fluctuations reminded them again that the stores needed to restock. Chung Ting-yu glanced at the newly hung clothes and had no big opinion on the task given by the electronic sound. She bought some goods, but not much. Chung Ting-yu had not been in the dungeon for long, but because she had never relaxed, she had consumed a lot of physical strength. She took out a bottle of water from her cheap and beautiful mountaineering bag and drank 2 sips. When she was about to put it back, she felt obvious resistance. The formation of space props is mostly related to the power of the realm, and the power of the realm will repel each other. From this point of view, this type of power in the store dungeon is indeed quite strong. While Chung Ting-yu moistened her throat, she also kept paying attention to the footsteps of the plastic model. The moment the movement of the plastic model disappeared, Ma Shi had rushed to the door of the Little Tailor store and showed a bloody smile to the clerk inside. Chi-Chi's voice came from farther away. The young man of the Little Tailor clearly thought of a way to buy goods. But he didn't even tell his companions. Since everyone has deducted points, it's not good for you to keep a full score alone. Facing the enemy's blocking of the door, Chung Ting-yu was not anxious, but said slowly, "You have been deducted 4 points. If the full score is 10 points, then the passing score is likely to be 6 points." She looked at Ma Shi and smiled happily. Choosing to fight at the door of the store will definitely cause damage to the store. And the consequence of the damage is whether your points or mine will be deducted. There is no conclusion yet. Both possibilities make sense. Clerks who damage other people's stores may be deducted points by security guards. And clerks who fail to protect their own stores may also be deducted points by security guards. Chung Ting-yu currently has full marks, so she has the most trial and error opportunities among all people. But Ma Shi is different. If it is really a 10-point system, he will fall below the passing line as long as he loses 1 more point, and will be punished by the store. Ma Shi's figure stiffened. Chung Ting-yu, I prefer the former. The survivors just mentioned that if you carry out destructive activities such as picking locks, you will be attacked by patrolling security guards. Her pupils were so deep that they reminded people of the night without sunlight. Do you want to try? After a long time, until the inspector next to him was ready to stop him, Ma Shi reluctantly gave up the position of the store door. He looked at Chung Ting-yu with malice, and at the same time, he clenched his fists and clucked. Each prey has its own smell, and the hound will remember you. Chung Ting-yu's eyes turned to Ma Shi, and after a moment he laughed. Then you have to hurry up. Although it was not stated explicitly, the initiative of the whole scene had unconsciously begun to shift to Chung Ting-yu, who had the highest score. She used the difference in scores to subtly control the behavior of the participants. Wei Shigue also breathed a sigh of relief. When she felt that the scavengers were targeting her, she was ready to use props to forcibly pull Chung Ting-yu and herself out of the copy. Being able to leave the activated copy, not checking the pass, but being kicked away by a cat. Maybe it can be done, but Wei Shigue has never tried it before, and dare not guarantee it 100%. Besides Chung Ting-yu, Li Fusai is the second highest scorer among the participants. Li Fusai couldn't help but, "You are very calm." She now understands why Chung Ting-yu said that he is a skill flow, since you can solve the problem by thinking. Why resort to force? Chung Ting-yu recalled the sand value he just saw and shook his head. It's not calm. It's optimistic and cheerful. Wei Shigui, who was a little distant from his companions, sighed silently, feeling that Chung Ting-yu's mental state was one step closer to a real master. After a period of waiting, the flying clothes appeared again. Chung Ting-yu, who found the way to purchase, seemed to be completely unaware of the eyes that stopped on her. She did not go up to fight for the red clothes, but pulled Du Ranqing to chat. Du Ranqing's condition was worse than Shin Jiejia's. She was covered in cold sweat, and her hair stuck to her face. She looked particularly embarrassed. Chung Ting-yu, do you know how the plastic model dealt with those who violated the rules before? Du Ranqing's lips trembled and she shook her head. I can't say for sure. She sobbed and covered her face with her hands. It only took a moment, and they were all dead. Ka Sui turned his eyes away from these people. Ordinary people are too weak to resist the malice of the copy. Even if they stay in the store for a while, it is difficult to get useful clues. They are just waiting to die. Chung Tingyu patted Du Ranqing on the shoulder and felt that the little girl was trembling all the time. And even her clothes were wet with cold sweat. On the other side, Chi-Chi was discussing with Li Yetai about the ownership of the red clothes this time. During this purchase period, 3 tops, 3 pants, a skirt and a woolen cape appeared in the patio. Although the styles of clothes will change, the total number is not much different from the last time. As long as a few more rounds are experienced, it may not be impossible to get 9 sets. The scavengers knew very well that relying on force to rob would cause unnecessary losses. For example, in the last purchase cycle, they could actually get 2 sets of clothes, but they got nothing because of the dispute. Just when the participants' eyes stayed on the red flying clothes, the electronic sound from above suddenly sounded. The time for restocking has just begun. This is a completely different unexpected event from the previous cycle. The following is the store report. The sales of various stores in the store have dropped significantly recently. We have not collected 5-star praise from customers this quarter. Please adjust in time. Customers in the VIP lounge gave bad reviews to the drinks. Friendly reminder: if the decline in customer satisfaction continues, the store will deduct points from all stores in operation. After informing the participants in the copy of the bad news, the electronic report ended. Li Fusai was speechless. This store also has a VIP area. Chung Tingyu looked around and said, "I can't see it on the 2nd floor. It may be located somewhere else." After hearing the content of the electronic report, both the scavengers and the inspection team were a little nervous. Many copies have time limits. If you fail to pass the copy before the time is up, the ending is usually not good. Red bloodshot appeared on the whites of Mashi's eyes, who had been deducted 4 points.